Chapter 3254. Seeing this, Yang Kai and the embodiment no longer hesitated and used their respective divine technique to attack the Orthodoxy Temple's array. In the ancient and profound dragon language, the secret techniques of the dragon race transformed into golden dragons that advanced one after another. The flames on the embodiment's body also burned fiercely, turning the place where he stood into a sea of fire that burned the array's light screen. For a moment the array's light screen rippled and flashed wildly. Lei Gu snorted coldly when he saw this, and a flag appeared in his hand. He waved it and stabilized the array. Although he had been corrupted by demonic intent and his temperament had changed greatly, almost turning him into a completely different person, he could still easily control everything that Lei Gu possessed. This array flag was the main array flag of the Orthodoxy Temple's sect protecting array. With his ability to control it, the array formation immediately became impregnable. Yang Kai's eyes widened. If the array wasn't broken, how could he enter the Orthodoxy Temple? How could he save Zhou Xian and the others? How could he avenge those who had died? For a moment his heart was burning with anxiety. Could it be that he had no choice but to ask for help from Star Soul Palace? But if he delayed going back and forth for a few days, who knew what would happen to Zhou Xian and the others? They might be eroded by the demonic qi and become demons. Since Lei Gu dared to make a move at this time, he obviously had great confidence. Turning his head, he saw the embodiment's body burning fiercely and burning the array. But looking at the situation, it was not possible to break the array in a short time, even if he cooperated. Lei Gu said coldly again, "Junior, you've ruined my plans. I'll make you beg for death." This time there was already a flaw in the plan. Yang Kai was not dead, so the news here would definitely spread. In other words, the plan had failed. Fortunately, the failure was not complete. There were still so many people from the Emperor realm and tens of thousands of cultivator who had fallen into the trap, so it was better than nothing. If so many people were demonized, it would definitely be a force that could not be underestimated. It could open up the next stage of the grand plan. Suddenly Yang Kai stopped and retreated. He coldly glared at Lei Gu and used his technique to shout, "Hall Master, can you hold on for a day?" Lei Gu frowned when he heard this. He didn't know what Yang Kai meant by giving him this one-day deadline. Judging from the current situation, this boy's best course of action was to go to Star Soul Palace to ask for help. But the journey to Star Soul Palace was long. How could he return in one day? Even if he was proficient in the divine technique of space, he would not be able to do such a thing. When Zhou Xian's voice came from inside Orthodoxy Hall, "We will do our best." Another person's voice rang out, "Boy, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go to the Star Soul Palace." It was the voice of the Heavenly Marshal Holy Land's Holy Lord Ma Qing. He sounded exasperated. He didn't expect Yang Kai to still be here. Yang Kai gazed at Lei Gu and thundered, "All right, you guys should hold on. One day later we will save you from the sea of bitterness." After saying this, he turned around and left. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the cold corpse on the slope and felt an inexplicable pain in his heart, as if it was being gripped by a hand. After a few flashes, he disappeared from Lei Gu's field of vision. After he left, Lei Gu stopped urging the array flags, and the flashing light of the sect protecting Grand Array gradually subsided. He turned his head and glanced at the embodiment, Sacred Spirit Stone Fire. The embodiment stood tall, looking down at him from across the Grand Array. Its two eyes were like burning flames, flickering endlessly. It was connected to Yang Kai, so there was no need for too much communication to understand Yang Kai's plan. At the same time, it was filled with anger and guilt because of Yuzua's death. It stayed here to restrain Lei Gu's energy so that he couldn't deal with Zhou Xian and the others wholeheartedly. On the other hand, it was waiting for an opportunity to destroy the Grand Array. It would be best if it could break the Grand Array before Yang Kai returned. Even if it couldn't, it could reduce some of the Grand Array's power and prepare for the next plan. Seeing that the embodiment didn't speak, Lei Gu said coldly, "Sacred spirits are so noble, when have they been reduced to being controlled by a human? This is a disgrace to the sacred spirits." If the embodiment was really Shihua, it might be angered, but the embodiment was an extension of Yang Kai after all. How could it care about such provocation? Seeing that it didn't respond, Lei Gu frowned and gave up on this useless effort. He turned around and was about to fly inside. But before he could fly away, the embodiment urged the flames to climb up the Grand Array's light screen, burning it to the sky. The corner of Lei Gu's eyes twitched. He waved the array flags in his hand and a layer of light appeared on the light screen, isolating the power of the flames. On the other side, Yang Kai's figure shuttled through the void and it only took him a moment to return to the mountain peak where he had been attacked. The white-haired old man was meditating while the 4 demonic chi wrapped around him were still unconscious. After noticing the movement, the old man was startled, but when he opened his eyes, he discovered that Yang Kai had returned. Overjoyed, he called out, "Elder Yang, quickly go to Star Soul Palace to ask for help and report the matter of Orthodoxy Temple to the great emperors. Otherwise, the southern territory will be in danger," Yang Kai said hurriedly. "Ah." The white-haired old man was startled for a moment before nodding fiercely, "Good." He then pointed to the 4 people and said, "Then they, go." Yang Kai turned his head and glared at him, like an enraged beast about to devour him. Facing such a terrifying gaze, the old man didn't dare to say anything else. Realizing that time was precious, he hurriedly summoned his flight-type artifact and flew towards Star Soul Palace. After he left, Yang Kai waved his hand and took the 4 unconscious people who had become the demon race into his mysterious bead world, suppressing them somewhere inside. Immediately after, he waved his hand and scattered countless materials, directly beginning to work on this mountain peak. Going to Star Soul Palace to ask the great emperors to take action was certainly a way out, but Yang Kai wasn't optimistic about it. It wasn't that he didn't trust the strength of the great emperors, it was just that it would take too much time. By the time the great emperors arrived here, it was likely that the matter here would have already been settled. If he wanted to resolve this disaster and avenge those who had died, he would have to rely on something else. Yang Kai had his own plans. In his mind, the scene of the cold corpse lying on the mountain peak kept flashing, the dim and lifeless eyes seemingly engraved into the depths of his soul, forever staring at him, tormenting him with every breath he took. Strictly speaking, they had only known each other for less than a month and they weren't even close. On the path of the martial Dao, fighting and killing was normal. The death of a single person shouldn't have caused such a big emotional fluctuation, but because of the endless self-blame, the act of turning around and waving goodbye became an eternal parting. The power of the space array surged endlessly, and many materials gradually merged on this mountain peak, forming a prototype spirit array. As time passed, this spirit array gradually became more complete. After less than half a day, a brand new space array had taken shape. Without having time to inspect it too much, Yang Kai stepped onto it and stared at the location of Orthodoxy Temple for a moment before urging the power of the array. In a flash of light, Yang Kai disappeared. Northern Territory High Heaven Palace. On top of the space array, Yang Kai's figure appeared, alarming the people guarding the array. Today Bian Yuqing was still guarding the array. When she saw Yang Kai, she immediately stood up and cupped her fists. "Palace Master." Her gaze suddenly focused on Yang Kai's waist and she asked in shock, "Palace Master, are you injured?" Although the sneak attack from the Black Shadow was no longer serious, the bloodstains were still there, which naturally couldn't escape Bian Yuqing's observation. "Where is the head chief?" Yang Kai turned around and asked. Bian Yuqing was startled, feeling that there was something wrong with Yang Kai today. He was so aggressive, like a volcano that was about to erupt, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. She couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive, wondering just who had injured him and who had provoked him. This was the first time Bian Yuqing had seen Yang Kai in such a state and hurriedly replied, "The head chief just returned yesterday, she should be resting. Call her over." "Yes." Bian Yuqing hurriedly took out her communication compass and poured her divine sense into it. After a while she raised her head and said, "Palace Master, please wait a moment, the head chief will be here soon." Although she said she would be here soon, in less than 10 breaths, Hua Qingxi had already come in from outside and glanced at Bian Yuqing suspiciously. When Bian Yuqing sent her a message just now, telling her to quickly come to the teleportation array, she looked extremely anxious, so she didn't dare to delay and rushed over without stopping to rest. When she saw Yang Kai standing there with a solemn expression, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. Before she could speak, Yang Kai asked, "How many people from the Emperor realm can we mobilize now?" Hua Qingxi blinked and said, "Palace Master, are you referring to the entire Northern Territory or the entire High Heaven Palace?" "The entire Northern Territory." "Then why are you mobilizing them, Palace Master?" "Murder, revenge, extermination." Yang Kai spat out a few words coldly between his teeth. Hua Qingxi was shocked and realized that something big must have happened. Otherwise Yang Kai wouldn't be so murderous. She said solemnly, "If there's enough time, 300 to 400 people won't be a problem." During this period of time, the High Heaven Palace had led the other three sects and had been integrating the major forces in the Northern Territory. Although it hadn't been long, many sects had already chosen to submit. There was no other way. With the four top sects working together, who in the Northern Territory could stop them? Since they had already submitted, the High Heaven Palace had given orders. Whether they were willing or not, they had to obey. "Okay, I'll give you half a day to mobilize all the people from the Emperor realm and gather here. After half a day I'll come and pick you all up." Yang Kai turned around and stepped onto the space array again. After pondering for a while, he said coldly, "Tell them that if anyone dares to not come or cooperate with me when I have the time, I'll definitely exterminate their entire sect." Yes. Hua Qingxi's face changed color. She wanted to ask more, but Yang Kai's figure had already disappeared from the space array. Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing looked at each other. They were both confused. Hua Qingxi said, "What happened to the palace master?" Bian Yuqing shook her head. "I'm not sure. He didn't say anything." Hua Qingxi frowned slightly. She could vaguely feel that Yang Kai had met with some trouble. But what kind of trouble was it that required so many people from the Emperor realm to help him? She had also seen the bloodstains on Yang Kai's body. Although she wasn't sure how serious his injuries were, even with Yang Kai's abilities he was still injured. It was clear that the enemy this time was very strong. She didn't dare to delay. After a simple discussion with Bian Yuqing, they took out their communication compasses and sent out messages. They all stepped onto the space array and began to mobilize all the experts in the Northern Territory. Chapter 3255. Yang Kai had set up a lot of space arrays in the Northern Territory some time ago, so it was quite convenient to travel back and forth. Otherwise, how could they find anyone to help them in just half a day? Half an hour later, more than half of the Northern Territory had become turbulent because of the High Heaven Palace's order. Countless people from the Emperor realm were anxious, not knowing why the High Heaven Palace suddenly summoned them. Were they going to burn the bridge after crossing the river? But what good would that do for the High Heaven Palace? Many people naturally wanted to pretend to be sick and not go, or they had other excuses, but the order from the High Heaven Palace made them not dare to not go. Yang Kai had already said that he would destroy their sect, so who would dare to be perfunctory? The Seeking Passion sect was destroyed by him, and now the High Heaven Palace was occupying the ruins of the Seeking Passion sect. No one wanted to become the second Seeking Passion sect. This guy was not joking, he was completely capable of destroying other sects. People were constantly teleporting to the High Heaven Palace through the space array. 3 people, 5 people, 10 people, 20 people, the main hall gradually became overcrowded. When the latecomers saw that so many people from the Emperor realm had gathered in the Northern Territory, they immediately felt relieved. It seemed that the High Heaven Palace did not intend to burn the bridge after crossing the river. Otherwise, there would be no reason for so many people from the Emperor realm to gather in one place. There were also people who gathered around Bian Yuqing to ask about the situation, but how could Bian Yuqing know what was going on? Yang Kai hurried back to say a few words and then left in a hurry. She had no idea what was going on, so she could only ignore those people's questions. However, no one dared to be presumptuous here. Seeing her cold face and not answering, they could only step back in embarrassment and show flattering smiles. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Back then she had to look up to the Emperor realm, but now she had to give them face. This was something that Blue Feather sect could never give her. She knew better than anyone that the one the Emperor realm was afraid of wasn't her. She was just a first-order Emperor realm master, and there were countless people here who were stronger than her. If it weren't for the High Heaven Palace behind her, this situation wouldn't have happened. She couldn't help but feel a little proud. The High Heaven Palace was in an uproar. Yang Kai had already teleported to the savage, desolate ancient lands. Inside the small treehouse, Yang Kai leapt out just in time to see a stone puppet poke its head in his direction. Not knowing what he was thinking, Yang Kai asked, "Is the elder here?" The stone mongoose pointed at the elder's treehouse and Yang Kai dashed towards it. Not long after, he saw the elder in the treehouse. The elder looked at Yang Kai in surprise and asked, "Little friend, why have you returned?" Yang Kai didn't seem to have left for long, at most 2 months. Yang Kai cupped his fists solemnly. I have a matter to ask the Stone Mongoose clan for help. The elder nodded and said, no problem. Yang Kai was stunned. Elder, aren't you going to ask me what it is? He didn't expect the elder to agree so readily. The elder chuckled. It seems that you have encountered some trouble. The Stone Mongoose clan doesn't have many friends, so how can the Stone Mongoose clan stand by and do nothing when a friend is in trouble? Yang Kai bowed deeply. Many thanks, elder, for your help. However, you should know that this matter is related to the Southern Territory. The Southern Territory? The elder raised his eyebrows. The savage wildland was in the Eastern Territory, so the Southern Territory was a bit out of his reach. However, when he thought about the space array that Yang Kai set up, he suddenly understood something. This matter is also related to the demon race. The demon race? The elder cried out in surprise. Yang Kai looked at him and said thoughtfully, Elder, do you know something about the demon race? The elder's expression was solemn. In this world, other than the sacred spirits, I'm afraid no one knows more about the demon race than the Stone Mongoose clan. The sacred spirits had their own source of inheritance. That inheritance wasn't just about power, but also the memories and experiences of past generations of sacred spirits. Therefore, no matter what kind of sacred spirit they were, they would more or less absorb some of the memories of their ancestors. Even though the demon race was a long time ago, the sacred spirits weren't completely ignorant. Although the Stone Mongoose clan didn't have the convenience of an inheritance, they had a long lifespan. The elder himself had lived through many great eras and had personally fought against the demon race. How could he not know how terrifying and difficult the demon race was? The demon race has appeared in the Southern Territory? The elder asked with a serious expression. Yang Kai said, more than a decade ago, a demon den appeared in the Southern Territory. Someone broke the seal of the demon den and released thousands of demon wills. These demon wills can corrode a cultivator's body and take over their bodies. It's very hard to guard against them. In the past decade, the Southern Territory has been hunting these demon wills. It's said that they have already been wiped out. However, I only realized last night that that was only on the surface. There are even more demon wills hiding in the dark. They are targeting the cultivator in the Southern Territory. All the large sects in the Southern Territory, hundreds of the Emperor realm, and tens of thousands of elite disciples were all involved. This junior was lucky enough to escape, but I must hurry back and save them before it's too late. There's such a thing? The elder was shocked. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, he was still shocked when he heard Yang Kai say that hundreds of the Emperor realm and tens of thousands of elite disciples were involved in the Southern Territory. He quickly stood up and said, the demon race is not a matter of the Southern Territory. It's a matter of the entire star boundary. Although the Stone Mongoose clan has been living in peace for a long time, we can't stay out of this matter. There's no time to lose, let's go now. Thank you, Elder. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly led the way. When they got down from the treehouse, the elder gently tapped the ground with his walking stick a few times. The Stone Mongoose immediately walked out of the treehouse one by one. Many wood spirits also flew over. Yang Kai's message was conveyed in a few simple sentences. The Stone Mongoose and wood spirits were shocked. Obviously, they all knew how terrifying the demon race was. Needless to say, under Yang Kai's command, they all walked into the small treehouse and stepped onto the space array. When Yang Kai built this space array 2 months ago, he had made some preparations. He had specifically built it to be large, just in case he needed the stone puppet's help one day, so he had never expected it to come in handy so soon. The Stone Mongoose was too big and could only teleport one person at a time. Yang Kai arranged for them to be teleported one by one before turning to the elder and saying, don't act rashly for the time being. I don't know how many people the demon race has left behind, or if there are any reinforcements. Elder, lead them to guard the space array while I summon more people to destroy the enemy in one fell swoop. Yes, little friend, don't worry. The elder nodded and was the last to enter the space array. After sending off the Stone Mongoose elder, Yang Kai rushed into the sky without stopping and rushed in a certain direction. His emperor's chi was released without any regard for consumption, and his space principles were constantly activated as his figure flickered. In less than half an hour, a majestic palace appeared in front of him. It was the palace of the Southern Saint Luan Feng in the ancient land. Before he landed, he heard an angry shout, "Who goes there?" A charming woman flew towards him. She was wearing revealing clothes and her demonic chi soared to the sky. She was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, no weaker than Ying Fei and the others. Yang Kai glanced at her and found her familiar. He knew that she was one of the 32 Monster Kings, but he couldn't remember which Monster King she was. He was in a bad mood and wasn't in the mood to tangle with her, so he waved his sleeve and said, "Get lost." The Monster King was furious. Although she was below the Southern Saint Realm in the ancient land, no one had ever dared to speak to her like this, not even the other Monster Kings. When a woman went crazy, she was very terrifying. Just as she was about to teach Yang Kai a lesson, she suddenly found that this person looked familiar. After taking a closer look, she was surprised and delighted. "Isn't this that guy?" Her anger turned into a smile. "So it's..." Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Kai had already rushed past her and landed directly in the Wanfeng's palace. Looking around under the shocked gazes of the maids, he shouted, "Wanfeng!" The Monster King was embarrassed, but she didn't dare to lose her temper. Everyone knew that this human was related to the Blood Door and the Divine Spirit Source, so no one dared to offend him. Ying Fei and the others also didn't know how lucky they were to be able to follow him around. It was simply enviable. She was confident that her cultivation was not inferior to Ying Fei and the others, and her figure was also not bad. If she could take this opportunity to form a relationship with him, she might be able to get close to him in the future. Before she could finish her thoughts, she heard Yang Kai's angry roar. Her expression immediately changed as she wondered what was wrong with this guy today. He looked like he was going to punish her. She didn't know what he was going to do. She didn't dare to approach Yang Kai rashly, so she just floated in the air and watched anxiously. Her heart was very conflicted. If the Southern Saint Realm fought with him, should she help or not? Offending the Southern Saint Realm wouldn't bring her any good, but if she offended him, she would never be able to awaken her ancestral spirit source again. "What are you shouting for?" A cold voice called out as Wanfeng appeared not far in front of Yang Kai. Her face was so gloomy that it was almost possible to scrape off a layer of frost from it. Staring at Yang Kai, her expression was full of disgust and disgust, secretly feeling a headache coming on. "Why is this guy here again? Last time I was taken advantage of by him, is he still not satisfied? Isn't this appetite a bit too big?" His heart was secretly annoyed, so naturally his tone wasn't too good. But when he saw Kai Yang's expression, his heart couldn't help but jump. His expression wasn't quite right. Had he provoked him? "I have something to ask for your help." Yang Kai didn't waste time and went straight to the point. So he wanted her help. Wanfeng heard this and immediately felt relieved. As long as he didn't come to find trouble with her, she raised her hand and lightly said, "Is this the attitude you should have when asking for help?" Running to her palace and shouting, he simply didn't put her in his eyes and even shamelessly asked for her help. Although she was afraid of the power behind Yang Kai, it didn't mean that she would give up her dignity as a divine spirit. She secretly decided to give Yang Kai a show of strength so that he wouldn't be so arrogant in the future. "Just tell me if you want to help me or not." Yang Kai completely ignored her thoughts and said in an extremely tough tone. The Wanfeng was angry and funny at the same time. "If you don't say what you want to help me, how can I answer you? Do you think I will agree to die if you want me to? Of course it is within your ability." The Wanfeng curled her lips. "I don't owe you anything, right? That's why I said I want to ask for your help." Chapter 3256. This brat was becoming more and more annoying. The Wanfeng secretly gritted her teeth. "So what if I help you? So what if I don't? Help me this time and I will remember your kindness. If you don't help me, I will leave immediately." The Wanfeng sneered. "What do I need your kindness for?" Yang Kai coldly looked at her, nodded and soared into the sky. The Wanfeng was startled. Was he really going to leave? How could he do this without giving her any time to think? Was he crazy? Although the Wanfeng hated Yang Kai's rude and unreasonable attitude, if Yang Kai really held a grudge against her, she would have a hard time in the future. She could only raise her hand and angrily shout, "Do you think you can come and go as you please in my territory? What do you want?" Yang Kai stopped and tilted his head to look at her. The coldness in his eyes almost condensed into a solid substance. When their eyes met, the Wanfeng's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly realized that Yang Kai's state was not right this time. Although she found him annoying before, he was still reasonable. This time it was as if he was a completely different person. It seemed that he had really encountered some kind of trouble, and it was a trouble that made him extremely angry. "Where are you going?" the Wanfeng asked in a low voice. "None of your business." He did not have the proper attitude to ask for help. The Wanfeng was furious. She wanted to slap this brat to death, but she knew that he was not weak. If she forced him to use all his cards, she might not be able to kill him. Moreover, once they had a falling out, the consequences were not something she could bear. She bitterly clenched her teeth and shouted, "There will be no next time." This was a promise. Yang Kai did not waste time and directly said, "Call Fan Hua and Song Go here. Also, summon the other 29 Monster King of the ancient land." He turned around and returned to the bedroom, standing not far from the Wanfeng. The Wanfeng was shocked. "What do you want?" She thought that he was only asking for her help. Who knew that he would ask for such an exorbitant price? Not only did he ask for Fan Hua and Song Go, but he also asked for the 29 Monster King. They were the strongest forces in the entire ancient land. Was this bastard planning to start a war with the sects of the great emperors? Thinking of this, the Wanfeng's body turned cold. Although she was a holy spirit, she knew her own limits. There were only a few great emperors, and every one of them was an existence recognized by the heavens and earth. If they really went up against the great emperors, not many people in the savage wildland would be able to survive. Not to mention, the sects of the great emperors had extremely strong foundations. Looking at Yang Kai's eyes, he felt his hair stand on end. He had long felt that this guy was extremely daring. Wasn't his courage a bit too big? She had to admit that she was overthinking things. "What are you waiting for? I want to see them within 2 hours. Hurry up and contact them." Yang Kai saw Wanfeng standing there stupidly and was annoyed. He gave the High Heaven Palace half a day's time, and they needed to finish gathering in half a day's time as well. How could they waste so much time? Wanfeng suppressed the panic in her heart. She wasn't in the mood to care about Yang Kai's rudeness. Her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled. "What do you want us to do? You should at least tell me, right?" "Kill them, save them." "Who is the enemy?" After Wanfeng asked this question, her heart jumped. She was really afraid that Yang Kai would say the name of one of the great emperors. Who would have thought that Yang Kai's eyes would close and 2 words would pop out of his mouth? Demon race. Demon race. Wanfeng's expression changed. Where did the demon race come from? Although she hadn't seen the demon race with her own eyes, the inheritance she obtained from the origin allowed her to have some understanding of the demon race. In this land there hadn't been a demon race for hundreds of thousands of years, so why would a demon race suddenly appear? Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at her. "Are you going to keep talking nonsense with me? Within 2 hours I want to see those 2 and the 29 Monster King. If you can help me this time, I guarantee that you will all become holy spirits in the future." Wanfeng was instantly stunned. She clenched her teeth with a bitter expression. Once Yang Kai said this, it would be fine if it didn't spread out, but once it did, the 29 Monster King would definitely submit to him. Even if the 3 great saints joined hands, they wouldn't be able to suppress it. And if she refused Yang Kai's request today, she was afraid that the 29 Monster King would hold a grudge against her. At that time she would be in a difficult situation. "You win." Wanfeng coldly snorted and said, 2 hours isn't enough. Some of the Monster King's territories are too far from here. They won't be able to get here in 2 hours. "How long?" 2 hours. Then I will wait here for 2 hours. After saying this, Yang Kai closed his eyes and stood in place, motionless. Wanfeng glared at him and then disappeared into the depths of her palace. It was unknown what she was going to do. Yang Kai didn't monitor her. In any case, that was all he had to say. If Wanfeng was sensible, she would naturally help him. If not, it wouldn't be too late to settle accounts later. The northern territory was still gathering and it would take some time. Wanfeng was obviously angry with Yang Kai. Before she left, she had also dispersed all the surrounding maids, allowing him to stand there like a javelin, but no one came to pour him a cup of tea, her obvious disdain for him. A moment later, a fragrant wind blew and someone landed beside Yang Kai. Sensing the movement, Yang Kai opened his eyes and saw a seductive woman looking at him with a smile. It was the Monster King he had met before. When their eyes met, the seductive woman smiled and bowed. "This mistress do meet or greets master." She was already wearing revealing clothes, so at this moment, intentionally or unintentionally, she was showing off her beauty and flattering him. Her smile was even more brilliant than a flower. What's the matter? Yang Kai looked at her coldly. Dumir waved her hand and said, It's nothing, this mistress is the Monster King under Holy Senior Nan. I have long admired Master's magnificence. Seeing you today, you really do live up to your reputation. Saying so, she waved her hand and took out a recliner from her space ring, politely saying, Master, please sit. Yang Kai gently nodded, the coldness on his face easing slightly as he sat down. Dumir suddenly leaned over and whispered, Holy Senior has a bad temper and neglected Master. I hope Master won't blame her. As she spoke, her breath was like orchids, and a touch of fragrance lingered at the tip of Yang Kai's nose. Yang Kai's murderous aura and anger dissipated a lot, and his tumultuous mood gradually calmed down. Turning his head, he looked at her faintly and said, You said bad things about her in private. What if she heard you? Dumir's face stiffened and she said awkwardly, I'm just talking to Master. I believe Master won't spread it. Yang Kai looked her up and down and asked curiously, What kind of monster are you? Dumir smiled and said, Replying Master, this mistress is a flower monster. As she spoke, she raised her hand and pinched the air, and a small golden flower immediately appeared between her fingers. The fragrance was strong and intoxicating. Yang Kai nodded and said, It's rare for a plant to become a spirit. It was many times more difficult for a plant to become a spirit than a body of flesh and blood. Yang Kai did not expect that the Monster King in front of him was actually a flower monster, and to be able to cultivate to the level of a Monster King, this was extremely rare. Dumir said sadly, Master, you flatter me. This mistress has also suffered a lot, and experienced many flowing time great emperors to have today's achievements. As she spoke, she quietly observed Yang Kai's reaction. Seeing that he had no intention of continuing, she bit her lip and said, Master, I heard that Ying Fei, Shilei and Xiaowei are working under you? You already know the answer. Dumir curled her lips and said, What can 3 men do? I'm afraid they can't even serve Master well. I don't know what the holy sages are thinking. They should send a woman to serve Master well. At the very least, they should take care of Master's daily life. Are you very good at serving people? Yang Kai glanced at her. Dumir eagerly said, Master, do you want to try? I see that Master is depressed and has a lot on his mind. This is not a good thing. The war is imminent. It's best to empty your mind and body so that you can go all out. If Master doesn't mind, this mistress can show you a little. After saying that, she eagerly looked at Yang Kai, quietly waiting for his reply. After a long time, she did not see any reaction from Yang Kai. She gritted her teeth and walked behind Yang Kai. Putting her hands on his shoulders, she leaned over to Yang Kai's ear and said, Master, just relax. Leave the rest to this mistress. I will definitely satisfy you. The gentle fragrance, like an invisible hand, tickled Yang Kai's ear, making his heart ripple. It soothed Yang Kai's suppressed anger and all kinds of negative emotions. 2 soft and delicate hands rubbed his shoulders and head with varying degrees of strength as Yang Kai's monster chi and divine sense began to fluctuate. Soon Yang Kai felt as if he was immersed in a sea of flowers. The world was vast and the sea of flowers was boundless, making his body and mind feel ethereal. Seeing Yang Kai's tense expression gradually relax and his breathing become stable, Dumir pursed her lips and smiled. She became more attentive. Following the Luanfeng's message, more and more figures appeared in the savage, desolate ancient land. Their demonic chi soared to the sky and their demonic chi surged. Many demon generals and commanders raised their heads, not knowing what was going on. They didn't know why their king was moving. 2 hours later, more than 10 monster kings had gathered in the Luanfeng's bedroom. The rest were on their way, and it wouldn't be long before they all gathered here. A group of monster kings came to the courtyard where Yang Kai was. They either sat or stood staring at Yang Kai and Dumir. Dumir was not ashamed of being stared at like this. Instead, she rubbed Yang Kai even more diligently. Her slender neck was raised high like a proud rooster. Bitch. Human wanton. Woman shameless. A beautiful female monster king saw her like this and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Her face was full of disdain. Beside him, a furry male demon monarch chuckled and said, You can go too. The female monster king coldly snorted, I'm not that low. The male monster king looked at her and sneered, Why are you pretending to be pure? Which monster king in the savage, desolate ancient land hasn't tasted you? The female Monster King was furious. "I'll tear your mouth." The male Monster King reached out and hugged her. "What are you going to use to tear it? Get lost." "Alright, stop fooling around. Who knows why the Lord has gathered us this time?" Another Monster King stood up and asked with a puzzled expression. Chapter 3257. The Monster Kings shook their heads. None of them knew why they were gathered here. They were summoned by their respective Saint Masters. Although they didn't know why, they were sure that it had something to do with Yang Kai. Otherwise he wouldn't be here. However, Yang Kai sat there calmly enjoying Dumir's service. They didn't want to disturb him. The Monster Kings recognized him and knew what kind of power was behind him. They didn't want to cause trouble for themselves. Time passed slowly. One Monster King after another arrived. In less than 2 hours the 29 Monster Kings had gathered. Wan Feng, Songgo and Fan Ku also appeared. Seeing the three of them, the Monster Kings bowed. Yang Kai also finally opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. It had to be said that although Dumir's behavior was a bit frivolous, she was really good at serving people. She was a flower monster in human form and seemed to have her own innate divine ability that could soothe people's mood. "Is everyone here?" Kai Yang turned his head and looked around. Fan Ku's face didn't look good. Although he had heard the general situation from Wan Feng, Yang Kai's actions made him feel uncomfortable. The savage, desolate ancient land was the monster race's territory. Since when did a human become the master? After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "Everyone is here." "Then let's go." Yang Kai stood up and led the way to the stone mongoose's residence. The 29 demon kings looked at the three saint venerables anxiously. What else could Fan Hua and the others say? They could only raise their hands. In a flash they rushed to the sky and followed Yang Kai. Fan Ku and the other two arrived first, keeping pace with Yang Kai as they stared at each other in silence. Yang Kai took the initiative and said, "You three are very righteous. This time you helped me with all your strength. I will remember this and repay you generously in the future." The Wan Feng coldly snorted, "You weren't like this before." She still bore a grudge against Yang Kai for being so arrogant and bossy. If he had acted like this earlier, she would have been less worried. Yang Kai turned and glared at her. "You still have the nerve to say that. What's wrong? Can't I just say it?" The Wan Feng also lost her temper and stared back at Yang Kai without showing any weakness. Yang Kai said, "If you hadn't destroyed my space array back then, would we still be in such a hurry? We can reach our destination directly through your Phoenix Net Palace. Now it'll take us at least 2 hours to reach our destination. If we delay our important matters because of this, you'll see how I'll deal with you." Hearing him mention the past, the Wan Feng blinked and felt a bit guilty. After all, it was true that he had destroyed the space magic array, but who would have thought that he would be in such a hurry today? She turned her head and said, "Why are you yelling at me? I didn't know that this would happen." "Alright, since things have come to this, arguing is useless." Fan Hua jumped out to smooth things over. No matter what, the ancient lands didn't want to have a falling out with Yang Kai. They had to maintain the status quo. "Little brother Yang, why don't you tell us what happened?" The Wan Feng only told them that Yang Kai wanted to recruit all the high-level combatants of the ancient lands. It seemed that this matter was related to the demon race, so she didn't explain it clearly. Now that they had decided to act, they naturally had to inquire about the situation. Yang Kai heard this and was too lazy to argue with the Wan Feng. He pondered for a moment and said, "More than 10 years ago I received an invitation to go to the southern swamp in the southern territory to explore an ancient cave mansion." Since they had some time on the way, Yang Kai immediately told them about the trip to the ancient cave mansion and what happened after that. Then he talked about the martial gathering in the southern territory. When they heard that the demonic will had awakened and that the southern territory had encountered the demonic thought, the three of them were shocked. When they heard that the Orthodoxy Temple's temple master in the southern territory had been possessed by the demonic thought and set up a scheme to deal with the hundreds of the Emperor realm and tens of thousands of elite disciples in the southern territory, their expressions changed. They looked at each other and felt the seriousness of the problem. "So, the hundreds of the Emperor realm in the southern territory are still trapped in the Orthodoxy Temple? When I left it was like this. If the array isn't broken they won't be able to come out. I don't know what the situation inside is like." Songgo rubbed his chin and said, "The hundreds of the Emperor realm. I don't know how many of them have not been corrupted by the demonic qi." Since Yang Kai had been attacked by more than 10 people from the Emperor realm who had become the demon race, then it was certain that more people had become the demon race. After all, the martial gathering had already been going on for a month. If the Orthodoxy Temple had not planned this beforehand, then the demonic chi would have been able to corrupt more people. Normally it would not be obvious, but once it erupted, it would cause great destruction and cause more people to be infected by the demonic chi. If this cycle continued, then everyone would become a demon race. I hope the situation isn't too bad. Song Go sighed. The Wan Feng frowned and said, if the Orthodoxy Temple had planned this for a long time, then why did they lure you out to assassinate you? Isn't this the same as shooting themselves in the foot? Yang Kai said coldly, maybe they didn't expect that they would not be able to kill me. In fact, it was indeed so. Yang Kai thought back to the previous attack and still had some lingering fear. If it wasn't for the fact that the assassin didn't know his background and didn't know that he had a half-dragon body, he would have been dead already. The Wan Feng shook her head and said, what I mean is, why didn't they just leave you in the Orthodoxy Temple and let you sink into the mud? There was no need to do this. Song Go said, it shouldn't be a secret that little brother Yang has the space divine technique. I think they were afraid that he would notice something was wrong and run away. It would be safer to kill him first. The Wan Feng thought it was reasonable and nodded slightly. Fan Ke suddenly said in surprise, those demon race people really played a big game of chess. What do you mean? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously, not knowing why he suddenly sighed. Fan Ke said, think about it, if you didn't escape the assassination, what would have happened to the Orthodoxy Temple? Yang Kai frowned and thought for a while. The worst result would be that everyone alive become the demon race. Exactly. Fan Ke said, and if these people who become the demon race returned to their respective sects and acted secretly. Yang Kai followed his words and was shocked. The Southern Territory is in danger. Fan Ke said, at that time the entire Southern Territory will be the demon race's territory. Even if the great emperors act, it will be difficult to change the situation. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. He realized that Fan Ke's guess might really be the Orthodoxy Temple's plan. If he hadn't escaped the assassination and leaked the news, who would have known about the chaos in the Orthodoxy Temple? Song Go said, since the Orthodoxy Temple dares to attack the entire Southern Territory, they must have gathered a lot of demon race people. With just the few of us, Yang Kai said in a low voice, don't worry, it's not just you, I've also invited others. This time, not a single demon race person will escape from the Orthodoxy Temple. Others. Song Go looked at Yang Kai and saw that he didn't want to say more, so he didn't ask. He was afraid that Yang Kai would be angry and didn't have a plan. Since he had a plan, there was no need to worry too much. Yang Kai said, in any case, when you fight those demon race people, you must be careful not to be corroded by the demonic chi. You must also be on guard against the demonic chi. I have seen people being possessed by the demonic chi with my own eyes. There were no signs before and there were no abnormalities after the demonic chi took over. It was very strange. We understand. Fan Ke nodded. They didn't deliberately lower their voices, so naturally the monster kings behind them could hear them clearly. This was also Yang Kai's intention. When they heard that they were going to fight people being corroded by the demonic chi, the monster kings were shocked. This was a never-before experience. They didn't know whether the demonic chi was stronger or the demonic chi was stronger. Regardless, this was a good opportunity to perform. Once they caught Yang Kai's eyes, they wouldn't have to worry about not becoming holy spirits in the future. Wan Feng didn't tell them about Yang Kai's promise. It wasn't because she was afraid that Yang Kai would go back on his word, but because if she said it, the monster kings would be deeply grateful to Yang Kai. This would shake the 3 holy sages' rule in the ancient lands. In less than 2 hours, they arrived at the stone mongoose's residence. The elder didn't leave. He stood there with Muna, the leader of the wood spirits, and waited. Seeing the 3 holy sages and the 29 monster king descending from the sky, they couldn't help but look at each other. They secretly sighed. They knew that Yang Kai had a lot of influence in the ancient lands, but they didn't expect it to be this big. He had wiped out all the higher-ups in the ancient lands. When the 2 sides met, the elder and the 3 holy sages exchanged a few words. Then under Yang Kai's lead they stepped into the space array. After a flash of light they arrived at the mountain peak. The 8 stone mongoose had been there for a long time. They were guarding the space array. When they saw the space array moving, they all turned their heads to look. The 3 holy sages and the 29 monster king appeared one after another. Everyone stared at each other and soon they separated into 2 sides. The relationship between the stone mongoose and the ancient lands monster kings had never been very harmonious. It was only in the past 10 years that they had eased up a little. This was also because of Yang Kai. After sending the monster kings to the ancient lands, Yang Kai asked them to wait for a while. Then he turned around and stepped into the space array. In the High Heaven Palace, in the main hall where the space array was located, there were people moving around. Nearly 200 people from the Emperor realm gathered here. Some of them were whispering to each other, while others were watching coldly from the side. As time passed, impatience gradually spread. If it weren't for the experts from the 4 top forces eyeing them, these people from the Emperor realm from various sects would have already been in a mess. They had received orders from the High Heaven Palace to come here. They didn't know what was going on and they couldn't get an answer even when they asked the chief steward Hua Qingxi. Naturally they felt uneasy. They always wondered if the High Heaven Palace had secretly raised their butcher's knife and was going to kill them. However, what good would this do to the High Heaven Palace? Yingfei, Xiaowei and Shilei stood in a triangular formation. Their demonic qi soared to the sky as they coldly looked around. Anyone who met their eyes would avoid them, not daring to act rashly. Hua Qingxi, Bian Yuqing Yi Hen, the Southern Gate Army, and the people from Ice Heart Valley gathered together. Ice Heart Valley had sent 5 people from the Emperor realm, led by Ji Yao. Her face was cold and no one dared to approach her. The people from the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky sect were also gathered here. Basically, except for the 2 or 3 sects who stayed behind to guard the Emperor realm, everyone else from the 4 sects had come. Li Jiao and Mi Qi huddled together and whispered. They were also confused, not knowing what Yang Kai was doing. Chapter 3258. Amidst the whispers, a bright light flashed from the space array, and Yang Kai's figure appeared. Everyone turned their heads to look. Some of them looked serious while others looked suspicious. After all, not everyone had seen Yang Kai before and knew that he was the High Heaven Palace's palace master. Those who knew him naturally looked serious, while those who didn't only felt that this young man had an extraordinary aura and wasn't a pushover. Greetings, Palace Master Yang. Scattered voices sounded. Those from the Emperor realm who had seen Yang Kai for the first time finally knew his identity, and hurriedly cupped their fists and saluted. Palace Master. Hua Qingxi took a step forward. Yang Kai looked around with his sharp eyes. Seeing that there were quite a few people, he was quite satisfied. His expression eased a lot and he asked, "Is everyone here?" Hua Qingxi said, "Those who can arrive in half a day have basically arrived. The people from the Dragon Tiger sect and the Profound Cloud Pavilion haven't arrived yet." There were only a little over 200 people from the Emperor realm gathered in the hall. There were definitely more people from the Emperor realm in the entire Northern Territory, but Yang Kai gave them a deadline of half a day, so Hua Qingxi went to inform them specifically. Those who obviously couldn't reach the High Heaven Palace in half a day weren't notified. This was also thanks to the many space arrays that Yang Kai had set up in the Northern Territory that were connected to the High Heaven Palace. Otherwise, not even a quarter of the people would be able to come. It was because of those space arrays that 200 people from the Emperor realm could gather in half a day. The Dragon Tiger sect, the Profound Cloud Pavilion. Yang Kai nodded lightly and waved his hand. "If you're not here, then don't come." Although his tone was calm and did not reveal the slightest bit of malice, the people of the Emperor realm who were present could still hear the unfriendliness in his words. They secretly sighed. These 2 sects would probably no longer be able to establish themselves in the Northern Territory in the future. They might even be eradicated by this guy. They could not help but feel a little sad for the loss of the rabbit and a little angry at Yang Kai for acting arbitrarily. A sect that had only risen 30 years ago actually controlled the future of the cultivator and the rise and fall of the sect in the entire Northern Territory. No one would believe such a thing. However, the other party's fists were too big, and they also had the precedent of destroying the Seeking Passion sect. Therefore, even if they felt resentment and anger in their hearts, they didn't dare to show it. Everyone, I'm sure you're all wondering why I've gathered all of you here in my High Heaven Palace. I'll tell you now. First, it's to save people, and second, it's to kill. A middle-aged man cupped his fists and asked, "Dare I ask, Palace Master Yang, who do you want us to save and who do you want us to kill?" With so many masters gathered together, the commotion they would cause would not be small. Basically, 1/5 of the top combatants in the Northern Territory were gathered here. He really couldn't understand what kind of situation would require so many people to be mobilized. Even the 4 top forces had almost all come out. Yang Kai glanced at him. He didn't know which sect master this man was, but he was a first-order Emperor Realm Master and had a righteous aura. He didn't show any fear when facing Yang Kai's gaze, so he nodded lightly and said, "The person I want to save is a cultivator in the Southern Territory. Like everyone here, they are the sect masters of the Southern Territory." A cultivator in the Southern Territory? An uproar broke out in the hall. No one had expected that today's matter would involve the Southern Territory. This was the Northern Territory, so far away from the Southern Territory. As the saying goes, distant water can't quench a nearby thirst. Palace Master Yang wanted to save the people in the Southern Territory, so why did he gather the people in the Northern Territory? Compared to this, everyone was more shocked by what happened to the Southern Territory's sect masters. Why did so many people need to be mobilized to save them? Although they weren't in the same territory, since they were sect masters, they definitely weren't weak. At the very least, they were the Emperor Realm's sect masters. If even they couldn't solve the problem, how could they? The ones we need to kill are demons. Yang Kai shouted, suppressing the noise. The hall instantly fell silent. Everyone stared at him with their eyes wide open. Even Ji Yao, who had always been cold, had a change in her expression. Yang Kai didn't care what they thought and continued, "Hundreds of people from the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory have become the demon race's trap. They are trapped in the Orthodoxy Temple and can't escape. At any time they could be corroded by the demonic qi and become the demon race's dangerous path. Right now their only hope is this seat, so this seat needs everyone's help to break the Orthodoxy Temple's protective array, kill the demons and rescue the people in the Southern Territory." These words were simply outrageous, shocking everyone present and making them feel dizzy, instinctively thinking that Kai Yang was just joking. First of all, the Southern Territory was so far away, so who would know? But Yang Kai just had to say it with certainty. Second of all, the existence of the demons was far too distant. It was said that they had been corroded by the demonic qi and become the demon race's people, but where did the demonic qi come from? The situation is like this. I don't care if you believe me or not. Once you arrive, you will naturally know. When you go to the Southern Territory, everyone must remember one thing. You must protect yourselves well and not be easily corroded by the demonic qi. You must also guard against the demonic qi's possession. If the former appears, this seat may have a chance to save you, but if the latter, good luck. Let's go. Hua Qingxi was stunned for a moment before immediately leading the Emperor Realm's people into the space array. The High Heaven Palace's array was not small and could transport 20 to 30 people at a time. With Yang Kai here, it didn't even need to be inlaid with source crystals. It only needed to be activated by activating the space principles. After the light flashed, groups of people disappeared. No matter what they thought at the moment, they were tactful and didn't raise any objections, obediently following the arrangements. At the back of the crowd, an ordinary-looking woman and an elderly man were gathered together. Both of them were second-order emperors and were sect masters of first-class sects in the Northern Territory. They were only slightly inferior to the High Heaven Palace, Ice Heart Valley and the other 3 great forces. Except for the fact that they didn't have a third-order Emperor Realm Master and had fewer people in the Emperor Realm, their foundation was also extraordinary. The 2 of them were together, quietly communicating with each other. The woman said, "This High Heaven Palace is too much. First they gave us half a day to get here, then they didn't even ask for our permission before directly asking us to fight the demons. How can they do this?" The elderly man nodded. "Yes, it's too much. Previously, everyone was forced to submit because of the High Heaven Palace's strength and prestige, so they already had resentment in their hearts. Now that they were suddenly dragged out to fight the demons and save a group of strangers from the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory, the resentment in their hearts deepened." The woman continued, "Do they really think that the Northern Territory belongs to the High Heaven Palace? This is just the beginning and they're already like this. What will happen in the future?" The elderly man smiled bitterly. "Life will be difficult." The woman glanced at him. "Do you want to be bullied like this forever and be powerless to resist?" The elderly man was shocked. "Resist? How are you going to resist? I advise you not to act recklessly." The foundation of the High Heaven Palace is right here. Do you see those 3 monster clans? Those are the 3 monster kings, each of them comparable to a 3-layer Emperor Realm Master. How can we be their opponents? The woman snorted coldly. A just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. The High Heaven Palace has caused a lot of trouble in the Northern Territory recently. Which sect doesn't have any complaints? Who is willing to be ordered around by them? As long as the Northern Territory's sects can unite, what can the High Heaven Palace do? The elderly man said thoughtfully, "You want to unite with the others." The woman said, "For the sake of the future, this is the only way. If the High Heaven Palace is tactful, they will naturally take a step back. If not, how can they compete with the entire Northern Territory? Even if the other 3 sects join forces, it won't work. The key is whether or not the people are united." The elderly man nodded slightly and said, "After this incident, this old master reckons that everyone is aware of the crisis. If there is a chance to resist, they won't miss it. Otherwise, if their lives are in the hands of others, I'm afraid they won't be able to live comfortably. After this incident, you and I might as well go out and walk around more. If there is a chance, it won't be too late to discuss it in detail." "That's reasonable. Then let's agree on this first. And let's not talk about it for now. It's our turn. I don't know where we are going." The woman and elderly man stood on the space array with some other people from the Emperor realm. Suddenly, a light enveloped them and they felt dizzy. It was as if they were shuttling through the endless void. Even as strong as they were, they still felt dizzy and their knowledge sea was in chaos. When they finally came back to their senses, the uncomfortable feelings spread throughout their body. The woman felt that she was standing on solid ground. Her face was slightly pale and even her footsteps were a little shaky. She heard a low shout in her ear, "Don't block there. Hurry up and come down. There are more people coming from behind." Before she could see who was speaking, the woman hurriedly dodged to the side. She pinched her fingers together and silently circulated her secret art to relieve the uncomfortable feeling. However, her face was full of suspicion. It wasn't that she hadn't used a space array before. This time she came to High Heaven Palace through a space array. She had used it many times before when she was traveling around the Northern Territory, but she had never felt as uncomfortable as this time. This was the first time she had experienced such a feeling. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be happening. She was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could she almost not be able to withstand the pressure of a single teleportation? Opening her eyes and looking around, she saw many familiar and unfamiliar faces around her. They were all extremely pale and had a look of lingering fear on their faces. Obviously, they were all uncomfortable. The elderly man was also next to her. The 2 of them looked at each other in confusion. At this moment, whispers came from the side. Although the voices weren't loud, everyone present was from the Emperor realm. Who couldn't hear them? The woman and elderly man were both shocked and said in horror, "The Southern Territory? Impossible, right? This is the Southern Territory? A moment ago we were still in the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. How did we end up in the Southern Territory in the blink of an eye?" Their first reaction was disbelief. However, after scanning the surroundings with their divine senses, they found that the terrain and climate here were indeed very different from the Northern Territory. It was as if they were really in the Southern Territory. Thinking about the feeling of being teleported and the records they read in the ancient books, a thought flashed through their minds. The 2 of them couldn't believe it. They turned their heads and looked at the space array they came from. Their eyes were burning with passion. A space array that could cross territory. Chapter 3259. It wasn't impossible to travel from the Northern Territory to the Southern Territory in an instant as long as there was a space array that could cross territory. However, this kind of thing was extremely rare in the entire star boundary. It seemed that only a few great emperors' sects possessed it and it was passed down from ancient times. It was unknown whether it could still be used. The woman and the elderly man hadn't thought of this before, but after hearing the whispers around them, they finally came to their senses. Could it be that they had just used a space array that could cross territory? The more they thought about it, the more they felt that this was possible. Only a space array that could cross territory would have such a strong transmission after effect. After all, crossing hundreds of millions of miles in an instant was not something that could be compared to the previous transmission. Where did the High Heaven Palace get a space array that could cross territory? The territory occupied by the High Heaven Palace originally belonged to the Seeking Passion sect. Most of them had visited the Seeking Passion sect before, so they were aware of the Seeking Passion sect's heritage and understood that it was impossible for the Seeking Passion sect to possess a space array that could cross territory. They had long heard that the High Heaven Palace's palace master Yang Kai was proficient in the space principles. Could it be that he could even arrange a space array that could cross territory? If this was true, then it would be a big deal. The woman and the elderly man looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The whispers around them grew louder and louder. The words Southern Territory appeared more and more frequently. Some people didn't believe it, while others, like them, stared at the space array with burning eyes. If this was really a space array that could cross territory, then it would be a huge treasure. Just like how Yang Kai could see the benefits brought by the flow of goods between the two territory, they could naturally see that with such a space array connecting the north and south, any sect could become rich. For the sake of caution, the woman was about to ask the people of the High Heaven Palace about it, but when she looked around, her face turned sluggish. The elderly man hadn't recovered from the shock of instantly arriving at the Southern Territory and crossing the space array, so when he saw the woman's expression, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" The woman didn't respond at all, but her eyes were fixed in a certain direction. The old man was puzzled. Following her line of sight, he was instantly dumbfounded. Over there stood 8 or 9 stone golems, each of them several zhang tall. Each of them had an extraordinary aura. Just by looking at them, they gave off a strong visual impact. Their bodies, which seemed to be made of stone, were filled with an indescribable sense of power. No one dared to doubt their valiant fighting strength. Could this be the legendary stone mongoose? Wasn't it said to be extinct? Why were there so many of them here? It wouldn't have been a big deal if that was all there was to it. On the other side of the stone mongoose there were a lot of silhouettes. There weren't many of them, only about 30 of them, but every one of them was emitting a terrifying demonic qi. Previously, the woman and the elderly man were too focused on the existence of the space magic array to notice the demonic qi. At this moment, when they used their hearts to examine it, their expressions changed drastically. These monster race cultivators were all Monster King level existences. None of them were a match for them. The woman and the elderly man clearly saw the 3 Monster Kings of the High Heaven Palace mingling with the other monster race cultivators, laughing and chatting. Counting carefully, there were 32 of them. In other words, there were 32 Monster Kings here. What kind of power was this? One had to know that most of the so-called top sects only had a single third-stage Emperor Realm Master. For example, the Fire Dragon Palace only had Li Jiao, the High Sky Sect only had Mi Qi, the Seeking Passion Sect only had one, and Ice Heart Valley only had Bing Yun. In comparison, the power represented by these 32 Monster Kings was extremely terrifying. To put it bluntly, the 200 cultivators of the Emperor Realm gathered in the Northern Territory wouldn't be able to defeat them even if they joined forces. They would only stand a chance if they worked together. Were they also helpers invited by the High Heaven Palace's palace master? Where did this group of Monster Kings come from? Why had they never heard of the existence of these Monster Kings before? Gudong. The sound of gulping could be heard as everyone's attention shifted from the territory crossing space array to the Monster Kings. The Monster Kings obviously felt it too. Many Monster Kings opened their bloody mouths as if they were pranking them. The demonic qi on their bodies became even more terrifying, causing the cultivators of the Emperor Realm in the Northern Territory to tremble in fear. They were afraid that these guys would madly rush in and start a massacre. If that happened, they would be doomed. The woman suddenly remembered a rumor. Her pupils shrank as she stared at the 2 men and 1 woman standing in front of the 32 Monster Kings. She quietly transmitted her voice, 32 Monster Kings. What do you think? What do you think? The elderly man subconsciously replied. The woman said, I heard that in the Eastern Territory, there is a savage desolation ancient land that retains its savage aura. It has not changed even after thousands of years. And in that savage desolation ancient land, there are 4 Saint Masters, and each of them has 8 powerful Monster Kings under their command. The elderly man blankly said, for Saint Masters and each of them has 8 Monster Kings. Wouldn't that be a perfect number of 32? Actually, he had heard of this rumor before, but it was just a rumor. Without seeing it with his own eyes, no one would dare to believe it. But there was no such coincidence in this world. There were 32 monster kings in the savage desolation ancient land, and there were 32 here. The elderly man's face was pale as he said, "Are you saying that they came from the savage desolation ancient land?" "That is the Eastern Territory," the woman said. "What's wrong with the Eastern Territory? We came from the Northern Territory. So that's how it is." So the 3 monster kings in the High Heaven Palace came from the savage desolation ancient land. The existence of Ying Fei, Xiaowei and Shilei was not a secret, but many people in the Northern Territory did not understand how Yang Kai managed to subdue these 3 monster kings and put them in the High Heaven Palace as guards. Until now, this question that had puzzled everyone for a long time finally found a suitable answer. That makes sense. Those legendary stone mongoose that was rumored to have gone extinct probably came from the savage desolation ancient land. The elderly man gently nodded. Suddenly he took a deep breath and said with a trembling voice, "If these stone mongoose and monster king came from the savage desolation ancient land, then who are the 3 in front of us?" The woman turned her head stiffly to look at him. She had thought of this question a long time ago. At this moment she said word by word, "Holy Spirit." The elderly man immediately lowered his head. After thinking for a while he said, "This old man thinks that what we said before was not well thought out. Let's take our time to think about it." Originally, they wanted to wait until this matter was over to contact the other northern territories, the Emperor realm, to resist the pressure of the High Heaven Palace. But now that they saw that Yang Kai had casually gathered so many helpers, including the stone mongoose, the monster king and the Holy Spirit, who would dare to act rashly? Although they might all be in the Eastern Territory with the existence of the Trans-Territory Space Magic Circle, it would only take a breath's time to travel from the Eastern Territory to the Northern Territory. Since they were here now, it meant that the Eastern Territory also had a Trans-Territory Space Magic Circle. If they really pissed off the High Heaven Palace and dragged this group of people to the Northern Territory, even if all the Northern Territory's sects worked together, they might not be a match for them. Not to mention when the time came, people would definitely be divided. The woman nodded in agreement. Actually, it's not bad to have a leading sect in the Northern Territory. It's better than being scattered. She was probably comforting herself. There were more than 200 people from the Emperor realm in the Northern Territory. They were all experienced and knowledgeable people. If the woman and elderly man could see the stone mongoose and monster king's origins, there was no reason why the others couldn't. At this moment, when they saw so many monster king and holy spirits waiting obediently here, they didn't dare to complain. They all looked down and waited obediently at the side. The shock in their hearts didn't need to be told to outsiders. Michi and Li Jiao huddled together. The former's expression kept changing. He secretly felt lucky that he didn't fall out with the High Heaven Palace. Otherwise there wouldn't be a High Sky sect now. He probably wouldn't even know how he died. Li Jiao's performance was not bad. After all, he had caused a ruckus on Dragon Island with Yang Kai. He also knew about the close relationship between Yang Kai and a dragon lady. Therefore, even though he was a little shocked by Yang Kai's methods and reputation, he was one of the few people who were relatively calm. He even had a strange sense of superiority. He thought that if Yang Kai really called the dragon race from Dragon Island over, it would be very interesting. However, he didn't know what kind of attitude Dragon Island had towards Yang Kai. Logically speaking, with Dragon Island like this, they were bound to be Dragon Island's archenemy. However, the key was that Yang Kai had sex with a dragon lady. Just as everyone was shocked, Yang Kai led the last group of people to the spatial formation. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Yang Kai's gaze swept across everyone and said loudly, "This is the Southern Territory. The Orthodoxy Palace is not far away. Later I ask that everyone work together to help me save people and prevent the demons from escaping. The most important thing for everyone is to protect yourselves and not be affected by the demonic chi. Secondly, capture those who are affected by the demonic chi. Try not to kill them if you can." "Can't kill them." Everyone was shocked. Fan Ku frowned and said, "Since they have already become the demon race, why leave them alive? If they couldn't kill them, then they could only capture them alive." Although everyone present was strong, capturing them alive was still a bit troublesome. Moreover, what was the use of capturing them alive? It was easy to become the demon race, but it was extremely difficult to get rid of the demonic thoughts. In his opinion, as long as they were affected by the demonic chi, there was no need to keep them alive. "I have my own plans. Of course, if I have no other choice, I would rather kill them than let a single demon escape. Yang Kai said with a serious expression, "Do you all understand?" "Understood." The 200 people from the Emperor realm in the Northern Territory shouted in unison. At this time no one dared to disrespect Yang Kai. A group of Monster King and 3 people who were suspected to be holy spirits were watching. "First, I ask that everyone surround the Orthodoxy Palace and follow my orders." Yang Kai waved his hand and led the way towards the Orthodoxy Palace. "Let's go." A group of people followed closely behind him. A moment later, a faintly discernible curtain of light appeared before everyone's eyes. This was the Orthodoxy Temple's grand protective array. Everyone's heart trembled at the sight of this grand array. Such a grand array was the foundation of a top sect. As they approached the grand array, Yang Kai waved his hands left and right, and the several hundred people instantly split into 2 groups and flew out in an orderly manner along the Orthodoxy Temple's spirit array, stopping at regular intervals. In less than half a cup of tea's time, they had completely surrounded Orthodoxy Temple. Chapter 3260. While Yang Kai and the others were taking action inside Orthodoxy Temple, Lei Gu, whose body was wrapped in demon qi, apparently received the news. He turned his head to look at the demon next to him and asked, "Are you sure?" The demon cupped his fists and said, "Reporting to Master, I'm absolutely sure. There are more than 200 people, all of them from the Emperor realm." This demon was wearing the robes of Orthodoxy Temple, so it was obvious at a glance that he was a member of Orthodoxy Temple. His cultivation was also at the First Order Emperor realm, and he was probably an elder of Orthodoxy Temple. But at this moment he had obviously been possessed by a demonic sense. Lei Gu's eyes flashed as he frowned. How is this possible? The layout of the Southern Territory was very meticulous, and they had taken advantage of the martial meet to plot against many Emperor realm masters and tens of thousands of elite disciples. They had been scheming against the unsuspecting, so there was no way they could have been foolproof, but they had not expected that Yang Kai would make a mistake at the last moment. He also didn't expect that Yang Kai, who had disappeared for more than a decade, would participate in the Southern Territory's martial gathering, so he sent someone to lure him away and assassinate him secretly. Who knew that even that person would fail, making him depressed? Only now did he realize that the person with the space divine technique was really good at preserving his life. And in less than a day, where did that surnamed Yang find so many helpers? And all of them were from the Emperor realm. But the demon under his command spoke with such certainty that he had no choice but to believe it. To be safe, he decided to take a look himself. After exhorting a few words to the demon, his figure flickered and he arrived at the mountain gate. Looking around, his face couldn't help but turn solemn. Yang Kai, who had been away for a day, had returned, and he had indeed brought a lot of helpers with him. In addition to Shi Hua, who had been staying here to monitor the situation, there were also 8 or 9 stone golems and a dozen or so people from the Emperor realm surrounding him. Looking around outside the sect defending array of Orthodoxy Temple, there was a person standing in the air at regular intervals. When they saw him appear, they all looked up. They really were from the Emperor realm, and there were quite a few of them. Although Lei Gu wasn't sure how many people Yang Kai had brought with him, it seemed that the demon's report was correct. Where did he find so many from the Emperor realm? It had only been a day. Even if he had rushed to the various sects in the Southern Territory to inform them, it was impossible for him to find so many reinforcements in such a short time. Lei Gu's expression became a bit solemn. He vaguely felt that things weren't going well. If this plan failed, then Yang Kai would definitely be the main culprit. His heart was filled with hatred. After planning for so many years, his grand plan was going to fail in the hands of a single person. How could he not be angry? As expected, it has become the demon race. Ji Yao was standing beside Yang Kai. After seeing Lei Gu, she immediately clicked her tongue in wonder and sized him up. This was also her first time seeing the cultivator of the demonic qi and become the demon race. Even though it was her first time seeing it, the black energy on Lei Gu's body gave her an extremely uncomfortable feeling. There was a kind of rejection that came from the depths of her soul. Was this the demonic qi? It really was filthy. Lei Gu, today will be the day of your death. Yang Kai shouted through gritted teeth. The sight of his enemy made his eyes turn red. Lei Gu's expression was cold and he didn't say a word. He suddenly turned around and left, not even intending to say a word to Yang Kai. He came here mainly to see if the information was wrong. Now that it was confirmed, There was no need to stay any longer. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. He knew that this guy was going to cut off all means of retreat, so he immediately shouted, "Is the temple master here?" His voice was activated by his emperor chi, and like rolling thunder, it spread into the depths of Orthodoxy Temple. A hearty laugh immediately came from inside. "Not dead yet. Temple master, hold on a little longer. I'll save you now," Yang Kai shouted again. When Zhou Xian's voice came, "Okay." Although he didn't know what was going on outside, since Yang Kai had returned, he must have found help. Now that everyone's hope of escaping was on Yang Kai, he could only trust him unconditionally. "Little brat, why aren't you attacking? If you keep talking, your temple master is going to become the demon race." Ma Qing's exasperated voice also came. When Zhou Xian laughed, "Bullshit, you're the one who's going to become the demon race." Yang Kai grinned when he heard this. Fortunately, they were still in the mood to bicker. This meant that the situation hadn't reached the most critical point yet. He raised his hand high and his voice resounded in all directions. "Everyone heed my order." Clanging sounds could be heard as swords and sabers were drawn. Emperor artifacts were summoned one after another. Monster Chi and Emperor Chi were rolling, ready to attack. Yang Kai's raised hand swung down fiercely as he shouted, "Attack." As he spoke, a dark moon blade slashed forward and slammed into the light curtain of Orthodoxy Temple's sect defending array. A poochie sound immediately rang out as the light curtain caved in slightly and ripples spread out from the center of the impact. In the next moment, hundreds of attacks of various shapes and sizes bombarded the light curtain from all directions, causing it to sway unsteadily. For a moment, the sky darkened as the world energy became chaotic and various principles intertwined like a net. Before the light curtain of the grand array could be stabilized, it began to sway from side to side. It looked like it was about to collapse, but to everyone's surprise, the light curtain actually withstood a round of fierce attacks and did not collapse in the first place. Orthodoxy Temple's sect defending array was naturally extraordinary. If someone had been in charge of it, it might have been able to repair itself quickly, but at this moment, this spirit array was only defending itself on its own. There was no one in charge of it, so even if it had some self-repairing ability, it was of little use. It wasn't that Lei Gu didn't want to stay here to preside over the spirit array, but he also knew that the situation was hopeless. With so many masters joining forces to attack, even if he was in charge, the spirit array wouldn't be able to last much longer. Rather than wasting time here, it was better to think of something else that might give him a chance. The first wave of attacks had only just stopped when the second wave arrived, and it was even more ferocious than the first. The heavens and earth changed color and the universe was turned upside down. Everyone in the Emperor realm felt an indescribable sense of excitement rise in their hearts. Never before had so many masters taken action together. Just the momentum alone was enough to shock anyone who saw it. And as a part of this scene, the helpers Yang Kai had brought naturally shared the glory of this event. With a series of rumbles, the spirit array collapsed and the light curtain that had been covering Orthodoxy Temple burst like a soap bubble. "Kill!" Yang Kai roared and was the first to rush in. Beside him, Jiao also followed closely behind, her figure graceful, but as she rushed into Orthodoxy Palace, she turned her head and glanced to the side. On a small slope there was a woman's corpse. She had a beautiful figure and beautiful features, but her eyes were wide open as if she had died with a grievance. She didn't know what the relationship between this woman and Yang Kai was, but just now Yang Kai had clearly glanced in that direction, and after looking, there was a trace of pain in his eyes. Jiao's eyes flashed and she pointed down. A snowflake floated out and lightly fell on the woman's corpse. The snowflake didn't melt and instead released an extremely cold aura. In the blink of an eye, the woman's corpse was sealed in a block of ice. A group of demon dwellers wrapped in black chi rushed in. They all had dull expressions and seemed to have lost their minds. They were like walking corpses. They wore different clothes, but they were obviously disciples of the various sects in the southern territory. They waved their weapons and charged at the group of people from the Emperor realm without any regard for their lives. Yang Kai was the first to bear the brunt. His figure was erratic as he flitted past one demon dweller after another. He reached out and gently patted them on the back of their heads. The group of demon dwellers suddenly fell from the sky like dumplings and into the forest below. Yang Kai didn't kill them. Others might not be able to solve the problem of being corroded by the demonic qi and becoming the demon race, but he could dispel the demonic qi and let these demon dwellers regain their consciousness. Otherwise, if he really started a massacre, the Yuan qi in the Southern Territory would definitely suffer a great loss. But at this time he didn't have the time to take care of them one by one. He could only knock them out as soon as possible. They didn't fly too high, so even if they fell like this it wouldn't be fatal, not to mention there was still the forest below. The people behind Yang Kai also followed suit. While urging their emperor qi to protect themselves, preventing the demonic qi from corroding their bodies, they also knocked out their enemies. The demon dwellers who rushed over were all below the emperor realm, so how could they be a match for them? Even if they didn't fear death after becoming the demon race, they still didn't have the qualifications to fight the emperor realm. One by one the demon dwellers fell unconscious, creating a spectacular scene. But there were too many of these demon dwellers, at least 1,000, and this was only from the direction of the sect gate. If the demon dwellers in the other directions of the Orthodoxy temple were included, Yang Kai estimated that in just one day, the number of disciples from the Southern Territory who had become the demon race had reached tens of thousands. With Yang Kai taking the lead, the dozen or so people stabbed into the camp of those who had become the demon race like a sharp knife. Wherever they went, no one was able to withstand a single blow. That's all there is to it, huh? A First-Order Emperor Realm Elder from the High Sky sect laughed. Before, Yang Kai had gathered so many masters and made such a big scene that it was inevitable that people would feel nervous. They thought that the so-called demon dwellers were very powerful, but now that they had fought against them, they realized that they were just SOSO. It seemed that whether it was a demon dweller or not, strength was the foundation of everything. He wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. Most people who came into contact with the demon dwellers for the first time had the same thought. The demonic qi of the demon dwellers was indeed a little strange. It was extremely corrosive and full of evil and filth, but everyone had their emperor qi protecting their bodies and many of them were wearing artifact armors, so they weren't afraid of the thin demonic qi at all. Although the dozen or so people were surrounded by thousands of people, they talked and laughed as usual. Although there were many demon dwellers, with the methods of these dozen or so people, it would probably take less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea to knock them all out. When that time came, they would converge and directly attack the depths of the Orthodoxy temple. Lei Gu would definitely not be able to escape. But at this moment, many of the demon dwellers' faces suddenly turned red and their bodies swelled up as if they were being inflated. Their bellies swelled up as if they were pregnant for 10 months. Painful sounds came from their throats as the demonic qi on their bodies fluctuated violently. The sudden turn of events caused many people to be stunned. Their movements couldn't help but slow down a lot, but everyone felt a faint sense of crisis. Be careful. Yang Kai's face changed as he let out a loud shout. He grabbed the neck of one of the demon cultivators and squeezed it hard, trying to make it faint. However, the demon cultivator just stared at him with his eyes wide open and showed no signs of stopping his body from expanding. Chapter 3261. With a loud bang, the demon cultivator exploded, leaving no corpse behind, but there was no blood spattering. Instead, the demon cultivator turned into a mass of pitch-black demonic qi that wrapped around Yang Kai. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk as the sounds of explosions rang out one after another, the demon cultivators exploded, causing Yang Kai's heart to sink. Up in the sky, where the Orthodoxy temple had been fighting, the dense mass of demonic qi grew rapidly like black mushrooms as the demon cultivators exploded, covering a large area in the blink of an eye, forming a black cloud that covered a radius of more than 12 kilometers. The dozen or so disciples of the Emperor realm who were following closely behind Yang Kai were caught off guard and were all wrapped up in this black cloud. Even Yang Kai was not spared. Everyone who had been talking and laughing a moment ago suddenly paled. The thin demonic qi that they had not taken seriously until now had become hundreds of times denser and its power had risen sharply. With a sizzling sound, the demonic qi began to corrode everyone's protective emperor qi. Even as strong as the disciples of the Emperor realm, they felt their protective emperor qi on the verge of collapse. In a very short period of time, holes began to appear in their protective emperor qi, causing many of them to cry out in panic. No one needed to say anything. The dozen or so people almost did not hesitate as their figures flickered and they frantically fled. When everyone escaped from the black cloud's range and looked back, their faces were filled with lingering fear. No one had expected those demon cultivators to self-detonate, and the power of their explosions was so terrifying. Yang Kai's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Previously there had been thousands of demon cultivators rushing towards them, but they had only knocked out 300 to 400 of them, but in that instant at least 500 to 600 of them had self-detonated. In other words, just in their direction the elite disciples of the Southern Territory had lost 500 to 600. It must be the same in the other directions. It could be said that the Southern Territory's elite disciples had suffered heavy losses. Brother Qin Yu. A terrified voice suddenly rang out. Yang Kai turned his head and narrowed his eyes. He saw a middle-aged man standing there with a helpless look on his face. His emperor qi had been broken, and his body was wrapped in a dark demonic qi. This demonic qi was like a living creature, drilling into his body through his pores and orifices, causing his aura to change dramatically in a very short time. Even his eyes were covered in this dark demonic qi. Yang Kai didn't know who this person was, but he should be a helper that he had recruited from the Northern Territory. He also didn't know which sect he was from. When the people around him saw this, they all turned pale with fright and hurriedly scattered to the side, staring at him vigilantly, afraid that he would suddenly attack them. The man himself was obviously a little confused, his hands spread out in front of his eyes as he stared blankly, then looked up at Yang Kai and begged, "Palace Master Yang, save me." If the demonic qi completely eroded his mind, he would be no different from those demon cultivators who had self-detonated before. At that time his life and death would be out of his control, and he wouldn't even know when he would self-detonate. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai appeared in front of him, his aura suddenly changing dramatically. As he chanted an incantation, a ray of light shot out from his hand and enveloped the man. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk the dark demonic qi seemed to have encountered its nemesis, and as the light enveloped the man, the dark demonic qi rushed out of his pores before dissipating. The man's chaotic mind stabilized, and a feeling of escaping death filled his heart as he excitedly said, "Many thanks, Palace Master Yang." Although he didn't know what kind of magical method Yang Kai had used, he could clearly feel that the demonic qi that had invaded his body had been expelled. "Be careful." Yang Kai glanced at them coldly. They were from the Emperor realm and they had almost become the demon race. How foolish. He also saw that it was not that the demonic qi was difficult to guard against, but that it was the first time these guys had come into contact with demon cultivators, and they had been a little careless just now. Otherwise they would have only needed to maintain their Emperor qi to protect themselves, and this situation would not have happened. Perhaps it was also because those demon cultivators had self-detonated at close range. Otherwise, how could he have lasted so long under the monstrous demonic qi outside Maplewood City when he was only from the First Order Dao Source realm? Even if the demonic qi was corrosive, as long as he protected himself and did not give it a chance, it would not be a big problem. Wizard technique. On the crown of a big tree in the distance, a dark shadow lurking in the shadows saw this scene, and his eyes could not help but shrink. Others did not know what method Yang Kai had used to expel the demonic qi, but he knew that it was the wizard technique. In ancient times, the demon race had suffered a great loss at the hands of those great wizards, and it was because of this that he was so shocked. There was actually someone in this era who knew the wizard technique. And looking at the way he had cast it, it seemed that he was extremely proficient in the wizard technique. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to cast an exorcism technique. But how was this possible? Heroes were created in every era, and every era had its own laws. With the current laws of heaven and earth, how could there be someone who could cultivate the wizard technique? Before he could finish his thoughts, his eyes suddenly blurred, and a figure stood in front of him like a ghost. This person was shocked and quickly retreated without thinking. Condense. A cold voice entered his ears, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He looked up and saw that Yang Kai, who was originally a few li away, had appeared in front of him at some unknown time. And after he spat out that word, the surrounding space suddenly solidified, turning into a formless cage that surrounded him. He struggled with all his might, urging his own strength to break free from the power of imprisonment, but he felt like he had fallen into a swamp, and the more he struggled, the more he sank. Demonic intent. Yang Kai stared at his pitch-black eyes and coldly snorted. This person was clearly different from those demons who had fearlessly rushed over. Although those demons who had been corroded by the demonic qi had become the demon race, they had lost their ability to think. Meanwhile, this person in front of him could move on his own. This person had undoubtedly been possessed by the demonic intent just like Lei Gu. And from his appearance he should be an elder of the Emperor realm from the Orthodoxy Palace. You deserve to die. This person gritted his teeth and growled, his body suddenly expanding. He was about to self-destruct. Obviously, he knew that he was not Yang Kai's opponent and was even more unwilling to be captured. You want to self-destruct in front of me? Look at me. Yang Kai shouted as a golden slit suddenly appeared in his right eye and poured out his spiritual energy in a seemingly corporeal manner. The demonic intent who was about to self-destruct was stunned, his inflated body involuntarily shriveling. Before he could react, Yang Kai had grabbed him by the neck and stuffed him into the sealed world bead to be suppressed. Yang Kai didn't kill him because there were still many things he didn't understand. If he left him alive, he might be able to get some useful information. In addition, Yang Kai also wanted to see if he could save this person from being possessed by the demonic intent, just like how he had rescued those who had been corroded by the demonic qi. After succeeding in his attack, Yang Kai turned around and looked back, his brow furrowing. He saw the huge black cloud in the sky tumbling, and then hundreds of vortexes appeared. The dense black qi poured into these vortexes and soon disappeared. In a flash, the black cloud disappeared and hundreds of figures with demonic qi appeared again. They were part of the thousands of demon dwellers just now. Of the thousands of demon dwellers, 500 to 600 had self-destructed, and 300 to 400 had been knocked unconscious by Yang Kai and the others. The remaining 100 or so had been hiding in the black cloud all this time and only now revealed themselves. And after devouring the demonic qi formed by their companions who had self-destructed, each of them had greatly improved in strength. The aura they exuded was not much weaker than that of the people of the Emperor realm. What the hell? The High Sky Sect elder's eyes trembled, his face full of shock. Only now did he realize how ridiculous he had been for underestimating the enemy. At first they didn't put the 1,000 or so demon dwellers in their eyes, but who would have thought that in the end, they would be able to gather a force that could fight against them. But soon everyone found that something was wrong. Because although the hundreds of demon dwellers had greatly improved in strength, they stood in place stupidly like wooden stakes. Hurry up and knock them out. Yang Kai shouted, his heart understanding. It seemed that these demon dwellers who had been corroded by the demonic qi temporarily did not have the ability to move on their own. The reason they had rushed over just now was because they had been driven by someone. And the one who had driven them should be the Orthodoxy Temple elder who had been possessed by the demonic qi. Now that he had captured the one who had driven them, the hundreds of demon dwellers immediately became like puppets with their strings cut. The dozen or so people heard the voice and carefully rushed over to the 100 demon dwellers, but after a few exchanges, they found that these demon dwellers showed no signs of resistance and were knocked unconscious one after another. Seeing this, Yang Kai was even more certain of his conjecture. These demon dwellers who had been corroded by the demonic qi really did not have the ability to move on their own. He didn't know whether it was because they had always been like this or because they had become the demon race for too short a time. At this moment there was no time to think about it. Yang Kai soared into the air and looked around. He saw that the Orthodoxy Temple had been divided into more than 20 battlefields, each of them fiercely engaged in battle. The situation on his side could be considered good. The Northern Territory expert from the Emperor realm who had been corroded by the demonic qi had been saved by him and did not become the demon race. The Orthodoxy Temple elder who had driven the demon dwellers had been captured by him, and the demon dwellers had also lost the ability to move. However, the other battlefields did not have such a good start. Yang Kai could clearly see that the Northern Territory experts from the Emperor realm had already become the demon race and were turning against their former allies. These demon dwellers were enraged and could only fight back. They could not kill the demon dwellers, so a lot of their energy and manpower were tied up. The demon dwellers who had swallowed a large amount of demonic qi and had greatly increased their strength had also rushed in without fear of death and were fighting to the death with the allied forces from the Eastern and Northern Territory. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he turned his gaze towards a certain place down below and sent a few words to the Stone Puppet Clan elder with his divine sense. The elder and the 8 stone mongoose elders pushed forward layer by layer, beating the demon dwellers until they were in a sorry state. Their bodies were special and did not fear the demonic qi at all, so they were not worried about becoming the demon race. They also had extraordinary strength and were invulnerable. Ordinary experts from the Emperor realm were no match for them, not to mention the demon dwellers. If it were not for the fact that they were too strong and did not dare to casually attack, they would have already killed the demon dwellers. Chapter 3262. Hearing Yang Kai's message, the elder's expression changed and he immediately whispered a few words to the 8 stone mongoose. In the next moment, the 9 stone mongoose clan members spread out in all directions. On top of a tree, an orthodoxy temple elder who had been possessed by the demonic sense carefully concealed his aura and concealed his body, perfectly blending in with his surroundings. Many people passed by above or below him, but no one noticed his presence. He hid here and looked at a battlefield a few kilometers away, controlling hundreds of greatly improved demons to fight against a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm. At that moment, his vision suddenly darkened as a mountain appeared in front of him, blocking the light above his head. The orthodoxy temple elder who had been possessed by the demonic sense was startled and looked up, only to see a 10-meter-tall stone mongoose staring at him. I was discovered. I was actually discovered. And I was discovered by a stone mongoose at that. Where did the stone mongoose get such keen insight from? The orthodoxy temple elder was confident that his hiding was flawless. Unless there was a 3-layer Emperor realm mirror searching for him, it would be impossible for him to be discovered. Without any hesitation, the orthodoxy temple elder retreated. However, right at this moment, something tightened around his feet as if he was being grabbed by a large hand. He turned his head in horror and revealed a look of disbelief. The hand that had grabbed his ankle wasn't a giant hand but a vine. His demonic chi shook and the vine immediately exploded into dust. But this momentary delay gave the stone mongoose a chance to attack. A huge fist came smashing down like a mountain, hitting the orthodoxy temple elder squarely in the chest. In an instant, the orthodoxy temple elder felt as if he had been struck by lightning, the sound of bones breaking resounding from his chest as he fell to the ground like a rag sack. Before he hit the ground, pieces of his internal organs spurted out from his mouth and nose, and his neck tilted to one side as he breathed his last. Even if this orthodoxy temple elder was possessed by the demonic sense, he was only a first-order Emperor realm master. The stone mongoose clan members were all extremely strong, and even a 3-layer Emperor realm master would be severely injured by a single punch from one of them, let alone an orthodoxy temple elder. The stone mongoose turned around and ran in another direction. A murmur came from behind. The stone mongoose didn't have keen senses, but with the guidance of the wood spirits, things were different. The wood spirits and the stone mongoose tribe worked together and fought side by side in every battle. The wood spirits had an unparalleled ability to sense trees. The demonic wills hidden in the trees might be difficult for others to detect, but the wood spirits only needed to communicate with the trees around them to know where the ambush was and provide the stone mongoose with the correct guidance. The 9 stone mongoose moved together. One by one, the demonic wills hiding in the orthodoxy temple were dragged out, either dead or injured. Without the control of these demonic thoughts, the devil cultivator quickly lost their ability to fight. They all stood there foolishly, allowing others to knock them out and fell down like raindrops. Yang Kai looked around coldly and soon fixed his eyes on a certain direction. It was the valley where the martial meeting was taking place. When he left a day ago, the valley was filled with dark demonic chi. Today when he returned, it was even more ferocious than the day before. When Zhou Xian and the others were trapped in that valley, the situation here was settled. Those who were possessed by the demonic wills were mostly eliminated. Without these people, the remaining devil cultivators wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. He no longer hesitated and rushed towards the valley. Halfway there, 3 streaks of light came from 3 different directions and landed beside him. They were Fan Kutsonggo and Wan Feng. Obviously they had seen his movement and came to help. No matter how much they hated Yang Kai and how much they wanted to slap him to death, Yang Kai still had that woman behind him. She was the natural enemy of all divine spirits. Before that woman entered the blood door, she had been intimate with Yang Kai. They also knew how important Yang Kai was to her. If Yang Kai really died in front of their eyes when that woman came out, the 3 of them would definitely have a hard time. Therefore, Fan Ku and the others had to stay by Yang Kai's side to prevent any accidents. The 4 figures sped along without the slightest obstruction. Soon they arrived at the side of the valley and landed on a mountain peak. The 3 holy spirits furrowed their brows as they glanced over. Their eyes were filled with dread. This was because the valley was filled with rich demonic chi. The demonic chi was rolling and squirming like a living creature. They didn't know how such demonic chi was formed, but they were certain that once they fell into it they would definitely have a hard time. In the middle of the valley, there were some sounds of fighting as if someone was trapped inside. Boy, you ruined my plans. Do you think you can save them? Wishful thinking. Lei Gu's voice came from somewhere in the valley, drifting erratically, making it impossible to distinguish the direction. Hiding your head but showing your tail. If you have the ability, why don't you fight me head-on? Yang Kai coldly snorted. Lei Gu laughed loudly. Naive, this king will deal with them first before dealing with you. As soon as he finished speaking, the devil chi in the valley began to churn even more violently. Cries of alarm rang out from the center of the valley, mixed with cries for help. Yang Kai's expression changed. Junior sister Murong. He clearly heard Murong Xiao Zhao's voice and wanted to rush over, but he was pulled back by Luan Feng, who glared at him and said, "What are you doing? Are you courting death? Let go." Yang Kai angrily flung her hand away. Fan Wu's figure flickered and blocked in front of him, quickly saying, "Yang Kai, don't be impulsive, that guy is clearly deliberately provoking you and leading you into a trap. If you really rush over you'll fall into his trap." Song Dog also advised, "Yes, the demonic chi here is so strong, the enemy is in the dark while we are in the open, we need to think about it carefully." "Think about it carefully, my ass." Yang Kai spat at the three divine spirits and said with a ferocious expression, "My friends are all inside and I don't know how long they can hold on. If I don't go save them, do you think I'll just stand here and watch? But you can't just rush over like this. At the very least, you need to know what's going on inside," Fan Wu said with a frown. "How about this? Call everyone outside over and we'll work together to expel the demonic chi in this valley. The situation will be clear at a glance." Yang Kai's face was gloomy, but he didn't insist, seemingly knowing that this was the only way. But at this moment, Murong Xiao Zhao's exclamation came again. "Lei Gu, you're courting death." Yang Kai's expression darkened and his space principles fluctuated, directly disappearing from where he stood. His voice came from the boundless demonic chi as he rushed in without a care. Fan Wu and the others were dumbfounded. The Luan Feng's chi fluctuated as she said resentfully, "Idiot." Song Dog also shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. Fan Wu's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, "What are you still standing around for? Follow him." Regardless of whether they were willing or not, since Yang Kai had rushed in, they had no choice but to follow. Fortunately, the three of them were holy spirits and were naturally resistant to the demonic chi, so they weren't afraid of the demonic chi for a short period of time, but as time passed no one could guarantee anything. What they were most worried about was Yang Kai. Who knew what kind of conspiracy Lei Gu had prepared to deal with him, but he had actually jumped into such an obvious trap. It was simply a miracle that he had survived until now. As soon as they stepped into the demonic chi, the three holy spirits' hearts sank because they had lost track of each other in an instant. The demonic chi was surging in all directions, making it impossible to distinguish between north, south, east and west. Even up, down, left and right had become a blur. Bursts of ghostly cries and wolf howls rang in their ears, disturbing their minds, and murderous intent surged in all directions. Faintly discernible shadows shuttled back and forth like fish, their speed extremely fast, making it impossible for them to track them. In this unique environment, the demonic chi could definitely exert 120% of their strength, but they had to be on guard while resisting the demonic chi's corrosion. The situation was not optimistic. The three of them were quite loyal. After entering, they kept shouting Yang Kai's name, hoping to get a response, but it seemed that they were the only ones left in this world. Who else was there? In the darkness, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he flew forward. Murong Xiao Zhao's exclamations kept ringing in his ears, as if she was fighting with someone. Following the sound, he couldn't find anyone. Suddenly, Murong Xiao Zhao's scream came to an abrupt stop, causing the veins on Yang Kai's forehead to bulge as he came to a stop. The surroundings were silent, and no matter how Yang Kai listened, he couldn't hear anything else. The sudden stop of the scream seemed to indicate that Murong Xiao Zhao had encountered an accident. This caused Yang Kai's face to distort. He raised his hand and summoned his myriad sword. As his emperor chi surged, a shocking sword wave slashed down as he shouted angrily, "Lei Gu, get out here." Lei Gu didn't react at all. Instead, where the sword wave passed, another scream rang out. Yang Kai froze for a moment before recognizing that it was Xiao Baiyi's voice. Rushing over, he saw a man leaning against a big tree, dressed in white robes and covered in blood. His hands were covering the wounds on his body, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to stop the blood from gushing out. Xiao Bai. Yang Kai walked up to him and asked in a trembling voice. Xiao Baiyi raised his head and looked over, his face pale, but after seeing Yang Kai he smiled bitterly. Junior brother Yang, your injury? Yang Kai stared blankly at the wound on Xiao Baiyi's body that ran from his shoulder to his crotch. It was a sword wound and there were still remnants of his own Emperor Qi fluctuations. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Junior brother, you don't have to blame yourself. Xiao Baiyi smiled at him as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. I can't hold on any longer, you should run as far away as possible. Yang Kai still stood in place, his eyes fixed on the sword wound on Xiao Baiyi's body. His whole body seemed to have been immobilized, his eyes trembling slightly, filled with fear and guilt, as if he hadn't expected that he would hit Xiao Baiyi with his sword. Chapter 3263. Run. Xiao Baiyi suddenly mustered up his strength and roared, his violent movements aggravating his injuries. The Emperor Qi covering his body immediately collapsed and boundless demonic Qi poured into his mouth, nose and wounds, causing him to show signs of becoming the demon race in a very short time. A painful roar came out of his mouth as Xiao Baiyi struggled to maintain a thread of clarity. His eyes trembled violently and were gradually replaced by darkness. Just as his eyes were about to be completely filled with darkness, he suddenly showed a bitter smile and then desperately pushed his strength. His body swelled and burst open with a bang. Pieces of flesh and blood sputtered in all directions, as if a flower made of blood had bloomed under the tree. Yang Kai roared towards the sky, his voice filled with grief and indignation as his Emperor Qi surged violently and his eyes turned red. His roar came to an abrupt end as he looked around coldly and said in a gloomy voice, Lei Gu, if I don't tear you to pieces, I swear I'm not human. As soon as these words fell, Lei Gu's laughter rang out in his ears. Yang Kai was enraged. His myriad sword bloomed with light as it slashed out in all directions, cutting into the darkness and disappearing. With the release of the sword, his mood became more and more unstable, and his eyes became redder and redder, like a volcano that could erupt at any time. It was an extremely frightening sight. Brother Yang. A soft and uncertain voice called out from behind him. Yang Kai didn't even look at it, turning around and slashing out with his sword. The sword Qi easily broke through this person's protective Emperor Qi and passed through everything. Murong Xiao, who was covered in blood and in a sorry state, stared at him in a daze, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Then from between her eyebrows to her chin, a line of blood appeared, and with a loud bang her body split in half, blood and internal organs splattered all over the ground, instantly dying. Yang Kai's breathing became heavy as his blood-red eyes flashed, but that was all. The black Qi around him tumbled and poured into his body without leaving a trace, but he didn't seem to notice it. After a while his whole body became covered in demonic Qi. Lei Gu's voice sounded again, How does it feel to slaughter your fellow disciples? How does it feel to become the demon race? Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him and continued to wield his myriad sword mechanically. One after another, familiar or unfamiliar figures came from all directions, but they were all mercilessly cut in half by Yang Kai. Within 10 steps everyone was killed. Soon the ground was piled with layers and layers of corpses. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai finally stood up, gasping for breath. Black Qi swirled around his body and his eyes turned pitch black. Even though his cultivation had reached the second-order emperor realm, he couldn't maintain this kind of unrestrained release of power for too long. In the darkness, 2 figures stood tall, looking in the direction of Yang Kai through the thick demonic Qi. These 2 were none other than Lei Gu and Feng Ming. It should be about time, Feng Ming asked. Lei Gu furrowed his brow as if he wasn't sure, but it didn't seem to be a big problem. However, to be cautious, he slowly shook his head and said, He has the bloodline of the dragon race, so he has a natural resistance to demonic Qi. It's best to be careful and wait a little longer. Feng Ming said, It's not like the dragon race hasn't become the demon race before. What's more, his dragon race bloodline isn't pure. If his state of mind didn't show any flaws, he might be able to resist for a while, but he accidentally killed his fellow disciples, causing his heart demon to rise. Now that he's in this boundless demonic qi, it's already hard for him to last this long. I think he has completely become the demon race. Lei Gu nodded and said, "That's true." He was still a little hesitant. Feng Ming volunteered, "I'll go take a look. This person is rare. If I can use him, it will be a great contribution in the future." "Be careful," Lei Gu warned. Feng Ming nodded. His figure flickered as he walked towards where Yang Kai was. He wasn't careless. Although he was almost certain that Yang Kai had already become the demon race, he still needed to be on guard. His demonic essence surged, ready to retreat at any time. And following his footsteps, the boundless demonic qi took the initiative to open up a path, revealing a scene shrouded in darkness. The distance between them was less than 10 zhang. Feng Ming carefully examined Yang Kai's situation while slowly walking forward. Soon he arrived 3 feet in front of Yang Kai. Without any warning, his hand suddenly turned into a claw, grabbing at Yang Kai's chest. His claw overflowed with energy, and the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. It was clearly powerful. With a qi sound, the claw pierced 3 inches into Yang Kai's chest, and blood splashed out in an instant. Yang Kai still didn't move, as if he couldn't feel any pain. Seeing this scene, Feng Ming couldn't help but chuckle. He was certain that Yang Kai had really become the demon race. After all, he had killed so many people without hesitation, and there were even a few of his fellow disciples among them. How could he resist the corrosion of the demonic qi under the influence of the inner demon? And from the outside, this brat had indeed been affected by the demonic qi. His actions just now were just a final test. If he had only pretended to become the demon race, then he would have reacted to his fatal attack. Now that he didn't resist, it meant that he had succeeded. On the other side, Lei Gu also let out a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. This time he could finally report to his superiors. Originally, he didn't know how to report the failure of the Southern Territory. But now, as long as he could capture Yang Kai, he could completely offset this mistake. This person was proficient in the power of space, and he also had some dragon race bloodline which would be very useful in the future. Feng Ming had already retracted his hand. Yang Kai's chest was instantly bleeding, but his expression was dull, as if he didn't feel anything. He walked around Yang Kai in a circle and seriously examined him. Feng Ming nodded and said, "Good, good, good." Once again standing in front of Yang Kai, he suddenly took out a pitch-black box from his chest. That box was made of an unknown material, neither gold nor jade. When he opened the box, a seed-like thing appeared inside. The seed was also pitch-black and was only the size of a mung bean, but it fluctuated with a clear divine soul fluctuation, as if it wasn't a seed but a person. Feng Ming reached out and pinched that seed and slowly pressed it between Yang Kai's eyebrows. The moment the two touched, the pitch-black seed attached itself to Yang Kai's forehead and, as if it had come to life, squeezed into Yang Kai's head and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a figure appeared in Yang Kai's knowledge sea. This figure was wrapped in black qi and constantly distorted, making it impossible to see its facial features clearly. "Is this how you possess others?" A voice suddenly called out. The black figure was startled and turned to look at the source of the voice, only to see Yang Kai's soul avatar floating quietly above his knowledge sea, holding a long saber in his hand as he smiled towards them, his smile full of ridicule and ridicule. "You haven't become the demon race." A hoarse voice called out, making it impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman, but it was filled with disbelief. Seeing Yang Kai's soul avatar, how could the black figure not know that they had been deceived? If Yang Kai had really become the demon race, his soul avatar would definitely have become the demon race at this moment. All he needed to do was swallow Yang Kai's soul avatar and occupy Yang Kai's body. How was this possible? The situation of Yang Kai's body had clearly become the demon race and was being eroded by the demonic qi, so how could he still maintain his consciousness? Yang Kai had even beaten him at his own game and waited for him here. Moreover, under Feng Ming's attack just now, he had not resisted at all, so how could he be sure that Feng Ming would not take advantage of this opportunity to take his life? How audacious! How can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Yang Kai grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of ferocious fangs. The black figure flickered, turned into a cloud of black mist, and tried to escape from Yang Kai's knowledge sea. However, in this world, Yang Kai dominated everything. It was easy to enter, but if he wanted to leave, he would need Yang Kai's permission, or he would need to use a stronger force to tear through the defenses of Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Although the black figure's strength was extraordinary, he was only a demonic sense. Without the support of a physical body, he could not display his full strength, so how could he break through the defenses of Yang Kai's knowledge sea? For a time, the black figure was like a beast trapped in a cage, struggling left and right, unable to escape and unable to even send a message to the outside world. Yang Kai pointed the soul-severing saber at him from afar, his expression cold. Being locked on by this aura, the black figure clearly felt that a great disaster was looming over him, and even though he did not have a physical body, he still felt cold all over. He was also decisive, knowing that he could not escape from someone else's knowledge sea, so he simply turned around and rushed towards Yang Kai, as if he wanted to die together with him. Chop! With a shout, the soul-severing saber trembled and turned into a saber light, slashing towards the black figure's body. With a mournful scream, the charging black figure was split in two and then exploded, disappearing without a trace. After dealing with the demonic sense that invaded his knowledge sea, Yang Kai's expression became solemn, and his soul avatar escaped from his knowledge sea. In the darkness, Yang Kai opened his eyes, moving his pitch-black eyeballs, and a faint expression appeared on his stiff face. Feng Ming stood in front of him with his hands behind his back, nodding when he saw this. "Let's go." He did not have the slightest suspicion, turning around and leaving. Yang Kai looked at his back, really wanting to stab him to death, but he still held back. Passing through the thick demonic qi, the two quickly arrived in front of Lei Gu, and Feng Ming smiled. "It's done." Lei Gu was also full of smiles, looking at Yang Kai and nodding. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Master." The smile on Lei Gu's face suddenly froze, and Feng Ming's expression also became stunned, turning his head to look. Seeing this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, keenly feeling that he seemed to have given himself away. What could be wrong with just calling him master? Before he could finish his thoughts, Lei Gu and Feng Ming suddenly split up, retreating rapidly. Yang Kai also made a prompt decision. Under the urging of his space principles, the surrounding space instantly froze, and at the same time, two moon blades slashed towards Lei Gu and Feng Ming. Everything happened in a hurry, so he did not have time to prepare a killing move. As expected of a third-order Emperor Realm Master, Lei Gu was actually able to shatter space with his powerful strength. His figure was only slightly hindered by the moon blade, allowing him to avoid the moon blade's attack. Chapter 3264. Feng Ming, on the other hand, wasn't so lucky. He was imprisoned by the space principles, and before he could even react, the moon blade had already arrived in front of him and pierced through his body. A crescent-shaped hole immediately appeared on his chest, and one could clearly see his 5 viscera and 6 organs from the wound. He lowered his head and looked at the hideous wound on his chest and abdomen. His eyes widened in disbelief. Feng Ming's physical body was at the second-order Emperor realm, which was almost the same as Yang Kai's, but he was beaten to such a state in a single exchange. Of course, this was because he was caught off guard, but the other party's methods were just too shocking. If he was really just Feng Ming, he would definitely be unable to move after this attack and could only wait for death. However, he was born from a demonic spirit, so even if he was fatally wounded, he didn't immediately collapse. Instead, a large amount of demonic qi grew from the wound on his chest and abdomen, wriggling and filling up the wound. On the other side, after Lei Gu dodged the moon blade, he let out a roar and used all his strength to break free from the restraint of the space principles. He retreated with a terrified expression, wanting to return to the darkness. As long as he could dodge a few of Yang Kai's attacks, he would be able to conceal himself again. In this boundless demonic qi, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to find him. How could Yang Kai let him do as he wished? After the 2 moon blades were sent out, Yang Kai raised his hand and threw out a small pitch-black beast that was about a foot long. The small beast looked like an ordinary dog, but as soon as it appeared, its eyes shone with a terrifying light, filled with joy and excitement. Return to ruins. When Yang Kai returned from the frozen earth, he kept the return to ruins in the High Heaven Palace. When he went to Dragon Island, he didn't bring it with him. Since the enemies this time were demons and many demonic spirits, and the return to ruins was Nemesis, how could he not bring it with him? Previously, when he returned to the High Heaven Palace, he summoned it and quietly stuffed it into the sealed world bead. Lei Gu was slightly taken aback by the appearance of the Void End. He still didn't understand why Yang Kai would bring out this little beast at this time, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of horror from the depths of his heart, as if he had encountered his natural enemy. The myriad sword rose up, turning into a sword net that enveloped Lei Gu, sealing off his escape routes. Meanwhile, Return to Ruins immediately pounced in front of Lei Gu. Its large mouth split open, and its small dog head immediately became larger than a house. Its mouth was filled with nothingness and primal chaos as it bit down on Lei Gu's head. Return to Ruins. Lei Gu turned pale with fright. Just now he didn't recognize the identity of the Return to Ruins because it happened so suddenly. Now that he saw this strange situation, how could he not remember that this was the Return to Ruins? The strange beast Return to Ruins was a famous existence in the entire demon territory. Any demon race that had lived long enough would know how terrifying it was. Although the Return to Ruins in front of him wasn't a terrifying existence that could devour an entire world, at the very least, it had a trace of the bloodline of the Return to Ruins. This was something that made all demon race members pale in fright when they talked about it. An extremely terrifying aura was transmitted from that pitch-black mouth. Lei Gu only felt his entire body turn cold. Coupled with the blockade of Yang Kai's sword net, there was no way out at all. Seeing that he was about to be bitten by the Return to Ruins, Lei Gu suddenly waved his hand. A figure charged out from the side, blocking in front of Lei Gu. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, her dress fluttered, and her beautiful face was filled with indifference. Her eyes were completely covered in darkness. Gao Shueting. Yang Kai's eyes widened when he saw this, and the sword net that enveloped Lei Gu instantly dissipated. He previously guessed that Gao Shueting was poisoned, and now that he saw it, it was indeed so. She and Luochen were probably corroded by the demonic qi and turned to become the demon race. Gao Shueting blocked in front of him and didn't move at all. She didn't have any intention of resisting at all, so how could Yang Kai kill her? When he retracted his move, he saw the Return to Ruins closing its mouth, wanting to swallow Lei Gu and Gao Shueting. Without even thinking, Yang Kai's figure flashed and arrived at the side of the Return to Ruins, kicking out. With a whimper, the Return to Ruins was sent flying. When Yang Kai turned back to look at Lei Gu, his face couldn't help but distort. Despicable. On the other side, Lei Gu took advantage of this gap and pressed his hand on Gao Shueting's head. The demonic qi in his hand was fluctuating, and he could kill Gao Shueting at any moment. Lei Gu didn't have any joy of escaping from death at all. His expression was twitching, and he looked at Yang Kai with eyes that were about to spit fire. He didn't expect to be played by this brat. The main reason was that his acting was too realistic. He didn't dodge Feng Ming's fatal attack and allowed Feng Ming's claw to pierce 3 inches into his chest. How could he be so sure that Feng Ming was just testing him? Right now, in order to save his life, he had no choice but to use Gao Shueting as a hostage. It was more like a trapped beast fighting. It shouldn't be like this. After planning for so many years and using so many demonic seeds, under normal circumstances, he should have captured the several hundred people from the Emperor realm and several tens of thousands of elite disciples in the Southern Territory. Then he would have quietly turned the entire Southern Territory into a part of the demonic territory. However, the plan went wrong with Yang Kai first, so he had no choice but to change his strategy. What was even more hateful was that Yang Kai actually summoned so many powerful helpers in a single day, making his plan unable to succeed at all. In the end, he was even played at his own game, so Lei Gu's mood was naturally very bad. After disappearing for more than 10 years, why did he appear at this crucial moment? Moreover, he kept ruining his plans. Release them. Yang Kai shook the myriad sword and pointed at Lei Gu. Lei Gu stared at Yang Kai with a sinister expression. He was indifferent, as if he had already disregarded his own life and death. Yang Kai stared back at him without backing down. Seeing that he had no intention of compromising, he also felt a headache. He had already considered this situation before, but he didn't know where Gao Shueting was, so he couldn't save her first. As expected, Lei Gu still took her as a hostage. What made him feel the most helpless was that Gao Shueting had become the demon race, so she didn't have any intention of resisting. Instead, she was obedient to Lei Gu's orders. Whimpering sounds could be heard as the endless abyss crawled up from the side and whimpered a few times at Yang Kai, looking very aggrieved. Seeing that Yang Kai had no intention of paying attention to it, it rolled its 2 small eyes and fixed them on Feng Ming. Feng Ming's body was heavily injured, but he used the demonic qi to seal his wounds, so it didn't seem like his life was in danger. However, after being stared at by Return to Ruins, he immediately felt his hair stand on end. He quietly moved closer to Lei Gu. Return to Ruins crawled on the ground, his small eyes following his footsteps. Suddenly he jumped up without any warning and pounced at Feng Ming as fast as lightning. Feng Ming's expression changed greatly. He wanted to dodge, but Return to Ruins' bloody mouth suddenly fell from the sky. The stench enveloped him. Feng Ming roared, "Save me!" The shouts came to an abrupt end and only the sound of someone swallowing could be heard. A lump visibly bulged out of the ultimate's throat and rolled down his throat all the way to his stomach. In the past, when Return to Ruins' bloodline had just been activated, Feng Ming had been swallowed once. However, Return to Ruins was still too weak at that time. Feng Ming relied on his powerful cultivation to fight his way out of Return to Ruins and escape. However, after all these years, Return to Ruins had already grown. In the reincarnation world, Return to Ruins had swallowed a large amount of demonic qi in the demon race, turning them into his own strength. Feng Ming had been possessed by the demonic qi and turned into a demon. Even if he was in perfect condition, Return to Ruins would still have a headache. Plus, he had already been heavily injured by Yang Kai, so how could he resist? He was swallowed in one bite. Lei Gu's expression kept changing. The corner of his eyes cautiously watched Return to Ruins as his face slightly twitched. After Return to Ruins swallowed Feng Ming, it curled its tongue and looked at Lei Gu eagerly as if it wanted to swallow him as well. Ever since it returned from the reincarnation world, it hadn't eaten anything to its liking. Now that it finally encountered a demon, it naturally wanted to feast. However, Yang Kai didn't allow it, so it didn't dare to act rashly. It could only settle for the next best thing. It opened its mouth and released a powerful suction force. The demonic qi in the surroundings surged into its mouth and decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. "You can't escape." Yang Kai indifferently looked at Lei Gu. "Quickly surrender and I can spare your life." Lei Gu calmly said, "Do you think this king is a 3-year-old child?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Your life isn't worth that much in my eyes." Lei Gu fiercely said, "But her life is different." While speaking, the hand pressing down on Gao Shueting's head slightly tightened. Gao Shueting immediately revealed a pained expression. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "What do you want?" Lei Gu said, "Why didn't you become the demon race?" This question had been bothering him and he couldn't wait to find out the answer. Not to mention Yang Kai's actions just now, even now Yang Kai was also wrapped in demonic qi. He was clearly being corroded by the demonic qi, but why was he able to maintain his consciousness and not become the demon race? If he couldn't find out the answer to this question, he couldn't be at ease. "What can a mere demonic qi do to me?" Yang Kai sneered. The dantian in his body was sealed with an even purer ancient demonic qi. Compared to the demonic qi around him, it was simply a small wizard meeting a great wizard. Even if he didn't have the dragon race bloodline, Yang Kai still had a strong resistance to this demonic qi. While speaking, his body shook. When his whole body released bloody light, the demonic qi that invaded his body was all pushed out and returned to its original state. "What about the demonic qi?" Lei Gu's face twitched. Yang Kai sneered and said, "Where did the demonic qi come from?" Lei Gu said, "You killed so many people, many of them were from the same sect." Yang Kai snorted and said, "You want to affect my mind with just a few illusions? How can you be sure?" Lei Gu shouted. Those who were killed were indeed illusions, but in this boundless demonic qi they were extremely real existences. Watching the fellow disciples who were on good terms with him die under his own sword, even if he had some doubts, there would definitely be flaws in his mind. Unless this person's heart was as firm as a rock, his will was firm, or he had a way to distinguish between reality and illusion. "Xiaobai." Yang Kai showed an unfathomable smile. "What?" Lei Gu frowned, obviously not understanding. "Don't ask if you don't understand, it will only show your ignorance," Yang Kai snorted coldly. When he first met Xiaobai, he couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion. He had to admit that Lei Gu's method was really good, but when he said Xiaobai, he knew something was wrong. Xiaobai never admitted that he was Xiaobai, he would only reiterate his name very seriously. Chapter 3265. Before entering the valley, Yang Kai suspected that Lei Gu was luring him into a trap. The most obvious was Murong Xiaozhao's 2 screams. The 2 screams were more urgent than the last and their intentions could not be more obvious. Yang Kai naturally rushed into the mountain valley alone with a furious look on his face, wanting to see what Lei Gu was up to. Everything that happened after that was just going with the flow, and the result was just as he had hoped. He had hooked a big fish like Lei Gu, but now because of Gao Shueting he was holding back. As the two exchanged a few words, the demonic qi in the valley had been greatly reduced, all of it entering the stomach of Return to Ruins. The darkness gradually dissipated, and the valley's original scenery gradually revealed itself. Figures stood tall and there were many corpses on the ground. The entire valley was no longer green like before. It was a mess as far as the eye could see, and the ground was almost dyed red with blood. At the center of the valley, several thousand people were gathered, arranged into one array after another, and shrouded these people in either strong or dark light. These people were the people from the Southern Territory who had participated in the martial gathering this time, and had yet to become the demon race. It could be seen that they had been relying on the array to last until now, but no matter how strong or weak their cultivation was, their faces were all pale, and they were clearly at the end of their rope. Around this group of people were tens of thousands of demon dwellers surrounding them. The dissipation of the boundless demonic qi surprised everyone. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk as the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, powerful auras appeared one after another, filling the valley in an instant. It was the group of helpers Yang Kai had brought. Fan Hua and the others saw that Yang Kai was safe and sound, and they were slightly relieved, but their gazes were quickly attracted by Lei Gu. Everyone could see that Yang Kai seemed to be confronting Lei Gu at this moment, and Lei Gu had a woman who had become the demon race as a hostage. They did not know what relationship that woman had with Yang Kai. Little Xue Ting. When Zhou Xian's voice came and his face was unprecedentedly solemn. When his purple robe fluttered, he had already arrived beside Yang Kai, his gaze deep as he looked at Lei Gu. There was no need for him to ask. He could tell what the situation was. Lei Gu's expression was gloomy as he slowly scanned his surroundings. Seeing the experts standing in great numbers in all directions, he also understood that the situation was hopeless. The plan this time could be said to have failed miserably. His heart was filled with hatred. Although there were still tens of thousands of demons that had become the demon race, the strength of those people was mixed. Moreover, the time it took for them to become the demon race was too short. They needed to be distracted to control them, so they couldn't be of much use. At most, they could only mess up the situation a little. Do you think you can escape? Yang Kai looked at Lei Gu and said indifferently, do you believe that with a single order from me, not even your bones will remain? Lei Gu laughed loudly. Of course I do. However, before I die, I can drag her down with me. If you don't believe me, you can try. Yang Kai nodded. I believe it too. After a pause, he said, I'll say it again. Your life isn't that valuable in my eyes. Let her go and I'll let you go. No. An angry shout came. It was Heavenly Marshal Holy Land's Holy Master Ma Qing. He was covered in blood, but it was unknown whether it was his own or someone else's. He was in a sorry state. He stared coldly at Lei Gu and said, he is the culprit of this matter. We can't let him go. Moreover, this matter has obviously been planned for a long time. If we capture him, we might be able to get some information out of him. Yang Kai and Wen Zishan both tilted their heads and looked at him. Ma Qing glared and said, if we let him escape this time, there may be another catastrophe in the Southern Territory. Gold Envoy Xiao, what do you say? Xiao Yuyang frowned and didn't say a word. He naturally agreed with Ma Qing's words. He also knew that Ma Qing's words were not selfish. The Southern Territory had been besieging and suppressing demonic wills for more than 10 years. Originally, he thought that most of them had been killed. Even if there were a few that slipped through the net, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Who would have thought that the entire Orthodoxy temple would fall without anyone noticing? No one knew who made such a big move and what their purpose was. If they could capture Lei Gu, there was hope that they would be able to get some information out of him. They would be more prepared in the future. At the very least, they would know who else among the masters in the Southern Territory had been possessed by demonic wills. Just based on this point, Lei Gu couldn't easily get away. But at this time he couldn't make the decision. He was the Gold Envoy of Star Soul Palace. Normally he could represent Star Soul Palace. With one order, no cultivator in the Southern Territory would dare to disobey, but at this moment, Xiao Yuyang turned his head and glanced at the unfamiliar masters around him. He smiled bitterly in his heart. His words were probably useless. Yang Kai and Wen Zishan were obviously trying to snatch Gao Shueting back. If he really went against them, he would be the one to lose face. Ma Qing saw that Xiao Yuyang didn't speak and naturally knew what he was worried about, so he didn't count on him. He looked at Wen Zishan and said in a deep voice, Temple Master Wen, this Ma knows how you feel, but I still hope that Temple Master Wen will consider the overall situation and the people of the Southern Territory. You are the Temple Master of Azure Sun Temple. Every word and action of yours is a role model for the millions of cultivators in the Southern Territory. Think twice. Wen Zishan's face was filled with pain as he slowly said, Brother Ma, if Madame Qi falls into such a situation, what will you do? Madame Qi was his first wife. She had a second-order Emperor realm cultivation and was standing next to him at this moment. Ma Qing's face twitched a few times as he gritted his teeth and said, You have to give up something to gain something. His voice was filled with sorrow as if he had really given up on Madame Qi. As soon as these words came out, a woman in a palace dress next to him couldn't help but tremble and lower her beautiful eyes slightly. When Zishan smiled bitterly, Brother Ma is so bold. Shut him up. Yang Kai suddenly winked at Fan Hua. Fan Hua's figure flashed and appeared in front of Ma Qing, raising his hand and pointing at him. Even Star Soul Palace couldn't pull such a force over, right? What made people feel slightly relieved was that they seemed to have a good relationship with Yang Kai, so they didn't have to worry about causing trouble in the Southern Territory. And there are more than 200 cultivators in the Emperor realm in the Northern Territory. Yang Kai pointed to the side. Everyone raised their heads and puffed out their chests, unwilling to lose to those monster kings. Lei Gu angrily shouted, I'm not scared. Yang Kai calmly said, I don't mean to scare you, I just want to tell you that we can have a good talk. What kind of talk? Lei Gu said in a low voice. Even when he was talking, he was hiding behind Gao Shueting, not giving anyone a chance to take advantage of him. You want to live, I want her. The solution is simple, I let you go, you let her go. Lei Gu sneered, let me go first. When I'm sure it's safe, I'll let her come back. Yang Kai coldly laughed, do you think that's possible? When Zishan interrupted, I'll trade for her, you can take me as a hostage and let your demonic qi fill my body. Chapter 3266. Hearing this, Lei Gu sneered, why would this king do something unnecessary? Gao Shueting was the best hostage in his hands, so there was no need to exchange her for Wen Zishan. If he really did that, there would be too many variables. Not to mention the possibility of accidents during the demonic qi infusion. Wen Zishan's cultivation was one minor realm higher than Gao Shueting's, so it wouldn't be easy to control him. If not for this, there would have been a third-order Emperor Realm Master among the cultivators who were eroded by the demonic qi to become the demon race this time. It wasn't that Lei Gu and Feng Ming didn't want to, but it was too difficult to implement, so they settled for the next best thing, which was the first-order and second-order Emperor Realm Masters. What do you want? When Zishan no longer had his usual carefree attitude, and his face was unprecedentedly serious, I only want her to be safe. If you have any conditions, feel free to state them. Lei Gu snorted, I said let me go. When we reach a safe place, this king will naturally let her go. That's impossible. When Zishan slowly shook his head, how can I believe something without any guarantee? Lei Gu said calmly, if you want her to be safe, you can only gamble. At worst, we'll all die together. He pushed his demonic qi and Gao Shueting immediately groaned. Stop. When Zishan's face changed drastically and he raised his hand and shouted. Lei Gu was about to say something when Yang Kai suddenly said, we can't agree to your proposal and you don't agree to my proposal either. How about this, let's each take a step back. Lei Gu turned his gaze to him, let's hear it. Yang Kai said with his hands behind his back, I'll let you go but I have to follow you. When we reach a suitable place, hand over my senior sister Gao to me. This is my bottom line. If you can't accept it, then there's no need to talk about it anymore. Lei Gu did not answer but his eyes flickered. When Zishan's heart was in his throat as he secretly circulated his emperor qi, ready to take action immediately if anything went wrong. The scene in the valley seemed to be frozen. There was no sound, no movement, and time had never passed so slowly. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, looks like you don't agree. As he spoke, he raised his hand and shouted, Monster King, listen up. Boom, when the demonic chi soared into the sky, the 32 Monster King's figures swayed and surrounded Lei Gu and Gao Shueting in 3 layers. Their escape routes were completely sealed. Every Monster King's eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty light. Their eyes were filled with eagerness. I'll count to 3. If he still doesn't answer, go and tear him apart. Yang Kai's eyes coldly stared at Lei Gu. His raised hand raised a finger and then a number jumped out from his mouth. When Zhou Xian's body tensed up, his 2 fists clenched and unclenched and then clenched again. The nervousness in his heart could not be any greater. 2. A second finger was raised. 32 killing intents simultaneously enveloped Lei Gu. The monster chi in every Monster King's body stirred. They did not care about Lei Gu or Gao Shueting. To them these 2 were strangers. At this moment they only listened to Yang Kai's orders. Since he said to tear Lei Gu apart after the count of 3, then they would really rush up and tear him apart. They did not care about Gao Shueting's life or death. Being enveloped by these 32 killing intents, the demonic chi on the surface of Lei Gu's body surged. Even though he currently had a 3rd layer Emperor Realm cultivation, against these 32 Monster Kings' combined forces, there was no way he could survive. He would probably die without a burial site in just one exchange. He stared deeply at Yang Kai, looking into the depths of Yang Kai's heart through his eyes. He wanted to see even the slightest bit of hesitation and deliberate mystification. However, to his disappointment, Yang Kai's expression did not change. There was only determination in his eyes. When the 3rd finger was raised halfway, Lei Gu said in a low voice, "Only you can follow." Of course. Yang Kai put down his hand and put it behind his back. He was calm, but the group standing behind him could clearly see that his hand was slightly trembling. It was clear that his heart was definitely not as calm as he looked on the surface. They could not help but doubt. If Lei Gu still did not speak, would Yang Kai really be able to make the 32 Monster King rush over? Make way. Yang Kai waved his hand. The 32 Monster Kings surrounding Lei Gu immediately split into 2 sides, making a path. When Fan Hua, Songgo and Luan Feng saw this, they couldn't help but sigh. This was the Monster King under their command. Since when did a human have the right to order them around? Yet these disappointing fellows actually obeyed without any hesitation. It was simply infuriating. Please. Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Lei Gu said unhurriedly, "You better keep your word. If this king finds out that you left any traces for them to follow, or if this king discovers their aura, you will bear the consequences. Put your heart in your stomach." Yang Kai sneered. Lei Gu snorted coldly. He urged his demonic essence, wrapping it around Gao Shueting as he rushed out through the opening in the encirclement. Yang Kai followed closely behind, unhurriedly. In the blink of an eye, the 2 figures disappeared from everyone's sight. Looking in the direction the 2 left, when Zhou Xian looked hesitant. Naturally, he was not at ease with Yang Kai chasing alone. He originally planned to quietly follow behind, but Lei Gu's words made him hesitate. If he accidentally exposed his aura and Lei Gu noticed, Gao Shueting would be finished. He could also track from far away, but if the distance was too far and he could not grasp the direction of the tracking, Yang Kai would not have a chance to leave a mark. Ma Qing sighed and patted his shoulder. "Brother Wen, since that boy has made such a suggestion, he will definitely be able to bring Elder Gao back. Just wait and see." After he finished speaking, he saw that when Zhou Xian did not react, so he could only walk back. He looked at his wife and disciples and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" The group of disciples shook their heads when they heard this. Madame Qi, however, stared at him coldly, causing Ma Qing's forehead to break out in cold sweat. The corners of his mouth twitched as he asked, "Madam, what's wrong?" Madame Qi flicked her sleeves and walked to the side, her cold voice sounding, "When you go back, write a letter of divorce to me. Holy Master Ma, you are a righteous man. As a woman, I may drag you down in the future. It's better for us to go our separate ways, lest I ruin your reputation one day." The cold sweat on Ma Qing's forehead became even more intense as he quickly chased after her. "Madam, why do you say that?" He knew that what he had just said to Wen Zishan had probably hurt his wife, but that was just talking about the matter as it was, so there was no logic to it. On the other side, when Zishan, who had been standing silently in place for a long time, finally closed his eyes in pain. After hesitating for so long, he still did not have the courage to chase after Yang Kai and Lei Gu. It was already too late to move now, so he could only pin all his hopes on Yang Kai, hoping that he could bring Gao Shueting back in one piece, but the hope was too slim. Although Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, Lei Gu was not to be trifled with either. He was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, and Gao Shueting had already become the demon race under his control. He really could not think of any way Yang Kai could take Gao Shueting back. Just as he was thinking this, he felt someone walk up to him and tug at his sleeve. He opened his eyes and looked down, only to see a 7- or 8-year-old little girl looking up at him with clear black and white eyes. "You are?" When Zhou Xian looked at her suspiciously. Although she was just an ordinary-looking little girl, he did not dare to underestimate her in the slightest. This was because when he saw this little girl fight just now, the aura on her body was so strong that even he felt a little inferior. He did not understand how Yang Kai had so many monsters around him. Not only did he easily mobilize 3 holy spirits and the 32 Monster King, but even a little girl was so powerful. There was also that little black dog that could devour demonic qi. Each one was stranger than the last. "Do you want to chase after them?" Wu Yan asked. When Zhou Xian's expression brightened, "Can you track where they went?" Lu Yan shook his head. "I can't." When Zhou Xian's eyes instantly dimmed, but unexpectedly, Lu Yan pointed to the side and said, "He can." Looking in the direction he was pointing, he saw a stone man half the height of a human standing there quietly, winking at him. Him. When Zhou Xian was puzzled. This stone man seemed to be a little different from the other stone men. He seemed to be more lively and spirited. Seeing Wen Zishan looking at him, the stone man said, "Follow me." He reached out and pointed at Fan Ku and the other 2 holy spirits. "The 3 of you come with me." Fan Ku and the others looked at each other but did not ask any more questions. They all nodded. The Dharmakaya turned around and left. Lu Yan quickly followed. Wen Zishan did not hesitate and followed closely behind Lu Yan, followed by the 3 holy spirits. They flew as fast as lightning, spiritual mountains and rivers flashing under their feet. The group of people's cultivation had almost reached the level of perfection, so their flying speed was naturally not too slow. After flying for a while, when Zishan said suspiciously, "They are not going in this direction." Lu Yan turned around and raised a pinkish-white finger to her lips, blowing it. When Zishan's face twitched slightly and he did not dare to say anything more. He could only follow behind silently, hoping that they were going in the right direction. Along the way, the Dharmakaya took the lead and the rest of the people tried their best to restrain their auras and follow behind. They turned here and there, pretending to be serious. However, except for Lu Yan and the Dharmakaya who were unwavering in the direction they were going, when Zishan and the 3 holy spirits were confused. They chased all the way and did not detect the slightest aura of Yang Kai or Lei Gu, so they did not know if they were going in the right direction. What made Wen Zishan even more anxious was that the Dharmakaya would sometimes stay in a certain place for a long time before moving again. During this time there was no trace of investigation at all. It was completely spontaneous, flying wherever it wanted to go. Thousands of miles away, Yang Kai had his hands behind his back and was strolling leisurely, following closely behind Lei Gu. At first, Lei Gu wanted to rely on his speed to shake off Yang Kai, but after several attempts he knew that it was impossible. Chapter 3267. In terms of flying speed, Yang Kai might not be as good as Lei Gu. After all, there was a difference in cultivation levels. However, Yang Kai had the space divine technique and could ignore the obstruction of space. Even if he desperately tried to open up a bit of distance, Yang Kai would still instantly catch up. How could he shake him off? After trying a few times, Lei Gu didn't do anything useless. However, he was indeed careful enough. He constantly changed directions while flying and even deliberately circled around a certain place a few times. This was all to prevent people from following behind. Yang Kai also let him be. He didn't say anything and just followed behind him not far away. Lei Gu would never have thought that Yang Kai had a technique like the Avatar. He didn't need to deliberately leave behind any imprint. The sole deep connection between himself and the Avatar was the best guide. The Avatar could sense his existence and he could also sense the Avatar's existence. However, outsiders would never be able to sense this invisible connection. After 2 days, Lei Gu finally confirmed that there were no pursuers behind him. Only then did he release his speed and rush in a certain direction. After flying for another 2 days, a vast swamp suddenly appeared in front of him. As far as the eye could see, there was no end in sight. They had actually already arrived at the southern swamp. Yang Kai didn't know if Lei Gu came here on purpose or not, but the southern swamp was where the first devil cave appeared. Since Lei Gu came here, he clearly wasn't shooting without reason. Either there were other helpers lying in ambush here and Lei Gu wanted to borrow the power of these demons to deal with him, or Lei Gu wanted to use the terrain here to completely hide. Regardless of the situation, he couldn't continue to go deeper. That was why before Lei Gu truly entered the southern swamp, Yang Kai's figure flashed and blocked his path. Lei Gu's figure paused. His large hand was still on Gao Shueting's head. He coldly snorted and said, "What do you want to do?" Yang Kai leisurely sighed and said, "Even if we can see each other off for 1,000 miles, we still have to part in the end. I have already fulfilled my promise, now it's your turn." Lei Gu indifferently said, "It's not enough." Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "You've been running for a few days now and no one else is chasing after you except me. Let go of my senior sister and I'll let you go." Lei Gu snorted and said, "I have the final say on when to release it. It's not up to you to tell me what to do." Yang Kai said impatiently, "If you don't let go, am I supposed to keep following you? Lei Gu, don't go overboard. Otherwise, it will only make me doubt your sincerity. If you don't agree, then I can only fight to the death with you." Lei Gu frowned. He turned his head to look around and muttered, "Fine, I'm afraid no one will chase after us here. So, give me back my senior sister." Yang Kai reached out his hand. Lei Gu grinned sinisterly. "I'm returning it to you, do you dare to take it? Although I don't know where your confidence comes from, it's 2 against 1 right now. Aren't you afraid that this king and your senior sister will work together to kill you?" Yang Kai said with a calm expression, "You can try." Lei Gu looked up to the sky and laughed. "Brat, you're bold because you're skilled. This king admires you very much. Why don't you pledge allegiance to my demon race? With your skills and courage, if you pledge allegiance to my demon race, your future will definitely be smooth. Becoming great emperors won't be a fool's dream." Yang Kai said with a tired expression, "Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and let her go. My patience is limited, don't force me to make a move." Lei Gu's smile faded and he said with a cold snort, "Since you insist, then take it." When he finished speaking, he reached out and gently pushed Gao Shueting's back. Gao Shueting immediately flew towards Yang Kai. In an instant, Gao Shueting arrived in front of Yang Kai, but before Yang Kai could make a move, the demonic qi on the surface of her body suddenly squirmed and swelled crazily. An extremely dangerous aura radiated from her body. She even opened her arms as if she wanted to hug Yang Kai. "Shameless!" Yang Kai shouted in exasperation. He knew that Lei Gu definitely wouldn't let her go so easily. As he said, he would even control Gao Shueting to join forces with him to deal with him. However, Yang Kai never expected that Lei Gu would directly control Gao Shueting to self-destruct. If Gao Shueting really self-destructed, then all his efforts would have been in vain. Moreover, at such a close distance, Yang Kai definitely wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. The self-destruction of a second-order Emperor Realm Master was absolutely terrifying. At that time, Lei Gu could take the opportunity to kill him. Fortunately, Yang Kai wasn't unprepared. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's left eye turned into a golden vertical eye. His spiritual energy surged out like a tide and enveloped Gao Shueting. At the same time, he opened his hand and clenched the sealed world bead. He urged the sealed world bead to open a world entrance, and a huge vortex appeared in front of his palm. Gao Shueting, whose demonic qi was surging and fluctuating dangerously, plunged into the vortex and disappeared in an instant, as if she had been swallowed by an invisible beast. Yang Kai immersed his mind into the sealed world bead without stopping, and then urged the power of the sealed world bead to suppress her. Only when he saw with his own eyes that the demonic qi on the surface of her body showed signs of stabilizing did he relax. With a bang, a huge impact came from his chest and abdomen. An incomparable pain spread throughout his body, causing him to snap back to his senses. He spat out a mouthful of golden blood and looked dispirited. However, with the help of this impact, he took the opportunity to retreat a few thousand meters. A few thousand meters away, Lei Gu looked at Yang Kai in amazement. He was holding a round hammer in his hand, and his eyes were full of shock and uncertainty. Gao Shueting had disappeared right under his nose. He couldn't help but wonder if his eyes were playing tricks on him. using Gao Shueting's self-destruction to cause a certain amount of damage to Yang Kai, then taking the opportunity to take his life. This plan could be said to be foolproof. Unless Yang Kai didn't care about Gao Shueting's life and death and dodged. However, under his watch, Yang Kai didn't show any signs of dodging at all, and Gao Shueting's sudden disappearance right before she was about to self-destruct made his plan go awry. Lei Gu's reaction was also fast. Even though Gao Shueting had made a mistake, he still rushed forward and took advantage of the moment when Yang Kai was distracted to smash his hammer into Yang Kai's chest. Lei Gu had used all his strength in that attack, so a second-order Emperor Realm Master would definitely not be able to survive. He would definitely be smashed to pieces. What surprised him even more was that Yang Kai didn't die. Although the sound of bones breaking could be heard, a large part of his chest caved in, and his aura became extremely weak. He was still alive. Only now did Lei Gu realize that he had underestimated the strength of Yang Kai's physical body. He had seen Yang Kai transform into a half-dragon with his own eyes, so he naturally understood that he had underestimated the strength of that half-dragon body. But now that things had gotten to this point, Lei Gu had no intention of retreating. Even if this little brat in front of him had the space divine technique, how long could he last with such a heavily injured body? The failure of the plan in the Southern Territory was all because of him, so how could Lei Gu let him live freely? He was determined to kill him here. For eyes met, Lei Gu's murderous intent surging and his eyes cold. Yang Kai's aura was weak and his face was pale, but he still grinned. This grin was fine, but it affected his injuries and caused him to spit out another mouthful of golden blood. Lei Gu raised the round hammer and pointed it at Yang Kai. "Boy, you ruined this king's plans. Today you will die." As soon as his words fell, the round hammer turned into a stream of light and instantly arrived above Yang Kai's head, smashing down with the power to destroy heaven and earth. Before the attack even arrived, the void shattered and cracks appeared one after another. Yang Kai held his breath and raised his hand. The mountains and rivers bell appeared and spun straight towards the round hammer. With a loud bang, a shockwave visible to the naked eye spread out like an invisible blade, splitting the whole world into two. The mountains and rivers bell flashed wildly as it was smashed away, and the watermelon hammer was also blocked. Yang Kai couldn't withstand it and fell down, smashing into the swamp. His face was covered in dirt, but he didn't dare to stay in place. He hurriedly soared into the sky, put away the mountains and rivers bell, then turned around and fled in the direction he came from. When a tiger falls to level land, it is bullied by dogs. When a dragon swims in shallow water, it is teased by shrimps. If he was at his peak, he wouldn't be afraid of Lei Gu even if he was a third-stage Emperor Realm Master. If he was lucky, he might be able to kill him. But just now, in order to suppress Gao Shueting's self-destruction, he had no choice but to delay for a moment. Lei Gu's Emperor artifact directly smashed into his chest, displacing all his internal organs. If it weren't for his half-dragon body supporting him, he would have been crushed to pieces. Even so, he was seriously injured at this moment. How could a third-stage Emperor Realm Master attack with the full power of an Emperor artifact be so easy to withstand? The circulation of Emperor Qi in his body was slightly blocked, making it inconvenient for him to attack. Even though he used the mountains and rivers bell to block the other party's attack, he was just barely hanging on. If he didn't escape now, he wouldn't be able to escape once he was entangled by Lei Gu. He was a little annoyed. If he had known this would happen, he would have hidden Lu Yen in the sealed world bead. With Lu Yen as his trump card, Lei Gu wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. As long as he delayed until reinforcements arrived, Lei Gu would die. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to do so before. Now he could only rely on himself to deal with Lei Gu. As he fled, a gust of wind blew behind him and a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Yang Kai looked up and suddenly had the urge to curse. Above his head, a dense number of hammer shadows smashed down. Obviously, Lei Gu was really angry and wasn't going to let him leave alive. Yang Kai took a deep breath, endured the pain all over his body and began to circulate his space principles. The hammer shadows in the sky smashed down, creating huge craters in the ground. Yang Kai was also smashed to pieces. However, Lei Gu's gaze suddenly turned and looked to the other side. Not far away, Yang Kai's figure appeared strangely. Obviously, he had used the space divine technique to avoid the fatal attack. Lei Gu roared in anger. He had long heard that those proficient in the space divine technique were the best at escaping. Now that he saw it, he knew that this reputation was not in vain. However, from the distance Yang Kai had teleported, he could infer that the other party was indeed an arrow at the end of its flight. He wouldn't be able to use this kind of life-saving method more than a few times. He immediately soared into the sky and chased after Yang Kai, shouting, "Boy, where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai was amused when he heard this. He was a little worried that Lei Gu wouldn't chase after him, but if that was the case he could only turn back and entangle with him. That would be too dangerous. If he wasn't careful he would capsize. In his current state he really couldn't fight with his full strength. Chapter 3268. Fortunately, Lei Gu seemed intent on killing him and didn't plan on letting him go, saving him some effort. Yang Kai quickly grabbed a handful of spirit pills and stuffed them into his mouth, cursing in a muffled voice, "Are you fucking crazy? If you dare chase me again I won't be polite with you." Lei Gu sneered, "Boy, next year today will be the anniversary of your death. Are you satisfied with the burial place this king chose for you?" While speaking, the round hammer in his hand turned into layers of light and shadow, smashing down on Yang Kai until he could only dodge. There were several times when the hammer narrowly missed him, but Yang Kai used the space divine technique to dodge. If it had been anyone else, it would have been impossible for them to escape from the wrath of an enraged third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai was the only one who could do this by teleporting, but he was in such a sorry state that Lei Gu was in a good mood. Previously in Orthodoxy Temple, this boy had summoned several hundred helpers to surround him, eyeing him covetously. Now the wheel of fortune had turned and he finally understood what it meant by the saying, "The river flows east for 30 years and then west for 30 years" meant. However, there was one thing that Lei Gu had to admit. This brat's life-saving skills were truly top-notch. That space divine ability was unfathomable, making people envious. If he didn't know that not everyone could cultivate the power of space, Lei Gu might have spared him and captured him alive to carefully interrogate him about the specific cultivation method. But it was also because of this that Lei Gu's determination to kill him became even more firm. If he didn't take this opportunity to eliminate Yang Kai today, he wouldn't have many chances in the future. After chasing for a while, Yang Kai was still alive and kicking. His vitality was simply unimaginable, but Lei Gu clearly saw that every time he used the teleportation secret technique, he would spit out a mouthful of golden blood. It was clear that the burden was too great and he couldn't bear it. "Boy, if you stop now this king can still give you a quick death. If this king catches you you'll beg for death." Lei Gu threatened as he chased. Yang Kai was seething with anger. With a face full of grief and indignation he said, "The world is so big. If you don't take this opportunity to escape, I'm afraid you won't have another chance. Do you really think I came here alone?" As soon as the statement came out, Lei Gu was shocked and couldn't help pausing while controlling his Emperor artifact, but he quickly reacted and roared, "No matter how eloquent you are, don't even think about leaving this place alive today." He clearly thought that Yang Kai was deliberately mystifying things. Of course, when they left the Orthodoxy Palace one after another, there would definitely be people following behind them. However, after a few days of hard work, Lei Gu believed that there was no one who could hide his tracks. Even if there were people chasing after him, he would have long shaken them off. At this moment, Yang Kai was trying to scare him. He was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight. "Fine, fine, fine. If you don't believe me, just wait and see." Yang Kai covered his chest with his hand and felt a strong wind coming from behind him. He hurriedly urged his space principles to use the same technique, but when he moved, a sharp pain came from his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. Even the Emperor Qi in his body suddenly became chaotic, preventing him from using the space divine technique. This shocked him greatly. The embodiment had already set up a trap with Lu Yen and the others, waiting for him to step into it with Lei Gu. If he was killed by Lei Gu here, then all his efforts would have been in vain. It wasn't the first time he had suffered such heavy injuries, nor was it the first time he had been chased into such a sorry state, but it was the first time he felt so close to death. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai abruptly turned around and slashed down with the myriad sword with all his strength. Everything paled in comparison, leaving only the light of this sword in the world. The round hammer smashed down and the sword light collapsed. Yang Kai spat out blood and the sound of bones breaking rang out from his arms. His entire body flew out like a ragsack. Injuries on top of injuries, but he had made the most accurate response at the most critical moment, saving his little life. Using the power of the round hammer to fly out, he waved his hand and released the two wood spirits from the sealed world bead. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu clearly still didn't understand the situation, and when they appeared they were at a loss. "Lend me a hand," Yang Kai said with difficulty. As soon as he spoke, blood gushed out of his mouth like a fountain. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu were greatly alarmed when they saw this. They turned their heads to look at Lei Gu, who was chasing behind them. How could they not know that Yang Kai was being chased? The two of them glanced at each other, and without hesitation the two of them used their techniques. Their bodies suddenly collapsed, turning into specks of light that gathered behind Yang Kai's shoulder blades. In an instant, two exquisite wings appeared on Yang Kai's back. When the wood spirit race fought side by side with the stone mongoose, they would always use this method to assist. Yang Kai had seen the elders and the wood spirit race's chief do this before, so he wasn't unfamiliar with it. With a flap of his wings, his entire body flew forward like an arrow that left a bow, his speed incredibly fast. Lei Gu, who was chasing behind him, was stunned when he saw this. He revealed a look of suspicion. What kind of technique was this? He was clearly about to kill Yang Kai, yet he actually made another pair of wings. This was simply a bit inconceivable. Moreover, with that pair of wings, this brat's running speed suddenly became much faster. Lei Gu was furious. He put away the round hammer, and the demonic qi around his body rippled. It was unknown what kind of secret technique he used, but he actually quickly chased after him, not letting him go at all. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu didn't understand the situation. They only knew that Yang Kai was currently avoiding being chased, so they used all their strength to fly away. However, Lei Gu was determined to kill Yang Kai, so how could they escape? The distance between the two sides quickly closed, making the two wood spirits very anxious. The frequency of their wings flapping became faster and faster. Yang Kai weakly pointed in a direction for them. Then he closed his eyes and silently operated his secret technique, catalyzing the effects of the spirit pill he had just swallowed. During the chase, the time it took to brew a cup of tea passed. When they passed by a valley surrounded by mountains, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. Light shot out from his eyes in all directions. Behind them, Lei Gu, who was flying into the valley, suddenly felt alarm bells ring in his heart. An incomparable feeling of danger spread through his entire body, making him suddenly stop and vigilantly look around. 100 zhang away, Yang Kai leisurely turned around and spat out a mouthful of blood. He calmly looked at Lei Gu and said, "Chase, why aren't you fucking chasing anymore?" After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, in addition to his powerful recovery ability, Yang Kai finally let out a sigh of relief. Although there was still a long way to go before he fully recovered, at least he wasn't as weak as before. Lei Gu coldly glanced at Yang Kai when he heard this. He turned around and was about to leave. A figure flashed behind him. Fan Hua blocked the path with his hands behind his back. He indifferently said, "This path is blocked." Lei Gu's eyes narrowed when he saw this. His body didn't move, but his expression shifted to the left. However, another figure suddenly appeared on that side, revealing a woman in a white palace dress. When he looked to the right, another thin and short man also appeared like a ghost. Lei Gu's heart sank. He naturally knew who these three people were. Yang Kai even specially introduced them to him a few days ago, so he knew that these three were all holy spirits. How could it be like this? They had actually been lying in ambush here, waiting for him to walk into the trap. And from Yang Kai's previous actions, he was actually stupid enough to be lured into this trap. The only thing Lei Gu couldn't understand was how they had secretly contacted each other. He didn't see any movement of him taking out a communication compass, nor did he see any traces of him leaving a secret mark. 3 holy spirits. Lei Gu couldn't even smile bitterly. He wasn't a match for 1 holy spirit, let alone 3. For a moment his intestines turned green with regret. If he had known earlier, he would have directly escaped into the southern swamp. What was the point of chasing? Now he had fallen into the other party's trap. He probably couldn't escape. At this critical moment of life and death, he was very decisive. There were holy spirits blocking the way from his left, right, and back. He couldn't resist. His figure flashed and pounced forward. Only the front was the only way out. Yang Kai wasn't his match at all in his current state. Facing the aggressive Lei Gu, Yang Kai stood in place without moving. The corner of his mouth held a mocking smile. Lei Gu suddenly felt that something was wrong. He realized that Yang Kai should have hidden something, but now that the arrow was on the bow, he had no choice but to release it. The demonic chi around his body surged, turning into a giant palm that grabbed at Yang Kai. As long as he could capture Yang Kai, he could make those 3 holy spirits hesitate. He could then use the same trick and leave calmly. The demonic chi giant palm broke through the air. Just as it was about to capture Yang Kai, a petite figure suddenly flashed behind Yang Kai. That figure was a 7 or 8-year-old little girl. She looked like she was carved from jade and was very cute. But this little girl's next move made Lei Gu's soul leave his body. She opened her mouth and blew out a breath. That breath suddenly turned into a monstrous flame that seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. The moment the pitch-black demonic chi giant palm came into contact with the flame, it was burned to pieces and became unrecognizable. Not only that, the flame turned into a flaming blade in the air and slashed down, heading straight for his face. The aura of death enveloped him. Lei Gu's expression changed drastically. Although he couldn't recognize what kind of flame it was, he knew that he couldn't touch it. He raised the round hammer and it suddenly became as big as a house, blocking above his head. The flaming blade slashed the round hammer but couldn't break through its defense. However, when Lei Gu withdrew his Emperor artifact, he saw a small flame burning on the round hammer. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't extinguish it. For a moment, the burning round hammer flashed wildly. I already told you if you continue to chase after me, I won't be polite anymore, but you just won't listen. Cough. Yang Kai clutched his chest. He wanted to ridicule Lei Gu a few more times, but he was powerless to do so, so he could only give up. Lei Gu's face was ashen. He knew that he couldn't escape today no matter what. The hatred in his heart couldn't be washed away even with all the water in the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. Do it. Yang Kai gently waved his hand. 4 figures pounced at Lei Gu from the front, back, left and right. 4 fierce murderous intents locked onto him. Lei Gu raised the round hammer high and shouted, "Demon race is immortal." While speaking, the demonic chi around his body fluctuated violently. His entire body also rapidly expanded. Seeing this, Fan Ku and the others stopped and retreated. Chapter 3269. With a boom, dust returned to dust and dust returned to earth. Lei Gu exploded into a cloud of blood mist and scattered in the air. Fan Ku and the other 2 were shocked. They were moved by his decisiveness. Even if they knew that they were going to die, not many people in this world would choose to self-destruct. If they were in his shoes, the 3 of them would definitely fight like cornered beasts. Although the final result was already decided, who would know the result if they didn't fight? Is the demon race really so cruel? The 3 of them shuddered. While they were in doubt, they saw Yang Kai fly down with a weak face and search around the rubble. The Wan Feng frowned and flew down gently. She said in annoyance, "What are you looking for instead of healing yourself?" Yang Kai coughed softly and said, "As long as the demon heart is not destroyed, the demon race will not die." In the 1000 illusionary dream world, he dealt with the demon race all year round. He knew that the powerful demon race had strong vitality. Even if their bodies were destroyed, as long as their demon heart was not destroyed, they could miraculously revive. If he wanted to kill this kind of demon race, he had to completely destroy their demon heart. Although Lei Gu was determined to self-destruct, Yang Kai still had to guard against him escaping. Fortunately, he didn't find anything similar to the demon heart. It seemed that after being possessed by the demon will, it was different from the normal demon race. After having Lu Yen burn this area, Yang Kai finally relaxed. Even if Lei Gu really planned to escape under the burning of Lu Yan's true phoenix fire, he probably wouldn't have the chance to revive. The avatar sneaked over from the side. Originally, it was hiding below to prevent Lei Gu from escaping, but who knew that it didn't have the chance to fight at all. However, this time it was thanks to the connection between it and Yang Kai that it could safely set a trap and catch Lei Gu off guard. If it wasn't for this, how could Yang Kai easily agree to follow Lei Gu alone? His avatar was his greatest trump card. The few of them huddled together and didn't say much. Yang Kai was heavily injured and urgently needed to be treated, and the mess at the Orthodoxy Palace still needed to be cleaned up. The 32 Monster King was still there, and without the 3 holy spirits who knew what kind of trouble they would cause. Don't judge them by how obedient they were in front of Yang Kai, but in reality, they were all arrogant and unruly people. No one was in the mood to stay here, so they immediately returned the way they came. Yang Kai handed the sealed world bead to Lu Yen for safekeeping while he hid in the sealed world bead to heal his wounds. The existence of the sealed world bead was his biggest secret and trump card. But as his strength grew, there was no need to deliberately keep it a secret anymore. Fan Ku and the other two would definitely not publicize this matter, so it was not a big deal to expose it in front of them. Lu Yen and the others naturally didn't need to talk about their return, but Yang Kai came to the medicine garden and sat cross-legged under the immortal tree. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu both used their secret techniques to draw out traces of essence from the immortal tree to heal him. Yang Kai had used the immortal tree to heal himself many times before, but most of the time he just took the leaves and consumed them directly. The immortal tree didn't have many leaves in total, so after being plucked a few times by Yang Kai, it was almost bare. With only a few leaves left, Yang Kai didn't dare to touch them, lest he damaged the immortal tree's foundation. However, the Wood Spirit Clan's magical methods allowed them to draw out the vitality of the immortal tree and inject it into Yang Kai's body without harming it. Coupled with Yang Kai's powerful physique and restorative abilities, it only took 3 days for him to fully recover, a speed that made Yang Kai very happy. Without the assistance of the two wood spirits, it would have taken him at least a month to fully recover from his injuries this time. In his happiness, he naturally praised Mu Zhu and Mu Lu's magical methods, causing the two wood spirits to blush and become extremely bashful. After recovering, Yang Kai finally had the time to deal with Gao Shueting's matter. Gao Shueting was eroded by the demonic qi, causing her body and mind to become the demon race. Previously she was controlled by Lei Gu and almost self-destructed. Fortunately, Yang Kai pulled her into the sealed world bead in time to suppress her. Otherwise she would have been dead by now. With a flicker of his body, Yang Kai arrived at the loft where Gao Shueting was being suppressed. Pushing open the door and walking in, Yang Kai was slightly surprised. That was because when she sensed someone approaching, Gao Shueting suddenly turned her pair of black eyes and looked at him. Then a strange sound came from her throat and her expression became ferocious, as if she couldn't wait to eat Yang Kai's flesh and drink Yang Kai's blood. This change made Yang Kai frown because according to his previous observations, the demons in Orthodoxy Temple were divided into 2 types. The first type was like Lei Gu and Feng Ming, possessed by a demonic sense. This type of demon was pure demon and had their own thoughts. They were wholeheartedly devoted to the demon race. The second type was like Gao Shueting and many other cultivators in the Southern Territory who had become the demon race. They were eroded by the demonic qi. This type of demon didn't have their own thoughts and was controlled by the former type of demon. But now, Gao Shueting clearly had some self-awareness, but it wasn't Gao Shueting's own consciousness. From her ferocious expression, it was a reaction after becoming the demon race. Yang Kai arrived in front of Gao Shueting and looked at her with a complicated expression. He softly called out a few times, but Gao Shueting didn't respond at all. She only roared and struggled. If it wasn't for the suppression, she would have already pounced on him and fought him to the death. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could it be that after becoming the demon race, all the demons without self-awareness would become like this and rely on their own instincts? If that was the case, then the Orthodoxy Temple would be in trouble. Without hesitation, Yang Kai's aura suddenly changed, becoming ancient and desolate. It was as if he had walked out of an ancient painting. His hands formed a seal and he chanted an incantation. A ray of light entered Gao Shueting's body. It was the bloodthirst technique. Although it was the most commonly used wizard technique, it wasn't a high-level wizard technique, but it was proven to be very effective in resisting the corrosion of demonic qi. In an instant, a red light shone brightly. The essence blood in Gao Shueting's body was stimulated, and her entire body seemed to be covered in a layer of crimson light. A trace of pain flashed across her face. At the same time that the red light shone brightly, boundless black qi also spread out from Gao Shueting's body. It tangled with the red light and neutralized it. Gao Shueting's expression also fluctuated. Yang Kai changed his incantation and used the exorcism technique. A cool light descended from the sky, cleansing Gao Shueting's body and mind. Sizzling sounds could be heard as strands of black smoke seeped out from Gao Shueting's body. As if they had encountered some kind of nemesis, they fled for their lives before disappearing into thin air. Yang Kai stood in front of Gao Shueting with a solemn expression as he impatiently used the exorcism technique. As time passed, the demonic qi seeping out from Gao Shueting's body became thinner and thinner. The flickering black and red light also gradually became red. Finally, the black in Gao Shueting's eyes faded away. She blinked her eyes blankly and focused her vision. She immediately saw Yang Kai standing in front of her with a smile on his face. His aura was ancient and strange. "Junior brother," Gao Shueting said softly. She seemed extremely weak. "Senior sister Gao, you're awake." Yang Kai sighed in relief. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to save Gao Shueting after such a long delay. Fortunately, the ancient wizard technique was indeed the nemesis of demonic qi. His efforts weren't in vain. "Why are you?" Gao Shueting still didn't understand the situation. She only felt that her entire body was weak. Moreover, there were some very uncomfortable remnants of power in her meridians and body. "Senior sister, do you still remember what happened before?" Yang Kai asked her. "What happened before?" Gao Shueting frowned and thought about it blankly. "Southern Territories Martial Gathering, Orthodoxy Palace." Yang Kai reminded her. Gao Shueting was startled when she heard this. Her pupils shrank as she anxiously said, "Orthodoxy Palace is plotting something. Junior brother, quickly go and warn the palace master." Yang Kai said, "Senior sister Gao, please calm down. Orthodoxy Palace's plot has already been crushed. Lei Gu and Feng Ming have also been executed." "Lei Gu and Feng Ming are dead?" Gao Shueting's expression changed as she asked, "What are they plotting?" Yang Kai asked in return, "How much do you know, senior sister?" Gao Shueting slowly shook her head. "I'm not too sure. That night, junior brother Luo and I received Grand Elder Feng Ming's invitation and went to his residence as guests to discuss cultivation experiences. There were more than 20 people who went with us, but after drinking something they fell asleep and didn't wake up." Yang Kai nodded slightly. He understood that Gao Shueting and the others had probably become the demon race because of that thing they drank. He had been wondering before how the Emperor Realm's people could become the demon race so easily. As long as they sensed something was wrong, they should have been able to resist for a while by circulating their Emperor Qi. At the very least, they should have been able to send a message. Now it seemed that Feng Ming had used a method similar to poisoning to cause Gao Shueting and the others to be corroded by the demonic qi from the inside. Naturally, they couldn't defend against it. They probably didn't expect Feng Ming to do such a thing. After all, they knew each other very well and they had been friends for more than a year or two. Since they were unprepared, it was easy for him to succeed. "What about junior brother Luo?" Gao Shueting asked. "I'm not sure." Yang Kai shook his head. He really hadn't seen Luochen before, but now it seemed that Luochen was most likely dead. "Then what is this place?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "This is a small world. Senior sister Gao, please recuperate in peace. We will return to the Orthodoxy Temple soon." Saying so, he took out a bottle of healing emperor pills and placed it beside her. She had been corroded by the demonic qi and her yuan qi had been severely injured. Previously, she had almost self-destructed under Lei Gu's control. Although it had been forcibly suppressed by Yang Kai, it had still caused some damage to her. Gao Shueting didn't hold back. She took out a spirit pill from the jade bottle and popped it into her mouth. While refining the pill, she asked, "What happened?" "It's a long story." Yang Kai sighed and sat cross-legged in front of Gao Shueting. He briefly told her what had happened in the past few days. Gao Shueting's expression kept changing. She didn't expect the Southern Territory martial gathering to involve such a shocking plot. Although Yang Kai spoke calmly, how could she not know that if it wasn't for Yang Kai following them and using his mysterious methods to pull in a group of powerful reinforcements from the Northern and Eastern Territories, the Southern Territory would have been finished. If the Orthodoxy Temple's plot had succeeded, there would have been hundreds of the Emperor Realm that had become the demon race and tens of thousands of elite cultivator that had become the demon race scattered throughout the Southern Territory. In time, the entire Southern Territory would have become a den of demons. Chapter 3270. Orthodoxy Temple, originally one of the 3 top forces in the Southern Territory, was now in a mess, with broken walls everywhere, and the traces of the battle were clearly visible. On the mountain peaks, the remaining cultivator camps were set up, each of their faces filled with lingering fear. Whenever they recalled what happened a few days ago, they couldn't help but shudder. A group of people from the Northern Territory, on the other hand, were tirelessly shuttling through the Emperor realm in the Southern Territory, inquiring about their well-being. The ancient land's 32 Monster King occupied one of the spirit peaks and found a lot of good wine and food from who knows where, drinking and having fun. The atmosphere of celebration was in sharp contrast to the gloomy atmosphere in the Southern Territory. To them, the life and death of humans was of no concern. If they hadn't come with Yang Kai this time, it would have been impossible for them to intervene in the affairs of the Southern Territory. The Southern Territory was also happy to see this. After all, each of the Monster Kings was not to be trifled with. The monster race's temperament was perverse and violent, so if they really mingled with humans, it was likely that conflicts would arise. No one here could restrain them, so if they liked to drink and have fun, let them be. A few days later, Murong Xiao, who was quietly floating in the air and monitoring the surrounding movements, suddenly looked serious and carefully looked in a certain direction, a moment later shouting happily, "They're back!" Schwa. When Zhou Xian's figure suddenly appeared beside her and looked nervously in that direction, only to see several figures quickly rushing over. The one in the lead was Yang Kai, followed by the 7 or 8-year-old girl and the 3 holy spirits from the Eastern Territory, and there was no one else. When Zhou Xian's face suddenly became extremely pale, and his fists were tightly clenched, Murong Xiao seemed to have realized something as well. Her pretty face changed slightly and her eyes turned red. Temple Master. Yang Kai flew in front of Wen Zishan and cupped his fists. Suddenly he saw that both Wen Zishan and Murong Xiao's expressions were a little strange and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Wen Zishan took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, "Where's Lei Gu?" Yang Kai replied, "Fortunately Lei Gu is dead." Wen Zishan nodded, "All right, thank you for your hard work." He opened his mouth as if he wanted to ask something, but he didn't dare to ask. He was afraid that he would get an answer that he didn't want to hear. Murong Xiao asked on his behalf. She choked a little and said, "Where's Senior Sister Gao?" Only then did Yang Kai understand why these two people's expressions were so grave. It turned out that they were worried about Gao Shueting's safety. His expression turned solemn and he said in a low voice, "Senior Sister Gao, she..." Murong Xiao suddenly covered her mouth, bean-sized tears slid down her cheeks, crying like a person in tears. Yang Kai was speechless, thinking, "I haven't finished speaking yet, what are you crying for?" He turned his head to look at Wen Zishan and found that he actually had a sorrowful expression on his face. Even his body was swaying a few times as if he would fall at any moment. "Senior Sister Gao is a little injured, but it's nothing serious." Yang Kai finished the sentence at the same time waving his hand and releasing Gao Shueting from the sealed world bead. As soon as she appeared, Gao Shueting was obviously still not used to it. She hurriedly circulated her emperor qi to stabilize her body. Looking up, she asked curiously, "Junior sister, what's wrong with you?" Murong Xiao's tears were still flowing, but she stared at Gao Shueting with a pair of wide eyes. Then her tears turned into laughter as she called out tenderly, "Senior Sister Gao." Gao Shueting nodded slightly, then looked at Wen Zishan and frowned slightly. "What's wrong with you?" Wen Zishan swallowed hard and walked towards Gao Shueting step by step, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Only when he was in front of Gao Shueting did he stop and reach out to touch her face. A blush appeared on Gao Shueting's cold face as she leaned back slightly and bit her red lips. "What are you doing? Don't move." Wen Zishan shouted in a low voice. Gao Shueting's body stiffened for a moment, but as expected she obediently stayed still and let the big hand touch half of her face. The slight trembling of the hand made her heart flutter as she realized that Wen Zishan seemed to be worried about her safety. A shy look immediately appeared on her face, but her heart was warm. How many years had it been since she saw him so nervous? The last time was when she sneaked out to play when she was a child and was almost bitten to death by a monster beast. In a trance, time seemed to turn back, and the bits and pieces of hundreds of years together were imprinted in her heart. In the next moment, Wen Zishan suddenly pinched Gao Shueting's face and lifted it slightly. His eyes widened as he asked nervously, "Does it hurt?" Yang Kai, who was watching the show with relish, covered his face and couldn't bear to watch. The blush on Gao Shueting's face receded, and a cold light bloomed in her eyes. She stretched out a leg from under her skirt and kicked Wen Zishan's lower abdomen, sending him flying with a bang. Gao Shueting's face was as cold as frost as she coldly snorted, "Does it hurt?" When Zhou Xian bent his waist and covered his abdomen with his hand, but he laughed heartily. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts so much. What's wrong with you? Gao Shueting rubbed her face and turned to Murong Xiao. I'm fine, sorry for making you worry. Murong Xiao immediately nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice, but after a moment her expression darkened. Brother Luo, he was killed. Yang Kai's face changed slightly. Brother Luo is dead? Murong Xiao nodded as tears flowed down her cheeks again. Although he had already guessed it, he couldn't help but sigh when he heard the news. He didn't have much contact with Luo Qin, but after all they were both from Azure Sun Temple, so he couldn't help but feel sad for him. What about Xiaobai? Yang Kai asked. Although he was sure that the Xiaobai he killed before was definitely an illusion, he didn't know the specific situation of Xiaobai. Murong Xiao said, Brother Xiao was injured, it's not a big deal. When Zhou Xian also returned to his usual posture at this moment and sighed slightly, this time the Southern Territory has really suffered heavy losses. Yang Kai glanced down and roughly understood the situation with a sweep of his divine sense. The losses were indeed heavy. It was estimated that 1/3 of the hundreds of people in the Emperor realm had died, and more than half of the tens of thousands of elite disciples had died. After this battle, the Southern Territory wouldn't be able to recover for at least 500 years. What's the situation over there? Yang Kai suddenly pointed to the valley where the martial meet was held and asked. The valley was wrapped in countless vines at this moment. Looking at it, the entire valley seemed to have become a ball formed by vines, and inside the ball, a terrifying dark demonic chi was constantly emitting, turning even the vines pitch black. Hundreds of petite wood spirits were spread out under the protection of the stone mongoose and seemed to be casting spells. When Zhou Xian said, It's the work of the wood spirits you brought. They seem to have a way to suppress the demonic chi, so we gathered all the people who become the demon race there. After saying that, he sighed again, but this isn't a solution at all. Their methods can't solve the problem at the root. Sooner or later those people will be completely eroded by the demonic chi. When that time comes there will be no turning back. I'll go take a look, Yang Kai said and rushed over. Ma Qing and Xiao Yiyang were also there. After all, no one knew if the wood spirit's methods would work. If the cultivator who become the demon race suddenly attacked again, someone had to be able to subdue them. The two of them had already seen Yang Kai return, but because of their duties they couldn't run over to ask. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai come over, Ma Qing anxiously asked, How's the situation? Lei Gu is dead. Ma Qing and Xiao Yuyang's expressions brightened when they heard this. They clapped and said, Good. If Lei Gu had really escaped, who knew what would happen in the future? Since Lei Gu had been killed, this matter was basically solved. All that was left was to deal with the cultivator who become the demon race. They also had a headache. There were many of these cultivator, more than 10,000 of them. If they had really killed them in a fight it would have been fine, but now that these 10,000 demons had been captured, it was difficult to kill them, but they couldn't release them either. Needless to say, it was very worrying. Among these tens of thousands of people, there were disciples from almost every sect and sect. Who could be so determined as to slaughter tens of thousands of people? Although the wood spirits were suppressing the devil chi with their miraculous methods, they were only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Xiao Yuyang said thoughtfully, Elder Yang, do you have a way to awaken the consciousness of these demons? He also saw Gao Shueting come back safe and sound, so he had this guess. Gao Shueting had also become the demon race before. Now that she looked no different from normal, it meant that the demonic chi that had invaded her body had been expelled. Only Yang Kai or the three divine spirits could have such a magical method. After seeing Yang Kai's methods this time, he had higher expectations for Yang Kai than the three divine spirits. Yang Kai nodded. Even if Xiao Yiyang didn't say it, he would do it anyway. He turned to Mu Na and said, Patriarch, please withdraw your secret technique. Mu Na nodded when she heard this. She worked together with a group of wood spirits to cast a spell. The ball of vines that wrapped the entire mountain valley suddenly retracted, revealing the situation inside. More than 10,000 demons stood there motionless. Yang Kai looked at them for a while. He knew that if his guess was right, they should have become the demon race for too short a time, so they didn't have the ability to move on their own, unless there was a demonic chi driving them. However, this was also convenient for him to cast his secret technique. His figure flickered and he appeared in the air above the center of the mountain valley. He waved his hand and threw out the few demons from the Emperor realm that were suppressed in the small sealed world. These demons were the ones who had attacked him on the mountain peak before and were captured by him. They had been suppressed in the small sealed world before, but now that he was going to expel the demonic chi, he naturally released them as well. After everything was ready, Yang Kai took a light breath and closed his eyes. Under everyone's gazes, Yang Kai remained calm. Suddenly, his eyes opened and his aura underwent an incredible change, becoming extremely ancient and desolate. Xiao Yuyang and Ma Qing were both stunned and looked at each other. They didn't know what kind of magic this was and how it could be so strange. A complicated incantation sounded and Yang Kai slowly pointed his finger downward. A light bloomed and a halo suddenly appeared, sweeping across the bodies of the 10,000 cultivator. Chapter 3271. As if a handful of salt had been sprinkled into a pot of oil, an incredible scene appeared when the halo of light dissipated. The tens of thousands of demons released a bright red light as if they had been injected with chicken blood, their auras rising sharply. When Zhou Xian, Ma Qing and Xiao Yuyang's expressions changed at the same time, revealing looks of horror. Ma Qing cried out involuntarily, "What kind of secret technique is this?" This kind of secret technique was simply unheard of. As the red light shone, the auras of the tens of thousands of demons soared, increasing their strength by a large margin. Such a secret technique could be called a miracle. Just imagine if two evenly matched groups of people were in a bloody battle, and one side suddenly received the support of such a secret technique. The outcome of the battle would be without suspense. Not to mention Yang Kai's secret technique could cover tens of thousands of people. Ma Qing, Xiao Yuyang and Wen Zishan had never seen such a thing before, so all three of them were a little dumbfounded. On the other hand, Fan Ku and the others who had come to see what was going on, looked at each other. Songgo frowned and said, "Why do I feel like this is?" The last few words were said so softly that even Ma Qing and the others couldn't understand them. Fan Ku nodded and said, "A little." Wan Feng frowned and said, "It shouldn't be, how could he use such a secret technique?" Although the three of them had never seen such a secret technique before, they each had similar memories in the divine spirit source inheritances, but because they had never seen it before they weren't too sure. The three of them chatted one after another, causing Ma Qing and the others' hearts to itch unbearably. They couldn't help scratching their ears and scratching their cheeks, wondering if there was something they couldn't say openly. Why were they being so secretive? However, in front of three holy spirits, they didn't dare to be too presumptuous. At this moment, Yang Kai changed the incantation in his mouth and pointed his finger downwards. A pure white light appeared at the tip of his finger and a halo of light spread out. As the milky white light swept over, the tens of thousands of demons let out painful groans. Immediately after, traces of demonic chi overflowed from their bodies and turned invisible. Ma Qing's eyes widened. Really works. It wasn't that they hadn't tried to expel the demonic chi from the demon dwellers' bodies before, but they couldn't find a way. The strange demonic chi was extremely difficult to deal with. Even if they could get rid of some of it, they couldn't get rid of it completely. They also couldn't do it as easily as Yang Kai. One had to know that they could only expel it one-on-one, but Yang Kai had used this secret technique on tens of thousands of people at once. The difference between the two was immeasurable. The ancient wizard's spell. Fan Hua's face brightened as he exclaimed in a low voice. If it was just a suspicion before, then it was confirmed now. The secret technique Yang Kai used was actually an ancient wizard's technique. Ancient wizard spells? Ma Qing gawked, looking at Fan Hua in surprise. He asked humbly, "Brother Fan, do you mean this is a secret technique from the antiquity time?" Fan Hua glanced at him but didn't respond. He was a divine spirit, and all the Monster King's subordinates were comparable to third-layer Emperor realm cultivators. Ma Qing's cultivation was only at this level, and when he came to the ancient wildlands he was just a subordinate, yet he dared to call him brother. It would be strange if Fan Hua paid him any attention. Seeing the disdain in Fan Hua's eyes, Ma Qing's face turned red, but he didn't dare to do anything because his fists weren't as big as Fan Hua's. When Zishan laughed in his heart, but on the surface he said calmly, "This kid's luck is not shallow. He even obtained an ancient secret technique. This is a great help." Fan Hua said lightly, "It has nothing to do with obtaining it." "What do you mean?" When Zishan looked at him curiously. Perhaps it was because of Yang Kai, but Fan Hua's attitude towards Zhou Xian was quite good. He pondered for a while and said, "In today's star boundary, there are secret techniques from the antiquity time, but have you seen anyone use them?" Zhou Xian frowned and said, "I haven't seen anyone. Maybe that person treasured them and hid away to cultivate." Wan Feng chuckled, "You can't cultivate them." Zhou Xian was stunned, "Why is that?" Wan Feng said, "Every era has its own world principles, and under the corresponding world principles, corresponding secret techniques are born. The wizard technique is something from the antiquity time and can only be cultivated under the world principles of the antiquity time. Today's star boundaries world principles cannot meet the requirements of cultivation." Ma Qing and Zhou Xian looked at each other. Is there such a thing? Although their cultivations were not low and their knowledge was not shallow, they had never heard of such a thing. Only divine spirits who had inherited memories from their source could know a thing or two about it. Xiao Yuyang nodded slightly and said, "I have heard similar remarks from the great emperors. The great emperors once said that the star boundaries' many secret techniques would not have been able to bear fruit in another era." Fan Hua nodded, "Exactly." Ma Qing was stunned, but since Elder Yang can perform it, it means that he has succeeded in cultivating it. Why is that? Why is that? Not only did he not understand, but the three divine spirits also did not understand. They even suspected that Yang Kai had some kind of opportunity in the ancient wildlands. They even suspected that the ancient wizard technique was successfully cultivated in the ancient wildlands. The reason why the savage desolate ancient ground was given such a name was because this place had inherited the aura of the ancient desolate ancient ground, which had not changed over the years. The world principles of the savage desolate ancient ground were slightly different from the environment of the entire star boundary. An ordinary cultivator would be suppressed to a certain extent after entering the ancient wild lands. Everyone thought that it was because of the ancient wild aura, but in fact it was caused by the different world principles. If there was any place in the world where Yang Kai could cultivate the ancient wizard technique, it would be the ancient wild lands. But Fan Hua and the others had never heard of any wizard technique inheritance in the ancient wild lands. Besides, Yang Kai had not been in the ancient wild lands for a long time. Where did he learn it? Since you three know that it is the ancient wizard technique, do you know what it is? Ma Qing asked again. Fan Hua said, "If I am not wrong, that kid used the bloodthirsty technique for the first time." Bloodthirsty technique? Ma Qing raised his eyebrows. Fan Hua said, "Stimulating the essence blood in the target's body can increase his power greatly for a certain period of time. I believe that you all know the same kind of secret technique." Ma Qing was shocked. He was jealous for a long time. So it was this kind of secret technique. Of course they knew the same kind of secret technique. Not to mention them, even an ordinary cultivator would know the same kind of secret technique. It was just a matter of whether it was good or bad. However, when the essence blood was stimulated, it could increase one's power for a short period of time. After that, the cultivator would be weakened and fall into a long period of recovery. This is one of the fundamental wizard techniques that the ancient barbarians relied on to survive. The Luan Feng continued, "The ancient barbarian race didn't have the martial Dao that we have today. Only a small portion of them had outstanding aptitude and were able to cultivate witchcraft. The rest of them had to temper their bodies and bones. However, there were also rumors that some of them were able to reach Saint Realm with their physical bodies. Their means weren't inferior to today's great emperors. It was because of the strong bodies of the ancient barbarians that they could endure the bloodthirsty technique again and again. They could survive in the harsh environment. With the current body of the astral world cultivator, I am afraid that they could not endure more than a few times." "There is such a thing." Ma Qing sighed. After knowing the truth about the bloodthirsty technique, there was no need to be jealous. After all, it required a strong body to support it. The three of you are really knowledgeable. Although he knew that they had learned all of this because of the origin inheritance, it was not as if flattery was free. Fan Hua and the others did not explain the second secret technique, but everyone knew that it should be a secret technique similar to the clear mind technique. However, it was much more effective than the clear mind technique. It could almost be said that it was the nemesis of the demonic qi. Yang Kai patiently performed the exorcism technique again and again. Low roars and painful howls constantly came from the valley. Traces of demonic qi escaped from the tens of thousands of demons' bodies and quickly dissipated like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Half a day later, the situation of the tens of thousands of demons in the valley was much better. Some of them had gradually regained their consciousness and sat down cross-legged, adjusting themselves while cooperating with Yang Kai's exorcism technique. One day later, Yang Kai had to stop and rest for a while. Continuously performing the exorcism technique had almost dried up his emperor qi. He took a few emperor pills and took some source crystals to meditate and recover. Only after an hour did he start again. After 3 full days, the demonic qi in the tens of thousands of demons in the valley was completely removed. But not all of them. At least 1,000 of them had been completely devoured by the demonic qi. Even Yang Kai's exorcism technique could not save them. It would only cause them harm and had no effect at all. For a time the mountain valley was filled with misery. The cultivators who had recovered were led by their respective elders to different places to rest. As for how to deal with the remaining thousands of demons, Xiao Yuyang and the others had already decided. Since they could not save them, they could only give them a quick death. Xiao Yuyang did it himself. With one move he almost overturned the entire valley. Thousands of demons were buried along with them. The scene became even more tragic. Soft sobs could be heard everywhere. This time, all the major sects that came to participate in the martial meet in the Southern Territory had suffered losses, regardless of their strength. The worst few sects were almost wiped out, leaving only a few survivors. Azure Sun Temple also suffered losses. One of their elders from the Emperor realm had died. Among the disciples who came to participate in the martial meet, almost half of the Origin Kings and Origin Returning Realm cultivators had died. Only a few Dao Source Realm cultivators died. This was the result of Zhou Xian's protection when he sensed that something was wrong. Otherwise it would have been even worse. Yuanqi was greatly damaged. The real Yuanqi was greatly damaged. Elder Yang, I still need you to take a look at these people. While they were resting, Ma Qing, Wen Zishan and Xiao Yuyang came together. Behind them, a group of people from the Emperor realm escorted 2 batches of people. There were not many people in these 2 batches. One batch only had 7 or 8 people while the other batch only had a dozen people. From the outside there was nothing special about these people. It was just that their cultivations had been sealed. The 7 or 8 people on the left had gloomy faces and their hearts were dead. The dozen people on the right, on the other hand, were constantly shouting that they had been wronged. Most of these people were from the Emperor realm. The remaining people were a mix of good and bad. Chapter 3272. The black puppy returned to ruins also followed along and was held in Lu Yan's arms. It bared its fangs and growled at the second group of people. These people seemed to be extremely afraid of it, and each of them had a deep fear in their eyes. Yang Kai glanced at them thoughtfully before fixing his gaze on the first group of 7 or 8 people and asking, "Have they all been possessed by the demonic will?" When Zishan nodded with a heavy expression, "Yes, see if you can save them." "It'll be difficult." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Although he had never tried, he knew that these demon dwellers who had been possessed by the demonic will were fundamentally different from those who had been eroded by the demonic qi. Even if he had the ancient wizard's technique, there was probably no hope. "Let's try," Ma Qing pleaded. One of them was an elder of heavenly martial Holy Land, and he really couldn't bear to be defeated here. Yang Kai nodded and said, "All right, but Holy Master Ma shouldn't expect too much." "As long as Elder Yang does his best," Ma Qing smiled bitterly. Yang Kai got up and walked over to the demon dwellers, looking at them with interest. To be honest, even at this moment he couldn't see anything wrong with these demon dwellers. They were no different from ordinary people. It was no wonder that the entire Southern Territory was still in the dark about the fall of Orthodoxy Temple. There were men and women, old people and young people among these 7 or 8 people. Yang Kai walked around them and stopped in front of a young man at random. When their eyes met, the young man's eyes showed obvious nervousness. Yang Kai smiled at him and chanted an incantation. He pointed a finger at the young man's forehead, and a milky white light bloomed from his fingertip and poked into the young man's forehead. As the light spread, the young man trembled all over and his face became extremely ferocious. A bestial howl came from his mouth as he struggled with all his might. Unfortunately, many restrictions had already been placed on his body, so how could he break free? Under the effects of the exorcism technique, the young man was quickly surrounded by demonic qi. As the exorcism technique took effect, the demonic qi on the young man's body continued to dissipate, but his essence, qi and spirit also withered. In a very short time, His face became pale and his clothes were soaked in sweat as if he had been fished out of water. After a while his eyes rolled back and he completely fainted. Yang Kai stood and slowly shook his head. Seeing this scene, Ma Qing and the others sighed. They had mentally prepared themselves before coming, but when they saw with their own eyes that Yang Kai's method had no effect on these demons, they gave up. After all, these demons had been possessed by the demonic qi and their wills had long been devoured. These demons had changed fundamentally, so even if Yang Kai's exorcism technique could get rid of their demonic qi, it would also damage their foundation. Even if it could get rid of all the demonic qi, these people would become walking corpses without their own thoughts. Yang Kai knew this very well. Previously, when Feng Ming took out the demonic seed to erode his knowledge sea and tried to possess him, he still remembered it clearly. It's hopeless. Yang Kai glanced at Ma Qing. Did you get any useful information from them? When Zishan sighed, no, these guys are all tight-lipped and are ready to die. I couldn't get anything out of them. Is that so? Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards Lu Yen. Lu Yen immediately walked up and handed Return to Ruins to him. Yang Kai held Return to Ruins in one hand and stood in front of the demons. He glanced at them and said, if you want to live, tell me what you're planning. If the information is useful, I may spare your lives. The 7 or 8 people looked at him quietly, but no one answered except for the young man who had fainted. Yang Kai nodded. You're all not afraid of death, very good. As he spoke, he gently patted Return to Ruins on the head. The little black dog roared and suddenly stretched its head out. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed a demon standing in front of Yang Kai. This scene made the eyelids of Ma Qing and the rest twitch. Even though they had already seen this strange little black dog's means before, they were still a little shocked. It was not strange for a demonic beast to eat humans, but the key was that the ruins of N did not eat humans but demons, and yet nothing happened. Previously, it had even swallowed the boundless demonic qi in the valley, which was really amazing. When Zishan looked thoughtful, he knew about the existence of Return to Ruins. Gong Yu found Return to Ruins in the Azure Sun Temple. At that time it almost swallowed Feng Ming. It swallowed the combined attack of more than 10 people from the Emperor realm and bounced it back. According to Gong Yu, this little beast seemed to have the bloodline of the strange beasts in the demon territory, so it was normal for it to have such a strange performance. After swallowing a demon in one bite, the rest of the demons were restless. They looked at Return to Ruins as if they were looking at their natural enemy, full of fear and dread. However, their powers were sealed, so they could not escape even if they wanted to. Yang Kai looked at them calmly and said, think about it slowly. If anyone has thought it through, feel free to speak. As long as you can provide some decent information, I will keep my word. As soon as he finished speaking, Return to Ruins opened its mouth and swallowed a second demon. Yang Kai did not speak anymore. He just carried Return to Ruins and walked forward step by step. Every time it came in front of a demon, Return to Ruins swallowed it. In the blink of an eye, it had swallowed 5, leaving only 2 standing there. Their eyes were filled with hatred, but they still did not say a word. Seeing this, Yang Kai sighed helplessly. As expected, they are all tough men. He turned to look at Ma Qing and the others and said, I'm afraid I won't be able to get anything out of them. Ma Qing said with a cold face, if that's the case, then we won't keep them. If they weren't demons, Ma Qing might have thought of a way to use a secret technique like the soul-sucking technique to pry into the secrets in their minds. However, this was related to demons, so no one had the guts to do so. If they were contaminated by the demon qi, it would not be worth it. There was no use in keeping them, so they could only eliminate them by the roots. Return to Ruins swallowed the remaining 2 demons in 2 mouthfuls. With a look of dissatisfaction, it glanced at the dozen people on the other side. What's the situation with them? Yang Kai asked curiously. You'll have to ask your pet beast. When Zishan frowned, it keeps barking at these people. I don't know if there's a problem with it. After the battle in the valley, the major sects were gathering the survivors and collecting the bodies of the dead and injured. However, Return to Ruins suddenly ran in front of a cultivator and kept barking. In view of its strange behavior before Return to Ruins, when Zishan and Ma Qing were cautious and ordered people to detain the cultivator, who knew that Return to Ruins would keep shuttling through the crowd and find a dozen people one after another, resulting in the current situation. I'm innocent, Temple Master Wen. I'm a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. How could there be a problem? A young girl defended herself with a bitter face. The others also chimed in. Yang Kai said, Whether there's a problem or not, we'll know once we try. He took a step forward and went straight in front of the girl. The girl was shocked and took a few steps back. What do you want to do? Yang Kai opened his big hand and directly grabbed her head. When he used his exorcism technique, the girl's face suddenly changed. Traces of black qi poured out of her body and she wailed. Everyone's faces changed when they saw this. There really is a problem. Ma Qing's face was dignified. When Zhou Xian also had a look of lingering fear on his face as he looked at the returning ruin in amazement. He knew that if it weren't for this little beast's abnormal performance this time, he and the others would have been deceived. When was a person's mind at its most relaxed? It was when victory was won after a great battle. The dust from the Battle of Orthodoxy Temple had already settled. No one had expected that there would be demons hiding in the crowd, and no one had the ability to distinguish them. If these people were allowed to leave this place alive, perhaps a second or third Orthodoxy temple would appear one day. Yang Kai checked one by one and found that the dozen people found by Return to Ruins had all been secretly possessed by the demon. He didn't know if they had already been possessed before or if they had done it during the chaos. Looking at the dozen people's different backgrounds and cultivation levels, it was probably the latter. Since they had already been possessed, there was nothing to say. In a short moment they were all in Return to Ruins' stomach. When Zhou Xian said, "Do you want to ask your pet beast to look again? What if there are still remnants of the demon?" Previously, there was no way to distinguish who had been possessed by the demon. Now that they had a weapon like Return to Ruins, they naturally had to choose carefully. Yang Kai nodded and said, "That's fine." Saying so, he threw Return to Ruins to Lu Yen. "Take it with you." Lu Yen took Return to Ruins, turned around and left. Not far away, Wu Chang watched this scene. His expression was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. More than a month ago, when they met at the gates of Orthodoxy Temple, Wu Chang was still rude and mocking Yang Kai, boasting shamelessly that Yang Kai had the qualifications to fight him. But who would have thought that in just a short month, this opponent that he didn't take seriously before would actually speak to his holy lord as an equal? And the incident at Orthodoxy Temple was almost single-handedly saved by Wu Chang. If it weren't for him, so many people in the southern territory would have been wiped out. Wu Chang thought about the 200 or so helpers he had casually pulled from the Emperor realm, then thought about the arrogant 32 Paths Monster King, then thought about the 3 holy spirits that obeyed his orders. Wu Chang felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. He didn't know when, but this person who was of the same generation as him had walked so far ahead of him, becoming a person from a different world from him. Now that he thought about his bold words from more than a month ago, he realized that he was too laughable and childish. At that time, this person probably didn't take him seriously, right? Wu Chang couldn't help but feel a deep sense of defeat, like he was a clown. Chen Wenhao, who was standing beside him, seemed to have sensed the change in his mood. He raised his hand and patted his shoulder. Everyone has their own fate. This person's fortune is as high as the heavens, 1 in a billion. Not everyone can compare to him. Wu Chang sighed softly and said, "I know." He paused for a moment, then said, "When we go back this time, I'll go into seclusion. Once I make another breakthrough in my cultivation, I'll go out and travel." Chen Wenhao turned to look at him and nodded, "That's fine." The flowers in the greenhouse couldn't withstand the wind and rain. Chapter 3273. At the entrance of Orthodoxy Temple, Yang Kai slowly walked over to a small slope and stared down at the cold corpse, a trace of sadness flashing across his eyes. At this moment, the corpse was wrapped in a layer of ice, so even after several days, there was no sign of damage, let alone being bitten by wild beasts. The fatal wound was on her chest, penetrated by a sharp weapon like a sword. It was the only place where he could see that she did not suffer any pain before she died, but her eyes were wide open and filled with fear and helplessness. "Temple Master." Hua Qingxi stepped forward and called out softly, "Why are you here?" Yang Kai asked as he squatted down and brushed his big hand across the cold corpse, melting the ice immediately. He then gently closed her eyes and smoothed the messy hair on her forehead. "Elder Ji asked me to stand guard here." Hua Qingxi replied, quietly observing Yang Kai's expression, knowing that Ji Yao was right. Her temple master really did know this dead woman, but she did not know what their relationship was. But seeing the guilt and sadness on Yang Kai's face, it seemed that their relationship was not ordinary, but it was not to the point of romantic love. Yang Kai nodded. When Ji Yao had broken through the Orthodoxy Temple's sect defending array with him, he had also noticed that Ji Yao had used a secret technique to freeze Jade Chakram's corpse. But at that time the battle was imminent and he had no time to linger. It was only now that everything was settled that he had the time to come and investigate. The dead were already gone, but her voice and smile continued to play in his mind. If she had not died here with Jade Chakram's performance at the martial gathering, she would have had a good chance of breaking through to the Emperor realm in the future. But the path of martial Dao was filled with thorns, and the slightest carelessness could lead to death. In fact, Yang Kai did not have much of a friendship with her. This time 20 to 30,000 people had died in the Southern Territory, and even more than a third of Azure Sun Temple's disciples had died, but she was the only one who made Yang Kai feel regret and heartache. What an inexplicable feeling. Looking at the person in front of him, Yang Kai could recall the scene when she suddenly turned around and waved at him after he refused to see her. No one would have thought that the moment she turned around would be forever separated. Hua Qingxi waited for a while, but seeing that Yang Kai still didn't respond, she reminded him, "Palace Master, those people over there are her fellow disciples. They want to bury her body." Kai Yang looked up and saw a dozen or so people standing not far away, some fear in their eyes. The one leading them was a young woman who looked to be in her 30s. Behind her was a group of women, but all of them had bleak expressions on their faces. There were even a few younger ones who were sobbing softly. "Please come over." Yang Kai nodded. "Yes." Hua Qingxi nodded and walked over to the other side. She walked over to the woman and said a few words to her. After a while she brought the dozen or so people over. "Rakshasa Sex Qin Pei greets Elder Yang." The young woman bowed and glanced at Yu Chao's body. Her eyes suddenly turned red, but she didn't cry immediately because Yang Kai was right in front of her. Yang Kai glanced at the crowd and found that Qin Pei had the highest cultivation among the dozen people, but she was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. The others were only from the first-order Dao Source Realm, while the rest were Origin Kings and Origin Returning Realm cultivators. "You are Yu Chao's fellow disciples?" Yang Kai asked. Qin Pei nodded and said, "Yes, I am Yu Chao's senior sister." "What about your sect master?" Yang Kai looked at her. Although the Rakshasa sect was not a powerful sect in the Southern Territory, Yang Kai remembered that they had a sect master from the Emperor realm. This time, it was their sect master who led the team to participate in the martial gathering. Qin Pei lowered her head and said in a choked voice, "Sect master also went." As soon as she said this, the women behind her who were sobbing couldn't help crying. The Rakshasa sect was a female sect, and any female sect would always attract attention. It was inevitable that some lecherous men would have ideas about them. In the past they had a sect master from the Emperor realm, and they had arranged marriages with the surrounding sects and families, so they were relatively stable. Now that their sect master had died tragically, and only 2 Dao Source Realm cultivators who came to participate in the martial gathering were left, it could be said that their foundation had been damaged. In the future, it would be difficult for the Rakshasa sect to establish itself in the Southern Territory. As long as this news spread, the fate of the many female disciples of the Rakshasa sect would be worrying. Thinking about the future, how could the group of women hold back their grief? Yang Kai was silent. Qin Pei took out a cloth bag from her space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. "This is." Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. Qin Pei wiped her tears and forced a smile. "Junior sister Yu Chao asked me to collect some seeds a few days ago. She probably wanted to give them to you, but I collected them a little late and didn't have time to give them to her." Yang Kai pursed his lips and reached out to take the cloth bag, but he felt that this small bag was extremely heavy. Qin Pei continued, "Junior sister Jade Chakram admires Elder Yang very much some time ago." As she spoke she couldn't continue, covering her mouth and sobbing. The dozen or so women behind her also began to cry in grief. Hua Qingxi was also upset by this scene and her eyes were a little red. After a while, Qin Pei calmed down and took a deep breath, smiling. "Junior sister Yu Chao was really lucky to have met Elder Yang before her death." Yang Kai's hand holding the cloth bag tightened slightly as he felt his chest tighten. Qin Pei continued, "If Elder Yang doesn't mind, I would like to bring junior sister's body back to the sect for burial." Yang Kai nodded gently, speechless. Qin Pei crouched down and gently stroked Yu Chao's head before putting her body into her space ring. "Many thanks, Elder Yang." Qin Pei bowed deeply and was about to leave with her dozen or so companions. Wait a moment. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and called out to her. Qin Pei turned around and asked, "Does Elder Yang have any other instructions? What do you plan to do in the future?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. A trace of confusion flashed across Qin Pei's eyes as she shook her head. These past few days she had also thought about this problem. With the sect master dead, where would the thousands of Rakshasa sect disciples go? Currently, the highest cultivation in the Rakshasa sect was only an elder from the third order Dao source realm who had stayed behind to guard the sect. This kind of strength was not enough to protect the foundation of the Rakshasa sect. The Rakshasa sect had always been allied with a few sects and families through marriage, but without the deterrence of the Emperor realm, these marriage partners would most likely want to swallow the Rakshasa sect more than anyone else, so how could they possibly protect the sect? The future of the Rakshasa sect could already be foreseen, unless they could pull in powerful foreign aid. However, without knowing the root of the problem, even if they managed to pull in foreign aid, it was likely that they would invite a wolf into the house. All kinds of scruples made the future of the Rakshasa sect bleak. Do you want to revive the sect or join another sect? Yang Kai asked. If it's the latter, I can recommend you. Both the Southern Territory and the Northern Territory are fine. The choices in the Southern Territory are limited, but you can choose any sect in the Northern Territory. You can join whichever sect you want. Qin Pei's eyes lit up when she heard this. Elder Yang is willing to help the Rakshasa sect? Yang Kai said, Jade and I can be considered friends. Although she went, I can't just sit by and do nothing when her sect is in trouble. Qin Pei couldn't help but be overjoyed when she received a positive answer. The dozen or so Rakshasa sect disciples also looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. In their opinion, the Emperor realm had always been high and mighty. Unless one was a venerable sovereign, they had no right to speak to it as an equal. This was also why they had been standing far away, not daring to approach. This was because Hua Qingxi, who was guarding Jade's corpse, was from the Emperor realm. Although the sect master was amiable when she was alive, no one dared to act presumptuously in front of the Emperor realm. This was the case for a first-order Emperor realm master, let alone a second-order or third-order Emperor realm master. This Elder Yang was an elder of Azure Sun Temple, so his status was much higher than that of the Emperor realm. Qin Pei was a little cautious when she spoke to Yang Kai just now, but who would have thought that he would be so amiable and even say that he was friends with Jade? The word friend was too heavy. Which the Emperor realm would be willing to be friends with a Dao Source realm master. Even if there were, it was extremely rare. If Jade heard this, she would probably be overjoyed. When she thought of Jade, Qin Pei's expression was full of sadness. She said firmly, "We want to revive the sect." The Rakshasa sect was the place where they grew up. It was the home of this group of women. If it could be revived, who would be willing to abandon it and live under someone else's roof? The group of women behind her also nodded vigorously. Is that so? Yang Kai pondered for a while, then said, Has your Rakshasa sect ever hired an honored guest elder? Qin Pei shook her head. The Rakshasa sect only had the Emperor realm. If they really wanted to hire an honored guest elder, they would definitely choose the Emperor realm. However, the Emperor realm generally had their own sects. Who would go to the Rakshasa sect to be an honored guest elder? There was no need to hire a Dao Source realm master. Hire me. I will be the Rakshasa sect's honored guest elder in the future. Yang Kai squeezed out a smile. Qin Pei was immediately stunned. When she heard the meaning in Yang Kai's words, she also knew that Yang Kai intended to help them revive the sect, but she didn't expect that he would use such a method. In her mind, Yang Kai would at most announce to the outside world that he was sheltering her so that some people with bad intentions would be wary of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. She had never imagined that Yang Kai would actually be willing to lower himself and become an honored guest elder of Temple Luo sect. This was an honored guest elder. Even if he had the title of honored guest, it was tantamount to bearing the mark of the Rakshasa sect. In the future, if the Rakshasa sect was in trouble, how could Yang Kai not lend a helping hand? Seeing that Qin Pei didn't answer, Yang Kai touched his nose and said, Is it that only women are allowed to exist in your Rakshasa sect? If that's the case, I can recommend someone to you. Her cultivation isn't worse than mine. He was naturally referring to Ji Yao. He believed that Ji Yao would be willing to help with this small matter. No. Qin Pei hurriedly waved her hands. What kind of joke was this? Even if the Rakshasa sect really did have this rule, it was now gone. What kind of person was Yang Kai? He was the biggest contributor in the battle at the Orthodoxy Temple this time. He could easily command more than 200 people from the Emperor realm, more than 30 Monster King and 3 Holy Spirits. Even if he wasn't from the Emperor realm, no one in this world would dare to look down on him. With him as the Rakshasa sect's honored guest elder, who would dare to act rashly? Chapter 3274. It is our sect's blessing that Elder Yang is willing to be an honored guest, but our sect is poor and doesn't have much income. In terms of monthly salary, Elder Yang may have to suffer a little. Qin Pei's voice became softer and softer, and by the end her face had turned red. She was really worried that she couldn't afford to hire Yang Kai. If it was an ordinary Yang Kai from the Emperor realm, it would be fine, but the key was that Yang Kai was not an ordinary the Emperor realm. If they really hired him, the monthly salary would be too little, and if it was too much, the Rakshasa sect wouldn't be able to afford it. Yang Kai raised the bag of seeds in his hand. This is enough. Qin Pei looked at him gratefully. That bag of seeds wasn't rare and only cost her less than 100 source crystals. She knew that if it weren't for Jade Chakram, he wouldn't have done such a loss-making business. He really treated Jade Chakram as a friend. For a moment she was sad and grateful. If Jade Chakram was still alive, she would probably be very happy. Suddenly she said, "What about Azure Sun Temple?" Yang Kai was an elder of Azure Sun Temple. If he came to the Rakshasa sect to be an honored guest, would Azure Sun Temple agree? Yang Kai said, "It's okay, Temple Master Wen won't object." "Many thanks, Elder Yang." Qin Pei bowed deeply. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Take your fellow disciples and find a place to rest. When the matter here is settled, I will go with you to the Rakshasa sect to settle the matter." "Yes." Qin Pei respectfully responded and then led the group of women away. Yang Kai turned to Hua Qingxi and said, "Inform me when the great emperors come." He had previously sent an old man to the Star Soul Palace to ask for help, and it was about time. Xiao Yuyang had already set off to meet the great emperors, and it would take at most 2 days. Hua Qingxi nodded and watched Yang Kai leave. The matter at Orthodoxy Temple had basically been settled. With the Return to Ruins ability, there was no need to worry about hidden demons. The monster kings from the Emperor realm and wild ancient lands in the Northern Territory couldn't stay here any longer. Yang Kai summoned them and led them to the space array he had arranged before and sent them back. The group of people from the Northern Territory were still fine. After witnessing Yang Kai's appeal this time, each of them was more obedient than the last. If he asked them to stay, they would stay, and if he asked them to leave, they would leave without a second thought. On the other hand, the monster kings of the ancient wild lands all looked at Yang Kai with reluctance, as if he was a piece of delicious meat. If it weren't for the 3 divine spirits, they would have already pounced on him to try and win him over. Even so, when they were sending them off, the expressions of the monster kings were more bitter than the last. The female monster king, Dumia, had a tender and sweet look on her face as she openly teased, "Master, when you have time, you must come to the wild ancient lands to visit this servant. This servant will miss you." The Luan Feng's face immediately darkened. Fan Hua and Songgo also looked worried, sighing in their hearts. After bustling about, they finally sent the group away. Yang Kai turned around and sighed, "Junior sister Yao, do you think I can't see you sneaking around?" Not far away, behind a big tree, Ji Yao's figure appeared and walked over step by step. There weren't many people from Ice Heart Valley, so when he sent them off, Yang Kai didn't see Ji Yao's figure at all. With a sweep of his divine sense, he knew that she was hiding nearby, but he didn't point it out and only spoke now. Their eyes met and Yang Kai said helplessly, "You're not going back?" Ji Yao said, "I'll accompany you." Saying so, she took the initiative to grab Yang Kai's hand and flew off in a certain direction. Her jade-like hand was soft and smooth as if it had no bones. Her fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, making him involuntarily relax and feel refreshed. Yang Kai didn't know what she wanted to do, but he didn't resist and let her pull him along. Not long after, they arrived at a mountain peak. At this time, the Orthodoxy Temple was completely empty. The surviving cultivators who came to participate in the martial gathering were basically all gathered in the valley. The disciples of the Orthodoxy Temple were almost all dead, so there was not a single person in the buildings on the mountain peak. Whether it was a coincidence or not, the mountain peak that Ji Yao unintentionally chose was where the group of people from Azure Sun Temple used to live. Breaking straight into a room and closing the door, Jiao let go of Yang Kai, took a deep breath, closed her eyes and stood there, her heartbeat suddenly becoming much faster. Yang Kai looked back at her and saw her putting on a look of resignation. He couldn't help laughing. "What are you doing?" Jiao opened her eyes and looked at him, asking back, "What are you doing?" She looked at him with a look that said, "Do whatever you want." Yang Kai was a little speechless. "You were the one who dragged me here, okay? Now you're asking me what I want." But thinking about it, he guessed some of Ji Yao's thoughts and felt a little warm in his heart. "I'm not that fragile." Ji Yao stared at him with her two big eyes, not knowing whether to believe him or not, but she was caught off guard by Yang Kai pulling her into his arms. Suddenly her body stiffened and she said in surprise, "Didn't you say?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "I'm not that fragile, but since someone took the initiative to deliver themselves to me, there's no need to be polite." With a little force the two rolled onto the bed. Ji Yao suddenly felt like crying, but no tears came out. While trembling all over, she felt a big hand roaming around her body. The fingertips seemed to carry an electric current. Wherever it passed, it made her body and mind surge, causing her already tense nerves to become even more tense. His heavy breath followed her lower abdomen all the way up, blowing across her chest and neck and finally sprayed onto her face. Ji Yao quickly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes constantly trembling. In the next moment she felt her lips being unscrupulously invaded, and a suppressed sound came from her throat. Yang Kai's actions this time were extremely rough, without the slightest hint of tenderness. His big hand rubbed, causing Ji Yao to feel pain, and the suction coming from his lips made her feel like she was suffocating, as if she could die at any time. After a long time their lips parted and Ji Yao gasped for breath. Although she didn't open her eyes, she could clearly feel a pair of sharp eyes sizing her up, causing her cheeks to roll hot, not daring to open her eyes. Just when she thought it would be difficult to escape this time, Yang Kai suddenly lay down, his head resting on her lower abdomen, not moving for a long time. Ji Yao opened her eyes suspiciously, slowly got up, moved Yang Kai's head to her thighs, and lowered her head to size him up. For eyes met, Yang Kai smiled slightly and Ji Yao said, "Do you feel better?" As she spoke, she reached out to tidy up Yang Kai's messy hair, her movements gentle like a newly married wife. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed her soft hair, patting it gently in his palm. "After we go back, I will go see Senior Bing Yun." Ji Yao's delicate body trembled and she nervously said, "See her? For what?" Yang Kai looked up at her and said matter-of-factly, "Naturally, it's between you and me. I believe Senior Bing Yun won't stop it." Originally, he didn't want to be fickle, but after this incident with the jade bracelet, his mentality had some subtle changes. He was less indecisive from before and more decisive. The blush on Ji Yao's face immediately faded and she became a little pale. "No." Yang Kai was stunned. "No?" Ji Yao shook her head. "Don't tell master." Yang Kai was stunned and then smiled. "Do you think Senior Bing Yun is blind? She probably already saw through your thoughts, but if that's really the case, you'll have to suffer a little. You know, I still have Su Yan and the others." "I know, but don't tell master." Yang Kai was really surprised. "Why?" "There's no why, just don't say it." Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You and I are already like this, why do you still want to hide it? Isn't it better to just open things up and be above board?" Ji Yao didn't speak, but she kept shaking her head. Yang Kai's heart sank and he said with some discomfort, "You don't want to, no?" Yang Kai said, "Then do you know what you and I are doing now is considered stealing?" He was worried about Ji Yao's face, but he didn't say the rest. Ji Yao lowered her head and said, "Stealing is stealing, the current situation is quite good." Yang Kai looked at her with a stunned expression, wishing he could crack open her head and see what was inside. Ji Yao suddenly said coldly, "If you dare to tell anyone, I will enter secluded cultivation and never see you again." Yang Kai was shocked and quickly comforted her. Okay, I won't say it." Ji Yao's expression returned to normal and she sat there quietly, looking down at Yang Kai's face, her eyes filled with gentleness. The room was extremely quiet. Yang Kai was lying on Ji Yao's supple thighs, his entire body wrapped in a faint fragrance, and he felt all the fatigue he had accumulated over the past few days disappear, his body and mind completely relaxed. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, took out a communication artifact from his space ring, and poured his divine sense into it, then stood up and said, "The people from Star Soul Palace are here." "Your hair," Jiao called out. Yang Kai's hair was now a mess, so if he really ran out like this, it was likely everyone would know what he had done. Yang Kai quickly turned around and sat down on the bed. Jiao knelt behind him and tidied his hair before pulling him up and smoothing out the wrinkles on his clothes, her expression serious. Yang Kai smiled lightly and reached out to pull her into his arms. Jiao vigilantly placed her hand on his chest and frowned. "Business is more important." Before she could finish speaking, Yang Kai leaned over and kissed her, but it was only a light kiss. After a while, the two walked out of the hall together and flew towards the mountain valley. Somewhere in the mountain valley, when Zhou Xian, Ma Qing and the others had gathered. Xiao Yuyang, who had gone to greet the great emperors, had also returned. There was also a burly old man who didn't look young, but his hair was black and his aura was astonishing. There was also a white-haired old man with a restrained light in his eyes. These two were Star Soul Palace's great elder Lei Hong and second elder Shuijing Mao. Both of them were powerful third-layer emperors, and if Xiao Yuyang was included, the entire Star Soul Palace had 3 third-layer emperors. The background of the great emperor's sect was obvious. Chapter 3275. This group of people had obviously learned about what happened to Orthodoxy Temple on their way here, so at this moment all of them wore dignified expressions. Hearing the sound of something breaking through the air, everyone turned to look, and when Zhou Xian said, "Yang Kai is here." This was not the first time Lei Hong and Shuijing Mao had seen Yang Kai. Last time, when Yang Kai went to Star Soul Palace to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda, everyone had seen him before, so naturally they were not unfamiliar with him. At this moment they were all a little surprised. If Xiao Yuyang had not told them in advance, they would not have believed that Yang Kai had single-handedly saved Orthodoxy Temple. He had actually been able to bring in so many strong reinforcements in just one day and even seemed to be able to arrange a domain-crossing space array. Such a talent was simply astonishing. Thinking back to when he went to the 5-colored treasure pagoda in Star Soul Palace to gain experience, Lei Hong and Shuijing Mao didn't pay much attention to him, but now they treated him as an equal in their hearts. Temple Master, Holy Master Ma, Gold Envoy Xiao. Yang Kai landed and cupped his fists one by one before greeting Lei Hong and Shuijing Mao. Lei Hong and Shuijing Mao exchanged a glance before suddenly bowing deeply. "Elder Yang turned the tide and saved many of our fellow Daoists in the Southern Territory. On behalf of Star Soul Palace, we cannot thank you enough." Protecting the Southern Territory was the responsibility of Star Soul Palace, but Star Soul Palace was unaware of Orthodoxy Temple's plot, resulting in many casualties in the Southern Territory this time, which was a great blow to Star Soul Palace's prestige and reputation. If Orthodoxy Temple's plot had really succeeded, Star Soul Palace would not only have lost face, but even the foundation of the entire Southern Territory would have been shaken. The gratitude of the two at this moment was sincere. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Both of you are too polite, it was only my duty." He then sighed, "It's a pity that things happened so suddenly that I was unable to do my best, causing my Southern Territory to suffer great losses. I am ashamed." Shuijing Mao shook his head and said, "If not for Elder Yang, the Southern Territory would have been in great trouble. Being able to save so many people is all thanks to Elder Yang." Yang Kai smiled modestly, "Fortunately I made some friends, so I dare not claim any credit." Shuijing Mao and Lei Hong were silent. Previously, the two of them had looked down on Yang Kai, and even when Yang Kai went to Star Soul Palace, they did not take him seriously. The main reason was because Yang Kai's other elder Tan Junhao had died at Yang Kai's hands. Regardless of whether Tan Junhao had really done anything wrong or not, he was still Tan Jun was elder. Tan Junhao had died at Yang. Of him was Tan Star Yang, Tan Star's Yang Star's son Yang's them. Yang sex Yang. It was only today that her impression of him changed. He was neither arrogant nor rash, and his temperament was extraordinary. It was no wonder that he could progress faster and further than his peers. "Everyone from Star Soul Palace is here?" Yang Kai glanced at the group of people not far away. Many of them were from the Emperor realm, and there were at least 100 of them. With so many people from the Emperor realm, it was obvious that Star Soul Palace was not the only one who had come. Shuijing Mao said with shame, "When we heard the news, we traveled day and night to get here. We also called some people from other sects to come, but we were still a step too late. The main reason was that Star Soul Palace was a bit far from here, and the people who had gone to report the news were delayed for a few days, so they had only arrived now. Coming here to take a look, the matter had been resolved. They had made a wasted trip, but they could not just go back like this. While it was true that Orthodoxy Palace's plot had been crushed, this matter still needed to be investigated thoroughly. Where are the great emperors? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. He did not see the great emperors. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the great emperors to not show up for such an important matter. He had sent someone to Star Soul Palace to report the news in hopes that the great emperors would come. As long as the great emperors showed up, Lei Gu and the others would not be enough. As soon as this was said, Zhou Xian and Ma Qing also showed puzzled expressions. Ma Qing said, "Yes, why don't we see the great emperors?" Shui Mao heard this and said, "The great emperors heard that the matter here had been resolved, so they returned to Star Soul Palace." Everyone was a little speechless when they heard this. Since they were already here, why didn't they come and take a look? After all, this matter was not a trivial matter, so they should have personally checked it out. But the great emperors had actually returned halfway. But since this matter concerned the great emperors, no one dared to say anything. Yang Kai asked casually, "Did Princess Lan Sun not come?" Lei Hong said, "Her Highness the Princess is in seclusion today." "Thank you for your concern, Elder Yang." Yang Kai nodded. Shui Mao said, "Although the great emperors did not come, Great Elder and I can handle this matter. I have some questions to ask little brother Yang." He quietly changed the way he addressed Yang Kai to little brother Yang, but it sounded much more cordial. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Elder Shui, feel free to ask. This one will tell you everything I know." Shui Mao said, "I have already heard the general situation from Elder Shao, but I don't know anything about what happened on your side. If little brother Yang doesn't mind." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "It's nothing. The situation is like this. On the last day of the martial gathering, I suddenly received a message from Elder Luo Chen asking me to go out." She briefly recounted how she was lured out by Luo Chen and didn't hide anything, including how she was ambushed and assassinated. "In fact, I have something I want to ask you all." Yang Kai frowned, recalling what happened that night and still feeling some lingering fear. Shui Mao thoughtfully asked, "What is it?" Yang Kai said, "The person who tried to assassinate me in the dark night was so quiet that I didn't even notice him approaching me from behind. After I counterattacked, his figure turned into smoke and dissipated. It is impossible for such a person to be unknown. I don't know if any of you have any impression of such a person appearing in my southern territory. If there were any fish that escaped the net this time, that assassin was the only one." Yang Kai was severely injured by him, but he couldn't even see his face clearly. He didn't even know if the other party was a man or a woman. This was a great loss. What was certain was that the assassin was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master and was extremely proficient in the Tao of assassination. Yang Kai even suspected that the assassin was in existence close to the great emperors that Yang Yan mentioned before. According to Yang Yan, there were still some old monsters in this world. Their cultivations had already reached perfection and could not be improved any further. However, the capacity of the worldly bottle was limited and could not pry into the Tao of the great emperors, so they were stuck at a bottleneck. Most of these old monsters lived in seclusion in the mountains or quietly cultivated. Ordinary people could not see them. If such a person took action, it would make sense. However, Yang Kai did not feel the slightest bit of demonic qi from the assassin. In other words, the assassin did not become the demon race, so why would he collude with the Orthodoxy Temple? Everyone frowned when they heard this. Ma Qing said, "I have never heard of such a method." He turned to look at Zhou Xian and asked, "What do you think?" Zhou Xian also slowly shook his head. Shui Mao said, "Maybe. It was not done by someone from the southern territory." Lei Hong was shocked. "You mean?" Yang Kai looked at them and frowned. "What do you two think?" Shui Mao pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "Such an elusive assassination method isn't something that can be cultivated overnight. According to my knowledge, there's a place in the world that can foster such a figure." As soon as he said this, Ma Qing and Zhou Xian seemed to have thought of something and were shocked. "That can't be right?" Yang Kai also suddenly realized, Shui Mao is saying that the West. Shui Mao immediately raised his hand and said, "There is no real evidence, so I dare not jump to conclusions." Yang Kai knew what he was worried about, so he did not continue the sentence. However, after being reminded, he felt that it was possible. The assassination technique was extraordinary, and it was impossible for an ordinary person to have such an ability. A third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator who was proficient in the Tao of assassination. All the signs pointed to that force. But, how did the matter in the Southern Territory involve that place? And how did it get mixed up with the demon dwellers? Lei Hong frowned and said, "It shouldn't be. That place is still a part of the territory. How could they do such a thing? Let's not talk about this matter for the time being. If you have any intentions in the future, please pay more attention and don't relax your vigilance." Brother Yang being able to escape this calamity was a stroke of luck. If that person harbors ill intentions and sets his sights on others. Xue Jingmao didn't finish his words before shuddering. Enemies hidden in the dark were the most terrifying. The person who attacked Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of assassination. If he was targeted, he would have to sleep with his eyes open. However, if Yang Kai could escape from that person, the other third-layer Emperor Realm Masters believed that they should be fine. But just because they were fine didn't mean that their fellow disciples were fine. How many third-layer Emperors could there be? There were too few clues, and Yang Kai only fought with that person for a moment. Even he didn't know whether the person was a man or a woman, so he couldn't count on others. Next, Yang Kai briefly explained what happened. After learning that Yang Kai could really arrange a space array that could cross territory, everyone was amazed. Although they had already investigated the space array before, guessing and confirming it were two different things. However, it was also thanks to the space array that Yang Kai was able to gather so many helpers in a single day and resolve the crisis in Orthodoxy Temple. What he said was similar to what Xiao Yiyang and the others knew. The only difference was that they didn't know Yang Kai's experience. After learning that Yang Kai had followed Lei Gu all the way to the southern swamp and set up a trap to kill him, everyone couldn't help but sigh. There weren't many third-layer Emperor Realm Masters in any place, so they had a good relationship with each other. Lei Gu had been possessed by a demonic spirit and lost his ability to think, ultimately ending in tragedy, so it was natural that everyone felt sad. Next up was to settle down the survivors of the various sects in the southern region. As time passed, the news of what had happened here gradually spread throughout the entire southern region. The experts from the various sects who had been left behind to guard the Orthodoxy Temple rushed over to investigate the situation. They also wanted to confirm the extent of their own casualties. Almost every day there were people going in and out of Orthodoxy Temple. In less than 10 days, Orthodoxy Temple became quiet as everyone who needed to leave had left. After this incident, the Southern Territory would likely fall into a state of recuperation for a long time. Chapter 3276. If one were to say who benefited the most from the Orthodoxy Temple incident, it would be Yang Kai. Almost all the sects in the entire Southern Territory, large and small, owed Yang Kai a favor, pushing his reputation to an incredible level. The sect masters and patriarchs of these sects all went to thank Yang Kai, and naturally said that they would not dare to disobey his orders in the future. Whether it was sincere or not, with these people's declarations, Yang Kai would not be hindered in the Southern Territory in the future. After half a month of busy work, the Orthodoxy Temple finally quieted down. Everyone who needed to leave had left, and the huge sect became empty. It was hard to believe that this place was actually one of the three top forces in the Southern Territory, which had been bustling with activity not long ago. At this moment, Yang Kai, Qin Pei, and a group of women had already set off for the Rakshasa sect. Since he had agreed to be an honored guest elder, Yang Kai naturally would not delay. Now that he was in the Southern Territory, he might as well resolve this matter first. He was originally an honored guest elder of Azure Sun Temple, and now he was acting as an honored guest elder of another sect. Logically speaking, it was somewhat inappropriate, and no one from the Emperor realm had ever done so. However, Zhou Xian did not mind this matter, probably because he had heard some news. Instead, he told Yang Kai that if he needed any help, Yang Kai would naturally be grateful. Compared to a top sect like Azure Sun Temple, the Rakshasa sect could only be regarded as a second or third-rate force in the entire Southern Territory. It was stronger than Blue Feather sect and Thousand Leaves sect. After all, it used to have the Emperor realm, but that was it. Now, even the Rakshasa sect's sect master had fallen in the Orthodoxy Temple, and most of its Tao Source realm elites had died, greatly reducing its strength. It could be said that without Yang Kai's intervention, such a sect would have been swallowed up by a nearby force in less than half a year. The group of women had uneven cultivations and their flying speeds varied. Yang Kai did not want to waste too much time, so he simply summoned his flowing cloud shuttle and took them to the Rakshasa sect. The flowing cloud shuttle was a flight artifact that Hou Yu had tailored for Yang Kai, so its speed was needless to say. After 7 or 8 days, a spirit mountain in the distance appeared in their sights. Qin Pei pointed to the front and said, "We're here." Yang Kai looked around and found that the place occupied by the Rakshasa sect was quite good. Of course, compared to the Orthodoxy temple and his own high heaven palace, it was more than enough for the Rakshasa sect's own forces. Putting away the flowing cloud shuttle, Yang Kai released the dozen women. Seeing the familiar scene and smelling the scent of home, and thinking about their fellow sect members who had died and their previous experience of escaping death, no matter who it was, they could not help but feel like they had been reborn. Their hearts ached and they almost cried again. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He was most afraid of these women crying, so he hurriedly changed the topic. "It seems that the news of your sect master's death has spread." Qin Pei was taken aback, but after looking around she immediately understood what Yang Kai was referring to. At this moment the Rakshasa sect's sect defending array was in an active state, and in the jungle outside the array, there were many ghostly figures lurking. Qin Pei could clearly feel the auras of several Dao Source Realm masters mixed in. Her heart trembling, she knew that Yang Kai was right. The news of the sect master's death had indeed spread, and the surrounding forces that had a good relationship with the Rakshasa sect could not wait to target the Rakshasa sect. If not for this, how could there be so many spies in this mountain forest? It was almost foreseeable that if she had not returned with Yang Kai this time and had led the remaining disciples back by herself, they would have been ambushed before they even entered the sect. Inwardly he hated these fellows for being so unsightly. After all, among the forces that were on good terms with them, there were many disciples who had married out from Luocha sect. When the sect leader was still alive, they often had dealings with each other and helped each other. But when the sect leader died, their repulsive faces were revealed so quickly. They were also sentimental about the fickleness of human relationships. As her thoughts drifted, she suddenly felt an extremely terrifying aura emanating from Yang Kai's body, radiating out in all directions. In an instant it covered a large area. This aura was vigorous, but mixed with a cold, murderous intent, causing people to shudder. The dozen or so female disciples all shivered as they looked at Yang Kai in horror. After these days of contact, everyone felt that this person from the Emperor realm, Yang Kai, was different from the rumors. He was easy to approach and very easy to talk to. Previously, several female disciples had asked him some questions about cultivation, and he had patiently answered them, which had greatly benefited the group of Rakshasa sect disciples. If Qin Pei had not been afraid of delaying Yang Kai's rest, and had given strict orders not to disturb him, it was likely that Yang Kai would not have had any free time on the way back. But at this moment, this amiable man had turned into an existence that was like a bloody azura. Just the leakage of some of his aura had caused people to have difficulty breathing, and their hands and feet were cold. Only now did they understand that no matter how close the Emperor realm was, it was still the Emperor realm. It was not something they could look up to. Puchi. The birds in the forest were alarmed. They flapped their wings and tried to fly, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not fly. It was as if there was an invisible force that deprived them of their ability to fly, and they fell to the ground one by one. At the same time, the figures hidden in the forest also retreated, as if they were facing a great enemy. No longer caring about hiding, they all used their movement skills and quickly fled. The news of the fall of the Rakshasa sect's sect master in Orthodoxy temple had already spread. After all, so much time had passed, and with people spreading the news, it was impossible to hide it. They also heard that someone from the Emperor realm had agreed to come to the Rakshasa sect as a guest elder, and this person from the Emperor realm seemed to be a second-order Emperor realm master. It was none other than Yang Kai, who had become famous after the incident at Orthodoxy temple. However, whether this news was true or false was not known because it came from within the Rakshasa sect. Perhaps it was a smokescreen spread by the Rakshasa sect in order to protect itself, so they naturally wanted to investigate. If the news was true, it would not be too late to adjust their plans, but if it was false, then there was no need to worry about it. The Rakshasa sect was a fat piece of meat that everyone could take a bite out of. The Rakshasa sect had not been established for a long time, but it had still existed for hundreds of thousands of years, so there was bound to be some savings in the sect. Not to mention this, the 1,000 female disciples were already a huge fortune. However, the aura of Yang Kai from the Emperor realm instantly shattered their delusions. Only now did they understand that the news was true. Yang Kai, who had shone brilliantly in Orthodoxy Temple, had actually come to the Rakshasa sect. Whether or not he was going to serve as a guest elder with this person here, no one dared to have any ideas about the Rakshasa sect. Inevitably, they felt a little jealous. The Rakshasa sect was filled with women, but Yang Kai, a man, had managed to sneak in. His luck with women was simply too good to be true. Looking at the figures below who were fleeing like stray dogs, Qin Pei's expression was extremely complicated. She even saw a few familiar figures and knew their names and where they came from. When the sect leader was still alive, she had some dealings with those people. More or less, they could be considered friends. But it was precisely these people who were on good terms with her that were so impatient to make a move against the Luocha sect. Clenching her fists, Qin Pei came to a realization. Only with great strength would one have the qualifications to have a foothold in this world. Let's go. Yang Kai's voice woke her up. When she turned her head to look, she found that Yang Kai's terrifying aura had unknowingly disappeared, and he had returned to his previous amiable appearance. A few of the female disciples with lower cultivations patted their chests lightly as they glanced at each other and stuck out their tongues. Looking at Kai Yang's back, they couldn't help but feel some fear. Master, please wait a moment. I will ask the Great Elder to activate the formation. Qin Pei said and took out her communication compass to contact someone. After a moment, the Rakshasa sect protecting formation slowly closed. Qin Pei took the lead and led the way, and the group landed on the platform at the peak of the mountain. On the platform, a woman who looked to be in her 30s was standing there. Her figure was enchanting, but her temperament was rather dignified, like a lady from a noble family. She wore a light green dress that was extremely simple, and it accentuated her curvaceous figure. The aura on her body was also at the level of the Third Order Dao Source realm. This was the Rakshasa sect's great elder Tao Yingruo. She was also the only person from the Third Order Dao Source realm in the entire Rakshasa sect. This time, the Rakshasa sect's sect master had personally led the team to the Southern Territories martial meet. She had been left behind to guard the sect, so she had managed to escape a calamity. If she had really followed them, she didn't know if she would have returned alive. Behind Tao Yingruo, there were several hundred women wearing the same pink dress. They stood on both sides, and every single one of them possessed extraordinary beauty. However, they were extremely quiet. At that moment, their beautiful eyes were wide open as they looked toward the sky. Their eyes were filled with anticipation and curiosity. Yang Kai landed with Qin Pei and glanced around. He smiled faintly, thinking that the Rakshasa sect attached great importance to him. There were only 1,000 disciples in the sect, but in order to welcome him, 70% of them had been dispatched. It seemed that except for some disciples who were in seclusion or had tasks to complete, the rest were all here. Early on, when Yang Kai was still dealing with various trivial matters in Orthodoxy Temple, a Dao Source realm cultivator from the Rakshasa sect hurriedly returned and reported that Yang Kai was going to be an honored guest elder. As such, the Rakshasa sect had long since made preparations. Qin Pei stepped forward and said a few words to Tao Yingruo. Tao Yingruo immediately stepped forward and bowed gracefully. Rakshasa sect's Tao Yingruo greets Master. Master has worked hard. Yang Kai raised his hand and smiled. Great Elder doesn't need to be so polite. From now on we are all family. Hearing this, Tao Yingruo breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Although she had heard that Yang Kai was going to be an honored guest elder, she still felt that it was a little unbelievable. A second-order Emperor realm cultivator who was also an influential figure in the entire Southern Territory, even if it was because of the Jade Chalice, there was no need for him to come to the Rakshasa sect to suffer. Before seeing Yang Kai, Tao Yingruo was a little worried, wondering if Yang Kai had other intentions. After all, there were many people who had designs on the Rakshasa sect right now. If Yang Kai also had ulterior motives, then the entire Rakshasa sect would be powerless to resist. At this moment, seeing that he was gentle, polite, and approachable, Tao Yingruo felt quite relieved. Chapter 3277. I'm sure you already know why I'm here. Yang Kai went straight to the point. Tao Yingruo nodded and said, the Rakshasa sect is without a leader now that the master has fallen. It's our fortune that the Rakshasa sect is able to serve as the guest elder of the Rakshasa sect at this time and protect our foundation. I, along with all the disciples of the Rakshasa sect, Am extremely grateful. We will definitely follow the master's lead in the future. She bowed again after saying this. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. You can do whatever you want in the future. I'm just a figurehead." Tao Yinruo raised her eyes to look at him. She wanted to speak again but was interrupted by Yang Kai. "I know the Rakshasa sect's current situation, but I don't know much about the Rakshasa sect. It's not my place to criticize the matters of the sect. That's all I have to say. There's no need for Grand Elder to say anything more." Hearing this, Tao Yinruo finally understood that Yang Kai really didn't have any ulterior motives towards the Rakshasa sect. He only felt guilty about the Jade Chakram incident, so he came all the way here to protect the Rakshasa sect. His heart was filled with gratitude and all the worries from before were swept away. She wasn't worried that Yang Kai was playing hard to get. After all, his cultivation level was so high that if he really wanted to use force, no one in the Rakshasa sect could resist him. In addition, with Yang Kai's current reputation, even if Yang Kai really did something to the Rakshasa sect, no one in the Southern Territory would stand up for them. There was actually such a person in this world. For a moment, she looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. What she said just now was also a kind of subtle test. Qin Pei reminded from the side, "Grand Elder, please invite Master inside to rest. The Master must be tired from the journey." A trace of embarrassment appeared on Tao Yinruo's face as she said in annoyance, "It was this concubine's negligence. Master, please." As she said this, she stepped aside and made way for him. Yang Kai nodded and walked forward without looking sideways. The hundreds of female disciples on the side of the road all looked at him, their beautiful eyes full of curiosity and sizing him up. Tao Yinruo secretly observed. She saw Yang Kai walking like a dragon or a tiger with an extraordinary momentum. The most rare thing was that he did not even glance at any of the female disciples. This was not a display of arrogance, but an indifference that was not moved in the face of so many beauties at one's fingertips. This time Tao Ying really put her heart at ease. He invited Yang Kai into the main hall to talk and offered him some fragrant tea. The few remaining Dao Source Realm Masters of the Rakshasa sect accompanied him, so it was inevitable for them to get to know each other. The Rakshasa sect originally had one master from the Emperor Realm and 13 Dao Source Realm Masters, but after the incident at Orthodoxy Temple, the Emperor Realm sect master fell, and even more than half of their Dao Source Realm Masters died, leaving only 5. Among these 5, Tao Yinruo's cultivation was the strongest, being from the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm, followed by Qin Pei and another 2nd Order Dao Source Realm Master. The remaining 2 were only from the 1st Order Dao Source Realm. With such strength, even the Blue Feather sect couldn't compare to it, so it naturally attracted the attention of many great forces. Yang Kai didn't know much about the Rakshasa sect. He only learned about it from Qin Pei on the way here. The Rakshasa sect didn't have a long history. Its founder was the current sect master Luo Sha, and it had only been a few hundred years since then. Less than 1,000 years was indeed a short time for a sect. Most of the disciples in the Rakshasa sect were orphans and were basically brought back by disciples who went out to explore. The atmosphere in the Rakshasa sect was quite good, and the senior sister and junior sister were friendly. Even if there were some small conflicts, it was not a big deal. The Rakshasa sect controlled a city nearby, and most of the sect's expenses came from this city. It also had a copper load. Since Yang Kai was going to be the Rakshasa sect's guest elder, Tao Yinruo naturally wanted Yang Kai to know more about the Rakshasa sect, so she reported many things to him one by one. Originally, the status of a guest elder couldn't be compared to a legitimate elder, but Yang Kai's cultivation was far superior to theirs. In the future, the Rakshasa sect would have to rely on him for protection, so Tao Yinruo and the others subconsciously lowered their status. If Yang Kai wasn't a man, they might have even asked him to be the sect master. After hearing many reports, Yang Kai was dizzy. Tao Yinruo obviously saw this and sighed in her heart. She felt that she had really measured the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. Looking at Yang Kai like this, even if she really gave the Rakshasa sect to him, he might find it troublesome. It was ridiculous that she was worried that he might have other intentions. However, because of this, Tao Yinruo was more and more relieved about Yang Kai. With such a person who had no desires to protect the Rakshasa sect as long as they had enough time, would the Rakshasa sect not be able to rise? She tentatively asked Yang Kai if he was willing to be an official elder of the Rakshasa sect, but Yang Kai declined, so she immediately dropped the matter. The coronation ceremony has been prepared before, and I plan to hold it half a month later. I wonder if Elder Yang can wait that long? Tao Yingruo asked. When Yang Kai heard this, he thought for a moment and nodded, yes. He could roughly guess Tao Yingruo's intention. She wanted to announce it to the world at the coronation ceremony. After all, although she had previously ordered people to spread the news that Yang Kai would come to the Rakshasa sect to be a guest elder, there was no proof. How could others believe it? However, the coronation ceremony was different. It was an extremely formal ceremony. Once the ceremony was held, it would mean that Yang Kai had really put the brand of the Rakshasa sect on him. This was something that no one could deny. Yang Kai guessed that Tao Yingruo would send out invitations and invite many people to witness it. It was a small matter, so he let her do as she wished. After all, she had no ill intentions or selfish motives. She was thinking for the Rakshasa sect. Seeing that Yang Kai had no objections, Tao Yingruo smiled and stood up. In that case, please rest for a few days, Elder Yang. As she spoke, she gave Qin Pei a look. Qin Pei immediately stood up and said, Elder Yang, please come with me. Yang Kai nodded, stood up and said goodbye to the others. He then followed Qin Pei out. The Rakshasa sect did not occupy a large area, but it was not small either. Although it was not as grand as the High Heaven Palace where hundreds of peaks gathered, there were still 20 to 30 peaks. Qin Pei flew all the way to the highest and steepest peak with the densest spirit chi and landed on it. There was a jade pavilion on the peak. Immediately, more than a dozen female disciples came to greet them. Qin Pei waved her hand and asked them to stand up. Then she pointed at Yang Kai and said, This is our Rakshasa sect's guest elder, Elder Yang. In the future you must serve him with all your heart. Yes. More than a dozen female disciples responded respectfully. A bold girl secretly looked up at Yang Kai, then quickly lowered her eyes. Qin Pei then turned to look at Yang Kai and said, This is the sect master's residence. When senior sister Tao heard that Elder Yang was coming, she ordered people to tidy it up. Elder Yang, please see if there is anything you don't like. If there is, please tell me and I will do my best to adjust it. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. Sect master Yu's residence? This is not appropriate. Since it was the sect master's residence, it was not appropriate for him, a guest elder, to live here. Although Yu Luocha was dead, the Rakshasa sect would definitely appoint a new sect master. Wouldn't this be like a dove occupying a magpie's nest? Qin Pei pursed her lips and smiled. This is senior sister Tao's idea. Elder Yang, you don't have to refuse. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right then, I'll have to trouble junior sister Qin. Hearing him address her like this, Qin Pei couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, but soon a smile spread across her face. Then Brother Yang, please rest first. If you need anything, just tell them and they will satisfy you. Bowing respectfully, Qin Pei said her goodbyes, but Yang Kai always felt that the look she gave him before she left was somewhat meaningful, and the words she said to him were quite provocative. A group of female disciples who served him and satisfied any of his requests. It would be difficult for him not to want more. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and turned to look at the dozen female disciples, causing them to immediately lower their heads. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw this. These dozen or so female disciples, regardless of their cultivation, were all beautiful and had exquisite figures. This was not surprising as the entire Rakshasa sect was filled with women. Finding a few with beautiful faces and beautiful figures was naturally not a problem. He didn't look carefully before, but now that he did, Yang Kai found that these dozen or so women each had their own merits. Some were dignified, some were charming, some were quick-witted, and some were naive. Especially the two leading women, one of them had beautiful watery eyes, as if they were naturally covered with a layer of mist. When Yang Kai stared at her, she immediately blushed and lowered her head. Her every movement unintentionally exuded a strong charm, making people want to hold her in their arms and dote on her. This kind of natural seduction was something Yang Kai had seen many times before, but only Shanqing Luo, the beguiling demon queen, could compare to her. Her seductive appearance wasn't deliberate, but rather inadvertently revealed, which was the most attractive thing to a man. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. He didn't know if the Rakshasa sect had a similar charm technique. If there was, letting this woman cultivate it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. The other woman gave Yang Kai a pure feeling. Her entire person seemed to be without the slightest impurity. She was soft and weak, making people want to protect her. It was as if anyone who looked at her was a kind of blasphemy. However, it was this kind of extreme purity that made people want to destroy her. Needless to say, these people were the cream of the crop in the Rakshasa sect, and the two leaders were probably the most outstanding among the thousands of female disciples in the Rakshasa sect. Yang Kai laughed in his heart. It seemed that Tao Yingrua had put in a lot of effort for him, sending these two seductresses. Coupled with Qin Pei's words before she left, if Yang Kai had the slightest idea, he was afraid that something would happen between him and these two female disciples. Once something really happened, would Yang Kai not think about the Rakshasa sect in the future? Women really did think too much. However, if he was in their shoes, Yang Kai could understand the thoughts of Tao Yingrua and the higher-ups of the Rakshasa sect. In the entire Rakshasa sect, there was nothing worthy of Yang Kai's fondness and attention, except for beauty. This was not a honey trap but a small trick. Yang Kai would not blame them. Moreover, with so many beauties accompanying him, it was better than being alone or facing a group of men. At the very least, it was pleasing to the eyes. Disciple Ran Yiru greets Elder Yang. The pure and flawless female disciple curtsied gracefully. Immediately after, the other woman, who was so charming that she was about to drip water, also hurriedly curtsied. Disciple Yu Karen greets Elder. Chapter 3278. The voices of these two women were just like their temperaments. One was like a ghost in an empty valley, the other was sweet and pleasant. Especially Yu Kuren, when she opened her mouth to speak, Kai Yang felt as if his bones had lightened by 3 tails. His whole body felt as if it was floating in the air. The cultivation of these two women was not high, but it was not bad. They were both in the third-order Origin King realm, and if they advanced further they would be in the Dao Source realm. For the current situation of the Rakshasa sect, the Dao Source realm was the true cornerstone. If Tao Yingrua was willing to use these two, it was obvious how much importance she attached to Yang Kai. It was impossible to not attach importance to him. The safety of the sect depended on Yang Kai. If Yang Kai really wanted to do something, not to mention these two female disciples, he would not hesitate to recommend himself to him. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I'm sure you know about this king's origins, so there's no need to be reserved. Let's get along well." Disciple dares not. The two women lowered their heads. Yang Kai smiled slightly and let them be, turning around and walking inside. Seeing this, Rani Ro and Yu Karen quickly followed behind, leaving the other female disciples outside. After entering the hall, the two women followed closely behind. They would only answer 1 or 2 questions when Yang Kai asked them, otherwise they would remain silent, assuming the attitude of a disciple. Although Rani Ro acted naturally and gracefully, Yang Kai could still feel their nervousness and apprehension. The two women had been ordered to serve Yang Kai. Before this, they had received Tao Yingrua's instructions and had clearly told them that they couldn't refuse any of Elder Yang's requests. They were not children, so they naturally knew what Tao Yingrua meant. They had grown up in the Rakshasa sect, and although they had come into contact with some men during their travels, those men gave them a very bad feeling. Their eyes were full of covetousness and possessiveness. None of them were to their liking, so they had an instinctive rejection of other men. However, the Rakshasa sect was where they were born and raised. When the sect was in trouble, they naturally could not stand idly by. When they accepted this task, the two women had already accepted their fate. How could they treat this elder who could take them from them at any time? Naturally, he had to be extra careful. This was originally the residence of Yu Luocha, the leader of the Rakshasa sect. Naturally, the furnishings in the house had a feminine style. However, under Tao Yingrua's arrangement, most of these traces had been removed. The various items in the hall should have been newly purchased. Although there was still some lingering fragrance everywhere, it was not harmful. It didn't take long for Yang Kai to finish looking around the entire place. Then he leisurely walked out and led the two women to stroll around the Rakshasa sect. Although the journey was tiring, it wasn't hard for him and he wasn't in a hurry to rest. Since he wanted to protect the Rakshasa sect, he naturally had to understand this place better. Moreover, sometimes, experiencing the different scenery and local customs was also a kind of experience for his state of mind. Within the Rakshasa sect, there were 20 to 30 spiritual peaks of various sizes. Each peak had its own unique scenery. Let's start with the Rakshasa peak where I live. Along the way, Ran Yiru and Yu Karen accompanied him. As usual, they answered all his questions. When they reached a certain place, Ran Yiru said, In front is the forbidden area. It is inconvenient for this disciple to follow. Please forgive me, elder. As she spoke, she and Yukaran both stopped. Forbidden area? Yang Kai also stopped and glanced in that direction. He didn't find anything special. He nodded and said, since it is a forbidden area, let's look elsewhere. Every sect had its own forbidden area. The Rakshasa sect naturally also had one. Ordinary disciples weren't qualified to set foot in this kind of place unless there were some powerful experts in the sect. Yukaran said, if elder wants to go, you can go by yourself. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. Isn't that inappropriate? Others said it was a forbidden area. What was the point of him going there? Yukaran smiled sweetly. 2 small dimples appeared at the corner of her mouth. It's okay. Martial Uncle Tao said that elder can go wherever he wants in the Rakshasa sect. Since others said so, Yang Kai didn't hold back. In any case, if the Rakshasa sect really had any secrets, he wouldn't care too much. He might as well go and see what the forbidden area was like. He ordered the 2 women, then wait for me here for a moment. I will be back soon. Yes. The 2 women respectfully answered. When they looked up, Yang Kai had already disappeared. They looked at each other and were secretly shocked. Although they hadn't seen many people in the Emperor realm, they had seen 3 or 5 people in the Emperor realm. They had never seen someone in the Emperor realm as mysterious as Yang Kai. Compared to him, their sect master seemed to be on a different level. With that thought in mind, Yukaran secretly transmitted her voice. Senior sister, Elder Yang seems to be easy to get along with. The 2 women had been on tenterhooks for several days. After all, they were suddenly assigned to the Rakshasa sect by Tao Yingrua to serve the incoming guest elder. They were more or less worried that the newcomer would be a rough and bad-tempered man. It wasn't until they met him that they realized that Yang Kai wasn't what they thought. Not only was he not ugly, he even gave off a somewhat handsome vibe. His personality also seemed to be extremely gentle. Elder Yang is easy to get along with, but we can't overstep our boundaries, Ran Yiru said with a serious expression. Ran Yiru said sternly, you should speak less. If you do, you need to change your voice. Otherwise, the elder will think you're seducing him. Yukaran blushed and said with tears in her eyes, my voice is like this. What should I do? Ran Yiru looked at her with a headache. You're doing it again. Not to mention a man, even she herself felt a rush of excitement when she heard her words just now. That sweet voice was like an invisible hand that constantly scratched at her heart. Yukaran lowered her head and said with an aggrieved expression, all right then, I won't speak in front of Elder Yang anymore. Ran Yiru sighed. The sect is now under the protection of Elder Yang. You and I are his personal attendants and represent the sect's face. You and I have been senior sister for many years, so we naturally know your temperament. However, Elder Yang is just a newcomer. If he really misunderstands anything, not only will he look down on you and me, he will also look down on the sect. And senior sister is right. Yukaran raised her eyes and nodded heavily. She then pinched her mouth and said vaguely, then I'll be a mute from now on. Ran Yiru shook her head. That's not necessary. If Elder Yang really asks you something, you can't not answer. I'll remember. Yukaran nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. Suddenly, her eyes turned and she bit her red lips. Senior sister, let me ask you something. What is it? Ran Yiru had a bad feeling when she saw her strange expression. Yukaran squirmed and shyly said, when night comes, if Elder Yang really... She could not continue. Blushing, Ran Yiru poked her head and gritted her teeth. You damned girl, what are you thinking about? Yukaran held her head with both hands. But Martial Uncle Tao said it before. And don't you know that those in the Emperor realm have countless wives and concubines? I heard that every night. Every night what? Ran Yiru's voice trembled. She felt her cheeks burning as she asked. No woman, no joy. Yukaran lowered her head and spat out the words. Ran Yiru fell silent. Yukaran looked up and tilted her head to look at her. She waved her hand in front of her face and shouted, Senior sister. Ran Yiru smiled freely. Yin and Yang intercourse, the great Tao of heaven and earth. If it really reaches that step with his identity and status, wouldn't he be worthy of us? We should be the ones climbing up his social ladder. Yukaran's eyes immediately lit up and he said with a look of worship, Wow, senior sister, you're so open-minded. Ran Yiru pinched her cheeks and gritted her teeth. Isn't it because you kept asking? You're not allowed to ask again, and you're not allowed to talk about this again. Karen's eyes were watery from the pain. She begged for mercy. Senior sister, please spare me. I was wrong, okay? The so-called forbidden area was just a valley behind Rakshasa Peak. Kai walked around and didn't find anything worth paying attention to. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here wasn't much denser than other places, and there wasn't anything in the valley that could help one cultivate. This made him feel strange. Since it was a forbidden area, there should be some secrets hidden here, but this valley seemed ordinary no matter how he looked at it. He turned his gaze and stared at a cliff. If there was anything worth paying attention to in this valley, it would be this cliff. This cliff was as smooth as a mirror and looked extremely flat. It was hard to imagine how such a flat cliff was formed. Kai went forward and knocked on it for a while. He found that it wasn't the work of man but the work of nature. For a moment he was amazed. The cliff was just an ordinary cliff, and Kai didn't find any secret mechanisms or restrictions. It wasn't that Kai wanted to pry into other people's secrets. He was just curious. Tao Yingrua had said that there was no place in the Rakshasa sect that he couldn't go. Since she was so generous, there was no reason for him to hold back. After investigating for a long time, Kai returned the way he came with a dark expression. He was sure that the valley was just an ordinary valley and the cliff was just an ordinary cliff. There were no secrets to be found. Why was such a place called a forbidden area? Kai couldn't figure it out. Of course, if he asked Tao Yingrua, he might be able to find out something, but Kai gave up. If he could find out, it was his own ability. If he couldn't find out and purposely asked, it would make him seem like he couldn't wait to covet other people's secrets. On the way back, Ran Yiru and Karen were still standing at the same spot. When he walked up, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. It was because the two girls' cheeks were slightly red and their body fragrance was overflowing. He couldn't bear to look away. They obviously noticed it as well and were a little embarrassed. He continued to walk around the Rakshasa sect under the guidance of the two girls. Occasionally he would encounter patrolling disciples. Most of them had seen Kai before, and even if they hadn't, they could tell from Ran Yiru and Karen's attitude. Naturally, they let him go without any hindrance. Chapter 3279. Half a day later they had toured the entire Rakshasa sect. Kai brought Ran Yiru and Karen out again. 19? Yes, they went straight out of the sect. In the main hall, the remaining 5 Dao Source Realm cultivators of the Rakshasa sect were busy preparing for the coronation ceremony and making invitations. Suddenly, a female disciple walked in and whispered a few words in Qin Pei's ear. Qin Pei waved her hand to dismiss her and laughed. Our honored guest elder really can't stay idle. Tao Yingrua asked, what happened? Qin Pei replied, he went out with 2 disciples. Tao Yingrua's beautiful eyes lit up. Where did they go? Qin Pei said, I heard that they went out for a walk. They should have gone to Luo City. Luo City was a city under the jurisdiction of the Rakshasa sect. It had a population of several million and most of the expenses of the Rakshasa sect came from this city. They went to Luo City. Tao Yingrua pondered for a moment and her beautiful eyes lit up. She nodded and said, good, good. The few Dao Source Realm cultivators looked at her with strange expressions. Qin Pei said, senior sister, you mean? Tao Yingrua put down the invitation in her hand and took a sip of tea. Why did we spend so much effort to prepare for the coronation ceremony and send out invitations? Qin Pei thought for a moment and said, naturally it's to create momentum. The only sect master of the Emperor realm was dead and Kai took the initiative to ask to be the honored guest elder. How could the Rakshasa sect not make use of such a good opportunity? The greater the momentum created now, the more the surrounding forces would not dare to underestimate the Rakshasa sect in the future. Tao Yingrua said, and this momentum is on Elder Yang. We're just borrowing his strength to create momentum, but it's different if he shows up himself. Just wait and see. His trip to Luoqing this time is equivalent to announcing his relationship with our killing Rakshasa sect in advance. Let's see who dares to underestimate our sect in the future. The few Dao Source Realm cultivators' eyes lit up when they heard this. Qin Pei said, senior sister, are you saying that Elder Yang did it deliberately? Tao Yingrua nodded and said, if not, why didn't he have a good rest when he just arrived? She smiled and said, we owe him a big favor. Everyone was enlightened and their faces were filled with gratitude. 2 days later, Yang Kai returned with Rani Ro and Yu Karen. Since then they had been living on Luo Sha Peak, secluding themselves and cultivating. But the effect of his trip was soon revealed. Although Luo City was under the control of the Rakshasa sect, the shops in the city did not belong to the Rakshasa sect alone. Most of the surrounding forces had businesses in the city. Yang Kai, Rani Ro and Yu Karen swaggered through the streets of Luo City. It was difficult for people not to notice them. Naturally, they sent the news back to the forces behind them one by one. The disciples of the Rakshasa sect who returned with the invitations reported that the forces who received the invitations were all very polite to them. They all said that they would definitely be present at the coronation ceremony. Several forces even had masters from the Emperor realm personally come forward to receive the invitations. All kinds of signs indicated that the Rakshasa sect's crisis had passed. With Yang Kai's protection, no one dared to have any ideas about the Rakshasa sect. When the news reached the Rakshasa sect, Tao Yingruo and the others were overjoyed. They prepared for the coronation ceremony even more carefully than when they prepared for the coronation ceremony. But then again, the entire Rakshasa sect was like a dragon without a leader. There were no masters from the Emperor realm, so no one was qualified to assume the position of sect master. For the time being, Tao Yingruo, who was the strongest among them, temporarily took over the position of sect master. Only when she reached the Emperor realm would she truly take over the position of sect master. On this day, while Tao Yingruo was busy, Yang Kai suddenly came to her uninvited. Tao Yingruo did not dare to neglect this great hero who had saved the Rakshasa sect. She hurriedly invited him in and personally served him fragrant tea. After taking a seat, Tao Yingruo asked, "Elder Yang, are you used to living here? Is there anything wrong with the service of the disciples?" Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand. "I'm used to wandering outside. It's the same wherever I live. Iro and Karen also serve me very attentively." "It's good." Tao Yingruo pursed her lips and smiled. "If you need anything, just tell them." There was one thing that she was very curious about. According to Rani Ro and Yu Karen's daily report, since returning from Luoqing that day, Yang Kai had been cultivating and did not see them at all. In this world there were really men who were not moved by beauty. Just this point alone was enough to make Tao Yingruo admire him. She believed that Yang Kai knew why she arranged for Rani Ro and Yu Karen to go over. If Yang Kai really wanted to, it was just a matter of pushing the boat with the current. Whether it was Rani Ro, Yu Karen or the dozen or so female disciples, they could not resist. As time passed, Tao Yingruo became more and more satisfied with this guest elder. He only gave and did not ask for anything in return. What else could she say to such a person? "I came here today to consult the next sect master about something." Yang Kai looked solemn. Tao Yingruo said, "Elder, if you have anything to say, my Rakshasa sect will definitely obey." Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's not a big deal, but I want to leave something in the Rakshasa sect." "Something?" Tao Yingruo was stunned. Yang Kai said, "I believe the next sect master has heard that I cultivate the law of space and can set up a territory-crossing space array." Tao Yingruo nodded. This information was not a secret since the incident at the Orthodoxy Palace. Yang Kai was able to get more than 200 people from the Emperor realm, 3 holy spirits, and more than 30 Monster King as helpers in just one day because of the space array that could cross territory. Otherwise, how could he travel back and forth between the Eastern Territory, the Northern Territory and the Southern Territory in just one day? Hearing him mention this, Tao Yingruo's eyes lit up. She said excitedly, "Elder, you mean?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "That's right, I want to set up a space array in the Rakshasa sect that connects to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. You know that I can't stay here all year long, so I will leave after the coronation ceremony. In the future, the Rakshasa sect will have to rely on yourselves. However, it's better to be safe than sorry. If the Rakshasa sect really encounters any danger one day and I'm not there, you won't be able to resist. If there is a space array, it will be different. You can go to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory to ask for help at any time." Although she had guessed it when Yang Kai really said this, Tao Yingruo was still very excited. To be honest, it wasn't that she hadn't considered this before. Yang Kai was willing to come to the Rakshasa sect to be the guest elder. It wasn't impossible to ask him to connect the Rakshasa sect and the High Heaven Palace together, so as to seek long-term and effective protection. However, she didn't know what Yang Kai needed to set up a space array. In her opinion, A magical thing like a space array that could cross territory would definitely consume a huge amount of energy. She might not be able to afford it even if she sold the entire Rakshasa sect. Secondly, she didn't want to give Yang Kai the impression that she was insatiable. She didn't expect that Yang Kai would actually take the initiative to mention it. She was immediately delighted and said, "Elder is really a good person." Yang Kai laughed and said, "It's a small matter, but this still needs the agreement of the acting sect master." "Agree, of course I agree." Tao Yingrua nodded quickly. Her state of mind that she had cultivated for so many years almost collapsed. At this moment, her expression was like a child who had gotten a new toy. Suddenly she was startled and said, "But what does Elder need?" "Elder, please draw up a list and I'll send someone to collect it." "I don't need anything else. If you have space spirit crystals and space spirit jades, just give me some." Yang Kai had collected a lot of materials for arranging space arrays, and he had more than enough to arrange 100 more. But since the other party had said so, he just accepted a few as a token of appreciation. "Good, I'll have someone find a way to collect these two things. There's one more thing. Does the acting sect master have any thoughts on where to set up the space array?" Since he wanted to set up a space array, he naturally had to choose a place with tight security. Tao Yingrua said, "Where does Elder think is the most appropriate place to set it up?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "Looking at the entire Rakshasa sect, the forbidden area behind Rakshasa Peak is the most suitable, but it is a forbidden area after all." Tao Yingrua immediately said, "Wherever Elder thinks it is, this mistress has no objections." Her straightforwardness surprised Yang Kai, but he still nodded and said, "All right, then it will be in the forbidden area." Tao Yingrua suddenly smiled faintly and said, "Elder, you went to investigate the forbidden area. Were you disappointed?" Yang Kai said awkwardly, "I wasn't disappointed, I was just a little curious." Tao Yingrua pursed her lips and smiled. "It's normal to be disappointed. Usually there's nothing special about the forbidden area. If you want to take a look at it, you'll have to wait until the night of the full moon." Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, "The night of the full moon?" Tao Yingrua shook her head and said, "I don't know the specific situation. I only heard the sect master mention it once. Only on the night of the full moon will some unexpected changes occur in the forbidden area. If Elder is interested, you might as well wait a few more days. The night of the full moon will be in 5 days. Then I'll have to take a look." Yang Kai suddenly became interested. He had gone to investigate the forbidden area once before and was greatly disappointed. However, he didn't expect that there would be another mystery in the forbidden area that wouldn't reveal itself until the time was right. This aroused his curiosity and he made up his mind to take a closer look on the night of the full moon in 5 days. It could be seen that in order to repay his kindness, the Rakshasa sect had completely let down their guard against him. If he were in their shoes, Yang Kai could understand their feelings. No matter what, simply giving them something couldn't be maintained for a long time. He asked a few more questions, but to his surprise, Tao Yingrua had never been to the forbidden area and naturally didn't know what would happen on the night of the full moon. In the entire Rakshasa sect, only Yu Luocha was qualified to set foot there. After bidding farewell to Tao Yingrua, Yang Kai directly rushed to the forbidden area in the valley and took out a large pile of materials to arrange a space array. After half a day, the space array had already taken shape. Yang Kai casually refined a transmission token and called Ran Yi and Ro Nu over. He told them the use of the transmission token and taught them how to open the space array. He asked them to pass on the message to Tao Yingrua. With this space array, the Rakshasa sect would no longer have any worries in the future. After Tao Yingrua received the transmission token, she personally came to thank him. Yang Kai simply took her to experience the transmission token and directly sent her back to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. She was amazed and couldn't calm down for a long time. Chapter 3280. In a flash, 5 days had passed. In the forbidden area of the mountain valley, surrounded by lush trees and fragrant flowers, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and looked up at the sky. The weather was good with a bright moon and few stars, and the night sky was dark. There was nothing unusual in the surroundings, and as time passed, the full moon slowly climbed high in the sky. At this moment, a strange fluctuation of power suddenly appeared. This fluctuation was so weak that if Yang Kai had not been paying attention, he would not have noticed it. "It's here," Yang Kai muttered to himself in a low voice, his expression turning serious as he began to perceive the surroundings more attentively. The Rakshasa sect's forbidden area only had some abnormal changes on the night of the full moon, which really made him curious. Under his perception, the surroundings fell into a calm state again, as if what happened just now was just an illusion. But after a short while, the strange fluctuation of power appeared again, and this time it was much clearer than before, disappearing as soon as it appeared. Where is it? Yang Kai looked around with great interest, his eyes shining brightly. The third fluctuation soon appeared, and Yang Kai, who had been prepared for it, immediately looked in a certain direction and was immediately stunned. Because that direction was actually the brilliant cliff that he had observed before. When he came here to investigate 5 days ago, the cliff that had left the deepest impression on him was probably this cliff. It was as smooth as a mirror and clear as a mirror. There was not the slightest trace of human effort. It was all the work of nature. But now the abnormality was actually this extremely flat cliff. Yang Kai was a little surprised and swept the cliff with his divine sense inch by inch, wondering if there was some kind of profound barrier here that could hide it from his detection. But after searching for a while he still found nothing. Fortunately, the strange fluctuation of power appeared more and more frequently, faster and faster, until finally, a strange scene appeared on the smooth cliff as if it had turned into a mirror. The mirror was strange and varied, but it was impossible to see clearly. And with the change of the cliff, a massive amount of world energy was produced in the mountain valley, filling it to the brim. Yang Kai couldn't help but be moved. Feeling around, he found that the world energy in this valley was comparable to the heaven-rank secret area of the Spirit Lake Palace outside Maplewood City. If an ordinary cultivator could cultivate in this place, 1 day of cultivation would be equivalent to 10 days of cultivation for others. The valley was not like this during the day. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was not much stronger than the surroundings. It was really amazing that there would be such an astonishing change on a full moon night. But Kai Yang faintly felt that this kind of change was only a superficial one. The most important thing was probably the smooth surface of the cliff. He exerted his eyesight and stared deeply at the cliff, trying to find some clues from it. Looking at it, Kai Yang suddenly let out a cry of surprise. This was because he actually felt something inexplicable from the refraction of the brilliance of the cliff. As he focused his attention, the folding and flipping rays of light actually had the tendency to turn into words. The more he focused, the clearer he could see. Yang Kai didn't dare to be negligent and took note of it. A moment later he was surprised to find that this was an extremely good cultivation method. This time he was really surprised. On a full moon night in the forbidden area of the Rakshasa sect's valley, a cultivation method was born on the cliff. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yang Kai wouldn't have believed it. This cultivation method was incomplete, but after carefully examining it, it seemed to be suitable for women to cultivate. It was somewhat similar to the Rakshasa sect's cultivation method. Thinking about it this way, he guessed that the Rakshasa sect's cultivation method was born from this cliff. It was likely that Yu Luocha had discovered something unusual here and obtained this opportunity, which allowed her to cultivate all the way to the Emperor realm. It was precisely because of this that she established a sect here and established the Rakshasa sect. Just as Yang Kai's thoughts were fluctuating, the scene on the cliff changed again. It was no longer a blurry and distorted text, but a distorted figure appeared. The figure seemed to be dancing on the cliff under the moonlight, but there was a mysterious divine technique in its every movement, which was intoxicating. If one could immerse themselves in it and comprehend it, they would definitely gain a lot. Yang Kai didn't know how this strange scene was formed, but it could be man-made or natural. He could only sigh. The world was really full of wonders. Immersing his mind in it, he carefully comprehended it and verified it with what he had learned. He also gained a lot. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Yu Luocha's luck was really bad. If she was given enough time with this opportunity alone, she would definitely be able to reach the Third Order Emperor realm in the future. Unfortunately, he actually died in the Orthodoxy Palace, dying young before he had the chance to mature. But now Yang Kai understood why Yu Luocha had turned this place into a forbidden area, even forbidding Tao Yingrua and the others from approaching. This kind of thing was naturally best enjoyed alone. Otherwise, once news of it spread, it would attract many people's greed. Of course, Yu Luocha's selfishness was a factor, but it was also human nature. But then again, Yu Luocha's cultivation was only at the First Order Emperor realm, so her comprehension was definitely not very good. Otherwise, with this opportunity, she wouldn't have only grown to this level. At a certain moment, the light on the cliff suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai, who was immersed in all kinds of comprehension, felt something and turned his head to look in a certain direction. His gaze was so deep that it seemed to be able to cross the barrier of space and look directly at a certain place. Frowning and thinking for a moment, Yang Kai got up and disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the mountain valley. Quietly staring at the void in front of him, Yang Kai's space principles suddenly fluctuated. His hands slowly stretched forward and then disappeared as if they were inserted into the void. Open! With a loud shout, space was torn apart and a void crack formed. Yang Kai plunged into it. The surroundings were filled with nothingness and chaos, and there was also a terrifying turbulence surging in the void. Anyone who came here would have a difficult time, and if they were careless, they would be swallowed by the void and get lost in this void crack. Yang Kai was still not afraid. It wasn't the first time he had come to this kind of place. Principles fluctuated around his body, and the surging void turbulence was pulled away by an invisible force. He then wrapped his space principles with his divine sense and spread it out in all directions to investigate carefully. After a while, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. He slowly shook his head and returned the way he came. Reappearing in the mountain valley, Kai Yang discovered that the night had unknowingly passed and it was now almost daytime. Standing in place, Yang Kai looked around, then looked up at the sky and then at the smooth cliff in the distance. A thoughtful look flashed across his face as a bold guess emerged in his heart. If he was not mistaken, he probably understood what was going on with the changes in the forbidden area in this mountain valley. Unfortunately, he couldn't grasp any clues throughout the night and only realized it when it was almost over. If he wanted to fully understand it, he would probably have to wait another month. He would have to wait until the next full moon to find out the truth. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little annoyed, but when he thought about it, he felt relieved. On the way back to Rakshasa Peak, Ran Yi-ro and Yu-Karen respectfully greeted Yang Kai outside the hall. Yang Kai walked past them and walked into the room, his voice drifting over, "Inform me when the ceremony starts." "Yes," Ran Yi-ro and Yu-Karen respectfully replied. For the next few days, Yang Kai had been cultivating behind closed doors and did not go out. It wasn't until the day of the ceremony that Yang Kai dressed up under the service of Ran Yi-ro and Yu-Karen. It was not the first time he had experienced a crowning ceremony. The last time he was in Azure Sun Temple, it was funny to say that both were crowning ceremonies for guest elders, but each one was grander than the last. Even if other sects hired guest elders, they would not hold any ceremony. At most, they would send a notice to the surrounding sects that they were on good terms with, telling others that this person was already a guest elder of their sect. In the future, when they go out and meet them, everyone would give face. But whether it was Azure Sun Temple or Rakshasa sect, they all attached great importance to Yang Kai. Not to mention Azure Sun Temple, Rakshasa sect's safety now depended on Yang Kai. How could it not be grand? Guests from all around came to congratulate. Not only the guests from nearby forces who received the invitation, but even many people from Rakshasa sect who had never dealt with rushed over. Facing the unexpected arrival of the Emperor realm one after another, the disciples in charge of welcoming guests in front of the mountain gate were under a lot of pressure. Tao Yinruo, Qin Pei and the others also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't expect so many people to come to their own crowning ceremony. There were only 5 Dao Source Realm Masters in the entire Killing Luo sect, so they had no choice but to send 3 of them to greet the guests outside the mountain gate, while the remaining 2 were busy greeting the guests. They simply had no time to spare. But they all knew that the reason why they came uninvited was not to give face to Rakshasa sect, but to give face to Yang Kai. The incident at Orthodoxy Temple had been brewing for such a long time that it had already spread throughout the entire Southern Territory. Not to mention all the slightly famous sects in the Southern Territory at that time had been involved. Basically, everyone who was still alive owed Yang Kai a life-saving grace. Since they came to congratulate, they naturally brought gifts. The disciples in charge of registering the gifts were shocked to the point of numbness. The countless natural treasures left the female disciples of the Temple Ghost sect, who had not seen much of the world, flabbergasted. When they registered the gifts, their hands that held the brushes trembled. With so many people coming, the originally prepared seats were far from enough. Tao Yinruo urgently mobilized the disciples and increased the number of seats by nearly 5 times, barely making up for the gap. On this day, the entire Rakshasa sect's thousands of disciples, regardless of their cultivation level, were all working around the clock. They didn't have the time to rest at all. After the event, the number of people from the Emperor realm who came to congratulate Rakshasa sect was more than 100. There were also countless cultivators from other realms. There were almost 1,500 guests in the entire main hall. This number was more than all the disciples of Rakshasa sect. It really showed Tao Yinrua and the others what the influence of a single person was. The ceremony was held as scheduled. Under the congratulations of countless people, Yang Kai became the Rakshasa sect's guest elder. Now that his status was confirmed, Tao Yinrua and the others finally felt relieved. Chapter 3281. The grand ceremony only lasted for one day, but it wasn't until 3 days later that the Rakshasa sect finally calmed down and sent off the various guests. 24. During these 3 days, Yang Kai had been dealing with the various great emperors. Since he had become the Rakshasa sect's guest elder, he could only take advantage of his position and use this grand ceremony as a bridge to establish good relations between the Rakshasa sect and many other sects. This result made Tao Yinrua and the others overjoyed. It could be said that their goal of hiring Yang Kai as their guest elder had been achieved. In the future, no one would dare to casually provoke the Rakshasa sect in the entire southern territory. With Yang Kai's golden signboard, the Rakshasa sect only needed to develop step by step and there would always be a chance for them to rise again. This was not something Yang Kai needed to consider. He had the High Heaven Palace to protect the Rakshasa sect only because of the jade bracelet, so it was impossible for him to stay here for a long time. Originally, he had planned to leave after the grand ceremony. In any case, he had left a territory crossing space array. If the Rakshasa sect really encountered any trouble, Tao Yinrua could go to the High Heaven Palace to ask for help. However, because of the forbidden area in the mountain valley, Yang Kai had to delay his departure for a while. He planned to wait until the next full moon before leaving. On Rakshasa Peak, Tao Yinrua led the few Dao Source Realm junior sisters over. After Ran Yi Ro reported, Yang Kai received them in the guest hall. The 5 Dao Source Realm junior sisters lined up in a row below. After bowing together, Tao Yinrua said, "The Rakshasa sect will never forget Elder Yang's kindness. In the future, if Elder Yang has any orders, the Rakshasa sect will definitely obey." Yang Kai raised his hand and helped them up. He waved his hand and said, "Acting sect master is too polite. I am now a member of the Rakshasa sect. This is my duty." Tao Yinrua said gratefully, "The Rakshasa sect is really lucky to have Elder Yang." While speaking, she gave Qin Pei a meaningful look. Qin Pei walked forward with a space ring in her hands and respectfully handed it over. "This is." Yang Kai took it and glanced at her suspiciously. Qin Pei said, "This is the congratulatory gift from various guests during the grand ceremony. The disciples have a tally and made jade disc. Elder Yang, take a look and see if there is anything missing." Naturally, they couldn't leave these things behind. Yang Kai gave Yang face. Naturally, they couldn't leave these gifts and handed them all gifts. Yang Kai Yang. This was an unimaginable wealth for the entire Rakshasa sect, but it was nothing to him. The High Heaven Palace now controlled the entire northern territory. The annual income was beyond imagination. What was this little thing? Yang Kai didn't intend to share these things with the Rakshasa sect. He knew that even if he said it, Tao Yinrua and the others wouldn't agree to accept it. These women weren't so thick-skinned. Moreover, it was better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. If the Rakshasa sect wanted to develop in the future and obtain cultivation resources, they must have a long-term business. He had already made plans for this. If acting sect master is free, you can go to the High Heaven Palace and look for my head chief. Maybe you can discuss with her a way to make the Rakshasa sect rich. In the future, the disciples will need various resources for their cultivation. Tao Yinrua's eyes lit up when she heard this. "Thank you, Elder Yang. I will go in a few days." Yang Kai nodded and said, "When you go, tell her that I will stay here for a month. I will go back after a month." "Okay." For Tao Yinrua and the others, it didn't matter how long Yang Kai wanted to stay in the Rakshasa sect. After all, even the forbidden area in the valley was open to him. What else could he not want? It would be best if he could have something with Ran Yiru and Yu Karen. Unfortunately, this wish didn't come true. In the following 20 days, Yang Kai stayed in his room as usual and didn't come out. Not to mention Tao Yinruo and the others, even Ran Yiru and Yu Karen didn't see Yang Kai again. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and it was a full moon night. Yang Kai came to the forbidden area in the valley early and couldn't help but frown. The last time he came here the moon was bright, but this time the weather wasn't good. Dark clouds covered the sky and the whole world was dark without the slightest bit of light. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. He didn't know if the change in the weather would have any effect on the forbidden area, but if it was as he had guessed before, the weather didn't matter much. He waited quietly, and at a certain moment the familiar feeling appeared again. Yang Kai's expression brightened and he felt that his previous guess was right. However, this time he didn't pay attention to the smooth cliff because there was no moonlight and there was no abnormality on the cliff. He directly went to the last place he noticed last time. Not long after, another weak energy fluctuation appeared. This time Yang Kai, who was prepared, opened his eyes wide and stared at the void in front of him, his heart filled with excitement. Sure enough, as he had guessed, when the energy fluctuation appeared, an imperceptible crack appeared in the void, but the crack disappeared in an instant, so the energy fluctuation also stopped abruptly and wasn't obvious. Last time Yang Kai had noticed this anomaly, but his mind had been immersed in the smooth cliff until the last moment, so he was unable to track the source of the energy fluctuation. There must be something in the void crack. Every full moon night, the unknown existence would break through the void, causing a void crack to appear in the valley. Then, under the refraction of the moonlight, some of the situation inside the void crack would be reflected onto the smooth cliff. So the source was not the cliff but the inside of the void crack. Yang Kai couldn't help rubbing his fists and couldn't wait to find out what mysteries were hidden in the void crack here. Even if others noticed this, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. But Yang Kai was different. He was proficient in the Tao of space, so as long as he could track the source of the energy fluctuation he could directly tear space and enter the void crack to investigate. Although Yang Kai had also torn space last time, the void crack was unpredictable and unpredictable. Even if he used it in the same place he couldn't find the source. After several energy fluctuations, the fleeting void crack finally appeared in its entirety. If it weren't for Yang Kai, even a third-stage Emperor Realm Master wouldn't be able to detect it. No longer hesitating, Yang Kai inserted his hands into the void crack, tore it to the sides and flashed inside. Inside the void crack, Yang Kai was stunned for a moment as he stared blankly ahead, almost unable to believe his eyes. Everything that had happened before made him speculate that there might be something hidden in this void crack, and in fact his guess was right. This time he had followed the traces and found something. But what was hidden here was not a rare treasure or divine weapon as he had imagined, but a person, a woman. To be a woman. A man wouldn't wear such a flowery dress. The woman was sitting cross-legged in the void. She was so thin that she was only skin and bones. Her eyes were sunken in and her hair was silver white. Her eyes were dim and lifeless, like the eyes of a dead fish. Her entire body was filled with faint vitality, as if she could die at any moment. Yang Kai was shocked. How could there be a woman here? He knew that the void crack was extremely dangerous. Not to mention that he wasn't proficient in the Tao of space. Even someone like him could lose his life if he got lost in it. However, he had never thought that he would one day find a woman in the void. Judging from her appearance, she should be one of the unlucky people who got lost in the void crack. But who knew how long she had been lost? She was so thin that she was just skin and bones. It had to be known that those who could enter the void crack were not weak, and since they were strong, they would naturally carry some recovery spirit pills, source crystals and the like. But judging from the situation of this woman, Yang Kai estimated that she had been trapped here for thousands of years. Otherwise her body would not have shrunk so much. The moment he saw her, Yang Kai almost imagined a scene. After being trapped in this endless void crack for so many years, all the items in his space ring had been consumed, leaving him with no choice but to rely on the vitality of his physical body to maintain his vitality. After an unknown number of years, almost all of his flesh and blood had been consumed, resulting in his current emaciated appearance. Who was she and how did she get trapped here? What shocked Yang Kai even more was that she was still alive. Her vitality was indeed faint, like a candle in the wind and rain, about to be extinguished at any time, but she was still alive. Because when Yang Kai saw her, her dim eyes suddenly moved stiffly as if they had not moved for a long time, but they immediately fixed on Yang Kai. Staring at each other, her eyes flashed with joy and disbelief as if she had just escaped death, and a gurgling sound came from her throat. Seeing this scene at this moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The woman's mouth, which was as dry as tree bark, opened and closed a few times, but she was unable to make any sound. With this movement, her originally faintly discernible vitality was rapidly consumed, and the light in her eyes quickly dimmed. Yang Kai broke out in cold sweat, truly afraid she would die. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai took out a spirit pill from his space ring, pinched it between his fingertips and walked over. The woman's eyes were immediately attracted to the spirit pill in Yang Kai's hand, like a starving ghost who had seen some delicious food, her weak breathing becoming somewhat rapid. Yang Kai sighed secretly. Although he couldn't feel any powerful aura from this woman at the moment, she had been able to survive in the void for thousands of years, so her strength was absolutely terrifying. At this moment, just an Origin King grade spirit pill was enough to make her so weak, so Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. She no longer had the demeanor of a master. Chapter 3282. To be honest, Yang Kai didn't know whether this woman was good or evil after finding her in the void, so he didn't know how to deal with her for a while. This woman was a heinous existence, so if he saved her life, wouldn't that be the same as helping her commit a sin? However, if this woman had accidentally broken into this place and was trapped here, it would be too cruel for him to just sit back and watch. He was definitely this woman's last chance, and if he didn't do anything she would definitely die. So in any case, Yang Kai decided to restore her vitality first. It wouldn't be too late to make a decision after he learned more about her origins and nature. Stepping forward, Yang Kai handed over the spirit pill in his hand. The emaciated woman stared at it eagerly, trying to swallow it, but sadly she didn't even have the strength to open her mouth and could only look up at Yang Kai pleadingly. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, suddenly feeling that he had been too cautious. Even if this woman had really been heinous in the past in her current state, it would take her at least a few dozen years to recover. With no other choice, Yang Kai reached out, opened her mouth and stuffed the spirit pill into her mouth before circulating his emperor chi to help her swallow it. A look of gratitude flashed across the woman's eyes before she closed her eyes and began to adjust her breathing. Yang Kai didn't remain idle either, placing his hand on her shoulder and regardless of whether she agreed or not, carefully pouring his emperor chi into her body to help her refine the medicinal efficacies. As a result, Yang Kai understood the situation in her body like the back of his hand, and he couldn't help feeling a little shocked. He didn't know what kind of cultivation this woman had at her peak, but at this moment her physique was shriveled up and her meridians were almost completely shriveled up. Yang Kai had to concentrate and carefully circulate his emperor chi. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, her body would explode and she would die. An Origin King grade spirit pill was naturally not enough for her to fully recover. Even with Yang Kai's help refining all the medicinal efficacies, she only managed to stabilize her unstable vitality. Her emaciated appearance didn't change at all, but her dead fish eyes finally regained some color. Yang Kai sighed with emotion. It was said that even ants would struggle to survive, let alone humans. However, if a person was really trapped in this place for thousands of years, Yang Kai felt that it would be better to just die. At least death would be the end of everything. Being trapped in this place was simply torture. But this woman had survived. What kind of strong willpower and tenacity did this require? The cultivation of this woman's temperament was definitely unimaginable, which was why she was able to persist under such conditions. After refining the Origin King grade spirit pill, the woman stared straight at Yang Kai with a look of longing in her eyes, obviously wanting Yang Kai to give her more pills. Yang Kai pretended not to understand and stood there scratching his face. Seeing that there was no result, the woman didn't press the issue and closed her eyes again. After recovering for a while, she opened her mouth and a string of words came out. It was obvious that she hadn't spoken for a long time. Even though she had obtained a spirit pill to maintain her vitality, she still couldn't form a sentence. After struggling for a long time, she finally managed to form a complete sentence: "Many thanks." These two simple words seemed to have exhausted all her strength, so after saying them she closed her mouth and fell silent. Yang Kai nodded and smiled. "It was nothing. May I ask what honored sir's name is?" The woman was startled and a blank look appeared in her eyes. Yang Kai observed her expression and wondered if she had been trapped here for so long that she had even forgotten her own name. But very soon the woman tried her best to reply. Sound. Bamboo. A person's name was their brand throughout their life. Even if they forgot it for a while, they could always recall it after some thought. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. This name was quite strange. Thinking about it carefully, he didn't seem to have heard of this surname among the people he had dealt with. This junior is Yang Kai. Yang Kai cupped his fists. I am the current guest elder of the Rakshasa sect. I inadvertently found something in the forbidden area and followed the traces here. I didn't expect to see honored sir here. The abnormality in the forbidden area of the Rakshasa sect was caused by honored sir? Xing Yuzhu nodded. It was unknown whether it was because she was a woman of few words or because it was difficult for her to speak. Sure enough. Yang Kai laughed dumbfoundedly. Everything that had happened in the forbidden area had led him to guess that the root cause was in this void crevice. And after seeing this Yuzhu here, Yang Kai immediately concluded that those anomalies must be man-made. Xing Yuzhu was trapped here, so she used the great divine technique to leave clues through the tiny space crack. If someone really found this clue, they would definitely be curious about the space crack and find her. But this kind of inexplicable clue could only be found by Li Wui of the Spirit Beast Island in this world, except for Yang Kai. Because only the two of them were proficient in the law of space and could perceive the existence of the space crack. Otherwise, the sect master of the Rakshasa sect, Yu Luocha, wouldn't have been unaware of it. She only thought that the situation in the forbidden area was a blessing from heaven and earth. A blessing from heaven to the Rakshasa sect. In that case, what Yu Luocha had comprehended from the smooth cliff was intentionally left behind by Xing Yuzhu. Therefore, Yu Luocha could be considered as Xing Yuzhu's disciple. The entire Killing Luo sect could be considered as Xing Yuzhu's disciples and grand disciples. Looking at Xing Yuzhu's current situation, it was obvious that she didn't have the ability to do those things. Yang Kai estimated that the method had been used thousands of years ago and had been maintained in an incredible state. That was why the situation changed every full moon night. How long have honored sir been trapped here? Yang Kai asked again. He was really curious about this question. Xing Yuzhu slowly shook her head. I don't really remember. This was a really sad answer. Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but cry for her. She didn't remember how long she had been trapped here. Obviously, it had been a long time, so long that she couldn't calculate the time. Does honored sir understand the law of space? Yang Kai thought of another matter. The space crack in the forbidden area of the valley couldn't have appeared for no reason. It could only have been man-made. Xing Yuzhu said, I have been trapped for too long. I can only think of a way. After a long pause, she said with difficulty, I just know a little. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. That space crack was too small, as fine as a hair. Yu Luocha had been cultivating in the forbidden area for thousands of years and still hadn't noticed it. If Yang Kai hadn't been proficient in the law of space, he wouldn't have been able to discover it. It was reasonable for Xing Yuzhu to say that she only knew a little. If she didn't know a little, she wouldn't have been able to create that space crack. If she was proficient in it, she would have already expanded the space crack and escaped. Yang Kai estimated that her attainments in the law of space were only at the entry level, far from touching upon the law of space. Little brother. Xing Yuzhu suddenly called out. What can I do for honored sir? Yang Kai looked at her. Xing Yuzhu said, since you can come here, it means you can tear space. Can you take me away? After talking for a while, her ability to express herself gradually became smoother, and her hoarse voice gradually became smooth, but she still lacked breath. When she said this, her eyes were full of desire. After waiting for so many years, a person had finally come to her, and at first glance, she could tell that this person was proficient in the law of space. If she wanted to escape, she had to rely on Yang Kai. How could she not grasp such a good opportunity? Yang Kai touched his chin and said with a troubled expression, but I don't know if honored sir is a good person or a bad person. Xing Yuzhu blinked and said, if I say I'm a good person, will you believe me? Shaking his head, Kai Yang sternly replied, naturally I don't believe you. Xing Yuzhu said, if I were a bad person, I wouldn't have been schemed against back then and be stranded here, unable to see the sun all year round. Yang Kai shook his head and said, words are no proof. If honored sir is really an evil person, I can't let you go. Xing Yuzhu sighed and said, How can you prove whether I am good or evil? I have been trapped here for who knows how many years. Even if there were people I knew back then, I'm afraid most of them are already dead. You don't necessarily know those who haven't died. Do you want to go out and inquire? That's not impossible. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Then who do you know? Well, if you think they can't live until now, you don't have to say anything. Just pick a few of them and tell me. Xing laughed and said, You are very careful. Yang Kai said solemnly, I can't help it. Forgive me. Xing thought for a while, and the first name that popped out of her mouth startled Yang Kai. Is Wukong still alive? Yang Kai's eyes widened and his face was full of excitement. Wukong? Which Wukong? Xing looked at him thoughtfully. You seem to have heard of this name. So he succeeded. Yang Kai's head was dripping with cold sweat. Which Wukong are you talking about, honored sir? Xing looked at him meaningfully. No one else. It's the one you are thinking of, the one who practiced the heaven-devouring great emperor's tactics. Yang Kai was shocked and asked in a deep voice, Honored sir, are you acquainted with Wukong? Xing chuckled. Of course, it's all thanks to him that I'm trapped here. What? Yang Kai felt that his brain was not enough. This skinny woman in front of him was trapped in this crack of the void because of Wukong? So wasn't she from the same era as Wukong? For a moment, Yang Kai couldn't help sweating. Previously he guessed that Xing must have been trapped here for a long time, at least thousands of years. But if she was from the same era as Wukong, thousands of years were nothing. That was tens of thousands of years. Just thinking about it made him shudder. A person who was trapped in this dark place for tens of thousands of years didn't go crazy. Instead, she kept trying to send messages to the outside world to lead people to rescue her. Xing was definitely an experienced old monster. Suddenly, Yang Kai realized that something was wrong and sneered, Honored sir, do you think I am easy to fool because I am young? Xing was stunned and asked, What do you mean? She didn't understand why Yang Kai suddenly turned hostile. Yang Kai snorted, Wukong, also known as the heaven-devouring great emperor, is the first person in history. If he really attacked you, would you still be alive? Are you telling me that you are also one of the great emperors? Chapter 3283. This was obviously impossible. If this Xing was really one of the great emperors, she would have broken through the void and left this place. 21. The great emperors inherited the fortune of heaven and earth and were recognized by the heavens. They were not existences that could be trapped in the void. He really succeeded, Xing murmured. The expression in her eyes was a little strange. She paused and said, It's no wonder you misunderstood. It's just that when I was trapped here by his trap, he was not yet one of the great emperors. Yang Kai's mouth opened wider than an egg in an instant. The amount of information in this sentence was a little too much. Wukong had been famous for too long. The name of the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor was known by everyone in the entire astral world. But who knew when he became one of the great emperors? And Xing actually told Yang Kai that when she was trapped here, Wukong had not yet become one of the great emperors. Then the question was, how long had she been trapped here? It was a long time after Wukong became one of the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor, and the war of the great emperors could be traced back to 30,000 years ago. In other words, this Xing had been trapped here for at least 30,000 to 40,000 years. And for such a long time Xing could not get out of here. After painstakingly studying, she had just entered the threshold of the power of space. She could barely open a space crack and send out a message. Yang Kai almost suspected that she was lying. How could a person survive in this place for so long? Xing ignored him and said, Back then Wukong and I were on par with each other in terms of strength. We both had the potential to become great emperors. Because of this, Wukong plotted against me. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. You competed with Wukong for the position of great emperors? This was such a heroic thing, and it was actually done by a woman. It was hard to imagine. Such a person must have been very famous back then. Xing smiled bitterly. Before I was plotted against by him, and then I drifted into the void until today. Yang Kai looked at her sympathetically. This enmity is really big. The battle for the great Tao was unscrupulous. It was not that Wukong was despicable and shameless, although he was not a good person. It was just that Xing was not a good person. However, the hatred between them was irreconcilable. Xing reaction to this matter at this moment was quite ordinary. without any resentment or hatred. This made Yang Kai think highly of her, thinking that she wasn't a bad person. But this way he could be sure that Xing Yuju's previous cultivation was probably the kind that Yang Yan said. She was only half a step away from becoming great emperors. But because she had not been recognized by heaven and earth, she could not become great emperors. Such a character was not comparable to an ordinary third-layer emperor. If the conditions were right, she could challenge for the position of great emperors at any time and replace the current 10 great emperors. Xing Yuju looked Yang Kai up and down again and said, "You don't look too old, but you are actually a second-order emperor. In time you may be able to compete with the heroes of the world." Yang Kai said solemnly, "Where the heart goes, the body goes." Xing Yuju nodded and said, "Very good. With such ambition there will be a place for you in the future." After a pause she said, "You haven't told me yet. Is Wukong still alive?" Yang Kai sighed, "He's dead." Of course this was not the truth. Although Wukong's physical body was destroyed, his soul was entangled with Duan Hongqian. They shared a body, so it could be said that he was in a half-dead state. The reason why he answered like this was because he wanted to see how Xing Yuju would react. If she showed any abnormal behavior, Yang Kai would have to consider whether to take her out or not. Hearing this, Xing Yuju was obviously stunned and said in a daze, "He's dead." Yang Kai said solemnly, "The heaven-devouring great emperor wreaked havoc in the territory of the great emperors. Wherever he passed he destroyed the stars. The great emperors could not bear it and joined forces to kill him in the shattered star sea." Xing Yuju looked at him and asked, "When did this happen?" "About 30,000 years ago. It's been so long." Xing Yuju had a complicated expression and sighed faintly. Success because of the heaven-devouring great emperor, failure because of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Karma is a circle. Yang Kai said, "Senior, you should be happy." Xing Yuju nodded and said, "Yes, I should be happy. In the early years I thought that he would not have a good end. I didn't expect that he would end up being attacked by so many people. Well, since he's dead, all the grudges have been settled. Let's not talk about him. How many of Duan Hongqian, Yao Jun, Zhan Wu Hen and Chu Tianji do you know?" Yang Kai's cold sweat slid down his forehead and his face twitched. He said, "Senior Hongqian is the role model of my generation. I've met him a few times. I've also met the great emperors of serene soul Yao Jun. But who are this Zhan Wu Hen and Chu Tianji?" Xing Yuju said 4 names. 2 of them were the great emperors. Although Yang Kai did not know who Zhan Wu Hen and Chu Tianji were, he had some guesses. Xing Yuju said, "Zhan Wu Hen practiced the Iron Blood Catalog and was the most combative. Perhaps he has another name now, but his real name is unknown. As for Chu Tianji, he's just a fraud, but he has the ability to see through the mysteries of heaven." Yang Kai's cold sweat poured down even more. He said weakly, "Senior may be referring to the Iron Blood Great Emperor and the great emperors of heaven's revelations." He wailed in his heart. She was indeed an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years. The people she knew were all the great emperors. However, this was not surprising. He had asked her to find a few people who might still be alive to talk to. Naturally, she would choose those with top-notch strength. Since these top-notch existences had survived until now, they would naturally not be unknown. With this relationship, no matter how powerful she was now, if she really went out, who would dare to provoke her? Even if the great emperors met her, they would still have to give her some face. They are all the great emperors. Xing Yuju's eyes showed a look of nostalgia as if she was recalling the past. She quickly recovered and said with a smile, "They shouldn't be dead, right? You just need to ask them who I am and they will naturally tell you. They're all still alive." Yang Kai wiped the sweat on his forehead and said with a bitter face, "But the great emperors are all mysterious people. I can't find them." Of the 4 great emperors, Duan Hongqian was probably still entangled with Wukong in the ancestral territory. Although the Iron Blood Great Emperor was in charge of the Star Court, he was also mysterious. The last time he appeared in the Western Territory, it was a pity that he did not meet with him at all. Instead, he destroyed his territory-crossing space array and intercepted Lin Yun. Yang Kai estimated that if he met the Iron Blood Great Emperor again, he would not have a good face. After all, he almost kidnapped Xiao Yun. As for the great emperors of Serene Soul, needless to say, last time in the Eastern Territory he had a little conflict with his daughter Yao Lin and almost killed her. In the end, it was the soul of the great emperors of Serene Soul who came to solve the problem. This was not a small matter. The great emperors of gloomy dark did not pursue the matter, so how could he take the initiative to send himself to them? It was said that the great emperors of heaven's revelations lived in the Divine Design Valley, but Yang Kai did not know where the Divine Design Valley was in the territory and where the door was. In the end, it was because Xing Yuzhu's level was too high. Although she was now skinny and weak when she spoke, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. With tens of thousands of years of friendship, all the people she knew were illustrious and famous. Then what should I do? Xing Yuzhu was a little helpless. It had been too long. If it had been thousands of years, it would have been fine. The Emperor realm had a long lifespan, so she could mention a few more names and let Yang Kai investigate. However, after tens of thousands of years, how many of them had survived to the present? Almost all of them were great emperors. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "No need to trouble yourself. I will take you out." Xing Yuzhu was surprised. "Aren't you afraid that I am a bad person?" Yang Kai smiled freely. "Even if you are a bad person, you have been trapped here for tens of thousands of years. How much cultivation do you have left now? Even if you want to do evil, I am afraid that you are powerless. What's more, if you are really a heinous person, Wukong's fate is an example of what happened to you." Since Xing Yuzhu knew so many great emperors, those great emperors obviously knew what kind of person she was. If such a day really came, the great emperors would definitely not sit by and do nothing. They were not afraid of what she would do. Xing Yuzhu said gratefully, "Thank you." After a pause she said, "But I am not a person who is used to accepting favors. Since you saved my life, I may be able to give you something in return." Yang Kai said seriously, "It's nothing. You don't have to worry about it." He was not playing hard to get. In Yang Kai's opinion, Xing Yuzhu probably did not have many good things on her. Even if she had some good treasures, what did he lack? The mountains and rivers bell in his hand was enough to interest the great emperors. Xing Yuzhu could not take out a secret treasure that was more powerful than the mountains and rivers bell. Xing Yuzhu said, "Listen to me first and then refuse." She looked as if she was sure that Yang Kai could not refuse the temptation. Yang Kai was also interested and put on a posture of listening attentively. Xing Yuzhu said, "As I said before, you are young but you have such a cultivation base. In time you may have a chance to compete with the heroes of the world. But have you ever thought about why there are only 10 great emperors in the world?" Yang Kai said, "I have heard that the world is like a bottle and the capacity of the bottle is limited. It cannot accommodate more than 10 great emperors. I don't know if it is true or not." Xing Yuzhu said with some surprise, "You actually know this? I just heard it." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Xing Yuzhu nodded and said, "Yes, the bottle of heaven and earth can only accommodate 10 great emperors. If you want to become a great emperor, you can only wait for the position to be vacant and compete with the heroes of the world." Yang Kai sighed, "That will take years. The life of the great emperors was very long. Unless they died in an accident, how could there be a vacant position?" After the War of Emperors, several great emperors were born, but it was all thanks to Wukong. In the Battle of the Shattered Star Sea, several great emperors died at the hands of Wukong. The Wondrous Pill Great Emperors, the Flower Shadow Great Emperors, the Night Shadow Great Emperors, and even the Bright Moon Great Emperors were all promoted later. Chapter 3284. Therefore these people had to thank Wukong. Without Wukong's massacre, they would not have had the chance to become supreme emperors. But there's always a chance, isn't there? After all, the great emperors are not immortal. Xing Yuzhu smiled slightly. Perhaps she was a beauty at her peak with a sweet smile, but at this moment, it was not suitable for her to smile because it was uglier than crying. "Your biggest advantage is that you are young." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Senior, you are right." He had only been cultivating for 100 years, and with his talent, it was not a problem for him to cultivate to the 3rd level of the sovereign realm, or even half a step away from the great emperors. He had a long life, and by that time he might have a chance to stand at the peak. Xing Yuzhu said slowly, if there is such a day, I will tell you how to become great emperors." Yang Kai's body shook and his eyes lit up. He stared at Xing Yuzhu and said, "Senior, do you know the secret of becoming great emperors?" This was a question he had always been puzzled about. He only knew that if he wanted to become great emperors, he had to master the power of heaven and earth. He did not know anything else. However, great emperors were so noble that even if he could master the power of heaven and earth, he might not succeed. Now Xing Yuzhu's words gave him infinite hope. Xing Yuzhu said, If I had not been plotted against by Wukong, I might have had a chance. I have experienced a similar thing once. Do you think I don't know? Yang Kai couldn't help scratching his ears and scratching his cheeks. He couldn't wait to use violence to pry open this Yuju's mouth and dig out all his secrets. If he could really understand the secret of becoming a great emperor, then when the time came he would be ahead of everyone. But after all, he was not the kind of person who could not distinguish right from wrong. How could he go against his conscience when Xing Yuju returned the favor? He had to admit that Xing Yuju's reward was a bit big. Although it sounded unreliable, it was more valuable than any secret treasure. He grinned and said, "Can't you tell me now?" Even though he knew it was impossible, he still had to give it a try. Perhaps the other party would really be kind enough to teach him. Xing Yuju shook her head slowly. "It's not the right time. It's useless to tell you. You'd better work hard on your cultivation. Opportunities are for those who are prepared." Yang Kai nodded, no longer insisting. Suddenly, his expression turned solemn. "Then when the time comes, Junior may have to compete with Senior. Is Senior not worried about provoking a strong enemy? Even if there was an opportunity, it would be extremely slim. It would be impossible for the position of great emperors to be vacated like the last battle in the Shattered Star Sea. The death of any one of the great emperors would shake the world. Therefore, even if there was an opportunity in the future, it would most likely only appear in one position. Xing Yuju was creating a powerful enemy for herself, and this enemy would know everything she knew. Hearing this, Xing Yuju smiled and said, "In the battle of the Great Tao, it's either you die or I live. What's more, do you really think that when the time comes, there will only be two of us? At that time, everyone in the world who is qualified will sense it. At that time, maybe you and I can join forces." So that's what Senior thinks. Yang Kai's doubts were all gone. He had to admit that what she said was very reasonable. At that time, all the old monsters hiding in the world would probably swarm up. What difference would it make if there was one more person or one less? On the contrary, they could join forces with Yang Kai to resist the enemy and fight to the death at the last moment. Thinking of this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. He cupped his fists and said, "Junior is very grateful for Senior's kindness. Now let's get out of here." "Thank you." Xing Yuju nodded gently, trying to suppress her voice, but it was obviously trembling, which showed how excited she was. After all, she had been trapped here for tens of thousands of years. If she didn't get out, she was afraid that she would really turn into a pile of bones. Yang Kai knew that she couldn't move freely, so he didn't hesitate. He directly walked over and apologized, then reached out and picked her up. She was light to the touch, as if he was holding a pile of bones, which made Yang Kai sigh. She was only half a step away from the great emperors, but she had fallen into such a situation. How much had she suffered over the years? Not to mention that she was a woman. He didn't know how she had provoked the Wukong, but before she could fight for the position of great emperors, she had been plotted against. The law of space surged and Yang Kai opened up a passage along the way. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the valley. The rich aura of heaven and earth rushed in from all directions, and Xing Yuju couldn't help but moan in his arms. Her turbid eyes suddenly bloomed with an amazing brilliance. How many years had it been since she felt the aura of heaven and earth? In that void crack there was only endless nothingness and chaos. If she hadn't had the protection of her divine ability, she wouldn't have been able to hold on for so many years. Yang Kai clearly felt that Xing Yuju's body was trembling slightly, and he could understand her feelings. He deliberately changed the topic. "This is the Rakshasa sect in the Southern Territory. Senior may not have heard of it, but this sect has just suffered a great calamity. Countless masters have died. I have some connections with one of the masters in this sect, so I came here to serve as a guest elder and try to protect him. If Senior doesn't mind, why don't you temporarily cultivate in this sect, and wait until you recover a little before making a decision? My body is on the brink of death, do as you please." Xing Yuju didn't mind at all. She just greedily breathed in the surrounding air as if she had been reborn. Yang Kai said, "Since Senior doesn't mind, then you can follow my arrangements." "Wait a minute." Just as Yang Kai was about to leave, Xing Yuju suddenly patted him on the arm. Yang Kai didn't know what she meant, so he just stood there and didn't move. At this time it was dawn in the east. After waiting for a long time, the warm light slowly enveloped the earth. Xing Yuju looked to the east. When she saw the sunrise, her eyes were filled with sadness and excitement. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to see this scene. Yang Kai was speechless. He thought that she had something to deal with, but who knew that she deliberately stayed to watch the sunrise? It could only be said that no matter how long she had lived, a woman was still a woman. But then again, Yang Kai sincerely admired her. If he was trapped in the void for tens of thousands of years, even if he had the means to save his life, his character would have changed greatly. The mad demon would have gone crazy, but Xing Yuzhu didn't. It could be seen that her temperament and perseverance were strong. Yang Kai had no doubt that as long as she was restored to her peak level, when it came to the battle of the Great Tao, he might not be her opponent, and perhaps no one in the world could be her opponent. But so what? Xing Yuzhu didn't mind sharing her biggest secret, so how could Yang Kai, a grown man, be afraid? As a martial artist, we should have a clear mind and forge ahead. Looking to the east, Yang Kai's heart was filled with infinite pride. The conversation with Xing Yuzhu made him feel a little urgent. Opportunities were indeed left to those who were prepared. Although he didn't know when the opportunity would come, before that he must have the qualifications to compete with the heroes of the world. If he didn't even have the qualifications, even if the opportunity came, he could only watch it slip through his fingertips. Therefore, strength was the key to everything. He must improve his cultivation to the qualifications to participate in the competition. After accompanying Xing Yuzhu to watch the sunrise for a while, Yang Kai took her back to Luosha Peak. Ranny Ro and Yu Karen were shocked when they saw Yang Kai coming back with a skinny woman. Mainly because Xing Yuzhu's current image was too horrible, but they didn't dare to ask anything. Under Yang Kai's instructions, they respectfully arranged for her to enter a room. After the two women left, Yang Kai said, "Senior, you can rest here for the time being. If you need anything, just let me know." Xing Yuzhu said without any pretense, "Can you lend me some source crystals and spirit pills? I will pay you back in the future." Yang Kai's top priority was to quickly improve his strength and prepare in advance. Xing Yuzhu naturally had to restore her strength as soon as possible, but Yang Kai didn't know if her cultivation had declined after being trapped for tens of thousands of years. Perhaps it had, but with her perseverance and determination, it wouldn't be too difficult to recover. She spoke freely, so Yang Kai didn't hesitate. He took out an empty space ring and filled it with millions of high-rank source crystals and some spirit pills for her. Xing Yuzhu thanked him gratefully. When Yang Kai walked out of the door, he bumped into Tao Yingrua, who was rushing over. "Elder." Tao Yingrua cupped her hands and glanced inside the hall. Apparently, she had received some news and came to see what was going on. Yang Kai said, "Acting sect master came at the right time. I have something to tell you." He was about to tell Tao Yingrua about Xing Yuzhu and let her know that Xing Yuzhu would be recuperating in the Rakshasa sect in the future. But before he could speak, he heard Xing Yuzhu's voice, "Tell her to come in." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, "Acting sect master, go in. That senior seems to have something to say to you." "Senior?" Tao Yingrua was shocked. In her opinion, Yang Kai was already a high and mighty existence, but Yang Kai actually called someone senior. Could it be that the person he brought back was a third-order Emperor Realm Master? But according to Ranny Ro and Yu Karen's report, that person seemed to have difficulty moving and his aura was weak. He was so thin that he was just skin and bones. How could such a person be Yang Kai's senior? Thinking so, she didn't dare to neglect and hurried in after excusing herself from Yang Kai. Yang Kai waited quietly outside. Ranny Ro and Yu Karen walked over and knelt down at his feet, saying in low voices, "Please forgive us, elder." Both of them lowered their heads and looked very pitiful. Yang Kai looked down at them in surprise, but after thinking for a moment he couldn't help laughing. He guessed that these two women were afraid that he would blame them for informing Tao Yingrua, but then again, even if they weren't here, Yang Kai would still have gone to find Tao Yingrua. After all, this was the Rakshasa sect and he really couldn't bring someone back for no reason. Helping them up, Yang Kai casually comforted them and finally let them relax. Chapter 3285. After waiting for a long time, Tao Yingrua finally came out. Yang Kai turned his head to look and couldn't help but be stunned. He saw that Tao Yingrua's face was rosy at this moment and she looked refreshed. Yang Kai asked curiously, "What made the substitute sect leader so happy?" He was also a little worried in his heart. He didn't know what Xing Yuzhu had said to make her so happy. Tao Yingrua didn't answer but bowed gracefully. "Thank you, Elder Yang. Elder Yang is really the good news of my Rakshasa sect." Yang Kai touched his nose and was puzzled. What do you mean? Tao Yingrua smiled and said, when Elder came you brought back my Rakshasa sect's patriarch. If this isn't good news then what is? Patriarch. Patriarch? Yang Kai was shocked and Ran Yiru and Yu Karen who were next to him, also opened their mouths in a circle. They didn't understand how their own sect had a patriarch. Wasn't the founder of the Rakshasa sect the previous sect leader Yu Luocha? They didn't understand but Yang Kai quickly reacted. If his previous guess was right, then the cultivation methods of the entire Rakshasa sect were passed down by Xianxia. Although she just wanted to attract others' attention to rescue herself, this kind of inheritance was an undeniable fact. Yu Luocha was her disciple, so the entire Rakshasa sect was naturally her disciples and disciples. It was just that Yu Luocha herself didn't know this. At this moment, Xianxia revealed this matter to Tao Yingrua because she wanted to use this place to slowly recover her strength. Although the Rakshasa sect was not strong, it was still a sect. With the whole sect as a backing, Xianxia would recover faster. I've already confirmed that the Patriarch is indeed the source of many cultivation methods and secret arts of our Rakshasa sect. However, she was trapped in the forbidden area because of the evil people. Although the previous sect master had received all her teachings, he did not discover the place where she was trapped, causing the Patriarch to suffer for so many years. This time, it's all thanks to the Elder's keen eyes that the Patriarch was rescued. The entire Rakshasa sect is extremely grateful. In the Rakshasa sect, there was no relationship more reliable than the status of master and disciple. Tao Yingrua had already confirmed that the previous sect master Yu Luocha had attained the cultivation of the Emperor realm because of Xianxia's teachings. Then there was no doubt that Xianxia was the patriarch of the Rakshasa sect. Therefore, even though it was the first time they met and Xianxia's image was sensational, Tao Yingrua immediately acknowledged her identity and treated her as a disciple. It was a coincidence. I must congratulate acting sect master. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Congratulations to you too. Tao Yingrua winked at Yang Kai. Elder, you're also a member of the Rakshasa sect. That's true. Yang Kai laughed. After the coronation ceremony, he already had the brand of the Rakshasa sect on him. This was something that no one could deny. Tao Yinrua's expression turned solemn. However, I'll have to ask the elder to keep this a secret. The patriarch's cultivation is now at its lowest, and she still needs a long time to recover. Of course. Yang Kai nodded and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He was originally worried that Tao Yinrua and the others would have any opinions about Xianxia being placed in the Rakshasa sect. He had already made up his mind that if Tao Yinrua and the others showed any signs of dissatisfaction, he would send Xianxia to the High Heaven Palace to cultivate. However, he did not expect that Xianxia would play such a trick and directly confirm her status as the patriarch. It seemed that she was willing to stay here. So how could the Rakshasa sect not welcome her? Tao Yinrua was also very clear that since this patriarch was able to create the Emperor realm through the void when she was in trouble, her strength had already reached the peak. If they could gain her favor, how could the Rakshasa sect not be afraid of not being able to rise? In time, the Rakshasa sect would be even more glorious than before. You too, what you saw and heard today cannot be leaked. If you find out anything, you will be killed without mercy. Tao Yinrua turned her head and looked at Rani Ruo and Yu Karen sternly. Yes. The two women did not dare to disobey and hurriedly bowed. They knew in their hearts that they had probably come into contact with some secret of the sect. After chatting with Yang Kai for a while, Tao Yinrua hurriedly left. She probably wanted to share the good news with the other Dao Source Realm cultivators. Although this matter was top secret, there were only 5 Dao Source Realm cultivators in the Rakshasa sect now. Some things could be concealed, but some things did not need to be concealed. The matter of the Rakshasa sect had been settled, and Yang Kai was not in the mood to continue to stay. Although he did not know how long it would take for Xianxia to fully recover, the Rakshasa sect had the protection of his name, so no one would dare to cause trouble. So the next day he bid farewell to Xianxia, Tao Yinrua and the others. What surprised Yang Kai was that in just a day, Xianxia's situation had greatly improved. Although she still looked thin and weak, her condition was undoubtedly much better than the day before. The relationship between Xianxia and the Rakshasa sect also allowed him to leave with peace of mind. Since Xianxia had admitted that she was the ancestral founder of the Rakshasa sect, she would not have any adverse thoughts towards the Rakshasa sect. Northern Territory High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai returned leisurely. On High Heaven Peak, Yang Kai summoned Hua Qingxi and asked about the sect's affairs and the current situation in the Northern Territory. He learned that everything was as usual in the sect, and that the 100,000 disciples were diligently cultivating. Although they had rushed to the Southern Territory to provide support last time, the High Heaven Palace did not send many people. Many people still did not know that incident had happened. However, in the Northern Territory, after seeing Yang Kai's incredible appeal, they did not dare to do anything rash. Previously, Yang Kai had joined forces with the other 3 top sects to sweep through the Northern Territory. Under their powerful strength, they were suppressed by the Iron Blood sect along the way. However, there were more people who were not convinced. After experiencing the incident in the Southern Territory, even if there were still people who were not convinced, they did not dare to do anything. The entire Northern Territory was extremely respectful on the surface. It could almost be said that in the Northern Territory, the High Heaven Palace covered the sky with one hand. In addition, 2 other sects were destroyed. The Dragon Tiger sect and the mysterious Cloud Pavilion. The strength of these 2 sects was similar to that of the Rakshasa sect. They both had a powerhouse from the Emperor realm and about 1,000 to 2,000 disciples. They were second or third class sects. However, on a certain night more than a month ago they were uprooted at the same time. From the Emperor realm to the ordinary disciples, not a single one was left. You did it. Yang Kai looked at Hua Qingxi and asked. Hua Qingxi smiled bitterly and shook his head. It has nothing to do with the High Heaven Palace. It has something to do with the Palace Master. Yang Kai blinked and said, Me? How come I don't know that this matter has something to do with me? During this period of time he had been staying in the Southern Territory and had not returned to the Northern Territory at all. Even if someone died, what did it have to do with him? If it was someone else who said this, he would definitely refute it. However, the person who said this was Hua Qingxi. He would definitely not speak without thinking. Hua Qingxi said, Palace Master, have you forgotten that when many people from the Emperor realm gathered in the Northern Territory that day, the people from these 2 sects were absent? You once said that if they did not come, then they did not have to come. Yang Kai touched his chin and said, Did I say that? At that time he was eager to save people and was full of anger because of Yu's death. It was not strange that he said anything, but he really did not remember. Moreover, even if he said that, it was not a big deal, right? These 2 sects could have rushed to the High Heaven Palace to gather within the time limit, but they did not appear at that time. Obviously, they did not take the orders of the High Heaven Palace seriously. They were the kind of existence that agreed on the surface but disobeyed on the surface. Yang Kai did not deny that at that time he had the intention to cause trouble for them. However, that was his own idea and he never said it out loud. It could even be said that now he did not take it seriously. However, he did not expect that these 2 sects had already been destroyed. Hua Qingxi said, More than a month ago Michi joined forces with more than a dozen large and small sects to uproot these 2 sects. The heads of the 2 sects from the Emperor realm were also sent over, along with the wealth that these 2 sects had accumulated over the years. Bastard! Yang Kai was furious. Who told him to do it? Hua Qingxi lowered his eyes and said, At that time Palace Master's words may not have been intentional, but it is inevitable that there will be people who will listen with the heart. Yang Kai was speechless. If that was the case, then these 2 sects were really destroyed because of him. Hua Qingxi said, It turns out that Palace Master did not plan to cause trouble for them. Michi flattered the horse's leg. Does Palace Master want to punish him? Yang Kai's expression twitched. How should I punish him? Hua Qingxi said, That will depend on Palace Master's intentions. If you feel that Michi has gone too far, you can cripple his cultivation and make him apologize. You can seek justice for the people who died. If not, you can issue an official document in the name of the High Heaven Palace to show that this matter has nothing to do with the High Heaven Palace. It was all Michi's own doing. Yang Kai said lightly, If apologizing is useful, what is the point of cultivating? What's more, Michi has already done this. If you cripple his cultivation, won't it make it more conspicuous? He paused and said, Sister Hua, you seem to be a little resentful. Hua Qingxi lowered her head and said, I don't dare, but after all, these are thousands of lives. Yang Kai frowned and said, Sister Hua, if you have something to say, just say it. You are too distant. Hua Qingxi sighed and raised her head to look at Yang Kai. Palace Master has made a name for himself at a young age, and his cultivation is also extraordinary. Now, you are even the dragon head of the Northern Territory. This mistress is worried that you will be confused by all the facades in front of you and find it difficult to adjust your mentality. Just like this time, you might still think that the deaths of those people have nothing to do with you. Yang Kai listened quietly and did not interrupt her. Hua Qingxi said, but in fact they did die because of you. It was just unintentional words. Does Palace Master realize his own power from this matter? When this was said, Yang Kai suddenly felt frightened. Just as Hua Qingxi said, he did not feel that the destruction of the two sects had much to do with him. He only felt that Mi-Chi was too hateful and twisted his meaning. But now, after listening to Hua Qingxi's explanation, he was awakened. Indeed, with his current strength, it was possible for him to annihilate those two sections. But with just one sentence, 2,000 to 3,000 people died. Yang Kai found it hard to accept. In a trance, he seemed to see his hands dripping with blood. Hua Qingxi said, in your position you should be careful with your words and plan accordingly. Palace Master, please take this as a warning. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly and said, I will remember. Chapter 3286. Seeing that Yang Kai was so agreeable, Hua Qingxi couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This time she would rather not give Yang Kai face and expose the matter. She was afraid that when Yang Kai obtained power, some unexpected changes would occur. The increase in strength and the expansion of power could often awaken some dark things. But now it seemed that Yang Kai hadn't changed. Therefore Hua Qingxi straightforwardly said, if the High Heaven Palace wants to unify the Northern Territory, we can't just rely on strength alone. That's a method in the early stages. If we really want to win everyone's support, we have to rely on the will of the people. Although the suppression of the Iron Blood sect will be effective, it will inevitably cause resentment in people's hearts. The destruction of two sects is not a small matter. Recently, many sects in the Northern Territory are uneasy. They are afraid that we will target them next time. Although we don't have such intentions, they don't know. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, Mi-Chi is reckless and reckless. He should be punished. Hua Qingxi cupped her hands and said, Palace Master is wise. What is Palace Master's decision? Yang Kai asked back, what does Sister Hua think? Hua Qingxi pondered and said, although Mi-Chi misinterpreted Palace Master's meaning, he still did do bad things with good intentions. If the punishment is too harsh, I'm afraid that the world will think that the High Heaven Palace is timid. If the punishment is too light, it will be meaningless. This subordinate thinks that we can order him to give up his position and retire in the High Sky sect from now on. Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth. Sister Hua is very thoughtful. Hua Qingxi curled her lips and said, if Palace Master wants to say that I will get rid of him after he has outlived his usefulness, then just say so. Your meaning is already written all over your face. That's not true. Yang Kai said that he was wronged, but he really thought so in his heart. Previously, the reason why the High Heaven Palace could sweep through the Northern Territory was because they were strong enough. Secondly, it was because they had joined forces with the other three top sects to test the pressure in the Northern Territory. During the whole process, Mi-Chi had put in a lot of effort. Especially after seeing the strength of Yang Kai and the High Heaven Palace, Mi-Chi himself took the lead and led the Emperor realm of the High Sky sect to suppress many forces in the Northern Territory. Now that the overall situation was determined, if they ordered him to give up his position, wouldn't it be like getting rid of him after he had outlived his usefulness? Hua Qingxi said, Mi-Chi isn't a villain, but he is ambitious and difficult to control. We can use this matter to give him a warning. At the same time, we can also support a puppet in the High Sky sect and truly control the High Sky sect. This was Hua Qingxi's main purpose. Of the four great sects in the Northern Territory, Ice Heart Valley had a close relationship with Yang Kai, and the Fire Dragon Palace only followed Yang Kai's lead. The only variable was the High Sky sect. This time, if they got rid of Mi-Chi and secretly supported a controllable sect master, they would really be able to control the Northern Territory. At that time, once the High Heaven Palace issued an order, the three top sects would respond as one. Would the other forces in the Northern Territory dare to go against them? Of course, Yang Kai could sense Hua Qingxi's intentions and immediately felt that it was a wise decision to let Sister Hua become the chief steward. Her cultivation might not be very high, but she had grown up in Star Soul Palace since she was a child, so she had been exposed to a lot of things. When dealing with such matters, she was able to do as she pleased, making it easy for her. Naturally, Yang Kai had no objections and let Hua Qingxi do as she pleased. After this matter was discussed, Mi Chi's fate was set. When the time came, Hua Qingxi would lead the Three Monster King to the High Sky sect. Mi Chi probably wouldn't even dare to think about resisting. Hua Qingxi then said, "Temple Master will need to go to Orthodoxy Temple." Yang Kai asked, "Is it about the outer star astral winds?" Every top sect had its own foundation. In the Southern Territory, Star Soul Palace had the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Azure Sun Temple had the Divine Ascension Mirror. Orthodoxy Temple had the outer star astral winds, and Heavenly Martial Holy Land had the Martial Intent Hall. Any one of these places was a rare treasure trove. Although the Orthodoxy Temple had been destroyed and all of its disciples had been killed, its heritage had not been destroyed. Not to mention the paradise they had originally occupied and the wealth the Orthodoxy Temple had accumulated over the years. Just the astral winds alone were enough to make many people drool. However, Orthodoxy Temple's wealth had all been taken out by the elders of Star Soul Palace and distributed to the sects in the Southern Territory as compensation for their heavy losses this time. However, that vast territory had been taken over by Yang Kai in the end. In the Orthodoxy Temple incident, Yang Kai had turned the tide and saved tens of thousands of elites in the Southern Territory. This alone was a great contribution. If he had any requests after this incident, the Southern Territory would have to carefully consider them. Yang Kai didn't have any other requests, just the Orthodoxy Temple's territory. Even though Star Soul Palace was somewhat reluctant, they had no choice but to agree, and Azure Sun Temple naturally wouldn't drag Yang Kai down. If Yang Kai obtained the Orthodoxy Temple's territory, Azure Sun Temple would also benefit. These two sects didn't have any objections, so even if Heavenly Martial Holy Land's Holy Master Ma Qing had any objections, it was useless. So now, the Orthodoxy Temple's territory was Yang Kai's private property. He had previously considered moving the Rakshasa sect to the Orthodoxy Temple. After all, the spirit mountains and great rivers occupied by the Orthodoxy Temple were not inferior to the High Heaven Palace in the slightest. If the Rakshasa sect could really move there, it would be of great help to their future development. But after thinking about it, he didn't have much involvement with the Rakshasa sect. The reason why he wanted to protect them was just for peace of mind. Now that there was the matter of Xing Yuzhu, this idea was completely gone. It just so happened that there were too many disciples in the High Heaven Palace. Although the High Heaven Palace's territory was extremely good, the 100,000 disciples in the sect were still too terrifying. No sect in the world had so many disciples. The Orthodoxy Temple could definitely share some of the pressure, not to mention the extraterrestrial astral wind in the Orthodoxy Temple, which could help the cultivator temper their body. Yang Kai knew the importance of a strong body better than anyone else. Last time he was secretly ambushed. If it weren't for his strong body, he would have already died. If it were others, even if they had such a treasure, they would be helpless. After all, one was in the Northern Territory and the other was in the Southern Territory. Who could take care of both sides? Yang Kai was different. A space array connected the North and South, completely ignoring the barriers of space. No matter which side had a problem, the other side could quickly provide support. Unless someone could sneak in and destroy the space array in one fell swoop. During the time that Yang Kai stayed in the Rakshasa sect, the High Heaven Palace was already preparing to take over the Orthodoxy Temple's territory. They were preparing to set up a High Heaven Palace branch in the Southern Territory. If a worker wanted to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. The Southern Gate Army had already been sent over by Hua Qingxi to prepare to set up a large array in the Orthodoxy Temple. Once the array was completed, they could preside over the migration of the disciples. Hua Qingxi was preparing to migrate 50,000 people over. When that time came, it would definitely greatly reduce the pressure on the High Heaven Palace. After all, these people were all cultivators who had just followed Yang Kai from the Lower Star Territory. They were all in a state of cultivation and had a high demand for heaven and earth energy. With 100,000 people gathered in the High Heaven Palace, how could the heaven and earth energy be supplied? If half of the people were sent out, the pressure would definitely be greatly reduced. The astral wind is truly mysterious. This subordinate has experienced it once before. It has the miraculous effect of tempering the body. Now that the Rhino Thunder Monster King is guarding there is no need to worry about safety. However, the space array needs to be rearranged by the palace master. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. Hua Qingxi sighed again. The number of people in the Emperor realm in our palace is still too small. If we set up a branch in the southern territory, the only thing I'm worried about is that there aren't enough masters to guard it. It's inevitable that some people will covet it. The High Heaven Palaces, the Emperor realm, consisted of Yang Kai and Lu Yan. Below them were the three monster kings Jiying, Hua Qingxi, Bian Yuqing, the Southern Gate Army, Hou Yu, and the newly promoted Yi Hen. There were more than 10 people in total. Such a number would be terrifying to other sects. Anyone who was the palace master would probably wake up laughing. However, strictly speaking, Jiying, the Southern Gate Army, and Hou Yu were all special talents. If a battle really broke out, Yang Kai would definitely not let them participate. They would definitely be protected first. The three monster kings were quite strong, but they were born in the Eastern Territory's ancient wild land and were not raised by High Heaven Palace. They were also from the monster race. The rest of them were all First-Order Emperor Realm masters. Not to mention the Emperor Realm, even the number of Dao Source Realm cultivators could be counted on one hand. Therefore, although the High Heaven Palace seemed to be deeply rooted on the surface, in reality, only its own people knew the situation. It would take a long time to change the current situation. I'll solve this problem. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. Hua Qingxi glanced at him as if she had understood something, and she smiled. After discussing with Hua Qingxi, they would go to Orthodoxy Temple tomorrow to take a look. Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared. The next day, Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi set off together. Palace Master didn't rest well last night? Hua Qingxi observed his expression and smiled mischievously. Yang Kai glanced at her and snorted, "With a beauty in my arms, naturally I couldn't rest." Hua Qingxi blushed and couldn't help but spit, "You're so shameless." However, she didn't expose him. As the chief steward of High Heaven Palace, how could anything that happened in the palace be hidden from her? Last night, Yang Kai indeed wanted to flirt. After all, he had been running around outside for a while and it was rare for him to come back, so how could he let a beauty be alone? However, according to what Hua Qingxi knew, he didn't succeed at all. Xiaoning Chong was immersed in learning alchemy from Jiying and had no time to pay attention to him. When he went to Medicine Pill Peak, he was kicked out by Jiying. If there was anyone in High Heaven Palace who dared not give Yang Kai face, it would be Jiying. Alchemists hated being disturbed when they were refining spirit pills. Jiying was a disciple of the great emperors of wondrous alchemy and was usually amiable, but when he was in a state of alchemy he was like a completely different person. Su Yan was sent to Ice Heart Valley, but this time she didn't even get to see her. Shan Qingluo also went to the ancient wild land under Ying Fei and Xie Wui's arrangements. The environment inside the ancient wild land was very suitable for a dragon lady like her to cultivate. Shuiyu was also in retreat. The pitiful Sir Palace Master had 4 wives in vain, yet he spent the whole night alone. Just thinking about it made him feel miserable, but his mouth was as hard as a duck's. Hua Qingxi had to give him some face, so she didn't say it out loud. Chapter 3287. In the Southern Territory outside the Orthodoxy Palace, Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi came through the space array. As soon as they stepped out, Yang Kai destroyed the result of their hard work. In any case, they were going to redecorate the Orthodoxy Hall, so there was no need for them to stay. Not long after, they entered Orthodoxy Temple together. Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense and noticed that there were many people moving about inside Orthodoxy Temple, numbering at least 1,000. These people had been sent by Hua Qingxi to assist the Southern Gate Army in surveying the terrain of Orthodoxy Temple, and to assist him in arranging the spirit array. At this moment, the South Gate Army was floating in mid-air, constantly looking left and right, gesturing with their hands and muttering something under their breath. They were extremely focused. Sensing that someone was approaching, he turned his head and immediately greeted with a solemn expression, "Palace Master, Head Chief." Yang Kai nodded and stood beside him. Looking down at the scenery below, he asked, "How's the situation?" The South Gate Army asked, "What is Palace Master referring to?" Yang Kai asked, "How long will it take to set up the array?" The Southern Gate Army pondered for a moment before replying, "The Orthodoxy Temple's spirit array is already quite good, so there is no need to completely change it. Give me another month and I should be able to support the spirit array. At that time I just need to carefully repair it and it should be completed within half a year." This is your forte. I'll need you to put in a lot of effort. If there's anything you need, feel free to tell the head chief. Daojuan of the South Gate grinned. If it weren't for head chief support, I wouldn't have been able to guarantee this. He was now the chief array master of the High Heaven Palace. When it came to setting up arrays, Xianxia would fulfill all of his requests. If he wanted people and materials, he would give them. Otherwise, how could it be so easy to set up an array of a top sect? Back then he had traveled through the Northern Territory. Although his reputation was great, he was still a loner. There were many things that he didn't have the ability to do. However, now that he had the entire High Heaven Palace as his backing, there were only arrays that he couldn't think of in this world. There was no array that he couldn't set up. Suddenly he felt that this was not bad. Nothing could make him happier than being able to fulfill his ambitions at will. After staying in the High Heaven Palace for so many years, he had finally calmed down. Now, even if Xianxia wanted to drive him away, he would have to think it over carefully. After all, without the support of the High Heaven Palace, he, as an array master, couldn't make bricks without straw. Although joining another sect was a way out, which sect could give him as much support as the High Heaven Palace? Not only him but Hou Yu as well. In the beginning, when Hou Yu was caught by Xianxia, he tried to escape several times. But as time passed, didn't his temperament gradually settle down? It was only because everyone in Towering Palace was polite to them, and they gave them enough respect and authority. They also fully supported them so that they could build their own achievements in their respective fields. Where else could they find such a good master? Whether it was him or Hou Yu, they both found a group of disciples in the High Heaven Palace and prepared to nurture them well to see who was qualified to inherit their legacy. With this layer of relationship, they were even closer to the High Heaven Palace. Now, in the High Heaven Palace there were 3 special spirit peaks: Elixir Peak, Weapon Peak, and Array Peak, which could be said to be full of talents. Including the guys from Xianxia Peak who studied the path of puppetry, the High Heaven Palace disciples had too many choices in the future. Not liking cultivation? It didn't matter. Alchemy, weapon forging, array formations, puppetry, there would always be one that suits them. After saying a few more words of encouragement to the South Gate army, Xianxia left alone. There were many forbidden areas in the Orthodoxy Palace, but the most heavily guarded area was where the astral winds were. This place was guarded by layers of arrays, and if anyone trespassed without permission, they would either die or be injured. However, as soon as the Southern Gate army arrived, they broke through most of the spirit arrays here. Now the forbidden area was unimpeded. Xianxia was amazed by this sight as he walked. Although he had long heard of the astral winds, this was the first time he had seen it. The forbidden area was located in a long canyon, and as far as the eye could see, it was a gray world and there seemed to be no end to it. Around the canyon the wind whistled, and just by hearing it, one could tell that it was extremely terrifying. The surrounding cliffs were full of marks as if they had been cut by swords and sabers. Those marks were not left by swords and sabers, but by the astral winds. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and looked around for a while. When he probed with his divine sense, he could not help but feel as if there were swords and sabers on his body. The astral winds that were everywhere seemed to be able to cut his divine sense into pieces. Fortunately, his divine sense was strong, otherwise he might have been injured. Without hesitation he stepped into the canyon. When Xianxia took a step forward, it was as if he had entered another world. The air around him began to flow rapidly, rolling up bursts of wind. This invisible breeze seemed to have transformed into a sharp weapon, cutting into Xianxia's body over and over again. The clothes on his body did not have the slightest protection, and even Xianxia's protective emperor qi was ignored. The omnipresent astral winds directly passed through his emperor qi and acted on Xianxia's skin and flesh. This discovery surprised him, and he thought to himself that it was no wonder this damned place could temper one's body. As strong as he was, his protective emperor qi was useless here, let alone others. If he wanted to survive, he could only rely on his physical strength to resist. Xianxia did not know where the astral winds in this canyon came from, but they seemed to be constantly growing. Xianxia's physical body was so strong that he was naturally not afraid of the weak cuts, and he walked step by step against the astral winds. As he walked further and further, the astral winds grew stronger and stronger. On the cliffs around the canyon, holes of various sizes appeared one after another. The large holes were large enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people, while the small holes could only accommodate 1 person. Yang Kai estimated that these holes were left behind by the disciples of Orthodoxy Temple. When one came here to cultivate, they would always encounter danger. Once they felt that they could not hold on any longer, they could hide in a nearby hole to heal. The deeper he went, the stronger the astral winds became, but Yang Kai did not feel them at all. Instead, his eyes lit up. This was a good place, a good place. With this foundation in High Heaven Palace, it would be easy for the disciples to temper their bodies in the future. All they needed to do was cultivate here for a while and the strength of their bodies would increase. With a strong physical body, it would be convenient to do anything and could even affect the success of future cultivation. The canyon was very long. Yang Kai walked for a full hour but still could not see the end. However, the astral winds here were already causing him to feel pain on his skin. Occasionally they would cut some small wounds on his body, but these wounds would heal in an instant, smoothing out in front of his powerful recovery ability. Suddenly, a burst of suppressed roars came from up ahead. Yang Kai listened for a moment, smiled slightly and then tapped his feet, increasing his speed by quite a bit. Not long after, a giant figure appeared in front of him. It was around 78 feet long and 50 to 60 feet tall. Lightning flashed all over its body and it exuded an extremely fierce and terrifying aura. At first glance, this behemoth looked like a rhinoceros with a single sharp horn on its head. It shook its head and wagged its tail constantly. As the astral winds swirled around it, its huge body was constantly bleeding, but it did not retreat. Instead, it continued to roar, its voice shaking the surroundings. Puff huff huff. As if it sensed someone approaching, the behemoth turned its head, its two eyes the size of iron pots filled with blood-red light. When their eyes met, Yang Kai gently nodded and flashed into a nearby pit. Strangely enough, as soon as he entered, the omnipresent astral winds all around disappeared. A moment later, a burly figure flashed in. It was Shilei. With an embarrassed expression, he said, "Master, why are you here?" It was indeed embarrassing to accidentally let Yang Kai see his true form. Although he was born in the monster clan, he rarely showed his true form since he transformed, except when he was in a stalemate with the enemy and had to fight desperately. Although he was not fighting with anyone just now, he was trying his best to resist the destruction of the astral winds, so his image was quite embarrassing. Naturally, Shilei did not want to be seen by others. "I came to see what the astral winds are like." Yang Kai smiled slightly and gestured with his hand. Shilei immediately sat down cross-legged in front of him and shook his head. "This place is good. Master, it was a very wise decision to want this base." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "Monster King also thinks this place is good?" Shilei said, "Of course. If you give me some time, my physical body can be improved to a higher level." Yang Kai nodded. "It's really good that it works on Monster King." Shilei laughed. "But it's still quite dangerous here. If you don't have enough strength, you'll be courting death." As he spoke, he was shocked. He suddenly remembered that Yang Kai was clearly standing not far from him just now, but he looked calm and relaxed. How could he be in such a sorry state? Only then did he understand that Yang Kai's physical fitness was much stronger than his. This made Shilei feel a little discouraged. He was the Monster King of the ancient land. In terms of strength, he was in the top 3 among the 30 or 20 monster kings. How could his physical body be inferior to a human? The reason why he Fei Xiaowei followed Yang Kai's lead was naturally because he was a descendant of Tianxing. They hoped that Yang Kai had a good relationship with the descendant of Tianxing and could be close to him when the blood door opened again. But as they got to know each other better, the 3 monster kings realized that Yang Kai was not an ordinary first-order or second-order emperor realm master. If they really fought, they might not be his match. Not to mention that he had even subdued a dragon girl. Every time they thought of this, the 3 monster kings were convinced. Yang Kai nodded. "Since this place is useful to Monster King, then Monster King can cultivate here with peace of mind. You can also guard this place while you're at it." Shilei smiled. "That's exactly what I wanted." Yang Kai changed the topic. "Speaking of which, among the 32 monster kings of the ancient land, I'm only familiar with the 3 of you. I wonder what the temperament of the other monster kings are like." Shilei rubbed his chin. "Those guys. Anyway, they're not easy to deal with. Take Big Bear for example. He looks like a simple-minded guy, but he's full of evil tricks. He's insidious. He looked like he had suffered a big loss at Big Bear's hands and was full of resentment." Suddenly he smiled wretchedly. But those female monster kings are very tasty, especially that Hu Fei. It's said that she has the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox. Tiske. He shuddered and said seriously, Master has to be careful when you meet this dragon lady. Don't fall for her tricks. Her charm is unparalleled in this world. Chapter 3288. An hour later, Yang Kai walked out of the pit and continued forward. Shi Lei stood behind and watched quietly until Yang Kai's figure disappeared before he sighed. In this canyon, the deeper one went, the greater the pressure one would have to endure. This place was already the limit of what Shi Lei could reach. Otherwise, it would not have been able to temper him. If he went any further, he would not be able to bear it. But Yang Kai, on the other hand, was actually strolling leisurely, leaving him in the dust. How heaven-defying is this body? Shi Lei looked up at the sky and sighed. He was upset. He was a demon king, but he was actually inferior to a human. He made up his mind and roared angrily. He rushed out of the pit and revealed his huge true body. He continued to receive the baptism and tempering of the astral winds. In the depths of the canyon, Kai Yang's body was constantly bleeding. There was not a single place on his body that was unscathed, but his wounds were quickly healed by his powerful restorative abilities. This cycle of healing was of some help to him, but the results were minimal. As he went deeper, there were no more pits in the surrounding cliffs. He estimated that no one had ever reached such a deep place since the establishment of Orthodoxy Temple, so it was impossible for there to be a pit here. After walking forward for another incense stick's worth of time, he had reached the end of the canyon. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation of space force appeared in front of him. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat and he looked up. 1,000 meters away in the air at the end of the canyon, there was a void crack more than 100 meters long, like a scar between heaven and earth that would never heal. From the void crack, terrifying astral winds constantly blew out, pushing forward along the canyon. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. Only now did he understand where the astral winds in this canyon came from. It turned out that they were blowing out from the void crack. Heaven and earth had their own principles and could repair themselves. For example, when Yang Kai tore through space, it would not take long for the torn space to be restored to its original state under the effect of the world principles. However, this spatial crack in front of him had existed for an unknown number of years, and he did not know where it connected to. Astral winds continuously gushed out from it, and even the laws of heaven and earth were unable to repair it in time, allowing this spatial crack to be maintained for a long time. This scene made Yang Kai click his tongue in wonder, and a feeling of eagerness gushed out from the depths of his heart. He really wanted to know where the spatial crack connected to, and why there had been astral winds for so many years. He acted as soon as he thought of it. With the fluctuation of the spatial laws, he arrived in front of the spatial crack in a flash and plunged into it without hesitation. After 3 breaths of time, Yang Kai rushed out in a panic, his entire body turning into a bloody gourd. Only after retreating several thousand meters did he manage to shake off the sense of crisis he felt. Looking back at the spatial crack, he felt a lingering fear mixed with inexplicable excitement. When he rushed into the spatial crack just now, he discovered that he had arrived at a void crack, but this void crack was filled with a massive amount of astral winds, the power of which was not something the canyon could compare to. As soon as he came into contact with the astral winds, he was injured. If he had not withdrawn decisively, he would have been reduced to a skeleton by the astral winds. At that time, no matter how powerful his physical body was, he would have died on the spot. Although it was just a glimpse, Yang Kai felt an unusual aura from the void crack. It was an aura capable of destroying all things and seemed to be the source of the astral winds. Orthodoxy Temple had been around for tens of thousands of years, and since its establishment, the astral winds had already existed, constantly blowing across the canyon's forbidden area. However, everything had a source, and the astral winds were no exception. It was impossible for them to remain unchanged for tens of thousands of years. And the source was hidden in that crack in the void. It was a pity that Kai Yang didn't even know what it was, let alone take it out of it. However, it was undeniable that it was definitely an incredible item. Perhaps it was a treasure that even great emperors would be wary of. Yang Kai's heart stirred, but after carefully weighing his current strength, he had no choice but to turn around and leave. Currently, he was not strong enough to take out this treasure for himself. Perhaps he would have to wait until his cultivation soared. Not long after, Yang Kai returned to Shi Lei's cultivation room. When the two met face to face, Xilei was shocked. "Master, what happened to you?" Yang Kai's appearance at this moment was quite disheveled. His golden blood had dried up as if he had been covered in a layer of gold, and even his aura was somewhat weak. It was obvious he had been injured. Yang Kai sniffed and said, "There was an accident. It's too dangerous inside, so Monster King, please be careful." Saying so, he dove into a nearby pit to adjust his breathing. Xilei's expression was dignified, but he didn't suspect anything. Even Yang Kai had suffered such a big loss inside, let alone him. With this warning, he wouldn't dare to go too deep in the future. Half a day later, Yang Kai walked out of the pit, changed into a clean set of clothes, and then said goodbye to Xilei and left the Forbidden Canyon. He met up with Hua Qingxi and the South Gate Army again and chose a suitable place in the Orthodoxy Palace to arrange a space array. The South Gate Army enthusiastically helped him, even putting aside their own matters. The reason why the South Gate Army stayed in the High Heaven Palace was because they had seen Yang Kai's magical method of arranging space arrays, and wanted to stay and learn a thing or two. Unfortunately, although he had mastered the basic method of arranging space arrays and could arrange a decent space array, it was all in shape and had no effect of passing through the void. After many years of painstaking study, he discovered that he had fallen into a big hole. Only by being proficient in space principles could he arrange a space array with its proper charm and display its effects. However, this didn't prevent him from learning other things. In this world, the grand Tao of array formations could be understood everywhere. For an array formation grandmaster like the South Gate Army, he could draw inferences and draw some useful experience and information from it. With his help, arranging the space array was extremely simple and easy because this place would be the High Heaven Palace's branch in the Southern Territory in the future, and 50,000 disciples would migrate here, so a small space array would definitely not work. Yang Kai spent a lot of space spirit crystals and space spirit jades to arrange the largest space array possible, which could transport up to 100 people at a time. By the time they were done, a day had passed. Yang Kai made some adjustments to the space array here, connecting it with other space arrays, then bid farewell to Hua Qingxi and the South Gate Army. By the time Yang Kai reappeared, he was already in the ancient desolate lands. Walking out of the small treehouse, Yang Kai went to visit the elder and the wood spirit matriarch Muna, to thank them for their assistance last time. At the same time, he also brought them many gifts. During the battle at the Orthodoxy Temple, the Stone Mongoose clan had contributed a lot. It was them who first opened a gap in the demonic chi when the situation was unfavorable, controlling the demons who had been possessed by the demonic chi. At the last moment, the wood spirit matriarch used her clan's secret technique to suppress the demonic chi in the tens of thousands of demons, creating a large space for Yang Kai to use her exorcism technique and save the many elites in the Southern Territory. The two clans were both clans that stood aloof from worldly affairs. This time, if it weren't for Yang Kai's request, they probably wouldn't have left the place where they had lived for generations and participated in so many disputes. Yang Kai would naturally remember this favor in his heart. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai returned to the topic at hand. "Elder, you are very knowledgeable, so I would like to ask you about someone." The elder smiled slightly and said, "I've just lived a bit longer, may I ask who you want to ask about?" "Elder, have you heard of the name Xingyuzhu?" Yang Kai naturally didn't come to the ancient desolate lands specifically to inquire about Xingyuzhu's background, he just happened to come along. Although he didn't think Xingyuzhu was an evil person, there was nothing wrong with being careful. After all, Xingyuzhu had promised him some things, so it would be easier for him to cooperate with her in the future if he knew more about her. The Stone Mongoose clan had a long lifespan, especially the elder who could be said to be a know-it-all in the star boundary, so Yang Kai naturally had to consult him. "Xingyuzhu?" The elder repeated before slowly shaking his head. "I haven't heard of her before." "Elder hasn't heard of her before?" Yang Kai was stunned. The elder said, "This is a very special name. If I had heard of her before, I would have naturally remembered her. I don't know what is so special about her that you care so much about her." Yang Kai sighed. "It's like this." He then briefly described what he saw in the Rakshasa sect, but didn't mention Xingyuzhu's promise to him. Even so, the elder and Muna were stunned. The elder was shocked. There is actually such a person in this world. Muna also covered her mouth with her hand as she exclaimed in amazement, "Living for tens of thousands of years in the cracks of space by herself, how astonishing is that?" She paused for a moment before continuing, "She's so pitiful." Yang Kai nodded. I was also shocked, so I came to ask Elder. The elder shook his head. I really haven't heard of this person before. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a strange light. Elder, do you mean that her origin is a bit strange? The elder said, that's not the case. Although I have lived for a long time, I don't know everything. Especially tens of thousands of years ago, my stone mongoose clan began to live in seclusion in the ancient lands. I don't know much about the War of the Great Tao. I only heard a few rumors occasionally, and I don't even know who was involved at that time. But since she mentioned the names of several great emperors one after another, her identity can't be fake. She might really be someone from that period. But in your opinion, is she good or evil? Yang Kai shook his head. I don't feel any malice. The elder smiled. Then it's nothing. She has been trapped for tens of thousands of years. How much cultivation can she have left? Even if she is an evil person, she is still not one of the great emperors. If she really dares to go out and do evil, there will be people to deal with her. Yang Kai nodded. I chose to bring her out because of this consideration. Otherwise, I really wouldn't dare to do this. I must ask around first. Chapter 3289. After bidding farewell to the stone mongoose elder and Muna, Yang Kai went straight to the Wanfeng's palace. Outside of the Phoenix Palace, the two monster commanders guarding the palace looked majestic and murderous. Suddenly, a figure flashed and landed in front of them. One of the monster commanders saw this and shouted, "What?" But before he could finish his words, he swallowed them back down because he saw Yang Kai's face clearly. Yang Kai's name was widely known in the ancient lands. Not to mention the Monster King, even the monster commanders, and monster soldiers under the Monster King's command were well known. Yang Kai had barged into the Phoenix Palace several times, but the Wanfeng didn't dare to do anything to him. Who in the Phoenix Palace didn't know this fiend? When the Sacred Senior came back last time, she gave a strict order to kill Yang Kai without mercy. If anything happened to him, she would take care of it. That was her order, but how could the monster commanders dare to do so? Not to mention whether they were a match for Yang Kai. Even if they could, they wouldn't dare to do so. As such, when they saw Yang Kai walk straight over, the two monster commanders guarding the gate automatically ignored the order to kill without mercy, and instead put on a smile and cupped their fists in greeting. So it is Senior Yang. Would the Wanfeng be angered to death by this scene? Yang Kai nodded and crossed his hands behind his back, calmly walking past the two monster commanders. If this scene had been seen by someone who didn't know what was going on, they would have thought Yang Kai was simply returning home. The monster commander who spoke first saw that the situation was not good and quickly followed him. He nodded and bowed. Master, what brings you here? As he spoke, he signaled the other monster commander with his eyes, telling him to quickly inform the Sacred Senior. The main reason was that every time Yang Kai came to the ancient land, he would go straight to Feng Luo Palace. As long as he came to Feng Luo Palace, nothing good would come out of it. The Lord's anger had not subsided yet, and now Yang Kai was here again. Who knew what kind of trouble he would cause? Yang Kai was not afraid of the Lord, but it did not mean that they were not. If the Lord was angry, they would be the ones to suffer. Do I need to tell you? Yang Kai gave him a sideways glance and reached out to push him to the side. Long Rang strode forward and the demon commander staggered, but he didn't have any temper. He could only follow behind Yang Kai in an attempt to stop him. But how could he stop them? Yang Kai was enraged, so he grabbed it and threw it out. A group of maids came towards them. Their eyes widened as they looked at them, and then they scattered with a loud bang. They fled in such a panic that they didn't know where to go. Yang Kai touched his nose and said with a dark face, "What is the meaning of this?" He turned his head and looked around, but there was no one around. He sneered and said, "Madame Feng, I am here to see you." His voice was loud and clear, and it spread throughout the entire Feng Luo Palace. As long as one was not deaf, they would definitely hear it. However, the Wanfeng obviously did not want to see him, so there was no reaction at all. Yang Kai snorted and his eyes turned. He released his divine sense and scanned around. Then his body flashed, and when he reappeared, he was already in a courtyard. In the courtyard, a beautiful little girl was doing something. Suddenly, she saw Yang Kai looking at her with a smile, and she could not help but be surprised. After taking a closer look, the little girl said, "Ah, I recognize you." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "I also recognize you, little girl. We meet again." The little girl in front of him was none other than the Wanfeng's daughter. When Yang Kai first entered the star boundary, he fled from Blue Feather Sect to Maplewood City. On his way there he happened to encounter the little Wan Feng being surrounded. It was at that time that he truly witnessed the power of a divine spirit. It was also at that time that he saw the Wan Feng's true body for the first time, leaving an indelible impression on him. But he never would have thought that he would have such a deep relationship with the Wan Feng Luo Palace. Even now he was on equal footing with the Wan Feng Luo Palace. It had been several dozen years, but the little Wan Feng had not grown up at all. This was not because she was malnourished but because she was a legitimate divine spirit. Her growth period was extremely long. In fact, Yang Kai had always been curious about who the little Wan Feng's father was. He had never heard of the Wan Feng having a lover, so the question was, where did the little Wan Feng come from? She couldn't have jumped out of a rock, right? Your name is Tianlong, right? Yang Kai asked with a harmless smile on his face. The little Wan Feng nodded and pointed at Yang Kai. You are Yang Kai, the worst person in the world. The smile on Yang Kai's face instantly stiffened and his expression twitched. Who told you this? Nonsense. Mother said so, the little Wan Feng replied innocently. Yang Kai angrily said, she's talking nonsense, how could I be the worst person in the world? The little Wan Feng tilted her head and looked at him, giggling. Mother told me to beat you when I grow up, are you very strong? Yang Kai took a deep breath. A child's words carry no harm, but Wan Feng, just you wait. Forcing a smile, he said, when you grow up, you will know whether I am strong or not. Suddenly changing the topic, he asked, are you playing alone? The little Wan Feng rolled her eyes and said with a smile, you want to play with me? Then you better be careful, I will set fire to you. Yang Kai said in surprise, that won't do, I will be burned to death by you. Ha ha. The little Wan Feng laughed and held her stomach. The way you lie is really interesting. Yang Kai's brow twitched as he thought to himself that he was really stupid. The little Wan Feng looked like a little girl, but in fact she had lived for at least a few dozen years. How could he possibly treat her with common sense? Using the same methods he used on ordinary children to deal with her was simply asking for humiliation. He gently nodded. Tianlong, you are born noble and your future is limitless, but after all, you are still a child. A child needs a playmate. Do you want me to find you a playmate? She can play with you and you won't be so lonely in the future. The little Wan Feng raised her chin and said arrogantly, that depends on whether she has the qualifications or not. Yang Kai faintly smiled. How about a fire phoenix? The little Wan Feng was surprised, but she immediately said with a smile, you are bluffing, where can you find a fire phoenix to accompany me? Yang Kai shook his head. I am not bluffing, there is a fire phoenix in my high heaven palace. And she is about the same age as you and is also a little girl. I believe that you two should have a lot of common interests. After all, you two can be considered to be from the same family. Really? The little Wan Feng had an expression of interest. It can't be any more real. The little Wan Feng seriously thought for a moment, pursed her lips and said, I know what you are thinking, but if what you said is true, then I won't be angry with you. Whether it is true or not, you will know when you go to the high heaven palace with me, Yang Kai said earnestly. My high heaven palace has a lot of fun things. The little Wan Feng humphed. I am not that playful, but... She hesitated. Obviously the fire phoenix that Yang Kai mentioned was very attractive to her. Enough. A cold voice sounded. The little Wan Feng raised her head and rushed over with a smile, hugging the thigh of a beautiful woman dressed in a palace dress. She raised her head and called out, Mother. The Wan Feng's face was so cold that it was almost scraped off a layer of frost. She patted the little Wan Feng's head and looked at Yang Kai with disdain. Do you have any shame to lay your hands on a child? Yang Kai faintly smiled. Madam Feng, I didn't do anything to Tianlong. I just thought that she had a miserable childhood and wanted to find a playmate for her. He then looked at the little Wan Feng and said, You can ask your mother if what I said is true or false. As expected, Tianlong opened her mouth and asked, Mother, he said that he has a fire phoenix that is about the same age as me, is it true? The Wan Feng couldn't help but get angry. This person is full of nonsense. How can you believe him? Yang Kai's face darkened. Madam, I can't pretend that I didn't hear that. You know the truth. It's not like you didn't see it last time. Not only you, the Monster King, Brother Fan and Brother Tsongdok have also seen it. You can teach the child, but why do you have to slander me? The Wan Feng gritted her teeth. You asked for it. Yang Kai said, If not, how can I see you? I'm afraid that you won't see me this time, right? The Luan Feng was angry. Do you think that a woman like me is easy to bully? Is that why you come to my Feng Luo palace every time? Yang Kai was surprised. Madam, what do you mean? I just feel that I feel like old friends with you at first sight, that's all. The Luan Feng was angry. Who would feel like old friends with you at first sight? You should go and find Fan Song Dog and Fan Song Dog. He was furious. Yang Kai had come to ancient lands several times and each time he went straight to Feng Luo Palace. She had never seen him go to Fan Song Dog and Fan Song Dog's territory. Yang Kai sighed. My heart shines on the moon but the moon shines on the ditch. Sigh. The Luan Feng only responded with 2 words. Yang Kai's face became serious. Madam, don't be angry. It won't be good if you hurt your body. The Luan Feng was angry. It's none of your business. She was a holy spirit and a woman, but she was provoked to swear. It showed how bad her mood was. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. I'll go and have some tea. We can talk about other things after you calm down. Get lost as far as you can. Feng Luo Palace doesn't welcome you. The Luan Feng left with Tianlong after saying that. Yang Kai was embarrassed but he didn't say it out loud. The Luan Feng was on the verge of exploding. If he provoked her again he was afraid that the loss would outweigh the gain. When a woman was angry she was unreasonable. So Yang Kai decided to wait until she calmed down. Because of this, Yang Kai decided to stay in Feng Luo Palace. Shamelessly staying here. No one greeted him. The maids and guards in Feng Luo Palace stayed far away from him, treating him as if he was invisible. However, he didn't feel it at all. He found a room to meditate and wait. After a few days, the Luan Feng was still nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. He would come out for a walk occasionally as if this place was his home. The Luan Feng naturally couldn't ignore him. She sent people to watch him every day. When she learned about this, she was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Chapter 3290. Don't you have anything else to do? After a full month, Luan Feng finally met with Yang Kai in the guest hall. She coldly asked, I heard that you have a high heaven palace in the northern territory. Why are you here in the ancient wildlands instead of guarding your own territory? Yang Kai grinned. Everything is normal over there. It doesn't matter if I'm there or not. Luan Feng asked, what about the southern territory? What happened in the southern territory last time is clearly related to something big. Even the demon dwellers appeared. Perhaps there is some kind of conspiracy brewing. Don't you want to know the truth? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. My roots are in the northern territory. The southern territory's matter is just a coincidence. No matter what kind of conspiracy there is, even if the sky falls, there will be a tall person to hold it up. I'm not in a hurry. Luan Feng looked at him angrily. Speak, what do you want? Drink tea, drink tea. Yang Kai raised his teacup and gestured. Luan Feng snorted. Speak. I don't have time to waste with you. Yang Kai took a sip of tea and put down the teacup with an awkward expression. Since Lady Feng insists, this Yang won't hide it anymore. Luan Feng sneered again and again, wanting to curse him for being so shameless, but considering her identity she refrained from doing so. She had never seen such a shameless person before and she doubted that Yang Kai's skin was thick enough to defend against her own divine ability. Yang Kai's expression became serious. This time, I only have one thing to ask of Lady Feng. If you have something to say, then say it quickly. Luan Feng closed her eyes and waited for him to open his mouth. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to control herself and would spit out the world-extinguishing black flames. Borrow people. Yang Kai spat out 2 words. Borrow what people? How many people? Luan Feng narrowed her eyes. Yang Kai casually said, if I want to borrow the Monster King. I don't need many, just give me 3. You have 3 Saint Venerables, so each of you can give me 1 person. This isn't too much, right? Haha. Luan Feng laughed. Yang Kai seriously asked, Lady, why are you laughing? Luan Feng said, if I don't laugh, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and kill you. Although her expression was smiling, her tone was cold. Yang Kai nodded. Ping. Luan Feng smashed the table next to her with her palm, splashing tea everywhere as she clenched her teeth and shouted, Yang Kai, don't go too far. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want in the ancient lands just because you have the support of a descendant of Tianxing? Yang Kai to Wanfeng, she said. You still dare to say no? The Wanfeng was furious. If that wasn't the case, you wouldn't have dared to look down on me and my ancient lands. The ancient lands have always been a forbidden area for humans, yet you can come and go as you please. You even left a space array here. That's fine, but you dare to enter my Phoenix Gathering Palace as you please? Do you still have this queen in your eyes? Yang Kai lowered his head and allowed her to vent her anger for a while. When her anger subsided, he smiled and said, Lady is too serious. I really didn't mean that. I respect Lady very much. Wanfeng sneered, Do you think I'll believe you? Yang Kai solemnly said, What I said is the truth. Saying so, he patted his chest as if he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Wanfeng heaved up and down. She wanted nothing more than to slap Yang Kai to death. But if she could, she wouldn't be so angry. She said that Yang Kai had the support of a Heaven's Punisher descendant because she was angry. In fact, she knew that even without the Heaven's Punisher descendant, she couldn't do anything to him. After meeting Ying Fei and the others last time, Wanfeng heard some shocking news. Yang Kai actually had an unclear relationship with a pure dragoness. Moreover, he seemed to have gone to Dragon Island and returned unscathed. She didn't know what happened on Dragon Island, but she couldn't underestimate him just based on this point. She snorted and flicked her sleeve. No matter how eloquent you are, don't think you can get away with this queen this time. Yang Kai bitterly said, Madam, you don't have to be so ruthless. I just want to borrow 3 monster kings. There are still 29 monster kings in the ancient land. Even if you give me 3 more, there will still be 26. It's just a small matter to you, it won't shake the foundation of your rule. Wanfeng was so angry that she laughed. You have the nerve to ask for 3 more? I already lent you 3 last time. What do you think a monster king is? My ancient land is so big and there are only 32 monster king in total. You want 3 more? How much wealth does the ancient land have for you to take? I won't lend you any more. Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, This is the last time, this is definitely the last time. If I have any ideas about Monster King in the future, I will be a dog. Wanfeng looked at him with a disbelieving expression and suddenly said, This queen is curious. Why do you want 3 more Monster Kings? With Shi Lei and the others guarding your High Heaven Palace, isn't that enough? Yang Kai sighed. Of course the High Heaven Palace alone is enough, but Madam also knows about the matter of the Orthodoxy Temple. This Yang is not talented but has already taken the Orthodoxy Temple from the Southern Territory and is preparing to set it up as a branch of the High Heaven Palace. And so I still need other powerhouses to guard it and maintain stability. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to disturb Madam. Wanfeng was surprised. You also took the Orthodoxy Temple? Did Star Soul Palace actually agree? Yang Kai smiled. It's just a piece of land without an owner. Why would Star Soul Palace be reluctant to part with it? Wanfeng nodded. Boy, your ambition is not small. You are developing well in the Northern Territory and now you want to reach out to the Southern Territory. Yang Kai said with a bitter expression, I had no choice. This was the truth. There were too many disciples in the High Heaven Palace, otherwise he wouldn't have set his sights on the Orthodoxy Temple. However, seeing that Wanfeng's tone showed signs of loosening, Yang Kai hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. That's how it is, Madam, please help me. I only need 3 Monster Kings. Wanfeng said lightly, This queen already said don't even think about getting your way this time. Everything can be done once, twice, but not thrice. For you, the ancient land has already yielded time and time again, so don't push your luck. Feeling her determination, Yang Kai frowned. You really won't lend it to me? Wanfeng coldly said, There are some words I don't want to say twice. Yang Kai nodded. Since Madam says so, I won't insist. Wanfeng was speechless. She didn't expect Yang Kai to admit defeat so easily. Before she could rejoice, Yang Kai asked, By the way, Madam, may I ask which Monster King submitted to the Northern Saint Shihua? You're asking this. Wanfeng suddenly realized something halfway through her words. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but shrink as she gritted her teeth. Yang Kai grinned and stretched out his hand to release the embodiment. The embodiment also cooperated very well and assumed a domineering pose, looking very majestic. Yang Kai pointed at it and smiled at Wanfeng. Although Shihua died back then, his successor is now here, intending to take over the northern barren land. Madam, please inform Brother Fan Wu and Brother Tsonggo. Also, tell the northern monster kings and monster commanders to quickly return and report. The embodiment grinned at Luan Feng, causing her face to darken. She gritted her teeth and said, "So that's what you're planning." Yang Kai sighed, "I have no other choice, please forgive me, madam." Luan Feng raised her chin and said, "So what? Do you think ancient land will have a place for him after he refined Shihua's origin?" Yang Kai, don't be so naive. If they back down this time, ancient land would no longer have the confidence and strength to resist Yang Kai in the future. This was because ancient land's perseverance and defense had been destroyed by Yang Kai time and time again. Yang Kai said indifferently, "This king is very grateful to ancient land and the three saint sovereigns for the matter of Orthodoxy Temple. This king is also willing to maintain a good cooperative relationship with the three saint sovereigns, but if madam really insists on stopping me, then don't blame this king for not taking into account our old friendship. People strive to climb higher, who wants to flow lower? I want to know if the 29 monster kings will still wholeheartedly serve you after learning that the three saint sovereigns are obstructing their future." Luan Feng was furious and her beautiful face turned pale. "Do you have any conscience? How dare you threaten me?" Yang Kai said, "Madam, I only want the three monster kings to stay in the southern territory. This is not too much of a request, right?" Luan Feng was silent, her eyes kept moving between Yang Kai and the avatar. She was also miserable in her heart, she knew that she couldn't stop this no matter what. Yang Kai first threw out the successor of Shihua, then he would have the righteous reason to occupy the northern territory. At that time he would summon the 8 monster kings back and Luan Feng and the others wouldn't be able to stop him. Moreover, for the monster kings, being able to follow Yang Kai was definitely a good thing for their future. If the saint sovereigns insisted on stopping them, they would definitely be dissatisfied and it would be very disadvantageous for ancient land. Seeing the change in her expression, Yang Kai knew that the goal of this trip was basically achieved. He said with a smile, "Madam, there is something I don't know if I should say." Luan Feng said angrily, "You have always liked to go against me. Is there anything you don't dare to say in front of me?" Yang Kai coughed lightly, "It seems that madam has a deep misunderstanding of me. Fine, time will reveal a person's heart. Let's not talk about me for the time being. Let's talk about little Tianlong." Luan Feng's face suddenly turned cold and a murderous intent filled the air. "If you dare to have any ideas about Tianlong, I will not rest until you are dead." She could compromise on anything, but when it came to her daughter, it was her reverse scale. Yang Kai mentioning little Luan Feng's name at this time undoubtedly touched her sensitive nerve. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Madam, I am afraid that you have misunderstood. I don't want to do anything to Tianlong. No matter how despicable and shameless I am, I will not do anything to a child. I just feel that although she is your daughter, it is unknown whether she can inherit everything from you in the future. It is said that dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, but there are always exceptions to everything, right?" Luan Feng said proudly, "How can this queen's daughter be lacking?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Fine, even if little Tianlong can inherit everything from madam and promote Luan Feng's name, so what? Does madam not want little Tianlong to improve on your foundation?" Chapter 3291. As soon as this statement came out, the Luan Feng's expression froze. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai calmly explained, "As madam just said, I have a descendant of Tianxing behind me. I'm sure I don't need to repeat what Tianxing did in the past. Inside the Celestial Punishment Palace, I'm afraid there are countless Holy Spirit sources. If not for this, why would the monster kings of the ancient lands be so respectful to me and even grant me my every request? Isn't it all because they want a chance to become a Holy Spirit in the future? You're a freeloader, yet you have the nerve to make such a big fuss." The Luan Feng showed a look of disdain. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to this and continued, "This king is also a man of great fortune. Years ago I accidentally took in a girl who turned out to be a descendant of Tianxing. Moreover, her bloodline also magically awakened. It's not that I want to brag, but my Ruah, she listens to everything I say. When she comes out of seclusion, I'm sure she won't refuse if I have a request." "What does this have to do with Tianlong?" The Luan Feng frowned. Yang Kai showed a faint smile. "Madam is a Luan Feng. Although you belong to the Phoenix clan, as far as I know, it's only a side branch, right? Compared to the orthodox Phoenix clan, there is still a gap. Tianxing killed countless holy spirits in the past, including the dragons and phoenixes. Don't tell me the Holy Spirit sources aren't inside the Celestial Punishment Palace? With that said, Yang Kai didn't say anything else. Under the cover of picking up the teacup, he quietly observed the Wanfeng's expression. Sure enough, her expression kept changing. He knew she wouldn't be able to refuse this temptation no matter what. Sure enough, after a while, the Wanfeng finally spoke. Do you have the confidence to let Tianlong into the Celestial Punishment Palace? Yang Kai immediately answered, even if I give up this old face, Ruo, she will definitely agree. The Wanfeng took a deep breath and gently nodded. Boy, the reason why this queen doesn't want to let you become a monster king is not because of selfishness. After all, you are a human. If you have too many monster kings under you, then you will be accused of colluding with the monster race. It's not good for you. Yang Kai, this king appreciates Madame's kindness, but without strength, everything else is just empty talk. The Wanfeng's eyes flashed. Fan Hua and Song Haun might not agree. Yang Kai grinned. With Madame here, how could they not give me face? I know that although Fan Hua has always been in charge of the few holy venerables in the ancient land, in terms of strength, Madame is the leader. Don't flatter me. The Wanfeng stood up, turned around and walked out. Where is Madame going? Yang Kai looked at her graceful back and asked. Just wait. I'll give you an answer within 5 days. With her words, Yang Kai knew that there was no problem. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, Thank you, Madame, for your help. In the end, his efforts were not in vain. Moreover, Yang Kai also knew that since he had opened a gap with the Wanfeng this time, if he had any requests for the ancient land in the future, they would not refuse. On the other hand, if he failed this time, he could forget about getting any benefits from the ancient land in the future. His mood was very good. He turned around and returned to his room to wait. In Fan Hua Palace, Song Haun rushed over after receiving the news. The 3 holy venerables gathered and their expressions were not good. He's gone too far. Last time we went to help him. Who would have thought that this brat would come after us so quickly? He actually wants 3 monster kings. Why doesn't he just die? Song Haun was furious. He looked like he was going to fight Yang Kai to the death right now. Fan Hua sighed. We've been seeking fortune and avoiding disaster in the ancient land for so many years. Who would have thought that we would end up in the hands of a brat? The heavens are unfair. Song Haun's eyes flashed coldly. Why don't we go and kill him now to avoid trouble in the future? The Wanfeng glanced at him and said, Aren't you afraid that the descendant of Tianxing will come after you after he comes out? Song Haun's momentum weakened. He mumbled a few words with a resentful expression. As a holy spirit, mentioning the name Tianxing was like a mouse hearing a cat. It was a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. Fan Hua said solemnly, Moreover, I'm afraid that he won't be killed so easily now. When Yang Kai first came to the ancient land, he displayed extremely terrifying combat strength. At that time, he was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. In the blink of an eye, several decades had passed. With his talent, he was definitely more powerful than before. Not to mention he was proficient in space principles. If Fan Hua didn't confine heaven and earth in advance to prevent him from escaping, he wasn't confident that he could take him down. And once they went against him, the consequences weren't something they could bear. Song Haun said, Then what should we do? Are we going to let him eat us? Fan Hua turned to look at the Wanfeng and asked, Madame Feng, what did you talk about with him? The Wanfeng lowered her eyes and said, I also tried my best to refuse, but he shamelessly brought the stone mongoose who had refined the stone fire source here. He said that he wanted the stone mongoose to live in the wild north and inherit the position of Northern Holy Master. He also threatened to spread the news to all the monster kings. This mistress had no other choice. Despicable. The Tsang dog was furious. Fan Hua's eyes flashed. He keenly felt that the Wanfeng seemed to be hiding something, but he didn't ask because he knew that he wouldn't get an answer even if he asked. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, It seems that we can't stop him. The Wanfeng hesitated for a moment and said, Although we can't stop him, it doesn't mean that we can't trip him up. Fan Hua looked at her and asked, What do you mean? The Wanfeng pursed her lips and smiled. As you two know, he has a wife called Shanqing Luo. She inherited a divine spirit source and turned into a monster cultivator. She is now cultivating in my ancient land. Fan Hua and the Tsang dog nodded gently. They had naturally heard about this. Shanqing Luo was personally sent back by Ying Fei. The news had spread throughout the ancient land, so there was no danger in the ancient land. It was only because the ancient land's environment was suitable for her that she chose to cultivate here. The Tsang dog's eyes lit up. Does Madam mean that we should take action against Shanqing Luo? The Wan Feng shook her head and said, there's no need for that. I have met that woman and she is not bad. She seems to have inherited the heavenly moon demon spider source. In time she will become a powerful member of my monster race. Since she is one of us, why should we deal with her? The Tsang dog said, since we don't want to deal with her, why mention her? The Wan Feng pursed her lips and smiled. That little brat looks like a dog, but he is a womanizer. Do you know that he has 4 wives? What's more, he has an ambiguous relationship with a woman from Ice Heart Valley and a dragon girl. If we count the descendants of Tianxing, the Tsang dog listened with fascination. Tiskti, his luck with women is boundless. Fan Hua, on the other hand, rolled his eyes and said, having too many women is not necessarily a good thing. Wan Feng nodded, and his 4 wives are all acquaintances and none of them are very strong. The woman from Ice Heart Valley seems to be only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. We also met her in the past. She was that crazy woman, but I heard she's not crazy anymore. As for the remaining 2, one is a dragon girl and the other is a descendant of Tianxing. No matter who they are, they will not submit to others. The Tsang dog said, if the 2 of them meet. The thought of it made him shudder. A dragon girl and a descendant of Tianxing were natural enemies. It would be fun to watch. However, no one knew when a descendant of Tianxing would come out of seclusion. The Wan Feng smiled and said, before that we can add more wood to the fire. If he is troubled by a group of women, I am afraid he will not have time to care about the ancient lands. The Tsang dog asked, how do we add more wood to the fire? The Wan Feng pursed her lips and smiled. Isn't this a good opportunity? He wants 3 monster kings, so we will give him 3 monster kings. I just don't know if he will have such a good appetite. The Tsang dog was confused, but Fan Hua suddenly understood. He smiled and stroked his beard. Yes, Madame Feng is right. What are you talking about? Can you be more clear? The Tsang dog scratched his head. Fan Hua and the Wan Feng looked at each other and smiled. The 3 monster kings were soon assembled, one for each of the 3 saint masters. In Feng Luo Palace, Yang Kai stared at the 3 monster kings standing in front of him, dumbfounded. He did not know what to say for a moment. It was not that the 3 monster kings were weak. Each of the 32 monster kings of the ancient lands was an extremely powerful existence. The reason why Yang Kai was so speechless was because the 3 monster kings were all women. Moreover, each of them was more charming than the other. One of them was not unfamiliar. It was the flower demon Dumier that he had seen in the Wan Feng's palace last time. This woman's ability to serve people was top-notch. Yang Kai had enjoyed it last time and now she was looking at him tenderly. Next to Dumier was a beautiful woman. Her body was enchanting and her expression was charming. Even the Shanqing Luo could not compare to her. Her beautiful eyes were like 2 black holes that could swallow people's souls, making them unable to extricate themselves. Although she was standing there quietly, there was an indescribable charm lingering around her that made people reluctant to look away. Hu Fei? Yang Kai asked tentatively. The female monster king was startled for a moment, but then she smiled sweetly and said, I didn't expect Master to recognize me. Her voice was so enchanting that Kai Yang couldn't help but shiver when he heard it. He felt as if all the bones in his body had become much lighter. Worthy of the 9-tailed fox's bloodline, every movement of hers was so enchanting that it made people unable to control themselves. Kai Yang could clearly feel a warm current surging in his lower abdomen. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. A few days ago he had discussed the various monster kings with Shilei, and Shilei had mentioned Hu Fei. He did not expect the Wan Feng and the others to send this woman to his side. Turning his head to look at the Wan Feng, Yang Kai seemed to see the deep meaning in her eyes. He nodded and said, the monster king's name is like thunder to my ears. Hu Fei giggled and said, it's just a little bit of a bad name that will dirty Master's ears. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the other female monster king. He saw that this woman's temperament was different from Dumier and Hu Fei's. She did not have Dumier's weakness and Hu Fei's charm, but there was a trace of coldness to her. Her pupils were a strange vertical slit, which reminded Yang Kai of the word viper. However, this feeling of insidiousness not only did not make people afraid, but it also made people want to be a moth to a flame. It seemed that even if they were swallowed alive they would be willing. Yang Kai's mind moved. Qilian. Chapter 3292. Qilian licked her scarlet lips as a strange light bloomed in her vertical pupils. Master is really knowledgeable, you even recognize this concubine. Hee hee. Yang Kai dryly laughed as he glanced at the three Monster King girls. The three women in front of him, each one more enchanting than the last, each one more revealing than the last. Their snow-white skin, their perfectly round and slender figures were all exposed to the air, but when they looked at Kai Yang without exception, it was as if they couldn't wait to swallow him whole. Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he turned to Wan Feng, who was watching the show with a smile. "Madam, can I have a word with you?" Wan Feng rolled her eyes and walked to the side with him. "What do you want?" Yang Kai said in distress. "Madam, are you playing with me?" Wan Feng said with a fake smile. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai glanced to the side and said, "I want the three Monster King girls, but why did you send them to me?" Wan Feng asked even though she knew the answer. "Are you not satisfied with them? The three of them are not weak among the 32 demon kings of the ancient land. They may not be as strong as Shilei in a head-on fight, but do you believe that if Shilei were to fight against the three of them, Shilei would be at a disadvantage?" "I believe, but this is too strange." Wan Feng's face turned cold. "What do you mean? I already called them here, do you not want them? If you don't want them you can tell them yourself and see if they will let you go." Wan Feng was very happy in her heart. "Who told you to bully people with your power? Do you really think I can't teach you a lesson?" "Don't." Yang Kai cupped his hands. "Madam, please help me to the end. Can you give me 3 Monster King girls? If it were 3 ordinary demon monarchs, these 3 would be too dazzling. Not to mention others, even he himself couldn't resist the temptation of these 3 female Monster King girls. If he really took them back, who knows what kind of trouble they would cause in the High Heaven Palace. How would the male disciples have the heart to cultivate?" Wan Feng looked at him and said, "You want 3 Monster King girls, I found them for you, and now you want 3 more? Don't you think you are going too far?" Yang Kai thought about it seriously and nodded, a little. "Do you want them or not?" "Not scram." Wan Feng coldly snorted. Yang Kai's mouth opened, but in the end he didn't say anything. He turned to look at the 3 female Monster King girls and sighed. "Fine, I'll take them then." Wan Feng snorted. "You make it sound like you are suffering a loss." She paused for a moment and said, "I'll satisfy your request. Take them and scram. Don't come here again. When Tianxing's descendant comes out of seclusion, I will send someone to inform you." She looked like she couldn't wait to drive them away. She was really afraid of Yang Kai. The sooner she sent him away the better. Yang Kai didn't delay and cupped his hands. "My humble wife is in the ancient lands, I'll have to trouble you Saint Seniors to take care of her." He didn't look for Shanqing Luo this time because he knew that Shanqing Luo and the others were currently cultivating. Disturbing them wouldn't do them any good. "I know, I promise I won't let her lose a single hair." Wan Feng impatiently waved her hand. After bidding farewell to Wan Feng, Yang Kai led the 3 female Monster King girls back to the stone mongoose's residence. Along the way, Yang Kai finally experienced the most difficult thing to accept. The 3 female Monster King girls were each more passionate than the other. Whether it was their words or actions, they were all seductive. This was especially true for Hu Fei, who had the 9-tailed fox bloodline. Her every movement and smile were filled with endless charm, making it hard for people to resist. Dumi, and Qilian were also not easy to deal with. One was gentle and sweet while the other was cold and sinister. The 3 female Monster King girls had 3 different auras that intertwined with each other, making Yang Kai feel like he was in a trance. If he hadn't been controlling his heart, he would have probably found a place to have some fun. After returning to the stone mongoose's residence, the group of stone mongoose stared at the 3 female monsters with wide eyes. Then they glanced at Yang Kai and revealed an expression that all men would understand. Yang Kai felt very embarrassed from being stared at like this. This wasn't the situation he wanted. He came to the ancient lands this time just to get the 3 Monster Kings to guard the Orthodoxy Palace. He didn't expect to be able to bring the 3 Dragon Lady with him. Now that he thought about it, that lowly servant Wan Feng clearly didn't have good intentions. She probably wanted the 3 Dragon Lady to capture him and use him as an opening to do whatever she wanted. After returning to the Orthodoxy Palace in a sorry state, Under Hua Qingxi's dumbfounded gaze, he introduced the 3 female monster kings to her and told her to make arrangements according to the situation. Before leaving, Yang Kai's expression became serious. His gaze swept over the 3 dragon ladies' faces and he said in a deep voice, "After I leave, you will listen to Manager Hua's arrangements. The human world is not the same as the ancient lands, nor is it as free as the ancient lands. Since you are in my territory, you must abide by the rules. If you make any mistakes, don't blame this king for being ruthless." Hu Fei smiled faintly. "Master, what are you saying? The 3 of us are very obedient." As she spoke, a faint charm bloomed. If it was any other man, they would have been immediately captivated and wouldn't be able to say a single harsh word. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was already prepared for this and intended to show off his strength. A golden vertical pupil appeared in his left eye and a tidal wave of his divine sense transformed into a destructive force, crushing Hu Fei's invisible charm to nothing. Hu Fei's snow-white and flawless face changed slightly. She let out a muffled groan and became even paler. Dumir and Qilian's eyes also flashed, a trace of surprise finally appearing in their watery eyes. At the same time, Yang Kai quietly urged the power of the golden divine dragon source. A faint dragon pressure spread out and enveloped the 3 dragon lady. He then stretched out a hand to touch Hu Fei's delicate face. Hu Fei's eyes widened in an instant as an incredible scene appeared in her field of vision. Yang Kai was clearly standing in front of her, but she felt as if she was looking at a giant dragon reaching out with its claws that could tear the world apart. In front of this dragon claw, any defense she had seemed to be fragile and could be torn to pieces at any time. Her delicate body couldn't help but tremble, and the remaining blood on her face drained away in an instant. Feeling the change in Yang Kai's aura, Dumir and Qilian also felt as if they were facing a great enemy. After what seemed like an instant, but also like a long time, the aura that made the 3 dragon lady feel oppressed suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai smiled and pinched Hu Fei's cheeks, feeling her soft and tender skin. "Be good, I won't forget to reward you later." The 3 dragon lady were dumbstruck and nodded obediently. Yang Kai put his fingertips to his nose and sniffed them, winked at Hu Fei, laughed and turned to leave. Only when his back disappeared did Hu Fei and the others let out a heavy sigh of relief. They looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Previously, when they followed Yang Kai all the way here, they found that he was just like that, so they couldn't help but be a little presumptuous. But it wasn't until now that they realized how terrifying this man was. If they really made him angry, they were afraid that he really wouldn't show any mercy to them. The suffocating feeling just now was something that they had never felt even from the holy masters. Hua Qingxi watched all of this coldly from the sidelines, and only now did she speak. "This queen is the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi. How do I address you?" Her voice pulled Hu Fei and the others back from their thoughts. Dumir was the first to speak and reported her name. She didn't look down on her just because she was stronger than Hua Qingxi. Instead, she acted very docile. Hua Qingxi noted them down one by one. She knew that Yang Kai had shown his power just now. Otherwise, she would have a headache facing these 3 female monster kings. The only people in the High Heaven Palace who were on equal footing with them were Ying Fei and the others. However, Ying Fei and the others were monster kings from the ancient lands, so they were definitely familiar with the 3 in front of them. Hua Qingxi couldn't use Ying Fei and the others to intimidate Hu Fei and the others. But now, with Yang Kai's remaining power to intimidate them, she could easily command them. She secretly made up her mind that if they didn't listen to her, she would ask Lu Yen to deal with them. Lu Yen was now the strongest person in the High Heaven Palace besides Yang Kai. Even the Monster King was no match for her. With the addition of the 3 Monster Kings, the Orthodoxy Temple finally had enough manpower. They just had to wait for the Southern Gate Army to finish setting up the sect protecting array. Then they could prepare for the migration of the disciples. After leaving the Orthodoxy Temple, Yang Kai once again returned to the ancient lands. After leaving the Stone Mongoose clan's residence, he first went to the place where the blood door had appeared. He was no stranger to this place. Back then he had fought with Shihua here and was almost crippled. In the end, Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline awakened and she took Shihua's divine spirit source to resolve the crisis. Then Zhang Ruoxi took Xiao into the blood door. The blood door disappeared and there was no news of it to this day. There were monster commanders stationed near the blood door all year round. When Yang Kai came here, he was interrogated a lot, but after hearing his name they all nodded and flattered him. After probing the void for a long time, Yang Kai was unable to sense the aura of the blood door, so he could only give up. The blood door was connected to another world. It was a world opened by Tianxing in the past. Inside there was a Tianxing palace that stored many divine spirit sources from ancient times. Divine spirits were rare today, but in ancient times they were countless. These powerful divine spirits were born with great strength and were unscrupulous in their actions, tormenting all living beings. According to ancient records, Tianxing was born and went on a campaign. With a single Tianxing sword he killed all the divine spirits in the world. Even dragons and phoenixes were not spared. This person, who was born with the fortune of heaven and earth, seemed to be the nemesis of all divine spirits. In the era when Tianxing was alive, all the divine spirits in the world were dormant, giving the human race space to develop steadily. The divine spirits that were killed by Tianxing all had their origin energy taken away and sealed in the Tianxing palace. As a result, the number of divine spirits dwindled until there were barely any left. Although many demons had inherited the ancient bloodlines, without the origin energy, they were unable to awaken the glory of their ancestors. Chapter 3293. 10 days later, Yang Kai emerged from the ancient lands. On the outskirts of the ancient lands, there was a dilapidated city where many cultivators stayed. Although the ancient wildlands had a fierce reputation, because of the countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures and the special environment, many cultivators liked to venture inside. Over the years, a place for cultivator to rest appeared outside the ancient lands. This was the origin of Desolate City. Yang Kai had also been here before. It was here that he found a guide, Old Ban, and safely entered the ancient lands. It was because of Old Ban that he had a conflict with Yao Lin, the daughter of the great emperors of Serene Soul. Yao Lin might not be a bad person, but she had been spoiled since childhood and had a domineering and arrogant temper. She thought she was protected by a master and insisted on trespassing into the ancient lands, forcing Old Ban to lead the way. In the end, she was taught a lesson by Yang Kai. She was not convinced and later joined forces with Netherworld Sex In Luxing to intercept him at the exit of the ancient lands passageway. In the end, she was killed by him. At the critical moment, the souls of the great emperors of Serene Soul descended, scaring Yang Kai away. Arriving at this dilapidated desolate city, Yang Kai thought of Old Ban. Back then, Yang Kai was grateful for Old Ban's guidance. Seeing that he was alone with his granddaughter, Yang Kai took him to the Northern Territory and arranged for his granddaughter to enter Ice Heart Valley while Old Ban found a job in one of the cities under Ice Heart Valley's jurisdiction. Yang Kai had not seen Old Ban's granddaughter for many years, but now that he thought about it, Old Ban's granddaughter should have grown up and was cultivating in Ice Heart Valley. Her future should not be too bad. Yang Kai did not stop at Desolate City, simply reminiscing about it for a while before leaving. Yang Kai's destination was Dragon Island. Xing Yuzhu's words made him feel a sense of urgency. Although the 10 great emperors were still alive, no one could say when they would be able to compete for the position of great emperors. If the time came and his cultivation was not enough, he would have nowhere to cry. Therefore, Yang Kai wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible. It was always better to plan ahead than to cram for a rainy day. He had just broken through to the Second-Order Emperor realm, so even if he cultivated in retreat he would not be able to break through to the Third Order in a short time. However, breaking through the realm was not the only way to improve his strength. For Yang Kai, breaking through the dragon transformation secret and tempering his dragon bloodline body might be more effective than a simple breakthrough. In order to achieve this, going to Dragon Island was undoubtedly the best choice. What's more, Zhu Qing was still on Dragon Island. Last time he went to the territory of the lower star plane through the passage Wukong forcibly opened in the Dragon Temple. Yang Kai did not know what happened to Zhu Qing after that, nor did he know if Dragon Island was still making things difficult for Zhu Qing. He would not feel at ease if he did not go and take a look. If possible, it would be best to bring Zhu Qing out. If not, he would have to set up a space array on Dragon Island to connect to the High Heaven Palace. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to go back and forth. But before going to Dragon Island, he wanted to go to Spirit Beast Island. He had wanted to discuss the Tao of Space with Li Wuyi for a long time. It was rare to find someone in this world who was as proficient in this mysterious power as he was. Moreover, Li Wuyi was known as the #1 person below the great emperors. His attainments in the Tao of Space were probably higher than Yang Kai's, but Yang Kai did not have this qualification in the past. In terms of the cultivation of the Tao of space, Yang Kai had always felt his way. If he could carefully discuss it with Li Wuyi, he might have unexpected gains. Fortunately, whether it was Dragon Island or Spirit Beast Island, they were all above the sea of the Eastern Territory. If the Serene Soul Palace was included, the entire Eastern Territory was definitely one of the top territories in the star boundary in terms of heritage and strength. Of course, these three forces were not monolithic. For example, the martial beast and the dragon race would not fight each other when they encountered each other. How could they possibly join forces? In Desolation City, a man looked in the direction of Yang Kai's departure with a hint of surprise on his face. After a while, he took out a jade slip and immersed his soul into it. After carefully examining it, a look of joy appeared on his face. Sure enough, it's him. Hurriedly putting away the jade slip, he took out a communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. After a while, as if he had received instructions, he gritted his teeth and followed in the direction of Yang Kai's departure. But he was only a Tao Source Realm cultivator. How could he keep up with Yang Kai's whereabouts? After leaving Desolation City, he had no idea where Yang Kai had gone. He wandered around like a headless fly for a while, a look of annoyance appearing on his face. After a while, a group of people flew over. The leader of the group, a young man, looked at the man with a gloomy face and asked, "Where is he?" The man said uneasily, reporting to Fort Master, "This subordinate doesn't know where he went. That person's cultivation is too high." He disappeared in the blink of an eye. The gloomy young man called Fort Master glanced at him coldly, causing cold sweat to appear on the man's forehead. He said in fear, "This subordinate is incompetent. Please forgive this subordinate, Fort Master." An old man next to him said, "Fort Master, that person was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Xian is only a Second-Order Tao Source Realm Master. It is a good thing that he can't keep up with him. If he really found out that someone was following him, I'm afraid he would be alerted." The gloomy young man's face relaxed a little when he heard this. He nodded and said, "What old man said is right." He then turned to the messenger and asked, "Did you see that person's appearance? Are you sure it's him?" The man said with a firm look, "I saw it clearly. It's definitely him. Back then, Fort Master gave us a jade slip with an image of that person. This subordinate has always carried it with him. I didn't pay attention to it before, but I suddenly noticed that he looked familiar. If Fort Master doesn't believe me, you can ask the others in the city. I'm sure I'm not the only one who saw him." The Fort Master said lightly, "I know you don't dare to speak carelessly. According to your observation, what is that person's cultivation?" The man pondered for a moment and said cautiously, "He should be stronger than Fort Master." The Fort Master narrowed his eyes. "Stronger than me? Isn't he at least a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master? Hateful." His face filled with resentment as if he had some kind of deep hatred for Yang Kai. The old man who spoke before was slightly surprised. If this old master remembers correctly, that person broke through to the Emperor Realm in the Shattered Star Sea, right? It's only been a few years, but he's already a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. Such talent. After a pause, he cupped his fists and said, "Fort Master, this matter needs to be considered at length. If that boy is really a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master, Heaven Chi Castle may not be able to provoke him." If Yang Kai was here, he would definitely remember the name Heaven Chi Castle when he heard this. Heaven Chi Castle was not a powerful force in the Eastern Territory. It could be considered a second or third-class force. The strongest person in the castle was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. It was almost the same as the previous Rakshasa sect, but slightly better than the Rakshasa sect. Because it was not very strong, Heaven Chi Castle sat on the border of the Eastern Territory. No one dared to compete with it, giving Heaven Chi Castle space to develop steadily. The current fort master was the gloomy young man named Chi Hai. Yang Kai had dealt with him several times. In the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai revealed clues about the mountains and rivers Bell and the Phoenix True Fire. After that, Chi Hai invited him to the Eastern Territory's Heaven Chi Castle as a guest because Chi Hai's woman trespassed into the ancient wildlands and was poisoned by one of the 10 great poisons, the Heavenly Frost Earth Rain. She was dying and urgently needed the Phoenix True Fire to prolong her life. The reason why Chi Hai took the risk to enter the Shattered Star Sea was to find the Phoenix True Fire. But unfortunately Yang Kai beat him to it, so he could only set his eyes on Yang Kai. But for Yang Kai at that time, the Eastern Territory was very far away. How could he go to Xianxia Castle for no reason? He just casually dealt with it. Later he really came to the Eastern Territory by chance. The moment he entered Barren City outside the Ancient Lands passageway, Qi Hai got the news. After all, Xianxia Castle was in charge of the border area, and the whole Barren City was under the Xianxia Castle's secret management. Qi Hai, as the young fort master, was very well informed. Then Qi Hai arranged spies everywhere in the Ancient Lands passageway and waited for Yang Kai's arrival. Hard work paid off. One of the disciples of Xianxia Castle really waited for Yang Kai and conveyed Qi Hai's message. If the Phoenix True Fire was really with him at that time, Yang Kai might not mind helping Qi Hai. After all, it was just a small matter and it did not cost much. But at that time, the Phoenix True Fire had been swallowed by Lu Yen and turned into a phoenix egg. Lu Yen himself was taken to Spiritual Beast Island by 9 Phoenix to pass on the inheritance of the Phoenix clan. How could Yang Kai help Qi Hai? In addition, the Phoenix True Fire was a big deal. Yang Kai felt unhappy that his whereabouts were being monitored. So he immediately refused. In his mind, if he was poisoned, he should detoxify it. Why was he staring at his Phoenix True Fire? What happened at that time was just a passing cloud, and Yang Kai had long forgotten it. But for Qi Hai, it was something that he could never forget. He was sure that the Phoenix True Fire was obtained by Yang Kai, and it would not take much effort to detoxify the heavenly frost earth rain poison. However, Yang Kai cruelly refused, which led to his lover's death. Since then, Qi Hai seemed to have changed into a different person. The image of the young fort master, who was originally as gentle as jade, changed greatly. He even spent a lot of money to join one of the top sects in the Eastern Territory, hoping that one day he would succeed in his cultivation and kill Yang Kai with his own hands to avenge his lover's death. In his mind, although it was the 10 extreme poisons that killed his partner, Yang Kai was also to blame. This time, when he learned that Yang Kai had appeared in Desolation City again, Qi Hai rushed over without stopping. Firstly, he wanted to take revenge, and secondly, he wanted to ask Yang Kai why he was so cold-blooded and heartless back then. The young fort master was now the fort master of Xianxia Castle, and his cultivation had reached the First Order Emperor realm. He thought that he had the qualifications to compete with Yang Kai, but now, after hearing the report from his subordinates, he knew that Yang Kai had once again surpassed him. He was afraid that he was no match for a Second Order Emperor realm master. Xianxia Castle can't be provoked, but that doesn't mean that others can't. Qi Hai stared coldly into the distance. In the Eastern Territory, I'm not the only one who wants his life. If he dares to come here, he can forget about leaving alive. Sneering, he took out a jade slip and crushed it. A stream of light flashed and disappeared into the distance in an instant. The old man next to him couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. Back then, the young fort lord and the fort lord in front of him were like two different people. Ever since that woman died and the young fort lord joined that sect, everything had changed. However, he couldn't say anything because it was Qi Hai's final wish to avenge his dead lover. If even this was taken away from him, Qi Hai would probably suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 3294. There were 2 islands in the Eastern Sea, Dragon Island and Spirit Beast Island. Both of them were ethereal and untraceable. If an ordinary person didn't have the opportunity, they wouldn't be able to find any clues even if they wandered around the sea for a lifetime. The world only thought that these 2 terrifying forces were really 2 islands, but Yang Kai knew that Dragon Island was actually a small world, and the entrance was hidden under the sea of a territory. If it wasn't for Li Jiao leading the way last time, he probably wouldn't have been able to find the entrance. The trip to Dragon Island was full of danger. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of treatment he would receive if he entered Dragon Island again. He might even be treated as an enemy, so he had to make a trip to Spirit Beast Island first. What made him speechless was that after passing by a few towns and inquiring a few times, no one knew where Spirit Beast Island was. All the way to the east, he didn't find anything until he reached the sea. There was a city by the sea, firmly guarding the thousands of miles of border. It was majestic and spectacular. The cultivator in the city came and went unceasingly. In a restaurant in the city, Yang Kai sat alone by the windowsill on the 3rd floor, drinking by himself. He couldn't help but worry about who he should find to inquire about Spirit Beast Island's location. Suddenly, a fragrant wind blew over and a person sat across from him. Kai Yang furrowed his brow and turned his head to look, only to see a smiling face appear in front of him. Her smile was like a flower, her skin was snow white, and her looks were outstanding. Impressively, she was an extremely beautiful woman. She wore a blue dress, which accentuated her exquisite and graceful figure, and her curves were full. Their eyes met and Yang Kai's eyes lit up, revealing a smile. "You are, Brother Yang, you're really hard to find." The woman across from him smiled faintly. "Miss Lan He." Yang Kai finally remembered the name of the woman across from him, and unexpectedly he was overjoyed to meet an old friend in a foreign land. He blurted out, "Why are you here?" Just as he spoke, he patted his head in annoyance. "That's right, you were originally in the Eastern Territory." Lan He, if she hadn't suddenly appeared in front of him, Yang Kai would have almost forgotten about this woman. In the Eastern Territory he didn't know many people. Over the years he had mainly been active in the Southern Territory and the Northern Territory. He had only interacted with some young talents from other territories in the Shattered Star Sea. Naturally, he had met Lan He in the Shattered Star Sea. This woman was from the Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. Back then she had received some favors from Yang Kai in the Shattered Star Sea. The two of them had drifted into the void together, and it was Yang Kai who had sent her out. Otherwise, with her cultivation at that time, she would have definitely been lost in the void and would never have been able to find her way out. Later, Yang Kai had entrusted her to help inquire about another woman and if possible to take care of her. That woman was called Ling Yin Qin, and she had come out of the Solitary Void Sea's sealed world with Yang Kai. The Solitary Void Sea's sealed world was the damned place where Bing Yun had been trapped for many years. Ling Yin Qin and a man met and got to know each other inside, falling in love with each other. Unfortunately, her husband had died in an accident. That man was from the Eastern Territory's Heavenly Wolf Valley, which was the same force as Lan He. After Ling Yin Qin escaped from the Solitary Void Sea, she didn't go with Yang Kai and Bing Yun. Instead, she went to the Eastern Territory's Heavenly Wolf Valley to bury her husband's ashes. Many years had passed in the blink of an eye, and many details were vague to Yang Kai. However, big sister Ling Yin Qin was a warm-hearted person. Yang Kai and Zhou Xian drifted into the Solitary Void Sea's sealed world, and the first person they met was Ling Yin Qin. At that time, Ling Yin Qin even gave him a high-grade spirit purifying array, which was an extremely generous gift for Ling Yin Qin back then. After coming out of the Solitary Void Sea, Yang Kai didn't see Ling Yin Qin again. After all, they were very far apart. Then he met Lan He from Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Shattered Star Sea and casually gave her a few words of advice. Now he didn't know if Ling Yin Qin had gone to Heavenly Wolf Valley. Yang Kai didn't expect that he would have the chance to meet Lan He again in this big world. He smiled slightly and said, "It's really a small world. Miss Lan, it's been a long time." Unexpectedly, Lan He slowly shook her head and said, "I came here specifically to find you." "Specifically?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and was immediately stunned. "How did you know I was in the Eastern Territory?" Lan He said, "I occasionally heard some news and heard someone mention your name. I also heard someone say that you have been inquiring about Spirit Beast Island, so I guessed that you would come to the seaside, so I waited here. It seems that my guess wasn't wrong. You really came here." Yang Kai blinked. "I occasionally heard some news and my name? This is really interesting. I wonder where Miss Lan heard it from?" There was a message in Lan He's words that Yang Kai couldn't help but pay attention to. He had come to the Eastern Territory and someone was actually inquiring about him. Lan He looked at him snappily. "Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "If I knew, why would I ask you?" Lan He looked him up and down and nodded. "Then let me ask you, do you know that you are in a very dangerous situation right now?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "My situation is very dangerous? What do you mean?" Lan He sighed and said, "I guess that you didn't know. Let's put it this way, do you still remember Brahma Holy Land?" After saying that, seeing Yang Kai's blank expression, she suddenly felt both angry and amused. "You killed 2 of their holy sons in the Shattered Star Sea. Don't tell me that you have forgotten. One of them was called Zhang Hao and the other was called Zhou Xian. They were brother and also the 2 people that Brahma Holy Land had placed high hopes on." Yang Kai touched his chin and said, "Well, now that you mention it, I seem to have some recollection of it." Lan He couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Could it be that he didn't remember who he had killed? If Zhang Hao and Zhou Xian knew about this, wouldn't they be angered to death again? Yang Kai grinned and said, I killed too many people in the Shattered Star Sea. Who cares about Zhang Hao and Zhou Xian? This was the truth. There were many young men who had died at his hands in the Shattered Star Sea, and all of them had great backgrounds. Who would remember the names of the dead? After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "Does Miss Lan mean that Brahma Holy Land is looking for trouble with me?" Lan, he said solemnly, "It's not just Brahma Holy Land. Let me ask you, what kind of grudge do you have with the Netherworld sect? They have also taken action this time." Netherworld sect. Many years ago, Yin Luxing ambushed him, Qi Yu and the others in the Starlight Corridor. Later this guy made things difficult for Yang Kai at every turn. In the Shattered Star Sea, in order to inquire about Xiao Zhao's whereabouts, Yang Kai made a deal with him and spared his dog life. It was from Yin Luxing's mouth that Yang Kai went to the ancient wild lands. Later, Yin Luxing calculated the timing and invited a second-order Emperor Realm Master from the Netherworld sect to set up an ambush outside the ancient lands passageway. Among them was Yao Lin, the daughter of the great emperors of the Serene Soul, but Yang Kai broke the ambush and killed Yin Luxing at that time. Yin Luxing was the former sect master of the Netherworld sect in the territory of the Great Wild Star. With his own ability, he broke through the shackles and entered the star boundary, where he was on par with the Netherworld sect in the star boundary. He had great expectations and was even personally accepted as a disciple by the Netherworld sect master. Fu Bo Yang Kai had killed Yin Luxing and a second-order Emperor Realm Master of the Netherworld sect, so the enmity between them was not small. Coupled with the destruction of the Netherworld sect in the territory of the Great Wild Star, this enmity could almost be said to be irreconcilable. It was either you die or I die. Lan, he smiled bitterly. "Brother Yang, you are really something. Of the 3 top forces in the Eastern Territory, you actually provoked 2 of them. If an ordinary person provoked such an enemy, they would not dare to show up in the Eastern Territory." Yang Kai was not from the Eastern Territory, so although Brahma Holy Land and Netherworld sect had always wanted to find Yang Kai to take revenge, they had never had the chance. This time he took the initiative to show up in the Eastern Territory, so how could these 2 forces hold back? If they missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to find him again in the future. So as soon as they received the news, the 2 great forces sent out almost all of their forces, determined to kill Yang Kai in the Eastern Territory to protect their reputation. Yang Kai grinned, "If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. Of the 3 top forces in the Eastern Territory, I wonder who the other one is. Heavenly Wolf Valley?" Lan, he shook her head. "My Heavenly Wolf Valley only has 2 second-order Emperor Realm Masters. How can it be called a top force? The other one is Ahan Temple." After saying so, she looked at Yang Kai in horror. "Don't tell me that Ahan Temple also has a grudge with you. I heard that Qi Gui is also looking for you everywhere." Yang Kai looked at her and said, "Do I look like someone who likes to cause trouble? Also, who is Qi Gui?" Lan, he couldn't help laughing. "Qi Gui isn't a ghost, he's the most powerful rising star of Ahan Temple. He broke through to the Emperor Realm in the Shattered Star Sea. You should have seen him before. He's a red-haired guy with a very violent personality." Yang Kai thought for a moment and vaguely remembered seeing such a person. His red hair was too obvious a feature, but he shook his head and said, "I have no grudge with him." Lan, he said, "Then he probably wants to spar with you. This guy is warlike by nature. In the past he often fought with Yin Luxing, Zhang Hao and Zhou Xian. You killed these 3 people, so he has no opponent in the Eastern Territory. He probably wants to prove something to you." Yang Kai snorted, "Then he has the wrong idea." Lan, he said, "Let's not talk too much. Brother Yang, it is not good to stay here for a long time. The 2 top sects in the Eastern Territory have joined forces and have been inquiring about your whereabouts. Fortunately, you are not slow and did not stay anywhere for long, but the news of you entering this city will definitely spread. If you don't leave now, when those people come, you won't be able to leave even if you want to." Yang Kai sighed and said, "There is nothing to worry about in this world." Lan, he said angrily, "What time is it now? Hurry up and come with me." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Come with you? Where to?" Lan, he said matter-of-factly, "Heavenly Wolf Valley, where else can we go? I'll take you back to lie low for a while." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "This Yang appreciates Miss Lan's kindness, but your Heavenly Wolf Valley is making a living in the Eastern Territory. It is best not to cause trouble for yourself because of me. After all, Those were two top forces and Heavenly Wolf Valley absolutely could not resist them. After saying this, he frowned and turned his head to look to the side. His eyes met with a woman who had just walked up to the third floor. The woman hurriedly looked away and went straight to another table to sit down. Chapter 3295. Yang Kai sighed. How's Sister Lan's reputation in the Eastern Territory? Lan He asked. What reputation? Do many people know you? Lan He smiled modestly. Not many, but it should be quite a few. She was also famous in the Eastern Territory. Although she couldn't compare to Qi Gui, she was still one of the rising leaders. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been qualified to enter the Shattered Star Sea. In addition, Netherworld sects Yin Luxing and Brahma Holy Land's two holy sons were killed by Yang Kai, so she stood out even more. Now that she was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, many people naturally knew her. Then I'll have to trouble you. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. What trouble? Lan He was puzzled. Yang Kai shook his head and said, nothing. He wasn't afraid of Netherworld sect or Brahma Holy Land at all. It would be fine if they didn't come looking for trouble, but if they really dared to come looking for trouble, he would let them know what it meant to strike a stone with an egg. But now that Lan He had come to remind him out of goodwill in public, it was inevitable that some people would see it. Of course he could leave directly, but Lan He's actions had already set Heavenly Wolf Valley on fire. If others couldn't find him, they would probably go to Heavenly Wolf Valley to ask about it. At that time, Lan He wouldn't have a good ending. Other people's good intentions, how could Yang Kai ignore them? But he couldn't say that his good intentions were doing bad things. He could only secretly think of a way to get Heavenly Wolf Valley out of this matter, so that they wouldn't be implicated. Just as he was thinking about this, Lan He said, Brother Yang, aren't you inquiring about Spirit Beast Island? Do you want to go to Spirit Beast Island? Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. Does Sister Lan know how to go there? Lan He pursed her lips and smiled. This matter is confidential. I don't know much, but Valley Master should know. Your Skywolf Valley has connections with the Spirit Beast Island? Lan He said, my Skywolf Valley's inheritance is related to the sacred spirit Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf. Early on we used a secret technique to rear a descendant of the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf. Unfortunately, the bloodline is impure and we are unable to see the glory of our ancestors. It's unknown how Spirit Beast Island received the news and sent a beast-seeking envoy over to take the descendant of the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf. Furthermore, he left behind a token to inform my Skywolf Valley that if we encounter any difficulties that we cannot overcome, we can bring the token to Spirit Beast Island in the Eastern Sea to seek help. Keepsake. Yang Kai was all smiles when he heard this. It was truly a case of searching high and low for something only to find it by chance. He had been wondering how he could make a trip to the Spirit Beast Island, but he didn't expect to hear about it from Lan He. Yang Kai reckoned that the so-called beast-hunting envoy that she mentioned was the same as Elder Tao, whom he had met in the High Sky sect. The beast-hunting envoy was ordered to search for all kinds of strange beasts and bring them back to Spirit Beast Island to cultivate. Even if there was a problem with the descendant of the Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf, it was enough for the Spirit Beast Island to accept. Even if the Skywolf Valley couldn't cultivate it, it didn't mean that the Spirit Beast Island couldn't. However, the Spirit Beast Island obviously wasn't willing to take other people's things for free. That beast-hunting envoy left behind a token as compensation. To the Skywolf Valley, this token from the Spirit Beast Island was probably the strongest foundation. With this token, even the top 3 factions in the Eastern Territory wouldn't dare to casually disturb them. Otherwise, if the Spirit Beast Island was implicated, the Brahma Holy Land Netherworld sect and so on would all be in serious trouble. Lan He smiled slightly and said, Now Brother Yang knows why I invited you to the Skywolf Valley to lie low for a while, right? I know that Brother Yang is worried that I will bring trouble to the sect. But who in the Eastern Territory doesn't know that my Skywolf Valley is related to the Spirit Beast Island? Even if they know that you have gone to the Skywolf Valley, they can't do anything. Yang Kai nodded and said, I was thinking too much. In that case, this Yang thanks you in advance. Lan He glanced at him and said, Brother Yang, you are treating me as an outsider. If it weren't for you, I would have died in the Shattered Star Sea. How could I be alive today? A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring, not to mention a life-saving grace. Yang Kai said sternly, This Yang will remember Miss Lan's kindness. To be honest, what happened back then was nothing more than a slight effort. Lan He also wandered into the void crack because of him, and it didn't take much effort for him to send her out. After so many years, she specially came to find him and provided him with a place to lie low. She even didn't hesitate to bring trouble to the Sky Wolf Valley. This favor was indeed not small. However, Yang Kai's slight effort back then was indeed a life-saving grace for Lan He. This favor was really difficult to explain. Without hesitation, Yang Kai immediately threw down a few pieces of source crystals and walked out of the restaurant with Lan He. After he got up, the woman who just walked up quietly took out a communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it to communicate with someone. In the city, Yang Kai and Lan He walked side by side heading out of the city. Lan He suddenly frowned and said, "Brother Yang, your whereabouts have been exposed. Now someone is following us." Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "That depends on whether he can keep up or not." After a while, the two walked out of the city gate. Yang Kai apologized and suddenly reached out to grab Lan He's arm. When their limbs touched, Lan He's body trembled slightly and a blush appeared on her face. The next moment she felt her vision blur and the world spin. When she reappeared, she was already in another place. This was not the end. The same experience happened a few more times. After more than 10 times, Yang Kai let go of Lan He's arm and said with a smile, "Miss Lan, please lead the way." Lan He was still in a daze. She turned her head to look around and then back at the road, but there was no trace of the city. When she thought of Yang Kai's attainments in the power of space, a terrifying thought appeared in her mind. Space divine technique, instant movement. Because of Li Wui, the people of the Eastern Territory had some understanding of the power of space. They knew that Li Wui could ignore the obstruction of space and instantly move from one place to another. This magical space divine technique was instant movement. However, everyone had only heard of it and had never seen it with their own eyes, let alone experience it. However, at this moment, Lan He truly experienced the feeling of instant movement. In that trance, it was as if she was shuttling through the void. It was magical but also chilling. With such means, who in this world could stop him? No wonder he dared to roam the Eastern Territory alone as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. Suddenly, she was shocked and asked in surprise, "Brother Yang, are you already a second-order Emperor Realm Master?" She did not notice before Yang Kai did not use his strength, but as soon as Yang Kai activated his Emperor Qi, she immediately sensed the level of Yang Kai's current realm. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I just broke through not long ago." Lan He was a little absent-minded and was stunned for a long time before she said, "Brother Yang is really a genius." When they first met in the Shattered Star Sea, both of them were only in the third-order Dao Source realm. His various performances shocked Lan He. Later, when she heard that Yang Kai had broken through to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea, she knew that his future was limitless. However, she never expected that he would break through again after so many years. Lan He was now a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and it was also thanks to the trip to the Shattered Star Sea that she obtained the opportunity to break through, but she had no confidence in breaking through to the second-order Emperor Realm. From the Emperor Realm onwards, every breakthrough was extremely difficult and every level was difficult for countless heroes. If not for this, there would not be so few top forces in this world. A force only needed one third-order Emperor Realm Master to be considered a top force. The strongest person in Heavenly Wolf Valley was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. After suppressing the shock in her heart, she collected her thoughts and determined the direction. Then she waved at Yang Kai and rushed in the direction of Heavenly Wolf Valley. In the seaside city, the main hall where the space array was located was extremely lively today. Powerful figures appeared in the main hall from all over the place, leaving the cultivator guarding the array dumbfounded. He didn't know what day it was and why so many masters had come to the city. After a while, at least 30 people from the Emperor Realm had gathered in the main hall. At a glance, it was obvious that these people were from two groups of people. One group was emitting a gloomy aura, as if they had just returned from Yellow Springs Purgatory, giving off an extremely uncomfortable feeling. The other group was more normal, but they were filled with murderous intent, causing the atmosphere in the main hall to become extremely oppressive. "It's the people from Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land." The guards gathered together and a sharp-eyed person recognized the origins of these two groups of people. Why are they here? Could it be that some kind of treasure is about to appear here? If that wasn't the case, why would so many masters show up? These were all Emperor Realm Masters, great masters who were usually elusive and elusive. I'm afraid there is no treasure. Seems that they are here to kill. Kill. What kind of person would they send so many people from the Emperor realm to kill? Who would dare to provoke them? How would I know? Have you informed the city lord and master of this matter? Yes, the city lord and master are on their way. The city lord of this city was just a first-order Emperor realm master. So many powerful people had suddenly appeared and they were from two top forces. As the city lord, he naturally couldn't ignore it. Not long after the news spread, a short and fat old man walked in with cold sweat on his forehead. He glanced around and his legs went soft, almost fainting. When he received the news just now, he didn't believe it. After all, there was nothing worth paying attention to in his city. How could a group of people from the Emperor realm be attracted by the Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land? Now that he took a look, sure enough, there were at least 30 to 40 people from the Emperor realm present, and the auras of the two leaders were so powerful that he didn't dare to look directly at them. The city lord had some guesses as to who these two people were. One was definitely the Netherworld sect master Fu Bo, and the other should be the Holy Master of Brahma Holy Land, Su Chongfeng. These two were famous figures in the entire Eastern Territory, and at this moment they actually came together. The cold sweat on the short and fat city lord's forehead became even more severe. He knew that if he didn't handle this matter well, his good days as the city lord would come to an end. He didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly went up to greet them. But who would have thought that neither Fu Bo nor Su Chongfeng would pay attention to him and were just asking a woman some questions. After a while, Fu Bo shouted angrily, "Trash!" With a thump, the woman knelt down and said in fear, "This subordinate is incompetent." Chapter 3296. No one paid any attention to him, but the short and stout city lord did not dare to show any signs of dissatisfaction. He waited on the spot while trembling in fear. He listened to the group of people muttering for a while. They seemed to have mentioned a few names, including the Sky Wolf Valley. After a while, the group of people left in a hubbub. No one looked at him from beginning to end. After a while, dozens of figures leaped up and flew away. Only at this moment did the short and stout city lord let out a long sigh of relief. He felt a sense of relief behind him, as though he had escaped death for no reason. At this moment, how could he not know that this group of experts hadn't come because of him, nor was it because of his city and they were just passing by? He really didn't know exactly which bastard had offended these two great powers and actually made so many experts move out together, causing him to be on tenterhooks. He cursed fiercely in his heart before he felt much better. Sky Wolf Valley was an incomparably huge valley. It was surrounded by towering mountains on all sides, and there was only one way to enter the valley. As the most outstanding rising star of the Sky Wolf Valley, her status in the valley was naturally extremely high. When she led Yang Kai into the Sky Wolf Valley, the disciples guarding the entrance immediately came forward to greet him. "Elder Lon." As they spoke, they curiously sized up Yang Kai, guessing his relationship with Lon He. This was the first time they had seen Lon He bring a man back to the valley. "This is the Moonhowl Celestial Wolf?" Yang Kai raised his head to look at the two huge stone sculptures on the left and right sides of the valley entrance. The two stone sculptures were clearly quite old. They were more than 100 feet tall and had the posture of howling at the moon. They were mottled and had traces of erosion by the flowing time Great Emperor. If it was before, Yang Kai might not have known what kind of creature the stone sculptures were, but after hearing Lon He's words, he naturally guessed that the two stone sculptures were the Moonhowl Celestial Wolf. Lon He smiled and nodded. "That's right. The foundation of my Skywolf Valley is the Moonhowl Celestial Wolf from ancient times. This is something left behind by the first-generation ancestral master. It has been 20 to 30,000 years since then." "Impressive." Yang Kai nodded, not stingy with his praise. Holy spirits were not to be underestimated. Even though he acted arrogantly in front of the Luanfeng in the ancient lands, as if he was certain that he could defeat her, if he really provoked the Luanfeng and fought with her, he was afraid that he would not be her match. The Moonhowl Heavenly Wolf was also a holy spirit, so it was naturally not weak. "Brother Yang, please." Lon He smiled and gestured. Yang Kai nodded and followed her into the valley. As Lon He led the way, she said, "I'll bring you to see the Valley Master first. If you want to go to Spirit Beast Island, you have to ask him for help." Yang Kai hesitated. "This won't make things difficult for the Valley Master, right?" Lon He pursed her lips and smiled. Don't worry, the Valley Master will agree. He blinked his eyes and said, I forgot to tell Brother Yang that the Valley Master is my master. If the disciple agrees, it means that the master also agrees. Yang Kai could not help but laugh. There were quite a number of disciples in the Heavenly Wolf Valley, about 3,000 to 4,000 people. They were all scattered throughout the valley. There were also some spirit peaks in the valley, but they were slightly smaller than the ones that surrounded the valley. The valley was rich in spirit energy, and the fragrance of flowers was pleasant. Could be called a place of beauty. Furthermore, Yang Kai saw many traces of wolf demons in the valley. Some were in groups of 3 to 5, some were alone, and some were running around in groups. The Heavenly Wolf Valley disciples were not afraid of them at all. Some even accompanied the wolf demons. The sex characteristics were very obvious, and Yang Kai sighed inwardly. As expected of the Heavenly Wolf Valley, this was the rhythm of carrying out the motto of being in the company of wolves to the end. As they were moving forward, a vicious aura rushed towards them. A gray wolf the size of a calf suddenly blocked their path. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder because this wolf demon was a rank 12 monster beast. In other words, it was equivalent to a human expert from the Emperor realm. However, its aura was not very strong. It should be at the early stage of rank 12. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that he actually sensed a trace of Basket's aura from this wolf demon. Thinking back to everything he had seen, he had some guesses. As expected, Basket smiled when she saw the wolf. She rushed forward and patted the wolf's head. Little Five, were you waiting for me? The giant wolf's large head nuzzled in Lanhe's arms, looking extremely affectionate. Basket laughed with it for a while before turning her head. Little Five, let me introduce you. This brother is Brother Yang Kai, who saved my life back then. She then said to Yang Kai, this is my battle wolf, Little Five. Their eyes met and the wolf's eyes were sharp. It nodded slightly and expressed its gratitude to Yang Kai in a very human-like manner. Yang Kai also knew that a rank 12 monster beast had already gained intelligence. It was definitely not something an ordinary monster beast could compare to. He cupped his hands and said, hello, Brother Five. The giant wolf howled with a displeased look on its face. Yang Kai was stunned. Basket laughed until she was convulsing. She was overjoyed. Brother Yang, Little Five is female. Just as she finished speaking, a series of crackling sounds came from the wolf's body. Its huge body distorted and suddenly turned into a burly woman. She was a head taller than Basket. Her bones were wide and her 5 fingers were strong. Her fingernails were as sharp as blades. She wore a short shirt and a short skirt. Her round and thick thighs were exposed to the air. Her bulging muscles definitely contained explosive strength. She waved her fist at Yang Kai and roared, "Are you blind?" Yang Kai was embarrassed. "But you can't blame me. Who knew if you were a man or a woman?" Basket jumped up and patted her head. "Don't be rude." Only then did Little Five curl her lips. Suddenly her expression turned serious. She cupped her hands and said, "I've heard Xiao He mention you. Thank you for what happened back then." Yang Kai smiled. "It's nothing. Don't worry about it." Xiao Wu looked at Yang Kai from head to toe, then nudged Lan He with his broad shoulders and said casually, "This little brat is not bad, why don't you take him in? You're not young anymore, it's time to find a man." As soon as he said that, Basket he was embarrassed. Yang Kai was also stunned. He thought to himself, "I'm not deaf. You should act like you're whispering. Why did you say it so loudly?" Basket he blushed and reprimanded, "Don't talk nonsense. Brother Yang is in trouble this time. I brought him to find Master." "What trouble?" Little Five asked curiously. "It's useless to tell you. Just wait here obediently. I'll come find you later." As she said that, she hurriedly called out to Yang Kai, fearing that Little Five would say something shocking again. Looking at the backs of the 2 people disappearing, Little Five snorted. Her figure twisted again and turned into a giant wolf, galloping on the ground. "I've let Brother Yang see a joke. Little Five has always been so outspoken. Brother Yang, you don't have to mind." Basket he said somewhat embarrassedly. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Little Five is quite interesting." Basket he said, "I grew up with Little Five. If a disciple of my Heavenly Wolf Valley has the aptitude, they can subdue a battle wolf. To others they may only be a helper or a monster beast, but to the disciples of my Heavenly Wolf Valley, they are family, brothers and sisters." Yang Kai said, "Last time in the Shattered Star Sea, I didn't see you bring Little Five with you. Basket he smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's too rare to get a spot to enter the Shattered Star Sea. My Heavenly Wolf Valley only got a few spots, so Little Five couldn't enter. Yang Kai nodded. He had also entered the Shattered Star Sea, so he naturally knew that when the Shattered Star Sea opened, only those with star seals could be summoned and qualified to enter. While the two were talking, they had already arrived at a large hall. Basket he arranged for Yang Kai to sit down and rest, then ordered someone to serve tea. Only then did she say to Yang Kai, "Brother Yang, wait a moment. I'll go find Master." Yang Kai naturally didn't refuse. Basket he turned around and left again. Heavenly Wolf Valley on a certain spirit peak, Basket he barged in and shouted, "Master, Master." A moment later a sigh came from a hut, "I'm here." Basket he followed the voice and bowed to a middle-aged man with an elegant appearance. "Master." This middle-aged man was Heavenly Wolf Valley's Valley Master, Tang Xing. He was also the strongest person in Heavenly Wolf Valley, having a second-order Emperor realm cultivation. Although there was another Vice Valley Master in Heavenly Wolf Valley, Xianxia, who was also a second-order Emperor realm master. The two of them were husband and wife, and Tang Xing had broken through earlier. So if they really fought, Tang Xing should have the upper hand. Opening his eyes slightly and looking at his disciple in front of him, Tang Xing was quite satisfied. Heavenly Wolf Valley wasn't a top sect, so it wasn't easy to nurture someone from the Emperor realm. Basket he didn't disappoint him and advanced to the Emperor realm early. As her master, how could he be dissatisfied? Smiling, he asked, "What did you gain from this trip?" Basket he said, "I gained some knowledge and heard some anecdotes, but I didn't gain much." Tang Xing smiled faintly and said, "On the road of growth, what you see and hear is also an experience. Maybe one day what you hear or see will become the nutrients for your growth, the key to your breakthrough, or the straw that saves your life." "You're right, Master." Basket he looked at him with a smile, without the restraint of an ordinary disciple facing her master. Instead, she was like a daughter facing her father. "I saw the life-saving straw this time." Tang Xing asked curiously, "What life-saving straw?" Basket he said, "Master, do you still remember Elder Ling?" As she spoke, she walked over and poured a cup of tea for Tang Xing. Tang Xing picked up the teacup and took a sip. "Elder Ling is an elder of my Heavenly Wolf Valley. We meet often, so what's there to not remember?" Basket he walked behind him and pressed her hands on his shoulders, rubbing them, and said with a smile, "Disciple is asking if Master remembers why Elder Ling came to my Heavenly Wolf Valley." Tang Xing sighed. "Naturally, it's for Wu En. Her relationship with Wu En is stronger than gold. If not, why would I make an exception to accept her into Heavenly Wolf Valley and even give her the position of elder?" Ling Yinchin wasn't from Heavenly Wolf Valley. She only married a disciple of Heavenly Wolf Valley, Wu En. Unfortunately, Wu En died prematurely in a sealed world, so she traveled thousands of kilometers to escort Wu En's ashes to Heavenly Wolf Valley so that her husband could rest in peace. Chapter 3297. Therefore the deceased Wu En and Tang Xing were brother. Ling Yinchin's seniority was the same as Tang Xing's, one generation higher than Lan He. When Ling Yinchin first came to Heavenly Wolf Valley, she was only in the third order Dao Source realm, but Heavenly Wolf Valley had not mistreated her over the years. Coupled with her solid foundation, she finally broke through to the Emperor realm a few years ago and was promoted to the position of elder by Tang Xing. Lan He said, "Back then in the Shattered Star Sea, this disciple met someone. It was that person who told this disciple about Elder Ling. After coming out of the Shattered Star Sea, this disciple sent someone out to inquire about Elder Ling coincidentally. It didn't take long for this disciple to find something and bring her into the valley." Tang Xing nodded. "That's true. But are you asking for credit from Master?" Having the Emperor realm would be of great help to Heavenly Wolf Valley, so he thought Lan He was asking for some benefits. Lan He stuck out her tongue and said, "Of course not. I want to say that the person who told me this back then is called Yang Kai." Tang Xing said, "He seemed to have saved you once. He sent you out of the void crevice. You told me about it later." After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something. He turned to look at her and said, "You said you saw a life-saving straw. Could it be?" Lan He pursed her lips and smiled. "Master's eyes are sharp. I met that brother Yang this time." "He's in the Eastern Territory? Didn't you say he was in the Southern Territory?" "Yes, he's from the Southern Territory, but he came to the Eastern Territory this time for some matters." "Then did you bring him back?" In any case, he's your savior. Since you've met him, you should thank him properly. Lan He said, of course I brought him back. He's in the guest hall right now. When Tang Xing heard this, he immediately stood up and glared at her. You little girl, since you've invited him, why didn't you say so earlier? You're beating around the bush. Since he's your benefactor, I should go and see him to express my gratitude. Lan He smiled and said, I have already thanked you. Tang Xing said solemnly, I can't thank you enough for saving my life. Lan He took advantage of the situation and said, actually, he has something to ask Master for help this time. Originally, I was worried that Master wouldn't agree. Now that you've said that, I'm relieved. Tang Xing stopped in his tracks and suddenly had a bad premonition. He turned to look at Lan He and said, why do I feel that you don't have any good intentions? Oh, pour me tea and water, massage my shoulders and back. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. How could that be? How could I be such a person in Master's eyes? Lan He pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. Tang Xing snorted, do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? He paused for a moment and said, it seems like he came here to ask for something big. Tell me, what does he want me to help with? Lan He said shyly, Master. Tang Xing said, hurry up and say it. Otherwise, be careful of my sect rules. He gently glanced at Lan He's head, causing her to cover her head with both hands. After muttering to herself for a moment, Lan He still said, he came to the Eastern Territory this time to go to the Spirit Beast Island. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the way. Spirit Beast Island. Tang Xing's expression changed slightly as he realized something. He nodded slightly and said, I understand. The Spirit Beast Island was untraceable. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to find it if they didn't know the way. Even the people in the Eastern Territory didn't know where the Spirit Beast Island was, let alone an outsider like the Yongkai. Others might not know, but the Skywolf Valley had a way to find it. This was because a beast-seeking envoy from the Spirit Beast Island had left behind a keepsake. With that keepsake, one would be able to find the approximate location of the Spirit Beast Island in the Eastern Sea. He smiled and said, it's just a small matter. Since you are indebted to him, I will personally accompany him and help him find the Spirit Beast Island. That keepsake might be the Skywolf Valley's greatest reliance, but they were only using it to find the location of the Spirit Beast Island. It wasn't considered using the favor of the Spirit Beast Island, so there was no loss to the Skywolf Valley. In the future, if the Skywolf Valley were to encounter any danger, the keepsake would still be useful. It was not a bad idea to return a favor to the Yongkai. Furthermore, he could also befriend this person. Tang Xing had heard from Lan He that the youth was very powerful and had outstanding talent. What was even rarer was that he was proficient in the spatial law. His future was bound to be limitless. Li Wui was able to obtain the title of number 1 under the great emperors because he was proficient in the spatial law. In the future, Yongkai might not be inferior to Li Wui. If they could have a good relationship, it would be beneficial for the Skywolf Valley in the future. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Tang Xing already had a plan. This was not to say that he was good at scheming, but it was just a normal consideration. Moreover, as the Valley Master of Skywolf Valley, he was concerned about the entire sect, so naturally he would think more. Lan He was not happy to hear this. Instead, she looked at him cautiously and stammered, it would be fine if that was all, but Brother Yang's situation is not very good. Tang Xing was suspicious. What do you mean? Lan He said, Master, have you forgotten? He killed a lot of people in the Shattered Star Sea, including the 2 holy sons of Brahma Holy Land, Zhang Hao and Zhou Xian. Tang Xing's expression changed slightly. Brahma Holy Land is looking for trouble with him. There is also the Netherworld sect. Lan He's voice became even smaller. What? Tang Xing's expression really changed this time. One top force looking for trouble with the Yongkai was one thing, but now 2 top forces were looking for trouble with him? How could he still be alive? Others would rather avoid such a hot potato. Who would be stupid enough to bring it to their own home? Tang Xing really didn't know what to say to Lan He, so he angrily pointed at her. Lan He said aggrievedly, Master, didn't you say that a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring? What's more, he saved this disciple's life. If he hadn't sent me out of the void crack back then, this disciple would have died long ago. Tang Xing said bitterly, that's true, but it also depends on the timing. The current situation, You are bringing trouble to my Heavenly Wolf Valley. Lan He pursed her lips and said, doesn't our Heavenly Wolf Valley have the token of Spirit Beast Island? Although those two forces are powerful, they wouldn't dare to attack us, right? Tang Xing was exasperated. Indeed, they don't dare to make a move on us, but don't forget that since the Sky Wolf Valley is in the East region, everything we do will be restricted by various parties. We can't be arrogant just because we have the Spirit Beast Island's token. If we provoke those two major forces, how can our Sky Wolf Valley live peacefully in the future? How can a disciple who goes out for experience have any safety guarantee? Go, you really make me angry. Lan He was at a loss and said, then what should we do? Tang Xing paced back and forth, and after a moment of silence, his eyes flashed with a trace of decisiveness. Now we can only deny the token and exclude my Heavenly Wolf Valley from this matter. Then let him leave early. But I have already promised him. Lan He looked at Tang Xing in disbelief, as though she didn't expect her master to make such a decision. She had a feeling of disbelief in her heart. Tang Xing shook his head and said, your promise isn't accurate. I am in charge of the Heavenly Wolf Valley. Lan He said in shock, Master, do you want your disciple to be an untrustworthy and unjust person? Presumptuous. Tang Xing turned his head and shouted angrily with a dignified expression. Suddenly he calmed down and said, Xiao He, you have to understand, Master. You have to think more about the future of the thousands of Heavenly Wolf Valley disciples. If possible, Master isn't willing to do this, but if we help and protect him, it is equivalent to becoming enemies with those two top forces. How will my Heavenly Wolf Valley survive in the Eastern Territory in the future? You aren't someone who can't see the big picture, so you should be able to understand. Lan He opened her mouth but didn't say anything in the end. Her face was filled with bitterness. Now that things had come to this, she didn't know how to face Yang Kai. After all, she had already said it, and now that she couldn't fulfill the agreement, she didn't know how Yang Kai would view her. But she also knew that since her master had made a decision, there was nothing she could say to change it. She thought for a moment and said, Master, can you let me keep the token for a period of time? I will bring him away from the Heavenly Wolf Valley and accompany him to find the Spirit Beast Island. I will return once I find the Spirit Beast Island. Tang Xing shook his head and said, if there weren't those two top forces, this wouldn't be impossible. But since they are looking for trouble with Yang Kai, you absolutely can't do this. They won't let you off for my sake. What if something happens to you? But, there's no need to talk about this anymore. Tang Xing raised his hand to stop her from speaking. Now follow Master to meet that Yang Kai. Lan He followed behind in a daze. Along the way, Tang Xing took out his communication compass and communicated with someone. A moment later, a woman in palace attire flew over. It was the Deputy Valley Master of the Heavenly Wolf Valley, Xianxia, who was also Tang Xing's wife. Glancing at Lan He, Xianxia smiled and said, Xiao He, what's wrong? Why are you so listless? Did your master scold you again? Tell me what happened. Master's wife will make the decision for you. Lan He lowered her head and didn't say a word. Tang Xing sighed. He briefly recounted what had happened and informed her of his decision. Only then did Xianxia understand why Lan He was depressed. She pondered for a moment and said, this matter is a little troublesome. She also felt a little indignant about Yang Kai. Forget about him killing two saints and a personal disciple of the Netherworld sect master. Why couldn't he just stay in the Southern Territory? Why did he have to run to the Eastern Territory? So what if he came? He should at least hide his whereabouts. Once he showed himself, he was targeted by two major factions. He even caused trouble for the Heavenly Wolf Valley. Who did the Heavenly Wolf Valley offend? Xianxia thought so in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. She looked at Lan He and said, did he say why he was going to the Spirit Beast Island? Did he have any connections with anyone from the Spirit Beast Island? Lan He slowly shook her head. Disciple doesn't know. Tang Xing said, since that Yang Kai is proficient in the power of space, he must be going to the Spirit Beast Island to seek advice from Master Li Wui. Xianxia nodded and said, that's true. In that case, he doesn't have any special relationship with the Spirit Beast Island. Chapter 3298. If Yang Kai really had a special relationship with Spirit Beast Island, he wouldn't have had to ask Heavenly Wolf Valley for help when he couldn't even find a way. Thinking of this, Xianxia looked at Lan He and smiled, don't worry, Xiao He. Heaven helps the good. The two top forces might not be able to do anything to him. Lan He raised her head and looked at her. Master's wife means, Xianxia said, those who are proficient in space principles are the best at escaping. He isn't a match for the masters of the two great forces, but if he can't beat them, can't he run? Have you heard the rumor that Master Li Wuyi somehow provoked the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Empire? He was chased by the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Empire, but in the end he relied on the space divine technique to escape. You have to know what kind of figures are the great emperors. Although Li Wuyi is known as the strongest person under the great emperors, the gap between him and the great emperors is very obvious. Since he can escape from the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Empire, it shows how profound the space divine technique is. Even if Yang Kai's attainments in this Dao are not as good as Li Wuyi's, he must have a way to save his life. Hearing her words, Lan He couldn't help but recall the teleportation technique Yang Kai had used before. She thought that her master's wife's words made sense. That technique was simply amazing, allowing him to travel 1,000 miles in an instant. The people from Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land might not be able to do anything to him. The worry in her heart was finally relieved, but the guilt didn't lessen at all. When they arrived at the guest hall, Lan He knew that she didn't have the face to see Yang Kai, so she didn't follow them in. She just stood outside and waited with a sullen expression. Seeing her like this, Tang Xing and Qian Xiuing didn't force her and let her be. Inside the hall, a man and a woman arrived together. Yang Kai, who was waiting quietly in the hall, noticed them and immediately got up to look at them. With just a glance he confirmed their identities. On the way here, Lan He told him about the situation of Heavenly Wolf Valley, letting him know that there were only 2 second-order Emperor Realm Masters in Heavenly Wolf Valley. These two should be Valley Master Tang Xing and his wife, Qian Xiuing, whom she mentioned before. The man was elegant and the woman beautiful, like an immortal. Yang Kai was a guest, so he couldn't be rude and quickly cupped his fists. Yang Kai's greets Valley's Master Tang and Vice Valley Master. You. 2. B. Grace. Qian Xiuing also smiled and cupped her fists. Young Master Yang. Kai Yang was slightly startled. Although this couple gave him an extremely hospitable feeling, there was a kind of unfamiliarity in their words that was difficult to detect. He didn't have much of a friendship with Lan He, and it was his first time meeting Tang Xing and his wife, so he understood. But when he looked outside the hall, he didn't see Lan He's figure, so he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Young Master Yang, please take a seat. Tang Xing gestured with his hand and he and Qian Xiuing walked to the 2 seats above and sat down. He then shouted, "Come serve tea." Immediately, a maid came in and made the necessary arrangements. Tang Xing smiled and looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes. "I heard from Xiaohe that young Master Yang came from the Southern Territory?" Yang Kai nodded. "You can say so." Tang Xing and Qian Xiuing looked at each other and continued to ask, "May I know where young Master Yang is now?" This Tang noticed that young Master Yang is already a second-order Emperor Realm Master. With such a cultivation at such a young age, your place must be extraordinary. Yang Kai responded with a smile. "I am temporarily serving as an honored guest elder in Azure Sun Temple." He didn't mention that he was the palace master of the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. After all, others already thought that he was from the Southern Territory. If he mentioned that he was the palace master of a palace in the Northern Territory, it would be more or less boasting. Azure Sun Temple. Tang Xing was slightly moved. Azure Sun Temple, one of the 3 top forces in the Southern Territory. Yang Kai nodded. There is only one Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. Tang Xing sighed. This Tang has also heard of Azure Sun Temple. The 3 great forces in the Southern Territory, Azure Sun Temple, Orthodoxy Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land, are all extraordinary. They are on par with the 3 great forces in the Eastern Territory. They are all top forces in the world. My Heavenly Wolf Valley is inferior. Yang Kai said, "Valley Master doesn't need to be modest. I think Heavenly Wolf Valley is also very good. The 2 Valley Masters have profound cultivation. In time they may not be worse than the so-called top forces." Tang Xing laughed. "Then I will rely on young Master Tang's auspicious words." After a pause he said, "Speaking of which, when this Tang was young he also set a lofty dream of wandering the 4 territories of the star boundary. Unfortunately he was tied down by many things and couldn't achieve his long-cherished wish. He didn't even leave the Eastern Territory. It's really a shame. Since young Master Yang is from the Southern Territory, can you tell me what is the difference between the Southern Territory and the Eastern Territory? Xianxia also looked at Yang Kai curiously. He seemed to be very interested in this. Yang Kai was silent for a moment. However, since he had a request for them later on, he might as well satisfy their curiosity. Speaking of which, he had traveled the 4 territories of the star boundary. He had also experienced the customs of each region. In terms of age, he couldn't be compared to Tang Xing and Qian Xiaoying, but in terms of knowledge and experience he was able to shake them off by a few streets. He spoke frankly and eloquently. Tang Xing and Qian Xiaoying were intoxicated as they listened. It was as though they were immersed in the situation as they kept asking questions. Yang Kai's mouth was dry from talking, but the husband and wife opposite him still looked as though they wanted to continue. They didn't mention anything about the Spirit Beast Island's keepsake, which made him very depressed. He felt that he should have already told them the purpose of his visit. They kept asking him about the Southern Territory but didn't mention the keepsake. What was the meaning of this? Finally finding a gap, Yang Kai could only take the initiative to attack. Valley Masters, please forgive me. This Yang has come to Sky Wolf Valley to ask for a favor. Hearing this, Tang Xing sighed and said, this Tang roughly knows what young Master Yang is asking for. Xiao he has also told me before, but I'm afraid this matter will disappoint young Master Yang. Yang Kai was stunned. Valley Master means, Tang Xing smiled bitterly. Back then my Sky Wolf Valley did obtain a descendant of the moon-howling heavenly wolf. Strictly speaking, it wasn't considered a descendant. It only slightly awakened its ancestral bloodline, but there was nothing special about it. Later on, the Spirit Beast Island got the news from somewhere, and a beast-seeking envoy came to my Sky Wolf Valley to ask for the monster beast and gave some compensation. This is all true, but this Tang made up the Spirit Beast Island's keepsake. Made up? Yang Kai was shocked. This matter could be made up? Tang Xing said, that's right. This Tang purposely made up this news and then spread it out to add an invisible layer of protection to my Sky Wolf Valley and make other forces fear my Sky Wolf Valley. Even though the Spirit Beast Island heard this news, it is a fact that they took away my Sky Wolf Valley's monster beast. Furthermore, this Tang's actions will not damage the Spirit Beast Island's reputation. With the Spirit Beast Island's ability, they naturally disdain to make things difficult for my Sky Wolf Valley. However, I didn't expect young Master Yang to come here in vain today. I'm really ashamed. After listening to his explanation, Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He previously thought that his luck had taken a turn for the better. He didn't expect that the keepsake was actually a fabrication. Since it had come to this, what else could he say? His heart moved as he said, is it because of this that young Lady Lan doesn't dare to see me? Qian Xiaoying sighed and said, Xiao he feels that she has broken her promise to you so she doesn't have the face to see you. Yang Kai laughed and said, that's not necessary. Young Lady Lan is thinking too much. Qian Xiaoying said, that child is like this. She likes to take everything seriously. She has never forgotten the grace of saving her back then. This time she can see you in the Eastern Territory. Naturally she wants to repay the kindness of those years. However, she doesn't know whether the news is true or not. She thought that my Sky Wolf Valley really has the keepsake of the Spirit Beast Island, so she brought you here. Tang Xing said, this Tang is in the wrong. Back then I just wanted to use that opportunity to add a layer of protection to the Sky Wolf Valley. I didn't want to harm Xiao He. You must not blame her. Yang Kai said solemnly, absolutely not. If it weren't for Lan He's reminder, he really wouldn't have known that he was being targeted by the Brahma Holy Land and the Netherworld sect. Qian Xiaoying said, if you really want to find the Spirit Beast Island, you might as well go to the cities by the sea to take a look. Maybe you will find some clues. Yang Kai nodded, but in his heart he thought that if he really couldn't find the way, he might as well not go to the Spirit Beast Island. His main purpose in coming to the Eastern Territory this time was to go to Dragon Island. The Spirit Beast Island was just a side trip. Speaking of which, Lu Yen had lived on the Spirit Beast Island for a long time, but she might not know the location of the Spirit Beast Island because when Jiufeng took her away, she was still a phoenix egg. Then she went directly to Dragon Island and followed Yang Kai to the lower territory. At this moment, Tang Xing suddenly frowned. He took out a communication artifact from his space ring and sensed it. Immediately, his expression changed and he turned to look at Qian Xiaoying. Yang Kai observed his expression and knew that he had probably received an important message. He smiled slightly and said, "If the two valley masters have something to do, please take care of it. This Yang will leave in a while. If I have time in the future, I will come to visit the two of you." Tang Xing got up and said, "I'm ashamed. There are indeed some urgent matters in the valley. In that case, this Tang will not be polite with young Master Yang. Please help yourself." After speaking, he left with Qian Xiaoying. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at their disappearing backs. He reached out and touched his chin. A strange look full of deep meaning flashed in his eyes. He was not a fool. Although Tang Xing's words sounded reasonable, his previous actions made him feel that something was wrong. He did not dare to say whether he had the token or not, but it was definitely true that the Heavenly Wolf Valley did not welcome him. Otherwise, the couple would not have left together. If there was really something important, one of them could handle it. Why did they have to go together? They did not even express their intention to stay for a few days. After he said that he would leave in a while, Yang Kai clearly felt that they were secretly relieved. They were afraid of getting into trouble. Chapter 3299. However, standing in her position, it was normal to have such concerns. Yang Kai had no reason to blame others, but he was somewhat unhappy. A head popped out from the door and looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Miss Lan." Lan, he appeared bashfully with an awkward expression. "Brother Yang." Yang Kai asked curiously, "What's wrong, Miss Lan? Where are you feeling unwell?" Lan, he looked down at her toes. "Brother Yang, I'm sorry." Yang Kai didn't know if Heavenly Wolf Valley had the token of Spirit Beast Island, but she knew. She also knew that the news wasn't fabricated. It was only because her master and mistress were worried that being on good terms with Yang Kai would bring trouble to Heavenly Wolf Valley, so they said that. If she could be the master, she wouldn't be stingy with this effort. However, although she was an elder of Heavenly Wolf Valley, she couldn't promise Yang Kai anything at this time, let alone do anything that would betray Heavenly Wolf Valley. On one hand, he was her benefactor, and on the other hand, he was her master. Lan He's heart was very tangled. The more she thought about it, the more guilty she felt when facing Yang Kai. She almost didn't dare to look at him. Yang Kai walked in front of her and smiled. "Miss Lan is too serious. I'm already very grateful that you told me about the Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land. As for the token of Spirit Beast Island, since it was fabricated, you don't have to care about it." Lan He was silent for a while, then she suddenly raised her head and said with a firm expression, "Brother Yang, wait a few more days. I'll think of a way for you." Seeing her expression, Yang Kai knew that she probably wanted to plead with Tang Xing and ask for the token of the Spirit Beast Island. However, if she really did that, it might cause a rift between the master and disciple. He smiled and said, "No need. I don't have to go to the Spirit Beast Island. To me, I can go to the Spirit Beast Island if I can, but it doesn't matter if I can't. Instead, I have troubled you and said something that I shouldn't have." It was clearly the Sky Wolf Valley's fault. It was her master who had his misgivings. When he first heard that Yang Kai was coming, he was very happy to meet him. He even said that he would personally accompany him to search for Spirit Beast Island. Later on, when he heard that the two top factions were finding trouble with Yang Kai, his attitude immediately changed. But now she was the one who was being comforted. "Where is Big Sister Ling? Can you take me to see her?" Yang Kai changed the topic. "Of course. Brother Yang, follow me." As expected, Lan He's attention was diverted as she responded readily. As Lan He went deeper into the Sky Wolf Valley, she remained silent and only replied when Yang Kai asked her a few questions. She was no longer as lively and cheerful as before. It was obvious that she was still feeling guilty. In another hall, Tang Xing and Qian Xiaoying hurriedly walked in. There were already two people waiting in the hall. One of them was an elderly man with a gloomy aura, as though he had just walked out from the gates of hell. The other was a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance. He wore a simple black robe and stood there with his hands behind his back. He was like a sharp sword that was suppressing the hall, causing the atmosphere in the hall to be extremely stifling. Seeing these two people, Tang Xing and Qian Xiaoying were both shocked. They stepped forward and cupped their fists. "Sect Master Fu, Holy Master Su has graced this Tang with his presence. Please forgive this Tang for not coming out to greet you." These two had arrived so quickly. Yang Kai had just arrived in Skywolf Valley and these two had already arrived. Tang Xing secretly rejoiced that he had the foresight not to hastily agree to Yang Kai's request. Otherwise, Heavenly Wolf Valley would not be able to extricate themselves from this matter. These two were the leaders of the two top forces in the Eastern Territory. Both of them had powerful cultivations at the third-layer Emperor realm. The fact that the two of them had come together showed the attitude of Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land. It was likely that these two forces had already dispatched all their masters. Tang Xing sighed in his heart. Yang Kai's chances of survival were slim. So what if he had the space divine technique? With so many masters taking action, once the void was disturbed, even with the space divine technique, he would not be able to escape easily. He could only hope that Xiao He would not blame him in the future. The ghostly Fu Bo lowered his eyes and remained motionless like an old monk. Even though this was Heavenly Wolf Valley and he was just a guest, he could still not give face to Tang Xing. Su Chongfeng, on the other hand, grunted in response. However, he still had his back to Tang Xing and Qian Xiuying as he asked indifferently, "Tang Xing, how long has your Heavenly Wolf Valley been around?" This question was asked without rhyme or reason, but Tang Xing could hear a strange aura in it. He could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "About 20 to 30,000 years." Su Chongfeng lightly nodded, turned around and said indifferently, 20 to 30,000 years. Your inheritance can be considered to be ancient. Your Skywolf Valley had once been glorious, and was once one of the top powers in the eastern region. But it had also once fallen and was even almost destroyed. But since it was able to last for 20 to 30,000 years without falling, I presume it has its own unique points. Tang Xing squeezed out a smile and said, "Beasts have the instinct to seek fortune and avoid disaster. My Heavenly Wolf Valley is in cahoots with battle wolves, so naturally it is the same." Su Chongfeng stared at him meaningfully for a while before nodding. "Very good. You should know why Sect Master Fu and I are here this time." Tang Xing's forehead was dripping with cold sweat as he replied, "Holy Master Su, rest assured. My Heavenly Wolf Valley will not do something that will bring destruction upon itself. It's just that my disciple was immature and unintentionally brought him back. My Heavenly Wolf Valley has no intention of sheltering him and he will leave soon." Fu Bo suddenly snorted coldly, "You can try sheltering him." Hearing this, Qian Xiuying couldn't help glaring angrily at Fu Bo, feeling somewhat unconvinced. "You are indeed a three-layer Emperor Realm Master and the leader of a top force in the Eastern Territory, but this is Heavenly Wolf Valley. How can a guest like you be so arrogant to the host?" Heavenly Wolf Valley was protected by Spirit Beast Island's token, so she did not believe that Netherworld sect would dare to make a move against Heavenly Wolf Valley. As long as the token was still there, as long as Spirit Beast Island's prestige remained, Heavenly Wolf Valley would not be destroyed. As if feeling her gaze, Fu Bo suddenly raised his eyes, his sharp eyes meeting Qian Xiuying's gaze as he sneered mischievously. The next moment, Qian Xiuying's beautiful face turned pale. She could only hear the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves ringing in her ears. Her soul trembled and her entire body turned cold. Tang Xing's figure flashed, blocking in front of Qian Xiuying, and he asked in a deep voice, "Sect Master Fu, what is the meaning of this? My Heavenly Wolf Valley has no intention of interfering in other people's grievances and disputes, so please conduct yourself with dignity, Sect Master Fu." Fu Bo coldly replied, "This king just saw that Madame Tang was somewhat unconvinced and wanted her to recognize reality." "What? Are you also unconvinced?" Tang Xing was bitter, but he did not dare to say anything more. Su Chongfeng continued, "Tang Xing, does your noble sect protecting array have the effect of isolating heaven and earth?" Tang Xing subconsciously replied, "Every sect protecting array has this function." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly seemed to have realized something and asked in horror, "What does Holy Master Su mean by this?" Su Chongfeng looked at him indifferently. "What do you think?" Fu Bo laughed strangely and stood up. "Holy Master Su means to ask you to activate the sect protecting array and isolate heaven and earth, so as to prevent him from escaping. You also know that this brat has some ability." Tang Xing's expression changed greatly. "Could it be that the two of you want to fight in my Heavenly Wolf Valley?" Su Chongfeng looked at him and said, "This is a ready-made burial ground, what's wrong with that?" "No." Tang Xing flatly refused. Fu Bo narrowed his eyes and said, "Tang Xing, think before you speak. The brain is a good thing. If you don't use it, wouldn't it be useless?" These two people kept calling Tang Xing by his name, completely disregarding Tang Xing. Tang Xing and his wife were angry, but they did not dare to say anything. At this moment, they were even mocking him with such cold words, making Tang Xing somewhat unable to restrain himself. Even a clay figurine had a temper, not to mention that he was the sect master. He had already expressed his attitude before that he would not protect Yang Kai, but he did not expect that these two people would be so overbearing and delusional to want to fight in his heavenly wolf valley. Taking a deep breath, Tang Xing said solemnly, "This absolutely cannot be done. To tell you the truth, that person saved my disciple's life. This time my disciple brought him back with a request, but this Tang has already refused, making my disciple feel uneasy. If I activate the sect protecting array to isolate heaven and earth and let him die in my heavenly wolf valley, my disciple will definitely be plagued by inner demons in the future. How will he have room to improve? If the two of you really want to deal with him, you can choose anywhere in the world except my heavenly wolf valley. My heavenly wolf valley will not protect him, but we will also not interfere in your grievances." "You really can't?" Su Changfeng stared at Tang Xing with a sharp gaze. Tang Xing's face twitched as he sensed the threat. He knew that if he were to refuse this time, the Sky Wolf Valley would have endless trouble in the East region in the future. Just as he had said to Lan He previously, with the protection of the Spirit Beast Island, no one would dare to make a move on the Sky Wolf Valley openly. However, it was inevitable that they would try to trip them up in the dark. Heavenly Wolf Valley was a large sect, and its expenses were not small. The sect also had many foundations outside, so these foundations would definitely be targeted. Looking at Xianxia, he saw her slowly shaking her head and moving her mouth. It was silent, but Tang Xing knew that she was talking about Lan He. He immediately made a decision and said firmly, "I ask Holy Master Su not to make things difficult for this Tang again." Lan He was able to return alive from the Shattered Star Sea and break through to the Emperor realm so early, so they naturally had high hopes for her. In the future she might even have a chance to break through to the Third Order Emperor realm. In other words, the future of Heavenly Wolf Valley depended on Lan He alone. If Lan He's martial Dao heart was damaged because of this incident, it would be Heavenly Wolf Valley's greatest loss. As for whether their foundations outside would be suppressed or not, that was something that would need to be considered in the future. Not to mention Yang Kai was also related to another elder of Heavenly Wolf Valley, Ling Yinqin. If Yang Kai died in Heavenly Wolf Valley, Ling Yinqin would definitely have a problem with Heavenly Wolf Valley. This was equivalent to Heavenly Wolf Valley losing the recognition of to the Emperor realm. How could Tang Xing allow such a thing to happen? Hearing this answer, Fu Bo smiled coldly again. Su Changfeng stared at Tang Xing indifferently for a while and seemed to have seen through his decisiveness. He nodded slightly and said, "Fine." Hearing this, Tang Xing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Su Changfeng really insisted on doing this, he really didn't know if he could refuse. The current situation was the best outcome. Although he couldn't protect Yang Kai, he also didn't agree to open the sect protecting array to cut off Yang Kai's path of survival. This could be considered as an explanation to him and Lan He. Chapter 3300. In the back valley of Heavenly Wolf Valley, there was a quiet and secluded place where Ling Yinqin lived. Her days were very simple. According to Lan He, after she came out of the Shattered Star Sea, she began to inquire about Ling Yinqin. It just so happened that Ling Yinqin had come all the way to the Eastern Territory. When the two met, Ling Yinqin understood Lan He's intentions and immediately thanked her before following her to Heavenly Wolf Valley. At that time she was only in the Third Order Dao Source realm. After that, with Lan He as her guarantor, she easily joined Heavenly Wolf Valley and lived in the place where her husband lived. Every day she stood aloof from worldly affairs and cultivated diligently. After so many years she actually broke through to the Emperor realm. With such strength, Tang Xing gave her the position of elder. However, everyone in Heavenly Wolf Valley knew that Elder Ling didn't care about the affairs of Heavenly Wolf Valley and didn't interact with others. She just stayed by the grass all day, and some people who knew about her were moved by her infatuation. When Yang Kai arrived with Lan He, Ling Yinqin was meditating in front of a grave. The grave was covered in lush green grass and even had wildflowers in full bloom. This should be the place where her husband's ashes were buried. Sensing someone coming, Ling Yinqin opened her eyes. She first saw Lan He, who was leading the way, and smiled at her. Then she saw Yang Kai behind her and was startled for a moment before revealing a look of pleasant surprise. Elderling, someone is here to see you. Lan He walked over with a smile. Big sisterling, long time no see. Yang Kai also smiled and cupped his fists. Yang Kai. Ling Yinchin looked surprised, but the smile on her face came from the bottom of her heart. Why are you here? I was passing by the Eastern Territory and bumped into Miss Lan He. Thanks for your invitation. I came to Heavenly Wolf Valley and came to see you. Ling Yinchin looked him up and down and said, I haven't seen you in so many years. You seem to have gotten a lot stronger. Yang Kai smiled and said, I heard that big sister Ling also broke through to the Emperor realm. Ling Yinchin glanced back at the grave and said softly, I don't have much to do, just cultivate. Come, let's go inside and talk. He warmly welcomed Yang Kai and Lan He into the hut. The furnishings in the hut were also very simple. There were no decorations at all. There were only tables, chairs and beds, but it gave people a fresh and natural feeling. Ling Yinchin boiled some tea, and the three sat down to talk about how they had come to the Eastern Territory after leaving the sealed world of the solitary void ocean. Ling Yinchin also sighed. At that time she was only in the Third Order Dao Source realm, and it took her several years to travel from one territory to another. During that time she had narrowly escaped death several times, but fortunately her luck was good and she managed to escape danger each time. When she finally arrived in the Eastern Territory, she met Lan He, who was looking for her. Ling Yinchin naturally thanked Yang Kai profusely. If he hadn't mentioned this to Lan He in the Shattered Star Sea, it wouldn't have been easy for her to join Heavenly Wolf Valley. After all, she didn't grow up in Heavenly Wolf Valley. Which force would dare to casually accept someone who didn't know her background? Heavenly Wolf Valley's influence in the Eastern Territory could be considered quite good, and such a force would generally choose to accept people who weren't qualified. They would rather cultivate their members from a young age than casually accept people of unknown origins to avoid unnecessary trouble. After entering Heavenly Wolf Valley, everything settled down. She came here and lived a semi-secluded life, and no one disturbed her on a normal day. While chatting, she also asked about the situation of Bing Yun, Lu Xianyun and the others. After learning that everything was fine, she was relieved. After another half a day, Yang Kai got up and said goodbye. Ling Yinchin tried her best to persuade him to stay for a few more days, and Lan He also chimed in, but Yang Kai knew Tang Xing's attitude, so how could he stay and let others complain? He found an excuse and left. Ling Yinchin wanted to send him off, but she was stopped by him. In the end, she could only stand in front of the straw hut and watch his back disappear. Brother Yang, can't you wait a few more days? I can think of something else. Lan He asked gloomily as she followed Yang Kai out of Heavenly Wolf Valley. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled. No need, I still have other important matters to attend to, so I won't be going to Spirit Beast Island for the time being. But... Lan He opened her mouth, but before she could finish, a young man suddenly flew out from the side and called out anxiously, Senior Sister Lan, the Valley Master is calling for you. He has something to discuss with you. Lan He nodded. I'll go see the Valley Master after sending Brother Yang off. The young man blocked her path and said with a serious face, The Valley Master said that he wants you to go immediately. Seems to be something urgent. Lan He frowned when she heard this. She obviously realized something and coldly snorted, I'm just going to send Brother Yang off. I'll be there soon. Can't you wait a little longer? A trace of embarrassment appeared on the young man's face. He cupped his fists and said, Senior Sister Lan, please forgive me. I'm just following the Valley Master's orders. Seeing that Lan He still wanted to say something, Yang Kai raised his hand and said, Go ahead, Miss Lan. I know the way out of the valley, so there's no need to send me off. Brother Yang. Yang Kai waved his hand and flew out of the valley like a bolt of lightning. His voice came from afar. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Brother Yang, be careful. Lan He hurriedly shouted from behind. When Yang Kai's figure disappeared from sight, she glared at the young man. The young man felt his hair stand on end from her glare. He could only explain with a smile, Senior Sister Lan, it's the Valley Master. Humph. Lan He looked unhappy as she turned and flew in another direction. She wanted to ask her master what he meant. She was indebted to him. Now that he was in trouble, not only could she not help him, she could not even send him off. How could she face him in the future? It had to be said that the Heavenly Wolf Valley's attitude toward Yang Kai today made Lan He very disappointed. She was also holding back a ball of anger in her heart. Outside the heavenly wolf valley, Yang Kai had just appeared when a person flew toward him. At first Yang Kai did not pay attention to that person. When they brushed past each other, that person suddenly exclaimed and stopped. He turned around and shouted, "Is that brother Yang Kai over there?" Yang Kai stopped and looked back. He felt that it was very interesting. He had come to the Eastern Territory and actually met some acquaintances one after another. The person who spoke had already turned around and stopped a few dozen feet in front of Yang Kai. He glanced at Yang Kai and said in surprise, "It really is brother Yang. When I heard that you came to the Heavenly Wolf Valley, this chi rushed over without stopping. I never thought that I would meet you here." Hi. Yang Kai frowned. If he did not call himself this chi, Yang Kai was afraid that he would not have remembered this guy. However, after hearing him call himself this chi, coupled with his somewhat familiar appearance, Yang Kai immediately recalled some things that happened in the Shattered Star Sea and the Ancient Lands passageway. Chi Hai laughed and said, "Brother Yang, it is really this chi's fortune that you still remember this chi." Yang Kai looked him up and down and asked curiously, "Aren't you from the Heaven Chi Castle? Why are you here?" If he remembered correctly, the Heaven Chi Castle should be not far from the Ancient Lands. In the desolate city outside the Ancient Lands, there were many people from the Heaven Chi Castle. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He came out of the Ancient Lands and went to the desolate city, so many people in the Eastern Territory knew about his appearance. Even Lan He of the Heavenly Wolf Valley had heard about it. There must be a reason for everything. Although Yang Kai did not try to hide, to be honest, there were not many people in the Eastern Territory who knew him. So the question was, where did the news of him appearing in the Eastern Territory come from? Although he had some doubts before, he did not take them to heart. Until he saw Chi Hai at this moment, he felt like the clouds had cleared and the moon had been revealed. The source was right in front of him. But why did you take the initiative to come here? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Chi Hai with a thought-provoking expression. Chi Hai, however, was unaware of it and said seriously, "Naturally, I came for brother Yang." Yang Kai faintly asked, "What is the matter?" Chi Hai smiled bitterly, "It's about the matter of the past." While speaking, he bowed to the ground and said respectfully, "Brother Yang, please be merciful and save my wife's life. My wife doesn't have much time left. If this continues, I'm afraid she won't last more than a month." Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. "Your wife is still alive?" If he remembered correctly, Chi Hai's woman should have been poisoned by one of the 10 great poisons, the heavenly frost earth rain. Later he paid a little attention to this poison and knew that it was very toxic. There was almost no cure for it, but if he could find the Phoenix True Fire with the effect of nirvana, there would be a glimmer of hope. But how many years had it been? Chi Hai's woman was poisoned before the Shattered Star Sea opened. It had been almost 20 years since then. Being poisoned by the heavenly frost earth rain for 20 years and not dying, what kind of concept was this? Was Chi Hai's woman a dragon race? Chi Hai said with a miserable expression, "There is a strange treasure in my Heaven Chi Castle that has the effect of freezing. My wife has been frozen in it, freezing her vitality and all her state. That's why she has been able to survive until today, but with the passage of time, the effect is getting worse and worse. If I don't detoxify her, I'm afraid she will really." As he spoke, his eyes were filled with tears, looking like a love-struck man. Yang Kai felt very sad when he saw this. A man did not cry easily, not to mention that Chi Hai was now in the Emperor realm. If either Su Yan or Xianing Chong encountered this kind of thing, Yang Kai estimated that he wouldn't be any better. Chi Hai straightened his face and continued, "I heard that brother Yang appeared once in the Eastern Territory, but unfortunately this Chi didn't get to see you back then." Yang Kai suddenly felt a little embarrassed and said, "I had something important to do at that time, and at that time, I couldn't help you." Chi Hai said, "As long as you have the Phoenix True Fire, you can detoxify and prolong your life. Didn't brother Yang get the Phoenix True Fire in the Shattered Star Sea? How is this possible?" He was sure that the Phoenix True Fire was in Yang Kai's hands. If this was wrong, wouldn't it be a big mistake? Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I did get the Phoenix True Fire, but it wasn't with me at that time. Even if I wanted to help you, I didn't have the ability." Chapter 3301. So it's like this. Chi Hai couldn't help but stagger, and his expression actually aged quite a bit. However, he sneered in his heart. The true Phoenix Fire was such a precious item. Since he had obtained it, how could he not have it with him? This was obviously an excuse. Since you weren't willing to help back then, why are you finding this excuse now? Yang Kai frowned and said, what's more, since your wife was poisoned, you should be thinking of ways to cure her. Why are you pinning your hopes on me? Qi Hai said bleakly, there's no other way. Only the true phoenix fire can save her life. Therefore, when I heard that Brother Yang had come to the Eastern Territory, this Qi immediately chased after you without stopping. However, Brother Yang's speed was too fast and this Qi couldn't catch up. Fortunately, I heard that Brother Yang had come to the Sky Wolf Valley, so I came here to try my luck. He paused for a moment and said, I heard that Brother Yang was looking everywhere for the way to the Spirit Beast Island. Yang Kai said with a fake smile, Brother Qi is really well informed. How could Qi Hai not hear the ridicule in his words? However, he pretended not to know and said seriously, if that's the case, this Qi might be able to help. Yang Kai sized him up and said, Brother Qi, don't tell me that you know how to get to the Spirit Beast Island. Qi Hai smiled slightly. This Qi isn't sure, but this Qi knows where to find the Spirit Beast Island's beast hunting envoy. The beast hunting envoy comes from the Spirit Beast Island. As long as we find the beast hunting envoy, we won't have to worry about not being able to get to the Spirit Beast Island. Yang Kai's expression changed. Qi Hai smiled proudly. The Spirit Beast Island's beast hunting envoy is mainly looking for all kinds of strange beasts for the Beast Warrior Master. Brother Yang, think about it. In the Eastern Territory, where are the places with the most strange beasts? Was there a need to think about it? Yang Kai immediately thought of a place. Savage, desolate, ancient land. Qi Hai clapped his hands and said, that's right. The savage, desolate, ancient lands has the most strange beasts, and many of them have the bloodline of ancient divine spirits. How could a beast-seeking envoy miss that place? My Heaven Qi Castle is located at the periphery of the ancient land. It has a unique geographical location. To tell you the truth, Brother Yang, there is a beast hunter who lives in my Heaven Qi Castle all year round. What a coincidence. Yang Kai glared at him and then said lightly, Brother Qi, are you going to ask me to follow you back to the Heaven Qi Castle and meet the beast hunter and save your wife's life? Qi Hai cupped his hands and said, if so, this Qi will be eternally grateful. Yang Kai nodded and asked casually, but before that, I have something I would like to ask Brother Qi. Qi Hai said solemnly, you flatter me. Brother Yang, feel free to ask me anything. Yang Kai said, the people of the Netherworld sect and the Brahma Holy Land are inquiring about my whereabouts. Brother Qi should know about this, right? I was just about to tell Brother Yang about this. Qi Hai showed a look of shame. This Qi has been chasing Brother Yang all the way here and also mobilized a lot of Heaven Qi Castle spies in the Eastern Territory. Perhaps the commotion caused was a bit big, so the news of Brother Yang's appearance in the Eastern Territory was leaked out. Brother Yang, please forgive me. Is that so? Yang Kai didn't comment and didn't know whether to believe it or not. He smiled slightly and said, to tell you the truth, I came to the Heavenly Wolf Valley this time to inquire about the Spirit Beast Island, but Valley Master Tang seems to be somewhat afraid of the Netherworld sect and the Brahma Holy Land, so he didn't meet my request. The Brother Qi takes me back to the Heaven Qi Castle. Aren't you afraid that the two great forces will find trouble with you? Qi Hai said decisively, as long as I can save my wife's life, this Qi is willing to pay any price. Yang Kai nodded and said, Brother Qi is really sincere to your wife. In that case, I don't understand. Qi Hai said in a daze, I don't know what Brother Yang doesn't understand. Yang Kai grinned and turned his head to look at the void around him. Since you have a request for me, why did you join forces with the people of the Netherworld sect and the Brahma Holy Land? You stopped me here and distracted me by talking to me, but it is convenient for them to secretly arrange things. Aren't you afraid that if you offend me I won't save you in anger? Qi Hai's expression suddenly changed and his face twitched. What does Brother Yang mean? Yang Kai ignored him and shouted, since you are here, why are you sneaking around? Why don't you show yourself openly? Ah! A loud laugh suddenly rang out. I told you that you guys couldn't hide your schemes from him, but you didn't believe me. Now you've lost face, haven't you? As these words fell, the void trembled slightly and a young man with red hair, red eyes, and a strange expression suddenly appeared. He seemed to have been hiding there all this time, but it was unknown what method he used to hide his figure. Could be said that he was almost flawless. Yang Kai glanced over and raised his brow. Qi Gui. Although he wasn't familiar with this guy and had only seen him once in the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai still recognized him at a glance. It was Qi Gui of the Ahan Temple that Lan he had mentioned before. This guy's appearance was so unique that it was difficult to not recognize him. Qi Gui grinned as if he really was an evil ghost, causing everyone to shudder. Southern Territory Yang Kai. As he spoke, his red eyes flashed with a divine light, as if he was an excellent hunter who had seen his favorite prey and was ready to hunt. You little brat, if you don't watch your mouth, this king will tear it off. A cold voice rang out and a figure appeared on the other side, an old man with a ghostly aura. Netherworld sect master Fu Bo. His seniority was higher than Qi Gui's, and although Qi Gui was also an emperor, he was just a rising star, so Fu Bo was qualified to teach him a lesson. Qi Gui curled his lips when he heard this, not daring to be too presumptuous. His master was not here, so if he really provoked Fu Bo, he would have to bear the consequences. Sect Master Fu. Yang Kai looked at Fu Bo and smiled slightly. Speaking of which, this was not the first time he and Fu Bo had met. Back then he had gone to the Netherworld sect, but at that time he had used Luan Feng's name as a cover. With Luan Feng accompanying him, even though Fu Bo knew that he was the one who killed Yin Lixing, he did not dare to be too presumptuous and swallowed his anger. After all, Yang Kai was related to the ancient land divine spirit, so he did not dare to have any ideas. This time, if he had not received some information and instructions, the Netherworld sect would not have made things difficult for Yang Kai again. However, the information and instructions he received made Fu Bo no longer have any scruples. This time he had to settle his old grudge in one fell swoop. Boy, you've got guts, daring to come to the Eastern Territory. Fu Bo coldly snorted as he glared at Yang Kai, his eyes almost spitting fire. Beside him, one powerful figure after another gradually appeared, all of them emitting ghostly auras. There were more than 20 of them, all of them from the Emperor realm. Yang Kai calmly said, "The world is vast, I can go wherever I want. It's just a trip to the Eastern Territory, why wouldn't I dare?" Fu Bo sneered again and again, "I hope your ability is as big as your words." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Sect Master Fu led the elites of the Netherworld sect out to deal with this king. Aren't you afraid that Lady Feng will come looking for trouble with you?" Fu Bo's expression changed when he heard this. He naturally knew that the Lady Feng Yang Kai was talking about was the Luan Feng of the ancient land, but that was it. He coldly snorted and said, "How can the divine spirit and the ancient land's monster race interfere in the affairs of my human race? It's fine if they don't come out, but if they do, this king would like to see if they can return to the ancient land alive." Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said, "Sect Master Fu seems to have some kind of backing. And since the people from the Netherworld sect are here, I presume those from Brahma Holy Land are also here?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked to the other side. Sure enough, there were more than a dozen figures there, led by a third-order Emperor Realm Master, but Fu Bo's Yin-Chi was different. The middle-aged man had an indifferent expression, but his figure was as straight as a sword, giving off an indescribable pressure. "Good." Yang Kai laughed. "With so many masters from two great forces here, this king's face is really big, but with so many people here, I don't know how many of them will be able to leave alive." Qi Gui immediately looked at Yang Kai in shock. "I've seen people with big mouths, but I've never seen one as big as you." Yang Kai turned to look at him and said, "The Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land have enmity with me, so I can understand why they came to find trouble with me, but Qi Gui, what are you doing here?" Qi Gui's fiery red hair fluttered in the wind as he grinned, giving off an evil and boundless feeling. "Don't misunderstand, I have no enmity with you, nor am I on their side. I just came here to compare notes with you. You've already killed all those guys from the Eastern Territory, so I really can't find another opponent." Yang Kai nodded. "If it were any other time I wouldn't mind comparing notes with you, but today, it's not the right time. We can have a fight at any time, anywhere. When is it not the right time?" Qi Gui slowly shook his head. "You misunderstand." Yang Kai sighed. "I mean, if it weren't for today I would be able to compare notes with you, but if you fight today, I'm afraid you'll be in a difficult situation." Qi Gui's expression suddenly became excited. "You mean I'm not your opponent?" "You'll know when you try." Yang Kai gently smiled as he looked around. "You've all secretly arranged things here to seal off space and not give me any room to escape. I'm curious, Aren't you going to use some kind of heaven and earth isolation array? Do you need me to give you a bit more time? I can wait a bit more. Wait a bit more. These words were very harsh to the ears, making the two great forces of the Emperor realm angry. What did this little brat mean? Did he really think he was invincible in the world and that so many people from the Emperor realm couldn't do anything to him? Originally, when dealing with Yang Kai, everyone was worried that he would use the space divine technique to escape. If that was the case, there was nothing they could do to him. This was why Chi Hai had come forward to delay him so that the others could secretly arrange things. They never thought that he would be so shameless and take the initiative to give up his biggest advantage. Once he was isolated from the world, he would have no way to escape. If he wanted to leave this place alive, he would have to defeat or kill these several dozen people from the Emperor realm. Who did he think he was? Great emperors? Chapter 3302. Arrogant enough. Qi Gui stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly, his heart filled with admiration. If he were in Yang Kai's shoes, he would never be as leisurely and elegant as Yang Kai. Not only did Yang Kai not try to find a way to escape, he even dared to ridicule him. Was he tired of living? Su Chongfeng said indifferently, "You don't necessarily need to set up a spirit array to isolate this world. Do you think you can sit back and relax just because you have the divine technique of space? Young man, this world is so big, there are always things you don't know." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Holy Master Su's words sound very interesting. Can I take it that you have already sealed off this world?" Su Chongfeng smiled faintly. "Why don't you try?" Yang Kai nodded and really did try. Under the surge of his space principles, Yang Kai discovered that the surrounding world was like an impregnable cage. Although he could still use his space principles, he couldn't teleport. On the surface, Yang Kai remained calm, but in his heart he was slightly surprised and quickly looked around. He didn't find any traces of a spirit array here, so how did this world isolate him from teleportation? Could it be that the other side also had a master proficient in the space principles? Only someone who was also proficient in the space principles could seal off this world without anyone noticing. But that shouldn't be the case. The space principles were extremely difficult to grasp, and it was even more difficult to cultivate them. Just what kind of character was Xing Yuzhu? She was an existence who could compete with Wukong for the position of great emperors, yet she had been trapped in the void for tens of thousands of years and had painstakingly studied the Tao of space, yet she had only just begun. If the Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land really had masters proficient in the space principles, they would definitely not be unknown and would have long since become famous. Unable to figure it out, Yang Kai didn't bother to think about it because he didn't intend to use teleportation to break out today. "Death is at hand, do you have anything to say?" Fu Bo coldly glared at Yang Kai, the murderous intent in his eyes almost tangible. This was different from the hatred between Yang Kai and Brahma Holy Land. Brahma Holy Land wanted to deal with Yang Kai only because Yang Kai had killed two of their holy sons in the Shattered Star Sea. Although someone from the Netherworld sect had been killed by Yang Kai, this was not the real reason why Fu Bo wanted to deal with him. The biggest reason was the territory of the Great Desolate Star. The Netherworld sect in the territory of the Great Desolate Star could be regarded as the origin of the Netherworld sect in the astral boundary. It was precisely because the experts of the Netherworld sect in the territory of the Great Desolate Star came to the astral boundary and cultivated successfully that they established the Netherworld sect in the astral boundary. The relationship between the two was inseparable. Not long ago, the Netherworld sect in the territory of the Great Desolate Star was uprooted by the Yang Kai. The foundation of the sect was destroyed and almost all the disciples of the sect were slaughtered. When Fu Bo heard the news, he almost couldn't catch his breath. Coupled with the fact that Yang Kai had killed Yin Luxing and Elder Hua Feichen in the past, it could be said that both new and old grudges were surging together. Even if Yang Kai really had some kind of relationship with the ancient land's divine spirits, so what? In the past, Fu Bo could give face to Luan Feng and swallow his anger, hiding this grudge in his heart and not showing it. But after the incident in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, Fu Bo could no longer bear it and was determined to kill Yang Kai to avenge himself. As he said, this was a matter of the human race. Although he was afraid of Luan Feng, if the ancient land's divine spirits and the monster race really insisted on interfering in the human race's affairs, it wasn't as if no one would deal with them. It is not certain who will die and who will live. Isn't Sect Master Fu too optimistic? Yang Kai glanced at him and then turned to look at Chi Hai, shaking his head in disappointment. Why are you doing this? Do you think that by helping them kill me you can take away the Phoenix True Fire and save your wife? Qi Hai's face suddenly became ferocious. She is already dead, it was you who killed her. If I don't kill you today I won't be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Hearing this, Fu Bo laughed loudly. Good disciple, well said. Yang Kai raised his brow and said with some surprise, so you have already joined the Netherworld sect. No wonder you can break through to the Emperor realm. But Qi Hai, you are wrong. Qi Hai clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. What did I do wrong? Yang Kai said softly, your wife's death has nothing to do with me. She died because she entrusted it to the wrong person. Nonsense. Qi Hai flew into a rage and his expression was both painful and ferocious as he said, you clearly had the ability to save her life back then, but you turned a deaf ear to her, causing her to suffer all kinds of torture and suffering before she finally passed away. All of this is your fault. Yang Kai sneered. According to what you said, anyone in this world who has the ability to detoxify your wife is your enemy. Because they had the ability but didn't help you, Qi Hai, is there something wrong with your head? Qi Hai said coldly, I don't know if anyone else has this ability but I know that you do. Yang Kai shook his head and sighed, because of this, you hold a grudge against me. Your wife really did entrust it to the wrong person. If she was still alive I wouldn't have saved her. It would have been better for her to die early, lest she continue to suffer with an irresponsible person like you in the future. Shut up. Qi Hai's face became ferocious as if he had been poked in a sore spot. Yang Kai continued, as a man, you don't have the ability to protect your woman and instead place your hopes on others. What kind of responsibility do you have? Qi Hai flew into a rage out of humiliation and roared, I'll kill you. That woman's death was the greatest pain in his life, a knot in his heart that he could not let go of. If not for this he would not have tried so hard to enter Netherworld sect and find such a backer, simply because he knew that he could not deal with Yang Kai with his own ability. In any case, Netherworld sect and Yang Kai had a grudge against each other, so he might have a chance to get what he wanted by borrowing the strength of Netherworld sect. But today Yang Kai was really trapped here. Under the gaze of so many masters, he would not be able to escape even if he had wings. At this moment, angered by Yang Kai's words, coupled with his own wishes, he naturally wanted to kill Yang Kai with his own hands. As soon as his words fell, he shook his hand and summoned a black banner. In an instant Yin Qi rolled out and the world was filled with wailing and howling. This was one of Netherworld sect's two great artifacts, the 10,000 soul banner. Yang Kai looked at him coldly as if he was looking at a dead man. Although he had no grudge with Qi Hai, since the other party had willingly treated him as an enemy and attacked him, Yang Kai naturally would not show mercy. A trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master could be killed with a flick of his finger. However, after summoning the 10,000 soul banner, Qi Hai did not immediately attack Yang Kai. Instead he was startled and stared at his own 10,000 soul banner with wide eyes. Because at this moment, a vague phantom suddenly floated out of the 10,000 soul banner. It was the figure of a woman, probably a kind of spirit body because it looked a little illusory and had no substance. Her whole body was covered in ghost qi and her face was pale. But it was not difficult to see that this woman must have been a peerless beauty when she was alive. Her demeanor was gentle, and even the ghost qi around her could not hide her peerless beauty. On the other side, Fu Bo, who was quietly observing the situation and did not even try to stop Qi Hai when he was about to attack, suddenly changed his expression and stared at the woman's phantom in a daze. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he whispered, Yin's spirit. Because of the secret arts and secret techniques that the Netherworld sect cultivated, they dealt with Yin spirits and death all year round. The 10,000 soul banner was made from Yin spirits, and the more Yin spirits there were, the more powerful the 10,000 soul banner would be. But Yin spirits were difficult to find, while Yin spirits were easy to obtain. Because ordinary Yin spirits did not have sentience, no matter how powerful they were when they were alive. Once they were refined by the Netherworld sect's disciples with a secret technique after death, they would become banner spirits that obeyed orders. But Yin spirits were different. Yin spirits could be said to be another kind of existence. They were also a kind of Yin spirit. They did not have flesh and blood, but they had their own sentience and there was a lot of room for cultivation and development. If a 10,000 soul banner could obtain a Yin spirit as its main soul, then the power of the 10,000 soul banner would be greatly increased. But the probability of a Yin spirit appearing was too small. There were countless 10,000 soul banners in the Netherworld sect, but there were only a few that had Yin spirits, and all of them were treasures to those in the Emperor realm. But at this moment Fu Bo actually saw a Yin spirit on Qi Hai's 10,000 soul banner. Moreover, this Yin spirit seemed to be more outstanding and pure than any Yin spirit he had ever seen before. Such a Yin spirit was simply rare in the world. For a moment he gnashed his teeth in anger. If he had known that this cheap disciple of his had such a Yin spirit, he would have done everything possible to obtain it. How could he have left it in Qi Hai's hands and let it go to waste? After the Yin spirit appeared, it did not follow Qi Hai's order to pounce on Yang Kai. Instead it turned around and faced Qi Hai, quietly looking at him. Its eyes, which should have lost all sentience, actually revealed a human-like light. Qi Hai stood dumbfounded in place, his whole body trembling. He slowly reached out a hand and touched the Yin spirit's face, trembling as he said, "Xiao? Is that you?" Yang Kai's face sank. "You actually refined her into a banner's soul." Although he had never seen this Yin spirit's appearance when she was alive, anyone with a bit of eyesight should be able to tell that this Yin spirit called Xiao by Qi Hai should be his wife. But no one would have thought that he would actually refine his wife's soul. If not, how could she have escaped from the 10,000 soul banner? This action could be said to be utterly heartless and infuriating. Even the group of people from the Netherworld sect looked at Qi Hai in a different light. Although they also refined souls to strengthen the power of the 10,000 soul banner, none of them had ever done such a thing to their family, let alone their lover. So that's how it is. Fu Bo's expression changed as he seemed to understand something. No wonder Qi Hai specially came to the Netherworld sect and offered the entire Heaven Qi castle as the price to join the Netherworld sect. Later he even asked to cultivate the 10,000 soul banner's secret technique. It turned out that he wanted to keep his wife's soul by his side. A person's death was like an extinguished lamp. Their soul would also dissipate, but the Netherworld sect's secret technique could keep the soul. However, as a banner's soul, it was destined to have a bad ending. After all, this way the soul would be bound to the 10,000 soul banner for the rest of their lives. Not only would they lose the qualification to reincarnate, but they would also be easily swallowed by other banners' souls. Chapter 3303. In the end, Qi Hai's hand failed to touch Xiaoxiao's face. How could he touch a Yin spirit without a physical body? His hand passed through Xiaoxiao's face, causing her body to glow. Qi Hai's face was full of pain and self-blame. He asked, "Xiaoxiao, is it really you?" Clearly, this was the first time he had seen Xiaoxiao in such a state. Just as Fu Bo had thought, the reason why he had spent so much effort to join the Netherworld sect was because he wanted to use the power of the Netherworld sect to take revenge and obtain the secret techniques of the Netherworld sect. Although he succeeded in keeping Xiaoxiao's soul in his 10,000 soul banner, he never knew that Xiaoxiao had retained her intelligence. Until now, Xiaoxiao showed herself. Xiaoxiao smiled at him and said, "Don't make mistakes again and again." Qi Hai was stunned. "I was wrong." What was wrong? He never thought that the first sentence Xiaoxiao said to him would be this. Then the woman turned around and looked at Yang Kai. She bowed and said sincerely, "Please let him go this time. He was not like this." Perhaps it was the powerful and keen intuition of a Yin spirit, or perhaps it was her last concern for her beloved, but she could sense that if Qi Hai attacked Yang Kai here, he would die in the next moment. That was why she took the initiative to come out of the 10,000 soul banner to save Qi Hai's life. Yang Kai stared at her and felt her feelings. He sighed in his heart and his killing intent slowly dissipated. He nodded and said, "If he didn't seek his own death, I wouldn't have done anything to him." "Thank you." Xiaoxiao nodded gratefully. Yang Kai was silent for a moment and said, "Back then, I couldn't help you." The true phoenix fire was swallowed by Lu Yan and turned into a phoenix egg. Lu Yan was taken away by Jiufeng. He really couldn't help this woman. Xiaoxiao smiled. Life and death are predestined. There's nothing to care about. Xiaoxiao. Qi Hai called again with a trembling voice. Su Su turned around, stretched out her translucent little hand, and gently stroked his face like Qi Hai just did. She whispered, go back to the Heaven Qi castle and live well. Otherwise I will not forgive you." But Qi Hai glanced at Yang Kai as he spoke. He wholeheartedly wanted to avenge his woman, but at this moment, Xiaoxiao didn't want him to avenge her. Instead, she advised him to leave this place. Qi Hai was suddenly at a loss. He didn't know what to do. Go back. Su Su said again, her eyes filled with reluctance and reluctance. Next, her translucent body suddenly shone with a dazzling light. Chi-Hai was shocked and cried out involuntarily, Xianxia, what happened to you? Su Su gave Chi-Hai a familiar smile. Amidst the bright light, she suddenly collapsed and turned into specks of fluorescent light that filled the world. Seeing this, Fu Bo could not help but reveal a pained expression. His heart ached so much that it was almost bleeding. This Yin spirit had actually self-destructed. This was a Yin spirit, a rare treasure for the Netherworld sect. Just now he was thinking that he must find an opportunity to get her from Chi-Hai, but just as he finished thinking, he found that he didn't have the chance anymore. He had never encountered a Yin spirit that could self-destruct. Could be seen how outstanding this Yin spirit was. Perhaps the few Yin spirits in the Netherworld sect couldn't be compared to her. Fu Bo's face twitched, feeling as if he had just missed a precious treasure. Chi-Hai reached out to grab the specks of light in a panic as if he wanted to keep them, but in the end it was all in vain. A moment later the specks of light dissipated. Chi-Hai knelt on the ground with a face full of pain. Tears streamed down his face. He clenched his fists and roared at the sky. That roar was heart-wrenching, full of unwillingness and helplessness. He obviously knew Su Su's end. There was a brief silence, like the eye of the storm. A moment later Yang Kai sighed and looked at Chi-Hai. What is your choice? Chi-Hai, who was in a daze, was awakened. He raised his head and looked at Yang Kai with lifeless eyes. Su Su's last words echoed in his ears. He slowly shook his head, got up and walked back the way he came, his back bleak. Useless thing. Fu Bo coldly snorted. Although he was Chi-Hai's master in name, he had no intention of forcing him to stay. Chi-Hai no longer had any fighting spirit. Even if he stayed he wouldn't be able to do much, so he simply let him go. Not long after, Chi-Hai's figure had already disappeared. More than 10 miles away, 3 figures stood quietly on a small hill, watching the development of the situation. It was Tang Xing, Qian Xiaoying and Lan He of the Heavenly Wolf Valley. So many experts suddenly appeared outside the sect. The people of the Heavenly Wolf Valley were not blind, so they naturally saw it. After the news was sent back, Tang Xing and Qian Xiaoying immediately came out to investigate. Lan He also ran over, but she was restrained by the 2 of them, not allowing her to come forward. Tang Xing and Qian Xiaoying both had depressed expressions. They hated the actions of the Netherworld sect in Brahma Holy Land. Su Changfeng had previously proposed to let Tang Xing open the sect protecting Grand Array and use the Heavenly Wolf Valley as a battlefield to deal with Yang Kai. After being rejected by Tang Xing, he didn't force it. But what was the meaning of this group of people blocking the entrance of their own sect to deal with Yang Kai? If they really wanted to make a move, couldn't they wait until he was a little further away? If this situation was known to those who didn't know the situation, they would think that the Heavenly Wolf Valley was also involved. Although they were angry, their fists were not as big as the others, so they couldn't reason with them. They could only watch from afar to ensure that the Heavenly Wolf Valley side would not be affected. Seeing the matter between Chi-Hai and Su Su, Qian Xiaoying couldn't help but be slightly moved. This man is a true person, but unfortunately he has taken the wrong path. Tang Xing stared at Chi-Hai's departing back and said, "He seems to be someone from the Heaven Chi Castle." Lan He's expression was slightly complicated. After all, matters of the heart were quite emotional for women. When she saw Su Su explode her spirit body just now, she almost cried. Although she didn't know the other party, she could feel Su Su's feelings for Chi-Hai. Xiao Xiao's choice to explode her spirit body was undoubtedly the most decisive way to settle this grudge. Otherwise, Chi-Hai would have definitely taken action against Yang Kai, and at that time only the heavens would know what Chi-Hai's fate would be. She suddenly had an impulse to rush over and fight side by side with Yang Kai and kill all the shameless people in this world. However, Tang Xing and Qian Xiaoying were already prepared. The moment she came over, they sealed her cultivation and made it clear that they would only let her watch the battle and not let her interfere. More than 10 miles away, Yang Kai was facing dozens of people from the Emperor realm, but his expression didn't change. It was as if he didn't put these people in his eyes at all. Even Tang Xing and Qian Xiaoying, who were watching, couldn't help but admire him. Yang Kai turned to look at the red-haired, red-eyed Qi Gui and said indifferently, "Chi-Hai is gone. What's your choice?" Qi Gui quietly stared at Yang Kai and was shocked to find that there was a long warning bell ringing in his heart. His instincts told him that if he didn't know when to back down and made a move against Yang Kai, he might end up in a terrible state or even die. Qi Gui was shocked when this thought appeared in his mind. The other side was a figure of the same era as him. They were both rising stars in their respective territories. He was also famous in the Eastern Territory. Even if he faced the son of the great emperors of Serene Soul Hyoji, he wouldn't have to worry about his life. But facing this person, why did he feel such a strong sense of crisis before he even made a move? He knew that Yang Kai's current situation made it so that he couldn't show any mercy. Because once he showed any mercy, it would affect his momentum. Yang Kai still had to deal with dozens of people from the Emperor realm. It was impossible for him to compromise his momentum. So Yang Kai would definitely go all out. Would he die if he went all out? Qi Gui's face couldn't help twitching. The words that were about to come out of his mouth changed. Love is a bad thing. Let's forget about it today. Let's talk about it again when you have a chance to live. As soon as he finished speaking, the warning signs in his heart disappeared completely. He actually felt as if he had let out a long sigh of relief for no reason. Yang Kai nodded. If Qi Gui really wanted to oppose him at this time, he would definitely not show any mercy. No matter how strong Qi Gui was, he was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master. If he really killed him here, he would have offended all three of the top forces in the entire Eastern Territory. Yang Kai didn't want to anger the heavens, so Qi Gui choosing to retreat was undoubtedly what he wanted to see. Looking around, Yang Kai sneered, "This king is right here. If you want to take my life, then what are you waiting for? Little brat, you dare to call yourself this king in front of this old master? This old master will definitely refine your soul after we capture you." Fu Bo coldly snorted and waved his hand. "Kill him." On the other side, Su Chongfeng succinctly spat out a word. "Kill." Emperor Qi surged, the wind and clouds changed, and world principles appeared. Several dozen figures suddenly spread out and surrounded Yang Kai, leaving him with no path to heaven and no door to earth. At this moment, 5 figures had already taken turns to pounce on him. The Emperor artifact spear in the hand of the leader trembled, piercing through the void with a sizzling sound. Spear images filled the sky as they blasted towards Yang Kai. Then the 4 figures crisscrossed like butterflies, dazzling everyone who saw them. It was impossible to tell where they were going to attack from. Although these 5 people came from the 2 great sects, they were all masters from the Emperor realm. Even though this was the first time they had joined forces to fight an enemy, their cooperation was as if they had rehearsed beforehand. Tang Xing and Qian Xiaoying, who were watching from a distance, sighed. In fact, they didn't quite understand why the 2 great sects had to mobilize so many people to deal with Yang Kai. Even Fu Bo and Su Chongfeng had personally come. In their opinion, with the momentum of these 5 people, Yang Kai had no way to survive. Because if it were any one of them, they wouldn't be able to block such an attack. Even if they managed to block it, they would definitely be severely injured. And in such an environment, being seriously injured was tantamount to death. Since that was the case, wasn't mobilizing so many people from the Emperor realm a bit of a fuss? Lan He couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Her face turned pale as she closed her eyes, unable to bear to watch any longer. Chapter 3304. Amidst the sounds of the air being torn apart, a short and hurried shrill cry sounded out. Tang Xing and Qian Xiaoying suddenly stared with wide eyes as if they had seen a ghost, and they looked at the nearby battlefield with astonishment. Lan He was also startled and quickly opened her eyes. Just now she thought that Yang Kai was dead for sure, so she didn't dare to look. However, the scream that entered her ears wasn't Yang Kai's voice. Looking over, she saw a scene that she would never forget for the rest of her life. Yang Kai was no longer in his original position. Instead, he was above the spear-wielding cultivator's head. His expression was cold, and his killing intent was like a tidal wave. He slapped his hand on the spear-wielding cultivator's head. Under his Emperor Qi, his clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. Lan He clearly saw that a large part of the spear-wielding cultivator's head had caved in. Both of his eyeballs had popped out and white brain matter splattered in all directions. His vitality had dissipated in an extremely short period of time, and his body swayed as he fell to the ground. How could this be? A question popped up in Lan He's mind. She had her eyes closed just now, so she didn't know how Yang Kai escaped from the 5 people's attacks. She also didn't know how he took the enemy's life with a snap of his fingers. However, she knew that this wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Even her master and master's wife didn't have this ability. Facing such a dense and flawless siege, any second-order Emperor Realm Master could only wait to be captured. However, Yang Kai fought back. Not only was he unscathed, he even killed one of them. Looking at his expression, he didn't seem to be in a sorry state at all. Instead, he seemed relaxed as if he was slaughtering a chicken. That was a first-order Emperor Realm Master. How could he be killed just like that? He couldn't help but feel that it was unreal. She was also a first-order emperor, so she naturally knew what kind of background the Emperor realm had. However, such a master who was respected by millions of cultivators in the world, had died at the hands of Yang Kai in a single exchange. She couldn't help but shiver, and her pores began to emit cold air. At the same time, her beautiful eyes lit up. She faintly felt that this time Yang Kai wouldn't be killed so easily. The gun-wielding cultivator was killed in one blow, and the other four were also shocked. Their eyes were full of fear and dread, but they only hesitated for a moment and then attacked Yang Kai again. Yang Kai laughed loudly. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wishes." With a wave of his hand, the Emperor artifact spear appeared in Yang Kai's grasp. He did not use any particular technique, simply clenching his fists and thrusting the spear forward with incredible momentum. Originally, there was no one there, and at first glance, it seemed that Yang Kai had made a mistake, but when the tip of the spear wrapped in Emperor Qi pierced through the void, a figure coincidentally appeared there. This person was an elder of Netherworld sect. He wanted to launch an attack from the side, but as soon as he arrived, before he could react, he felt a deathly aura rush towards him. Shocked, he shook the red banner in his hand, causing it to explode into a bloody mist. It was his natal artifact, the Blood Sea Banner, and he retreated under the cover of this bloody mist. However, after retreating half a step, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. His body shook violently and all the strength in his body rushed to his chest, venting out wantonly. A horrifying thought appeared in his mind, and he quickly looked down, only to see that a fist-sized hole had appeared in his chest at some point in time. It pierced all the way to his back, and he felt a chill in his heart. Looking at the hole, he could even see his broken heart rapidly contracting, and blood spurting out like a fountain. "No!" He roared towards the sky as if he could not believe what had happened to him. How could Yang Kai break through the cover and defense of his Blood Sea Banner with a single spear strike and chase after him? Before he could finish his thoughts, his body swayed and he fell from the sky, dead before he even hit the ground. On the other side, Yang Kai, who had succeeded in his spear strike, did not stop. As he withdrew his spear, he turned it around and stabbed out diagonally from below his ribs. His movements were so smooth that it was too much for the eyes to take in. With a soft sound, Yang Kai stealthily touched the head of the third person behind him, and a violent power surged out, directly blasting this person's head apart. This Emperor artifact spear seemed to have been reborn in his hands, possessing a life of its own. Every spear strike chased after the enemy's soul and took their life. And this was only because Yang Kai had only used this artifact as an ordinary weapon and had not refined it yet. But this was not the end. Yang Kai gripped the end of the spear and suddenly swept it forward. In front of him, the fourth person had already used his killer move and was rushing over with an aggressive momentum that could not be underestimated. However, the five of them had been acting at the same time, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already eliminated three of them. At this moment, the fourth person's spear was sweeping over, causing his attack to weaken by 30%. Without even thinking about it, this person pushed his Emperor Qi to protect himself and at the same time, opened his right hand, summoning a shield-like artifact to block his side, as if he wanted to use this defensive artifact to find some sense of security. Hong. The long spear swept across the shield-like artifact, but the sound of planets colliding rang out. Everyone felt their eardrums hurt as their eyelids twitched. Because under this blow, the shield-like artifact flashed wildly and suddenly lost its spirituality before shattering into pieces. Gasps rang out as Fu Bo and Su Chongfeng, who saw this scene, almost bit their tongues, unable to believe their eyes. What they didn't know was that Yang Kai hadn't refined the long spear at all, and all his attacks were based on his brute strength. Yet with a single blow he had actually shattered an Emperor artifact's defensive artifact. Just how strong was his brute strength? Retreat! Su Chongfeng shouted almost instinctively. If possible, he wanted to warn Yang Kai when he killed the 3 people before him, but Yang Kai was simply too fast. 3 people from the Emperor realm died so inexplicably that Su Changfeng did not even have time to react. As he shouted, a pitch-black sword box suddenly appeared behind Su Changfeng. It was square in shape, 1 foot long, and had an ordinary appearance, but it gave off a heaven-destroying aura. Su Changfeng formed a seal with his fingers, and a pitch-black sword light suddenly shot out from the sword box on his back, arriving behind Yang Kai in the blink of an eye and slashing towards Yang Kai's back. Obviously, he wanted to rescue Yang Kai by besieging him. Even as one of the top 3 great forces in the Eastern Territory, the Emperor realm was still a rare talent, yet 3 of them had died at the hands of Yang Kai. Although 2 of them were from the Netherworld sect, Su Changfeng's heart still ached so much that it was almost bleeding. As such, he wanted to force Yang Kai to give up on killing the 4th person. His thoughts weren't wrong, but he hadn't expected Yang Kai to not play by the rules at all. Yang Kai completely ignored the pitch-black sword light behind him and swept his spear, which had already destroyed his defensive artifact, towards the body of the 4th person. Chi. With a loud sound, a rain of blood and minced meat fell from the sky. The power of this sweep caused the 4th person from the Emperor realm to explode into a bloody mist, not even leaving behind a corpse. At the same time, there was a loud clanging sound like the sound of a great bell, that spread throughout the world, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble and their souls to shake. Su Changfeng fixed his eyes on the source of the sound and almost spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. He saw that behind Yang Kai, a large bell half the height of a person had appeared. On the bell there were pictures of mountains, rivers, birds and beasts flowing slowly as if they were alive, emitting a mysterious aura. Su Changfeng's pitch-black sword light did not hit Yang Kai but instead hit the bell, causing unpredictable consequences. The mountains and rivers bell. Fu Bo's eyes flashed, revealing an extremely greedy look. Just a moment ago he was still grieving over the death of his sect in the Emperor realm, but the next moment, all his regrets were gone. This was the Mountains and Rivers Bell, the foundation of the Unyielding Great Emperors to become Great Emperors, the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Although he had long heard that the Mountains and Rivers Bell and the Phoenix True Fire were both obtained by Yang Kai in the Shattered Star Sea, seeing was believing. Only at this moment did Fu Bo really believe what he had heard. The sound of the bell suppresses the mountains and rivers, and the rhythm of the Emperor changes the world. It was rumored that the Mountains and Rivers Bell had the effect of sealing the world, and judging from the feeling of the sound just now, this rumor seemed to be true. Just passively emitting a sound had such a magical effect, so what would it be like if it was actively activated? For a moment Fu Bo's eyes turned red. If he could obtain the Mountains and Rivers Bell today, he might have a chance to compete for the title of Great Emperors in the future and become the 2nd Unyielding Great Emperors. A figure hurriedly retreated, his face full of fear. It was the last of the 5 people who had attacked Yang Kai. Su Changfeng's warning was too late. The 4th person had already been struck by Yang Kai, turning into a rain of blood. The 5th person was the only one who had not died yet. At this moment he was fleeing like a stray dog towards the Brahma Holy Land's camp, not even daring to look back. Previously, when the 5 Emperor Realm Masters from the 2 great sects joined forces to attack Yang Kai, they all assumed that they would be able to deal with him, but in just a few breaths of time. It seemed that in less than 3 breaths of time Yang Kai had killed 4 of them. The so-called perfect ambush was nothing more than a child's game. If he didn't run, would he wait for death? Before he could return to the Brahma Holy Land's camp, he heard Yang Kai's shout behind him, followed by the sound of something tearing through the air towards him. This person turned pale with fright and turned his head to look, only to see Yang Kai standing in place in a throwing posture. The Emperor artifact spear that should have been in his hand had disappeared, and not far from his back, a stream of light was rapidly approaching. Madman! This person cursed in his heart. How could he not know what that stream of light was? It was clearly Yang Kai throwing the spear artifact at him. Before the stream of light arrived, the sound of something tearing through the air rang in his ears. He couldn't dodge it, it was too fast, he couldn't block it, and the attack was too fierce. The blood drained from this person's face as he shouted, "Holy Master, save me!" As soon as he shouted, he felt a strong force hit him from behind, followed by a sharp pain. His body staggered a few steps forward under the force of the impact, and then he saw a spear piercing through his chest, rushing straight towards the Brahma Holy Land's camp. Chapter 3305. The spear that was thrown by Yang Kai went straight through the body of this man from the Emperor realm. The few masters from Brahma Holy Land in front of him all retreated in horror when they saw this, not daring to face it head-on. Where the spear passed, it left a dark mark in the void that lingered for a long time. This blow tore through space. Everyone was stunned as a chill ran from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. It was also the first time they realized that a person could possess such terrifying brute strength. Holy Master. The man from the Emperor realm who had a huge hole in his chest and abdomen, barely managed to get within 10 meters of Su Chongfeng. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and stretched out his hand weakly towards Su Chongfeng, as if he was trying to grasp his last chance of survival, but in the end, it was all in vain. His body went limp and he fell from mid-air, crashing to the ground, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. 5 breaths. 5 men from the Emperor realm were killed by Yang Kai in just 5 breaths of time. They didn't even have the chance to test out Yang Kai's true strength before they were casually crushed like 5 ants. The world fell silent as the dozens of masters from the Emperor realm from Brahma Holy Land and Netherworld sect gulped, feeling like they were dreaming. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he stood on the spinning mountains and river's bell. As the wind blew, his black hair fluttered in the wind as he shouted, "I, Yang Kai, am here. Who wants to die?" Everyone looked around but no one dared to look him in the eye, all of them averting their gazes. More than a dozen kilometers away, Tang Xing and Qian Xiuing were dumbfounded, unable to accept what they had just seen. Is this still a second-order Emperor Realm Master? How could this be a second-order Emperor Realm Master? Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master couldn't have such divine power, right? Although they had long known that there was a type of person in this world who could fight above their level and kill powerful enemies as if it was nothing out of the ordinary, it was not like they had never seen such a person before. The former holy son of Brahma Holy Land, Zhou Xian, the disciple of Netherworld sect Master Fu Bo, Yin Luxing, the son of the Serene Soul Great Emperors Hyoji, and Qi Gui all belonged to this category. They could often defeat opponents a minor realm higher than themselves, and even had the opportunity to kill their enemies. Such existences were well-known geniuses. As long as they were given enough time and space to grow, there would definitely be a place for them in the future. But it wasn't until now that Tang Xing and Qian Xiuing realized that there was a difference between geniuses. There were even more powerful geniuses among geniuses. Yang Kai had killed 5 first-order Emperor Realm Masters with his second-order Emperor Realm Cultivation, so it couldn't be counted as fighting above his realm, but the scene before them was far more shocking and unbelievable than seeing a first-order Emperor Realm Master kill a second-order Emperor Realm Master. No wonder Zhou Xian and Yin Luxing died at his hands. There is always a heaven beyond a heaven and there is always someone better than you. Lan He's beautiful eyes were filled with splendor, and her heart was filled with excitement. Previously she had broken her promise to Yang Kai and was filled with guilt. Then when she saw Yang Kai being surrounded by so many people, she thought he was dead for sure. If Yang Kai really died outside Heavenly Wolf Valley, then today's matter would probably be a knot in her heart for the rest of her life. Unfortunately, her cultivation was sealed by Tang Xing and Qian Xiuing, so she couldn't even help. She could only stand here and watch helplessly. This kind of mental torment was really painful. Turning her head, Lan He looked at Tang Xing with a complicated gaze and asked, "Master, if he survives, will you regret it?" Tang Xing trembled when he heard this. He knew that Lan He was still very dissatisfied with his previous choice. She was complaining, but because he was her master she couldn't say or ask for more, so he said indifferently, "Since I have made a choice, I won't regret it. What's more, do you think he can survive?" It was undeniable that the wanton slaughter in just a few breaths was really shocking, making people feel emotional. It was also undeniable that Yang Kai was definitely one of the few geniuses in the star boundary. He was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, but he already had such power. What would happen if he broke through to the third-order Emperor Realm? At that time he would probably be able to compete with Li Wuyi. If such an existence could be befriended in advance, it would be of great benefit to Heavenly Wolf Valley, even if he was from the Southern Territory. Yang Kai did indeed ask Heavenly Wolf Valley for help. As long as he agreed to take him to Spirit Beast Island, Heavenly Wolf Valley would naturally establish a good relationship with him. If Heavenly Wolf Valley asked for help in the future, would they be afraid that he would ignore them? Who wouldn't like such a deal if they could get a generous return with a small price to pay? That was why Lan He asked this question. She instinctively wanted to make friends with a future Supreme Master, but Heavenly Wolf Valley missed this opportunity. But the premise of all this was, he could survive. Brahma Holy Land and Netherworld sect had mobilized all their forces this time, so even if 5 First Order Emperor Realm Masters died, it wouldn't affect the overall situation because they still had 2 Third Order Emperors and 7 or 8 Second Order Emperors. Yang Kai's performance was amazing, but the outcome was probably already decided. Lan He was rendered speechless by the question. She asked herself, in such a situation could Kai Yang survive? He had already killed 5 people from the other side and all of them were from the Emperor realm. This was definitely a situation where one side would fight to the death. In today's battle either Yang Kai would be killed here, or the 2 sects would be shattered, but anyone with discerning eyes could see who was stronger and who was weaker. I bet he can survive. A voice suddenly came from the side. Tang Xing and Qian Xiaoying, who were focused on the battlefield, were shocked because they didn't notice when someone approached. Although most of their attention was diverted, it was still enough to show how strong this person was. But after hearing the person's voice clearly, the two immediately felt relieved. Because the person who said this was Qi Gui, the strongest of the younger generation of Ahan Temple. His red hair and red eyes were his most obvious symbol. He was warlike and bloodthirsty. Everyone in the Eastern Territory had a headache because no one wanted to be targeted by this guy. If Lan He wasn't a woman, he would have already fought with her in Heavenly Wolf Valley. Elder Qi thinks so highly of him? Tang Xing raised his brows. According to seniority, Qi Gui was his junior. Tang Xing and the Ahan Temple Lord were from the same generation, but Qi Gui was from the Emperor realm and an elder of Ahan Temple. His future achievements would not be lower than Tang Xing's. Tang Xing didn't have the right to call him nephew, so he could only call him Elder Qi. Qi Gui shrugged and didn't answer Tang Xing's question. Instead he looked at Lan He and said, "Junior sister Lan thinks he will die?" Lan He shook her head. "I don't know, I hope he can survive." Qi Gui whistled frivolously as he looked at the battlefield with great interest and said with a grin, "Valley Master Tang, why don't we make a bet?" Tang Xing's eyes flashed. "Bet on what?" Qi Gui grinned. "Of course it's a bet." He suddenly laughed and shook his head. Forget it, there's no meaning." Tang Xing asked curiously, "Elder Qi really thinks he can survive?" Although Qi Gui didn't finish his sentence, how could Tang Xing not know what he wanted to say? It was nothing more than a bet on Yang Kai's life or death. Crimson Ghost nodded and said, "I believe in my own feelings." Tang Xing asked, "Then why don't you bet?" He didn't ask this because Tang Xing liked to gamble, but because he found it strange that Qi Gui's attitude changed so quickly. Qi Gui smiled. "When an elephant fights with a group of lions, an ant can only watch. What qualifications do I have to bet on someone else's life or death? Wouldn't that be overestimating myself?" As soon as he said this, Tang Xing, Qian Xiaoying and even Lan He looked at him in surprise. Qi Gui was the strongest young master of Ahan Temple. Even in the entire Eastern Territory and Star Boundary, he was one of the few young talents. In the Eastern Territory, perhaps only Hyoji could suppress him, but Hyoji was the son of the great emperors of Serene Soul. There was no comparison at all. Such a talent would definitely think highly of himself and would never be willing to be inferior to others. But at this moment he actually compared Yang Kai to an elephant and called himself an ant. If one didn't hear it with their own ears, no one would believe it. If he was an ant, then what were all the living beings in Star Boundary? Dust? Qi Gui's red eyes narrowed slightly as he said lightly, "Does Valley Master Tang think I think too highly of him?" Tang Xing came back to his senses and said with a slight smile, "Elder Qi is too modest." Modest? Qi Gui muttered to himself. Perhaps he was being modest, but this feeling couldn't be wrong. When Yang Kai asked him how he should choose, he felt that if he really fought with Yang Kai he would definitely die. He feared his end would not be any better than the other 5. And after seeing him fight, this feeling became even stronger, almost to the point of believing him. Tang Xing said in shock, "Elder Qi means to say that the 2 great forces will be in trouble today?" Qi Gui smiled and said, "I didn't say that, I just said that guy will live." He had followed Fu Bo and Su Chongfeng all the way here and faintly felt that something was not quite right, as if the 2 great forces weren't just showing their strength on the surface. But he also couldn't figure it out. The 2 great forces had already given Yang Kai a lot of face by going all out to deal with him, so how could they still have hidden their strength? Even if Yang Kai could escape today, his end would not be good. Both sides would suffer losses. This was Qi Gui's judgment, but he didn't say it out loud. Tang Xing said lightly, "Then let's see if Elder Qi's judgment is correct." This Tang still feels that his chances of survival are slim. Although there was no bet, both of them had already expressed their views. As for Yang Kai's life or death, they could only verify it with their own eyes. While these people were talking, Yang Kai was standing proudly on the mountains and river's bell, looking down at them disdainfully, yet no one dared to step forward to accept their death. This scene was truly shocking. Seeing them not move, Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Since everyone is so reserved, this king will not decline. Turning his gaze towards the Netherworld sect, his eyes filled with murderous intent, as if there was no one else present. Being stared at, Fu Bo felt a chill run down his spine and shouted, "Release the banners." More than a dozen Netherworld sect cultivators from the Emperor realm summoned their artifacts, all of which were 10,000 soul banners and blood sea banners.